In his previous life, Lu Chizhou detested her to the core, yet had to marry her due to his family's declining fortunes. For 20 years of their marriage, she supported him wholeheartedly, sacrificing her education for him, bearing his children, and enabling his rise to prominence and prosperity. Yet, he turned around and married his true love, the woman who was the light of his life. In the end, Tang Ning faced a life imprisoned, with her children meeting tragic deaths. Reborn on the eve of the college entrance examination, Tang Ning publicly announced her withdrawal from the engagement with him. Lu Chizhou sneered disdainfully, "Tang Ning, I await the day you kneel before me begging for mercy." Devoting herself entirely to her studies, Tang Ning secured a direct placement in a prestigious university, and after successfully slimming down, she dazzled everyone with her transformation. Meanwhile, the Lu family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, with Lu Chizhou plummeting from grace into ruin, finding himself at odds even with his beloved, and wearing the horns of infidelity. Seeing Tang Ning engage in a betrothal with his archrival, Lu Chizhou's eyes burned with anxiety. He knelt publicly, pleading for forgiveness, only to be met with Tang Ning's cold mockery. "When I loved you, you treated it with disdain. Now that I no longer do, you pursue me eagerly. How pathetic." Chapter 1, Rebirth. Shanner. In the suffocating confines of the asylum, a gaunt woman sat motionless in a wheelchair, her gaze vacant, her sunken eyes betraying a mere 30 years of age yet already crowned with a mane of white hair. The television broadcasted the news of Lu's president marrying his first love, with Lu Chizhou bestowing upon Suyuru the grandest of weddings. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman abruptly rose from her wheelchair, her voice a frenzied cry. "Return my child to me! Lu Chizhou! Give me back my child!" Slap! The plump nurse viciously struck Tang Ning across the face. "Behave yourself!" Clutching her cheek, Tang Ning defiantly lifted her head. "I am Lu Chizhou's rightful wife. The eldest daughter of the Tang family. I must leave. Let me out to find my child." At her words, the nurse spat contemptuously at Tang Ning. "Bah! Look at your wretched face. How dare you claim to be Mrs. Lu? Be quiet. Otherwise, I shall confine you." Bang! The nurse locked the door to the ward. On the screen, Lu Chizhou gazed at Suyuru with profound affection, time leaving only faint traces upon his countenance, his 40s rendering him even more austere and profound. The reporter passionately recounted the poignant tale of their romance from campus to its bittersweet conclusion. After 20 years, they had finally reunited, a heartwarming spectacle that moved friends and family to tears. Watching the familiar faces on the television, Tang Ning sat in her wheelchair, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. No one remembers Tang Ning, nor does anyone recall the original wife who supported Lu Chizhou as he ascended to greatness. Tang Ning vividly remembers that fateful night 3 years ago when Lu Chizhou disdainfully tossed the divorce agreement in her face, his tone dripping with sarcasm and contempt. "I have always loved you, Ruru. If it weren't for you, how could I have missed her for all these years?" She and Lu Chizhou had been childhood sweethearts, bound by a promise of marriage. She had devoted her entire fortune to him, borne children, and even sacrificed her proud academic pursuits. Lu Chizhou soared to success on the wings of her sacrifices, only to turn around and embrace Suyuru. In the end, what did she gain? She languished in this asylum for 3 long years. Her beloved children perished in a tragic accident, and before their funeral had even concluded, Lu Chizhou eagerly married Suyuru. "Tang Ning, you may not know, but in order to marry me, Chizhou personally took the lives of your children. Your daughter cried out for her mother as she died, unaware that you had been imprisoned in this mental institution for 3 years. The position of Mrs. Lu was rightfully mine. You usurped it. Now, it is time for you to return it to me." The words spoken by Suyuru 3 days prior echoed hauntingly in Tang Ning's mind. A metallic taste surged in her throat as her gaze remained fixated on the television screen, where Lu Chizhou and Suyuru exchanged smiles. If she were to live again, she would never repeat the same mistakes. "Tang Ning? Tang Ning?" A low, resonant voice called out to her from nearby. In a moment of bewilderment, Tang Ning felt as though she were drowning, her chest constricted uncomfortably. It was only when a soft sensation graced her lips, and a warm current surged into her throat, that she abruptly opened her eyes. Cough, cough. "Ning Ning, how are you? What happened? How did you fall into the pool?" The concerned voice of a girl floated in her ears. Yet, Tang Ning felt somewhat disoriented. A pool? What pool? She glanced down at her hands, not met with the aged and corpulent fingers of a middle-aged woman, but with the delicate and fair hands of a young girl. This is my high school self? In a flash, Tang Ning realized the truth. She quickly surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, she was in the swimming hall of Ling City High School. She had been reborn. What else could have led her to fall into the pool? It's because she was sneaking a peek at Lu Chizhou swimming. Nearby, several female students erupted into raucous laughter, their disdain for Tang Ning evident and unrestrained. Not far away, Lu Chizhou, clad only in swim trunks, showcased a physique that had matured remarkably well at just 17, complete with muscles and a well-defined line. His cold, handsome face drew the gaze of many simply by his presence. Upon seeing Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning's complexion turned pale. Lu Chizhou. He remained as he always had been, the center of attention wherever he went. Who could have imagined that such a prodigy harbored a nature so hypocritical and selfish? Recalling the tragic fate of her children in her past life, brought about by him, Tang Ning clenched her fists tightly. So, Lu Chizhou, in this lifetime, I shall ensure your downfall. Clearly, Lu Chizhou had overheard the conversation among the female students, his discontent manifesting as a slight furrow of his brow before he turned to leave. Do not speak of her in such a manner. Ning is not that kind of person, Suyuru expressed her annoyance. Upon seeing Suyuru before her, Tang Ning was instantly reminded of numerous scenes from her previous life. In that existence, she had become self-conscious and timid due to weight gain during high school, often subjected to peculiar glances from her peers. It was only Suyuru who maintained a close relationship with her, consistently defending her in front of others. With her innocent visage and striking beauty, Suyuru enjoyed considerable popularity at school, naturally drawing people to her. At that time, Tang Ning genuinely believed Suyuru's intentions were benevolent, unaware that it was merely a strategy to draw nearer to Lu Chizhou. The reason she was the target of such manipulation was simply that she had been Lu Chizhou's childhood companion. In her previous life, Suyuru meticulously crafted an image of gentleness and kindness, while Tang Ning unwittingly became the tool to uphold that facade. Now, Suyuru resorted to her old tactics once again, gently placing her hand on Tang Ning's as she inquired, Ning, are you here to lose weight, hence your visit to the swimming pool? As anticipated, the crowd erupted in laughter at Suyuru's attempt to alleviate the tension. Look at her. She's so overweight. No amount of swimming would ever catch Lu Xiao's eye. Flushed with embarrassment, Suyuru feigned indignation as she pulled Tang Ning closer, declaring, Ning, ignore them. I will teach you how to swim. Once you lose weight, you will undoubtedly look stunning. Lu Xiao will surely take notice. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning subtly withdrew her hand from beneath Suyuru's, causing the latter's smile to falter momentarily. Tang Ning had not forgotten that in her previous life, Suyuru had exploited this very pretext to subject her to public humiliation once more. There's no need, Tang Ning stated with aloofness. Undeterred, Suyuru grasped Tang Ning's arm, feigning aggrieved innocence as she inquired, Ning. What's amiss? Have I inadvertently said something untoward? Tang Ning, Yuro is extending her goodwill, yet you display such ingratitude. After all of Yuro's previous care and advocacy on your behalf, it seems you are deserving of your corpulence. Yuro, let us depart. She is free to wander as she pleases. Several nearby girls advanced, intending to escort Suyuru away. Tang Ning observed the girls' allegiance to Suyuru with a detached gaze. Suyuru's popularity at school stemmed not only from her beauty, amiable nature, and academic excellence but also from her family's standing. This was the most opulent private high school in Lin City, attended predominantly by scions of affluent families. Given her surname, Su, it was widely assumed that Suyuru was the daughter of Lin City's foremost real estate magnate, the Su family. However, unbeknownst to them, Suyuru was not, in fact, a Su family heiress. She was merely the daughter of the Su family's chauffeur. Tang Ning had only stumbled upon this revelation in her previous life, discovering that the true Su family heiress was someone else entirely. Suyuru had merely leveraged her academic prowess and connections to the Su family to usurp the Su heiress place at the school. The scion of the Su family had long been studying abroad. Tang Ning recalled that the Su family's daughter studying overseas was named Su Pingting. In the next instant, Tang Ning abruptly stepped forward and clasped Suyuru's hand, feigning remorse as she uttered, Pingting, I apologize for my emotional outburst earlier. I am truly sorry. Chapter 2, Our engagement in this lifetime, better left unsaid. Upon hearing the name Pingting, Suyuru's expression instantly froze. The individuals nearby exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, Pingting? Who is that? At these words, Suyuru's heart raced with trepidation. Tang Ning, observing the fear etched on Suyuru's face, deliberately remarked, You're unaware? The daughter of the Su family is named Su Pingting, and Pingting is Yuro's nickname. Realizing that Tang Ning had misconstrued her identity, Suyuru let out a silent sigh of relief. Her admission to Linqing High was granted by her father, a longtime driver for the Su family, who had pleaded with the elder Su for her enrollment when Su Pingting was preparing to study abroad. This fortunate twist allowed her to secure a spot at the school. Yet, on her very first day at Linqing High, she was mistaken for the daughter of the Su family, and now, 2 years later, her true identity had remained undiscovered. A flicker of doubt crossed Suyuro's mind. How did Tang Ning come to know the name of the Su family's daughter? However, she quickly reassured herself. Grateful that Tang Ning's knowledge was limited to the misconception that Pingtine was her nickname. Otherwise, she would have truly found herself in a compromising situation. With a gentle tone, Suyuro spoke, Ning Ning, I understand you were upset earlier, and I hold no grudges against you. Tang Ning gazed at Suyuro with a pitiful expression. Will you still teach me to swim? Of course, Suyuro replied, her demeanor suggesting a reconciliation. Yet, Tang Ning merely smirked internally. Well aware that Suyuro had always relished crafting her public persona and had anticipated that she would agree to teach her to swim. In her previous life, Suwai had orchestrated a scheme to embarrass her. After being tricked into entering the water, she floundered helplessly due to her inability to swim, making a spectacle of herself before everyone. Seizing the opportune moment, Suwai deliberately held her underwater while staging a scene where she heroically attempted a rescue but feigned a sudden cramp, allowing Lu to play the hero. Consequently, their relationship rapidly blossomed. This time, however, she would not allow Suwai to succeed so easily. Soon after, Suwai patiently instructed Tang Ning in warm-up exercises. And the two of them entered the water together. Gazing at the pool before her, Tang Ning loosened her muscles and feigned incompetence in swimming. Suwai stood by, guiding Tang Ning in breath-holding and floating techniques. Everything unfolded as it had in her past life, but just as Suwai intended to push her underwater, Tang Ning abruptly seized Suwai's hand. At that moment, both of them were in the pool, and no one around the pool noticed them. With a sudden surge of force, Tang Ning heard Suwai shriek as she tumbled awkwardly into the pool. Why, I'm here to save you. Tang Ning feigned panic and plunged into the water to search for Suwai's figure. However, she quickly pretended to be unable to swim and began thrashing about on the surface. Suwai, who could have floated to the shore, was kicked down by Tang Ning. Help! Something's wrong. Tang Ning and Wai have fallen into the water. The surrounding people shouted, and immediately a figure leaped into the pool. Lu moved through the water like a nimble fish, heading towards Suwai without hesitation. Soon, Lu carried Suwai ashore. Cough, cough. Suyuru choked on water. And after reaching the shore, she unceremoniously expelled 2 large mouthfuls. Her once delicate makeup now appeared smudged, rendering her a picture of disarray. Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, Are you all right? I'm fine. Suyuru attempted to articulate further, but at that moment, someone nearby shouted, Lu Xiao. Tang Ning is still in the water. Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou snapped back to reality. When he discovered that Tang Ning was in the pool and unable to swim, his brow furrowed deeper as he prepared to rise and rescue her. Suddenly, another figure leaped into the water. Though Tang Ning was merely pretending, her corpulent physique had nearly exhausted her strength with just a couple of flounders. Abruptly, she felt a pair of strong arms lifting her up. Tang Ning was taken aback. As she turned her head, she beheld a flawless jawline, followed by delicate lips reminiscent of peach blossoms, a prominent nose, and elongated, slightly trembling eyelashes framing a pair of narrow eyes. This visage, which exuded an air of cool detachment, seemed to be a masterpiece crafted by the divine. Lu Yanchen? Why would he save her? In her previous life, she had little interaction with Lu Yanchen, who had always been an adversary of Lu Chizhou, their relationship fraught with enmity. She recalled that at this moment, Lu Yanchen was still the illegitimate son of the Lu family, while Lu Chizhou held the title of the legitimate heir, which rendered Lu Yanchen a target of disdain at school. Yet, who could have anticipated that this sullen, taciturn youth would, years later, be revealed as the eldest son of the Gu family, a commercial titan in Haicheng? Once her astonishment settled, Tang Ning was gently placed on the shore by Lu Yanchen. Lu Chizhou, standing nearby, coldly rebuked, Tang Ning, if you cannot swim, do not act recklessly. Chizhou, let it go. Suyuru's words were conciliatory. Yet her expression betrayed a profound sense of grievance. Observing that Suyuru was on the verge of attributing the mishap of her near drowning to her, Tang Ning swiftly positioned herself before Suyuru and, in a moment of panic, embraced her tightly, exclaiming, Yuru, I am so relieved you are unharmed. You truly frightened me. I am fine. Suyuru, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, found herself unable to articulate the excuse she had prepared. Soon, Tang Ning released her, expressing her own distress. I never learned to swim, I inadvertently pulled you, causing you to lose your balance. I feel utterly remorseful. However, Yuru. Please do not suddenly press on my waist in the water again, it terrifies me. Upon hearing this, Suyuru's smile faltered. For a novice, unexpectedly pressing someone's waist in the water felt akin to an act of attempted murder. In that moment, curious gazes were directed towards Suyuru from all around. And even Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow in concern. Suyuru hurriedly replied, it is my fault, I was careless. I apologize, Ning Ning, for nearly causing you trouble. Witnessing such a beautiful girl in distress, with tears welling in her eyes, Lu Chizhou felt his heart melt. He could hardly focus on whether Suyuru had intended to cause harm. She deserved no apology, as it was her own folly. With determination, he pulled Suyuru up and coldly addressed Tang Ning, if you cannot swim, do not burden others. Let me escort you to the infirmary, said Chizhou, cradling Yuro as if she were a precious jewel. Observing this scene, Ning could only offer a self-deprecating smile. Despite having grown up together as childhood sweethearts, Chizhou unequivocally favored Yuro, whom he had only known for a year. Ning, you were truly blind in your past life, sacrificing your entire existence for such a man. Fortunately, fate has granted her a chance to redeem herself. Chizhou, I renounce our engagement in this lifetime. Chapter 3, Ning. I must caution you, I harbor no affection for you. As evening approached, signaling the end of the school day, Ning strolled towards the school's perimeter, her backpack slung over her shoulder. In the distance, she noticed Yuro beckoning her, accompanied by several female classmates. Initially, Ning intended to ignore them. But Yuro approached her directly, inquiring, Ning, are you also awaiting a ride home? Ning, don't you usually walk home? Indeed, Ning, who is picking you up today? Will they be arriving on an electric scooter or a bicycle? The taunts from the surrounding classmates were grating. Within the confines of this school, everyone was stratified into distinct social strata. In her previous life, Ning became self-conscious due to sudden weight gain, diligently walking to and from school each day, yet failing to shed the extra pounds. This led her classmates to believe that she came from a poor background, with rumors circulating that she was a distant, impoverished relative from the countryside, only able to attend Lincheng High School through her connection to the Lu family. This also led to the fact that, until her graduation, her classmates were entirely unaware that she was, in fact, the daughter of the Tang family. Please do not speak of Ning Ning in such a manner. Although her family circumstances may not be affluent, we ought not to ridicule her. Suyuru affectionately grasped Tang Ning's hand and said, Ning Ning, why don't you ride back in my family's car? I can have my chauffeur take you home. Tang Ning furrowed her brows and withdrew her hand, replying, no need. My family has a vehicle. She was acutely aware that Suyuru's intentions were to ascertain the location of her residence while also flaunting her family's luxury car in front of others. Ning Ning, do not boast. If your family had a car, how could you possibly walk to school every day? Exactly. Yuru's family drives a Porsche. I doubt you'll ever be able to afford such a luxury. The other girls wore expressions of disdain. Just then, a luxury vehicle suddenly arrived at the school gate, causing several students to stop and stare in awe, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This is a globally limited edition Rolls-Royce. One cannot merely purchase such wealth. Whose car is this? It is simply too ostentatious. Do we have someone of that stature at our school? Amidst the collective astonishment, the chauffeur exited the vehicle and approached Tang Ning with great respect, saying, Miss, the master has sent me to escort you home. Tang Ning nodded, understood. Upon realizing that the car belonged to Tang Ning, the other girls were left in shock. Tang Ning? How could it possibly be Tang Ning? What status does she hold that her family could own such an extravagant vehicle? Yuro, you share a close relationship with Tang Ning. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding her family? At this moment, Suyuro felt a searing pain across half of her face, as if she had been struck sharply by an invisible hand. The globally limited edition Rolls-Royce, what fortune would one require to afford such a luxury? Suyuro clenched her fists in silent frustration. Wasn't Tang Ning merely a poor relative from the countryside of Lu Chizhou? Meanwhile, Tang Ning had already entered her vehicle, and through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of Suyuro's father arriving in the Su family's Porsche to collect her. However, after the spectacle of the earlier car, the Porsche seemed utterly insignificant. Noticing Tang Ning's unusual demeanor, the driver inquired, "Miss, did you not express a dislike for ostentation?" "I have changed my mind. From this day forth, let there be daily car pickups, the more extravagant, the better." "Ideally, I would like to change vehicles each day," Tang Ning declared. The driver, elated by her request, responded, "Miss, you should have embraced this approach sooner." Tang Ning was indeed the cherished jewel of the Tang family, coddled since childhood, treated with utmost care to prevent any harm. Originally slated for an overseas journey, her engagement to the Lu family had instead brought her to Lincheng High School to cultivate a bond with the young master of the Lu family. In truth, the elder Tang and his wife were not pleased with her betrothal to Lu Chizhou, as the decline of the Lu family had become all too apparent. Such a modest household was beneath the Tang family's consideration. Tang Ning inquired, "Is there a dinner gathering this evening?" "Yes, it pertains to your engagement with young Master Lu." "Very well." Tang Ning vividly recalled that during the dinner engagement in her previous life, her parents had intended to call off the betrothal. However, Lu Chizhou's mother was determined to have her marry into the Lu family, and despite Lu Chizhou's reluctance, he couldn't defy his mother's wishes. After all, the Lu family was on the verge of collapse, and without the assistance of the Tang family, they would face bankruptcy within half a year. In her past life, she had been soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see the family of her childhood sweetheart, whom she secretly admired, fall into despair. Thus, she readily agreed to marry Lu Chizhou after graduation. But in this lifetime, she would not be so foolish again. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of the Four Seasons restaurant. Tang Ning alighted from the vehicle and immediately spotted Lu Chizhou, who had just arrived at the entrance. Lu Chizhou was clad in the same school uniform as her, yet the two of them exuded entirely different auras. She was currently a hefty individual, weighing 180 pounds, and the school uniform appeared bulky on her. Although her features were passable, no one would associate her with the aloof and statuesque Lu Chizhou. Outside the restaurant, Lu Chizhou deliberately waited for Tang Ning. Upon seeing her approach, he coldly stated, "Tang Ning, I'm warning you, I do not harbor any affection for you, nor will I ever marry you." "Me neither," Tang Ning retorted. Tang Ning's words furrowed Lu Chizhou's brow. He was not oblivious to Tang Ning's affections for him in the past. It was evident to everyone that Tang Ning harbored a secret crush on him, but since she hadn't voiced it, he hadn't intended to expose it. In any case, he had no interest in Tang Ning whatsoever. But now, Tang Ning was claiming that she didn't like him? That she didn't want to marry him? Lu Chizhou scoffed derisively, dismissing it as a mere display of wounded pride after being rejected. Within the exclusive confines of the private suite, Mr. and Mrs. Tang were already seated. Representing the Lu family, in the absence of Mr. Lu, was his widow. As Lu Chizhou and Tang Ning entered, Mrs. Lu advanced, affectionately clasping Tang Ning's hand, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, darling, you've grown even more slender and radiant since I last saw you." Mrs. Lu, adorned in the attire of a woman of means, had bedecked herself with every jewel and ornament imaginable, an ensemble that bordered on the ostentatious. Tang Ning recalled Mrs. Lu's calculating nature. Upon her marriage into the Lu family, Mrs. Lu had meticulously schemed regarding her dowry, even anticipating the division of marital assets before the nuptials. Subsequently, Mrs. Lu had relied on the funds Tang Ning brought into the Lu household to secure her later years. And she had even graced the wedding of Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro with her presence, resplendent in finery. Observing Mrs. Lu's mercenary demeanor, Tang Ning withdrew her hand, stating, "Auntie Lu, I've actually gained 10 pounds since last we met. Perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand today." Taken aback by Tang Ning's aloofness, Mrs. Lu appeared momentarily discomfited. Lu Chizhou, standing nearby, retorted with displeasure, "Tang Ning, how dare you speak to my mother in such a manner? I'm merely stating a fact." Lu Chizhou. Why so defensive? Chapter 4, Lu Chizhou, you hypocrite. In response to Tang Ning's retort, Lu Chizhou scoffed, "Tang Ning, set aside your aristocratic airs. I am well aware of your disdain for the Lu family, it is we who have aspired beyond our station. If you are unwilling to marry into this family, you are at liberty to express your sentiments openly." "Chizhou. Child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Mrs. Lu reprimanded, striking Lu Chizhou's arm in exasperation. Their family is now in decline. Without the Tang family, how could they expect to elevate the Lu family relying solely on themselves? If the Lu family were to face bankruptcy, they would likely find themselves without a place to live. "Mother, please do not hinder me, I speak nothing but the truth. Lu Chizhou did not conceal his dissatisfaction. Indeed, the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Tang swiftly changed. While they had previously maintained the most basic social etiquette, they now struggled to muster even a smile. It became evident that Lu Chizhou had always held such disdain for their daughter. Ning Ning had always been gentle and kind, never exhibiting the temperament of a spoiled young lady. She had wholeheartedly devoted herself to Lu Chizhou and the Lu family, never uttering a word of contempt towards them. Yet here was Lu Chizhou, openly insulting their daughter in their presence. Mr. Tang coldly remarked, "It seems my son has no desire to marry your daughter. I suggest we put an end to this engagement. Brother Tang, this is merely a misunderstanding on Chizhou's part, please do not take offense. I will ensure he properly apologizes to Ning Ning. Besides, hasn't Ning Ning always held affection for Chizhou? These two must simply be having a quarrel. Ning Ning. Do you not agree?" Mrs. Lu anxiously turned to Tang Ning, who responded nonchalantly, "Auntie, you are mistaken. Lu Chizhou and I have always shared a childhood bond. But just moments ago at the door, he expressed that he does not like me and will never marry me. I share the same sentiment. Thus, I am here to clarify that I wish to annul the engagement with Lu Chizhou." What? Upon hearing Tang Ning's pronouncement, both Madame Lu and Lu Chizhou were taken aback, frozen in their places. Lu Chizhou was acutely aware of Tang Ning's past infatuation and her persistent attempts to engage him in conversation. How could she abruptly consent to dissolve their engagement? Tang Ning's parents were equally dumbfounded. Their daughter had always been obstinate, and despite their repeated entreaties against marrying into the Lu family, she had remained resolute. What prompted this sudden change of heart? "Madam, we shall forego the meal. It would be best if our families curtailed future interactions." With these words, Tang Ning rose, approached her parents, and said, "Let us depart, mother and father." Gazing upon her parents seated across from her, Tang Ning's eyes welled with tears. In her previous existence, her obstinacy in marrying Lu Chizhou had led to the Lu family's retaliation against the Tangs. In essence, Lu Chizhou was an ingrate. Despite her parents' extensive assistance to the Lu family, once the Lus achieved dominance, Lu Chizhou, wielding power and status, was the first to undermine the Tang Corporation. Driven by his inflated ego and narrow-mindedness, Lu Chizhou harbored the belief that her parents' acquiescence to her marriage into the Lu family was a humiliation to them and an act of condescension towards him. Thus, upon gaining authority, he eagerly sought to obliterate the Tang family, thereby purging his perceived disgrace. Such a man was undeserving of their family's aid. As Tang Ning and her parents departed the private room hand in hand, Madame Lu delivered a sharp slap to Lu Chizhou's face, exclaiming, "Why do you stand there idle? Hasten and retrieve her. Do you not realize that if Tang Ning does not marry you, we shall be left to subsist solely on the winds of the northwest?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Chizhou finally regained his senses. He immediately dashed out of the private room and called out to the departing Tang Ning, "Tang Ning." Lu Chizhou approached, intending to grasp her arm, but was met with an irate rebuke from Tang's father, "Lu Chizhou. The one who claims not to wish for marriage is you. Why are you still seeking my daughter?" Lu Chizhou's heart brimmed with indignation. Yet he knew he must temper his emotions for the moment. "Uncle, I would like to speak with Ning Ning for a moment," he said. Sensing her father's anger, Tang Ning interjected, "Dad, it's all right. I just want to chat with him for a few moments, please wait for me in the car." Tang's father and mother exchanged glances, wary that their daughter might soften. After receiving a reassuring look from Tang Ning, they reluctantly returned to the vehicle. Tang Ning turned to Lu Chizhou and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss with me?" The hall was crowded and bustling, prompting Lu Chizhou to awkwardly pull Tang Ning into a corner. "When you mentioned calling off the engagement, were you speaking in anger, or was it sincere?" "Of course it is sincere," Tang Ning replied earnestly, her eyes devoid of any lingering affection or love for him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chizhou asked, "Is it because of what I said to you today? Or is it because I failed to rescue you when you were in danger with Yu? Tang Ning, growing increasingly impatient with his probing, responded, "It is simply because I do not like you and do not wish to marry you, is that clear?" At these words, Lu Chizhou seemed to be instantly enraged. "Tang Ning, what is with your attitude? Lu Chizhou, you were the one who declared your unwillingness to marry me. Yet here you are, seeking me out now. Is it because you've realized that only my marriage to you can salvage the Lu family from impending bankruptcy? You constantly accuse me of looking down on your family, but in truth, you are the one who holds the deepest contempt for your own kin." You vocally renounced our engagement, yet your actions betray a different story. You readily accept the aid and adoration of others, while simultaneously expressing disdain and repulsion. Lu Chizhou. You are the epitome of hypocrisy. The disdain and indifference in Tang Ning's eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. Lu Chizhou, his face flushed crimson, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Very well, Tang Ning. Remember this, and don't you dare regret it." As Lu Chizhou turned to leave, a sudden thought struck him. He turned back to Tang Ning, his gaze sweeping over her, and sneered, "Even if you were offered to me as a gift, I wouldn't accept you." Tang Ning's brow furrowed at Lu Chizhou's insult. "Halt." Lu Chizhou paused, turning back to Tang Ning with a mocking smile. "What? Having second thoughts?" Tang Ning returned his cold smile with one of her own. She promptly flung the beverage she held directly into Lu Chizhou's face. "Scum." Lu Chizhou was taken aback. But Tang Ning didn't spare him another glance, turning and striding out of the hall. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chizhou nearly ground his molars to dust. Tang Ning. Outside the restaurant, Tang Ning's parents, concerned for their daughter, had remained outside the car. Their brows relaxed upon seeing her return. Tang's mother inquired, "Ning. Do you have any regrets?" Ning shook her head gently, then turned to her father and inquired, "Dad, are you still financially assisting the Lu family?" Chapter 5, In this lifetime, Lu Chizhou, you shall atone for your father's debts yourself. Faced with his daughter's inquiry, Mr. Tang found it difficult to speak. Seeing her husband's awkward and guilty expression, Mrs. Tang frowned and questioned, "Husband, are you still supporting the Lu family?" "Well, considering that I knew his father, I have been secretly providing some financial assistance." "Husband, how can you still be thinking of the Lu family? If it weren't for Lu Chizhou's father concealing those misdeeds from you, we wouldn't have lost so much money. There isn't a good person in the Lu family. When will you ever learn?" Listening to her father's words, Tang Ning's eyes darkened. As expected, it was the same as in her previous life. In her past life, her father, out of consideration for his acquaintance with Lu Chizhou's father, had been secretly subsidizing the Lu family, which allowed the Lu Corporation, which should have gone bankrupt, to survive for another 6 months. Lu Chizhou's mother had taken advantage of her father's soft-heartedness and coaxed her into marrying into the Lu family. In the end, the Lu family, like vampires, completely drained the Tang family's wealth. Once the Tang family had no value, they were discarded like trash. This was the Lu family. This was Lu Chizhou. "Dad, the financial assistance to the Lu family must be withdrawn as soon as possible. I've heard that the Lu family is on the verge of collapse and owes a considerable amount of debt. If the Lu family's creditors find out that we have been supporting them, they might come to our door." Upon hearing of the creditors' arrival, Mr. Tang's countenance shifted, as those in their profession were acutely aware of the creditors' unscrupulous methods. Tang Ning continued, "Furthermore, judging by Lu Chizhou's demeanor earlier, he seemed disinclined to accept our assistance. In that case, why should we extend our benevolence?" Mrs. Tang concurred, "My daughter is right. Lu Chizhou is so ungrateful for bullying our Ning. We shouldn't be so kind." Mr. Tang nodded in agreement, stating, "Ning is right. I shall instruct them to withdraw the funds immediately. We must not allow the Lu family to burden us." Tang Ning assented. In truth, her words were not without foundation. In her previous life, this dinner marked the formal engagement between her and Lu Chizhou. However, within days, the creditor descended upon their household, wreaking havoc. To appease the situation, her father dipped into his own coffers to repay the Lu family's debts. Yet, this act garnered no gratitude from Lu Chizhou. On the contrary, it intensified his aversion towards the Tang family, perceiving their gesture as a means of humiliating him. "In this life, Lu Chizhou, you shall bear the burden of your father's debts yourself." As evening descended, Tang Ning and her parents returned home. Gazing upon her plush princess bed and spacious, cozy bedroom, Tang Ning's heart ached. Having lived through her previous life, she now understood what truly mattered to her. Her parents' love was the most precious thing she could not afford to betray, and herself, she could not afford to abandon. Knock, knock. Mrs. Tang gently rapped on the door, saying, "Ning, I noticed you didn't eat much at the dinner table, so I asked the housekeeper to prepare some of your favorite dishes." As she spoke, Tang's mother placed a plate of richly glazed braised ribs and a large bowl of rice on her table. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, Tang Ning swallowed hard. Having eaten nothing all day, her stomach rumbled in protest. The glossy sheen of the ribs beckoned her, and instinctively, she rubbed her round belly. She longed to indulge. Yet she knew she must refrain. Fixating on the ribs, Tang Ning declared, "Mom, I'm not hungry." "Child, how could you possibly not be hungry? I know your cravings for meat all too well. It is essential for your growth to eat properly." "Mom, I want to lose weight," Tang Ning asserted with an unprecedented determination in her eyes. Tang's mother, taken aback by her daughter's resolute gaze, paused momentarily but soon nodded and lifted the plate of ribs, saying, "Excess weight is not good, then do not eat." Before Tang Ning could respond, her mother swiftly exited with the dish. Just when Tang Ning feared that her mother was displeased, half an hour later, Tang's mother returned, carrying a different dish. Before her stood a plate of boiled greens and shrimp, and Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback. With a loving tone, her mother remarked, "No matter how much you wish to lose weight, you cannot neglect your meals. From now on, I will have the cook prepare a diet plan for you." Tenderly, Tang's mother patted her head, causing Tang Ning's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. How wonderful it was to have both parents by her side. Through this life, she finally grasped the preciousness of familial bonds. In her past life, she had felt inferior due to her weight, entirely overlooking the warmth her parents had provided, and had foolishly sought solace in others. "Thank you, Mom." With her head bowed low, Tang Ning fought back tears in a manner unseen by her mother. Consuming her vegetables voraciously, she resolved that within 3 months, she would shed the excess weight. The following day, feeling dizzy from hunger, she stepped onto the scale and was elated to discover she had lost 5 pounds. Amidst her joy, Tang Ning recognized that this was merely a loss of water weight. She understood that weight loss required steadfast commitment, and she could not afford to be complacent. At school, Tang Ning was chauffeured in luxury vehicles daily, inciting envy among her peers. In the classroom, her classmates observed her jogging laps on the playground during break and could not help but mock her, exclaiming, "Is Tang Ning out of her mind?" With only 15 minutes during recess, she rushes to run, afraid that gym class won't be exhausting enough. She must be trying to lose weight, but she seems to have lost a little over the past few days. And so what if she is thinner? Even if she loses weight, she won't be attractive, and Lu Chizhou still won tea like her. After speaking, Zhang Ting tugged at Su Yuru's sleeve, asking, "Yuru, don't you think so?" Su Yuru's expression darkened, and after a moment's pause, she noticed Zhang Ting was addressing her. She smiled and nodded, maintaining her facade of kindness. "Let's not speak so harshly, perhaps she's just trying to slim down for the physical examination, not necessarily for Lu Chizhou. Yuru, your kindness is misplaced. That girl is merely leveraging her connection to you to get closer to Lu Chizhou." As Su Yuru listened, she managed a forced smile. In truth, it was her awareness of Tang Ning's acquaintance with Lu Chizhou that prompted her deliberate approach towards Tang Ning. However, the rest of the class presumed her to be the eldest daughter of the Su family, naturally acquainted with a young master like Lu Chizhou. This, coupled with Lu Chizhou's constant attentiveness, only fueled the misconception. Yet, she had no intention of dispelling it. As the others conversed, Tang Ning appeared at the classroom entrance. Her corpulent frame rendering her breathless after only a few minutes of exertion, especially with the added challenge of climbing stairs. Beads of perspiration dotted her brow. Seeing this, Su Yuru approached Tang Ning, offering her a handkerchief. "Ning Ning, do use this to wipe yourself." Chapter 6, Tang Ning? Again? Gazing upon Su Yuru's gentle countenance, Tang Ning nonchalantly accepted the proffered handkerchief. Her face was drenched, and Su Yuru's handkerchief was soon soaked. With a smile, Tang Ning returned the sodden handkerchief to Su Yuru, whose gesture of acceptance faltered, betraying her distaste. "Yuru, what's wrong?" Tang Ning inquired. "You're not disgusted by me, are you?" Su Yuru, ever conscious of her reputation within the class, forced a smile and stifled her revulsion as she took the handkerchief, replying, "How could I be? We're the best of friends, I could never be disgusted by you." "That's good then." Tang Ning smiled at Su Yuru. A smile imbued with a newfound confidence she had never possessed before. Su Yuru was somewhat taken aback. She couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed in Tang Ning. But something was undeniably different. Though still taciturn and reserved, rarely engaging with her classmates, the aura she exuded was entirely transformed. Tang Ning returned to her seat. Upon returning to her seat, which was adjacent to Tang Ning's, Su Yuru observed Tang Ning imbibing water with great gulps. Suyuro then retrieved a box of imported chocolates from her desk, a gift from her father, and offered them to Tang Ning, remarking, "Ning Ning. These are imported chocolates my dad brought back for me. I'm certain you've never tasted them before. As I recall, you used to adore chocolates. I'm giving you the entire box." Observing the chocolates in Suyuro's grasp, Tang Ning harbored a scornful smile within her heart. During her adolescence, while she may have been self-conscious, she was not excessively corpulent. Furthermore, upon entering high school, her height had already reached 1 meter and 65 centimeters. However, she inexplicably gained weight, ballooning from 130 pounds to 180 pounds. Initially, she had attributed this to excessive stress. But later she discerned something amiss. The period during which she gained weight coincided precisely with the time she met Suyuro. In her previous existence, she had specifically consulted a physician, who informed her that it was uncommon for a normal female during high school to gain 50 pounds in such a short period, unless they were particularly indulgent, or had ingested hormones that promote weight gain. Tang Ning, considering her dietary intake and exercise regimen during high school, became even more convinced of this. In addition to Suyuro enticing her with delectable treats, she must have also employed certain medications to induce her weight gain. "Don't stand on ceremony with me. I'm merely concerned that your weight loss regimen is too arduous, so consuming a small piece won't do any harm," Suyuro said, pressing the chocolates directly into Tang Ning's hand. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning emitted a sudden exclamation of "oh dear," causing the entire box of chocolates to fall to the floor. This created a considerable commotion within the classroom. The English teacher, who was already lecturing at the podium, adjusted their glasses and inquired, "What's happening?" "Tang Ning, Suyuro. Please stand up." Upon hearing her name called, Suyuro bit her lip, clearly feeling a sense of embarrassment. Since the beginning of her schooling, she had always been the model student, and this was the first time a teacher had singled her out. The English teacher, known for her stern demeanor, stepped forward and glanced at the scattered chocolates on the floor. "I apologize, teacher. It was my fault. Yurua, seeing that I had just finished running and was quite famished, kindly offered me chocolate, but I couldn't hold it properly and accidentally dropped it." Tang Ning took the initiative to shoulder all the blame. "Running? Tang Ning, are you trying to lose weight?" Tang Ning nodded. The English teacher, being an adult, cast a discerning look at Suyuro. As if she could see through her intentions, "This is class time. Why are you distributing chocolates instead of focusing on your studies? I shall confiscate this chocolate." With that, the English teacher bent down and took away the box of chocolates. Watching the imported chocolates being seized, Suyuro's expression soured. While losing the chocolates was trivial, they contained something significant. Moreover, these chocolates were quite expensive, and she had always hesitated to indulge. If it weren't for Tang Ning's recent weight loss, she wouldn't have considered using such a lavish treat to entice her. Beside her, Tang Ning, noticing that Suyuro's scheme had failed, resumed her seat. The English teacher had a penchant for small gains. Those costly chocolates would likely end up in her own stomach. She was eager to see how Suyuro would navigate the aftermath of this incident. As the interlude came to an end, Suyuro hurriedly made her way to the office to confess her mistake to the English teacher. Upon observing Suyuro's sincerity, the teacher refrained from reprimanding her. However, Suyuro's gaze remained fixated on the box of chocolates on the teacher's desk. "Teacher, Tang Ning truly adores these chocolates. May I take this box back to her?" Suyuro inquired. "But isn't Tang Ning on a diet? You should refrain from giving them to her," the English teacher replied earnestly. "You ought to focus on your studies. I have confiscated this chocolate as a gentle reminder for you to avoid passing items around during class in the future." Realizing that the chocolates were certainly not going to be returned, Suyuro hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. After all, she could not possibly disclose that she had hidden pills within the chocolates. The English teacher glanced at her and asked, "Is there something else on your mind?" "And no. That's all. Goodbye, teacher." Suyuro, fearing that her anxiety would betray her, hurriedly exited the office, her heart racing. The thought crossed her mind, surely consuming a few pieces of chocolate wouldn't lead to significant weight gain. As she reassured herself, she unexpectedly collided with Lu Chizhou. Noticing Suyuru's disheveled demeanor, he inquired, "Yuru, what were you doing in the office?" I was reprimanded by the teacher today, so I went to apologize," she stammered. Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow. You have always been well behaved. What could have prompted the teacher to scold you? Because I passed chocolate to Ning Ning during class, the teacher confiscated it. Tang Ning? Why is it always about Tang Ning? A look of displeasure surfaced on Lu Chizhou's countenance. However, oblivious to his reaction, Suyuro promptly inquired, Chizhou, that box of chocolates. Ning Ning is particularly fond of it. Lately, Ning Ning has been distant with me. Could you possibly retrieve that box of chocolates for me? It's just a box of chocolates. It's not as if Tang Ning is lacking. Upon the mention of Tang Ning, Lu Chizhou grew somewhat impatient. He addressed Suyuro, saying, henceforth, minimize your interactions with Tang Ning. Have you forgotten the incident at the swimming pool last time? Last time, it was merely an accident. Have you forgotten that you told me afterward that Tang Ning had pulled you into the water? She has never had good intentions from the outset. There's no need for you to befriend such a person. Seeing Lu Chizhou defending her, Suyuro felt a tinge of secret delight. Considering that Tang Ning had been chauffeured around in luxury cars these past few days, Suyuro couldn't resist asking, Chizhou, I was wondering, is Tang Ning's family quite affluent? I've noticed she's been picked up and dropped off in different cars every day for school. She must be quite wealthy, right? Are you two, childhood sweethearts? Chapter 7, Headmaster, Lu Chizhou, and Suyuro are having a romance. Suyuro had intended to extract information about Tang Ning's background from Lu Chizhou's words, but unexpectedly, her statement struck a nerve with him. I have no relation to her whatsoever. What does it matter to me whether her family is wealthy or not? For the first time, Suyuro detected a hint of annoyance in Lu Chizhou's tone. She quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I was just asking casually. Observing Suyuru's flustered expression, Lu Chizhou realized that his earlier demeanor had been rather harsh. He reassured her, it's all right. I understand you are worried that I might have feelings for her. Rest assured, the one I care for is you. And I could never be interested in that ugly creature, Tang Ning. Upon hearing this, Suyuru's face flushed with embarrassment. Chizhou. Just as Suyuru leaped into Lu Chizhou's embrace, she unexpectedly caught sight of Tang Ning standing behind him. Having just ascended the stairs, Tang Ning was taken aback by the scene before her. In a state of panic, Suyuru pushed Lu Chizhou away and exclaimed, Ning Ning, please don't misunderstand. I was just... Upon noticing Tang Ning's presence, Lu Chizhou boldly pulled Suyuru back into his arms, declaring, there is no misunderstanding. We are mutually fond of each other. Suyuru is now my girlfriend. With a cold smile, Lu Chizhou fixed his gaze on Tang Ning, eagerly anticipating the expression of heartbreak and regret that would surely cross her face. After all, Tang Ning had long harbored a secret infatuation for him, trailing after him like a shadow, even going to great lengths to lose weight for his sake. He intended to make her realize that rejecting a marriage into the Lu family would be her greatest regret. However, while Lu Chizhou awaited Tang Ning's look of remorse, she, with an impassive expression, pointed at the two of them and addressed the supervising principal, saying, Principal, Lu Chizhou and Suyuru are in a romantic relationship. Upon noticing the approaching head of the teaching staff, Suyuru almost immediately disengaged herself from Lu Chizhou's embrace. As a model student in the eyes of her teachers, she feared that being caught in a romantic entanglement would tarnish her image. Unlike Lu Chizhou, she was not born into affluence but had gained entry through the Su family's influence. Her continued enrollment hinged on maintaining academic excellence, lest she be expelled from the prestigious institution. Indeed, the head of the teaching staff, upon witnessing the two exemplary students embracing, sternly commanded, both of you, to my office. Lu Chizhou and Suyuro were escorted away by the head of the teaching staff, with Lu Chizhou casting a malevolent glance at Tang Ning as he departed. Tang Ning was unfazed by Lu Chizhou's puerile behavior, recognizing that he posed no real threat to her. After class, Suyuro returned to the classroom in tears, surrounded by concerned classmates offering solace and inquiring about the cause of her distress. However, Suyuro merely glared resentfully at Tang Ning. Moments later, Lu Chizhou stormed into the classroom, seized Tang Ning's arm with considerable force, and demanded, You're coming with me. Lu Chizhou's grip was forceful, nearly dragging Tang Ning along. But she remained undeterred. This was school, not Lu Chizhou's personal playground. A single call for a teacher would render him powerless. As Tang Ning contemplated how to further embarrass Lu Chizhou, a robust arm suddenly intervened, restraining Lu Chizhou's hand and commanding, Release her. The voice resonated with familiarity, akin to one she had perceived during her rebirth. Tang Ning lifted her gaze, discerning the arrival of Lu Yanchen. You? Lu Chizhou scoffed. A mere whelp like you dares to champion Tang Ning's cause? Lu Chizhou endeavored to wrest himself from Lu Yanchen's grasp, yet Lu Yanchen stood firm, unyielding. With minimal exertion, he rendered Lu Chizhou incapable of escape. Observing his inability to shake off Lu Yanchen, Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened. He furtively glanced at the tearful Su Wei, seated on a chair in the vicinity. Lu Chizhou found it intolerable to appear so inept before the woman he admired. Seizing an opportunity, he unexpectedly directed a kick towards Lu Yanchen. Caught off guard, Lu Yanchen faltered, colliding with the desk behind him. Witnessing this, Tang Ning surged forward, interposing herself between them. Lu Chizhou, how could you resort to violence? And what if I did? Lu Chizhou sneered. He should be mindful of his station before obstructing my path. Lu Chizhou reveled in his perceived dominance, oblivious to his utter depravity. Indignant, Tang Ning promptly called out towards the corridor, "Teacher! Lu Chizhou is assaulting people." Tang Ning. Silence. Lu Chizhou's expression contorted in displeasure, but it was too late. The homeroom teacher, alerted by the commotion, arrived to witness Lu Yanchen clutching his abdomen, his face pallid, while Lu Chizhou gesticulated at Tang Ning with unrestrained fury. The homeroom teacher, her patience exhausted, berated, "Lu Chizhou, how many disturbances must you instigate in a single day? Your parents will be summoned after school today." The homeroom teacher, evidently exasperated from an encounter with the academic director, vented her frustrations upon Lu Chizhou, the instigator of the turmoil. Upon the summons of a parent, Lu Chizhou's earlier arrogance dissipated entirely. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chizhou was escorted away by the homeroom teacher. Tang Ning turned to glance at the pallid Lu Yancheng and said, "I will take you to the infirmary." Without waiting for Lu Yancheng's consent, she draped his arm around her neck. Lu Yancheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tang Ning's profile in a trance. Their actions soon drew a commotion from their surrounding classmates. Given Tang Ning's current physique, lifting the slender Lu Yancheng posed no challenge. Observing the uproar, Lu Yancheng furrowed his brow and kicked over a desk in the front row that had been instigating the ruckus. His cold gaze sent shivers down the spines of his classmates, silencing their merriment. He no longer required my support and instead grasped my wrist, leading me out of the classroom. As Tang Ning stared at the hand Lu Yancheng held, she was momentarily stunned, clearly noticing the faint blush creeping to his ears. Reflecting on her rebirth, she recalled being pulled from the water by someone who had performed artificial respiration on her. Compelled by some unseen force, she asked, "Lu Yancheng, were you the one who gave me artificial respiration that day at the swimming pool?" The words escaped her lips before she could reconsider, startling even herself. Lu Yancheng, as if jolted by electricity, withdrew his hand from hers. "I apologize, it was unintentional." His voice was melodious, a deep timbre laced with a hint of coolness. "I did not imply it was intentional, I merely wished to express my gratitude," Tang Ning replied. Lu Yancheng remained silent, continuing his stride towards the infirmary. Aware of Lu Yancheng's reclusive nature, Tang Ning quietly followed in his wake. Within the infirmary, the physician glanced at Lu Yanchen's wound and remarked, "It's nothing serious. A dab of safflower oil will suffice. The cost is 80, payable directly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanchen pursed his lips. Chapter 8, Tang Ning. Have you lost your mind? No need, Lu Yanchen stated decisively, turning to leave the infirmary. Tang Ning hastily followed behind him, calling out, "Lu Yanchen! Lu Yanchen!" Lu Yanchen showed no intention of waiting for Tang Ning. In her haste to catch up, Tang Ning's foot slipped. And as she was about to fall, Lu Yanchen swiftly reached out and steadied her arm. Are you hurt anywhere?" he inquired softly. Tang Ning shook her head and then retrieved a bottle of safflower oil from her pocket. Recently, she had been dieting and often bumped into things, so she carried it with her to reduce swelling. She placed the safflower oil in Lu Yanchen's hand, saying, "I don't think your injury is severe. I've been using this frequently lately, you can give it a try." Lu Yanchen regarded the safflower oil in his hand in silence for a moment. Tang Ning was acutely aware that Lu Yanchen was an illegitimate child who often suffered mistreatment from Lu's mother and Lu Chizhou within the Lu family. Now that the Lu family was facing difficulties, it was even less likely that Lu's mother would provide Lu Yanchen with any funds. Even allowing Lu Yanchen to attend the school was likely a concession made by Lu's mother to save face. She estimated that the 80 yuan for the safflower oil was probably sufficient for Lu Yanquan's living expenses for a week. "Thank you, but I don't need it," Lu Yanquan said, returning the safflower oil to Tang Ning. Tang Ning, mindful of Lu Yanquan's youthful pride, then said, "I'm not giving you this safflower oil for nothing, there's compensation involved." Upon hearing the mention of remuneration, Lu Yanquan paused in his stride. Tang Ning articulated, "I am aware that you are in need of funds within the Lu household. Furthermore, you were instrumental in my rescue, and I propose we engage in a transaction." "What manner of transaction?" he inquired. "As you are likely cognizant, I am endeavoring to lose weight. Should you assist me in this endeavor? I shall compensate you with 500 yuan per month. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this proposition, Lu Yanquan furrowed his brow, stating, "I am not so costly." "Naturally. Payment is contingent upon demonstrable results," she clarified. Tang Ning retrieved several crimson banknotes from her pocket and placed them, along with the embrocation, into Lu Yanquan's hand. "This constitutes your compensation for the week, as well as a token of my gratitude. I shall await you during the midday recess and afternoon calisthenics." Before Lu Yanquan could respond, the school bell resounded, signaling the commencement of class. Tang Ning, seizing Lu Yanquan's hand, urged, "Hurry! Class is commencing." Lu Yanquan remained taciturn. Instead, casting his gaze upon Tang Ning's hand clasped in his, lost in contemplation. Lu Yanquan and Tang Ning were not in the same class. The school's class divisions comprised 6 classes, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Class A housed the students with the most exemplary academic records, while Class F was the antithesis. Lu Yanquan was situated in Class F, not due to academic deficiency, but rather as a consequence of his involvement in a prior altercation, which led to his reassignment to Class F. Upon Tang Ning's return to Class A, she discovered that the instructor had not yet arrived. Her desk and chair had been displaced, and the contents of her books and satchel were strewn across the floor. Observing this spectacle, Tang Ning's eyes darkened with displeasure. The entirety of the class watched Tang Ning, stifling their laughter. "Who is responsible for this?" she demanded. As Tang Ning's words escaped her lips, not a single person around her responded. Wang Ting, with an air of arrogance, remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps it was just the wind. However, those who betray others should be punished." Observing Wang Ting's demeanor, Tang Ning was certain that she was the culprit, as Wang Ting had always been sycophantic towards Su Yurua. At that moment, Su Yurua remained silent, her eyes swollen from tears, presenting a rather pitiable sight. In the class, Su Yurua was regarded as the belle. And when the belle was bullied, it was only natural for someone to stand up for her. With a cold sneer, Tang Ning strode forward and forcefully overturned Wang Ting's desk. Startled, Wang Ting leapt from her chair, exclaiming, "Tang Ning! Have you lost your mind?" Not only Wang Ting, but also the few girls who usually maintained a close relationship with Su Yurua found their desks equally victimized. Ultimately, Tang Ning kicked Wang Ting's chair, and the classroom erupted with the shrieks of Wang Ting and her companions. "Silence!" Tang Ning glared at them, causing the group to fall mute under her fierce gaze. "I warn you, if you do not wish to have your parents summoned one by one, refrain from touching anything on my desk. I, Tang Ning, am not someone to be trifled with." "Tang Ning, you have gone too far." Su Yurua rose, adopting a stance of moral superiority, and declared, "We are all classmates. How can you bully your peers like this?" "Be quiet." Tang Ning coldly remarked, "You made a mistake by engaging in a romantic relationship at such a young age. Yet you feign a pitiful demeanor to have your friends defend you. If I report today's incident to the teacher, you will face consequences. And is this how you treat your friends?" Su Yuru's expression darkened instantly. She had always maintained an image of gentleness and kindness in class. And Tang Ning's moral coercion placed Su Yuru squarely on the pedestal of shame, as if she were the scheming woman who pushed her friend forward as a shield. Seeing that Su Yuru was at a loss for words, Wang Ting once again stepped forward to defend her, saying, "Tang Ning, stop spouting nonsense. Our grievances are with you and have nothing to do with Yuru." "Is that so? Then you admit to having knocked over my desk?" "You." Campus bullying transcends mere violations of school rules, it is a legal offense. Today, you may have toppled my desk, but tomorrow you could inflict personal harm. I believe I must not only inform the teacher but also contact the police." Upon hearing Tang Ning mention the police, Wang Ting's face turned pale. As Tang Ning began to leave, Wang Ting rushed forward to grasp her arm, exclaiming, "Tang Ning! Stop right there!" Outside the classroom, the Chinese teacher entered just in time to witness Wang Ting pulling on Tang Ning. Tang Ning feigned weakness, causing Wang Ting to inadvertently pull her toward a nearby desk, resulting in Tang Ning falling to the ground. "Tang Ning! Are you all right?" The teacher hurried over to assist Tang Ning in getting up. Tang Ning, with a pale face, shook her head and replied, "Teacher, I'm fine. What on earth happened? Why is the classroom in such disarray?" The language arts teacher, who typically detested bullying, furrowed her brow. Wang Ting and her cohorts stood rigidly to the side, afraid to speak, their eyes fixed nervously on Tang Ning's response. Tang Ning glanced at Wang Ting and the others, realizing her objective had been achieved. "We had a minor disagreement during the break," she stated, "but we've already resolved it, haven't we, Wang Ting?" Wang Ting and her companions were taken aback that Tang Ning hadn't reported them. The language arts teacher was visibly unconvinced but assisted Tang Ning up, saying, "It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. I don't want to discover that someone is intentionally seeking revenge." As she spoke, the language arts teacher looked pointedly at Suyuro. The incident of Tang Ning reporting Suyuro and Lu Chizhou's early romance had already spread throughout the faculty offices. As a teacher, she was naturally more aware of the small cliques among the girls in this class. Suyuro bit her lip, feeling uneasy due to the language arts teacher's gaze. Her early romance with Lu Chizhou had already drawn the teacher's attention, and she didn't want to give the teacher the impression of being a malicious tattletale seeking revenge. The language arts teacher didn't say anything, but during class, she didn't so much as glance at Suyuro, the class representative. After class, Suyuro proactively approached Tang Ning, who was heading out for a run. She guiltily took Tang Ning's hand and said, "Ning Ning, I tried to dissuade Wang Ting and the others when they were bullying you, but I couldn't stop them. I'm sorry. Were you hurt just now?" Suyuro originally believed that Tang Ning would forgive her as she had in the past, but to her surprise, Tang Ning withdrew her hand this time and responded with an icy demeanor, "This is none of your concern." After saying this, Tang Ning turned to leave. In a state of panic, Suyuro rushed in front of her and pleaded, "Ning Ning, I have already admitted my fault, please forgive me. We are the best of friends. I understand that you were upset because Chizhou confessed to me, which led you to inform the teacher. But matters of the heart cannot be forced." Suyuro deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that all the students in the corridor could hear her. In the past, Tang Ning had been a devoted follower of Lu Chizhou, always bringing him milk and cheering for him at sports events. Even secretly delivering love letters to him, everyone at school was aware of this. Tang Ning, observing the onlookers' expressions of intrigue, couldn't help but smile. In her previous life, she harbored a secret crush on Lu Chizhou, and due to her low self-esteem, she never expressed it openly, choosing instead to support him quietly from the shadows. However, this eventually became common knowledge throughout the school, and the instigator of this revelation was none other than Suyuro. Though Suyuro often claimed she wanted to help Tang Ning pursue Lu Chizhou, in reality, she was merely using her as a means to get closer to him. Furthermore, Suyuro would indiscriminately share Tang Ning's feelings for Lu Chizhou, publicly broadcasting all the efforts Tang Ning made on his behalf, deliberately casting her in the light of a girl desperately chasing after him. Consequently, the boys began to disdain her, while the girls deemed her shameless. In her past life, she must have been quite misguided to believe that Suyuro genuinely intended to assist her in pursuing Lu Chizhou, even when her youthful infatuations were laid bare, and she faced ridicule from her peers. She naively thought that Suyuru's actions were merely accidental. As for Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning remarked nonchalantly, "That is something I have no desire for. If you like it, I shall give it to you." With this declaration, Tang Ning brushed past Suyuro, leaving her momentarily stunned. What did it mean that she no longer wanted it? The onlookers exchanged disdainful glances, discussing amongst themselves. Tang Ning certainly had a propensity for grandiose claims. What was Lu Xiao's stature that it could be disregarded? With wealth, good looks, and academic prowess, Lu Xiao and Suyuro seemed destined for one another. What was Tang Ning, after all, to make such assertions? Merely a fade of bravado. She ought to consider her own standing. Even to carry Lu Xiao's shoes would be deemed repugnant. At that moment, Lu Chizhou emerged from the office. His expression darkened with displeasure. He had been punished by the homeroom teacher to stand for an entire class and had lost credits, all thanks to Tang Ning. "Tang Ning! Lu Chizhou's low growl halted her in her tracks. He swiftly pulled Suyuru into his embrace and declared angrily, "From this day forth, Suyuru is my girlfriend. No one shall attempt to separate us." This impassioned proclamation sent waves of exhilaration through the students during the break. Traditionally, Lingqing High School maintained a strict academic environment, prohibiting early romantic entanglements. The pairing of Lu Chizhou, the top student and campus heartthrob, with Suyuru, also an exemplary student, stirred a considerable uproar within the institution. Tang Ning cast a fleeting glance at Lu Chizhou and the blushing Suyuru nestled in his embrace, a cold smile curling her lips. They truly resembled the archetypal prince and Cinderella from a fairy tale. However, she held little faith in their union. In her past life, Lu Chizhou had harbored deep affections for Suyuru for many years, yet he had been unable to win her heart in his youth. The things unattained in one's youth often haunt a person for a lifetime. Conversely, should one obtain such desires too easily, perfection is far from guaranteed. Especially now, with the Lu family on the brink of financial ruin, and Suyuru merely the daughter of a chauffeur. The challenges they would face together extend beyond the simplistic notion of her deceit. Their fate was all too predictable. Disregarding the scene, Tang Ning turned and departed. After the final class of the afternoon, she awaited Lu Yanqing at the entrance of Class F, where she also witnessed Lu's mother storming into the school in a fit of fury. It appeared that Lu's mother was consumed by rage, as she seemed oblivious to Tang Ning's presence. A crowd had gathered outside the office, and even near Class F. The sharp sound of slapping could be heard emanating from within. "Lu Chizhou, you have no shame, yet I still possess some. Who allowed you to engage in a romantic relationship at such a tender age?" Lu's mother's piercing voice penetrated the ears of the onlookers. Everyone was acutely aware that Lu Chizhou had recently lost his father, and as the heir to the Lu family, many female classmates aspired to become his wife. Witnessing Lu's mother in such a state sent a wave of fright through the crowd. However, Tang Ning remained unfazed. Lu Chizhou was now his mother's sole hope. If his early romance detracted from his studies, the Lu family would truly be doomed. Particularly troubling was the fact that Lu Chizhou had developed feelings for someone other than her, Tang Ning. Besides the Tangs, who else is capable of assisting the Lus at this critical juncture? Tang Ning. At that moment, Lu Yanqing's deep voice reached Tang Ning's ears. Tang Ning turned around and saw Lu Yanqing standing before her, clad in his school uniform. Truly a sight to behold. Lu Yanqing's countenance was far more striking than Lu Chizhou's. With delicate skin and refined features, akin to a masterpiece crafted by the divine. It was a pity that Lu Yanqing possessed a reserved disposition and was ostracized at school due to his status as an illegitimate child of the Lu family. Otherwise, how could Lu Chizhou have possibly attained the position of school idol? "Let's go, we're going to the swimming pool." Tang Ning walked ahead, with Lu Yanqing following behind her. After school, the school's swimming pool was closed, leaving only the playground vacant. Lu Yanqing remarked, "With your current physique, the effects of running for weight loss are limited. And it can also damage your knees. Swimming is more suitable for you. Then come to my house. We have a swimming pool." Tang Ning's sudden invitation took Lu Yanqing by surprise. "Don't worry, I'll cover the fare." Tang Ning placed 50 yuan in Lu Yanqing's hand. Lu Yanqing looked at the 50 yuan in his hand without saying a word, and instead returned the money to Tang Ning. "I've already accepted the task of helping you lose weight, so I won't charge you extra." Seeing this, Tang Ning didn't insist. The two walked one after the other to the school gate, where a luxury car conspicuously appeared before Lu Yanqing and Tang Ning. Chapter 10, Tang Ning takes Lu Yanqing home. "Please get in." The driver proactively opened the car door for Lu Yanqing. Lu Yanqing entered the car with some restraint, followed closely by Tang Ning. Observing the unease etched on Lu Yanqing's face, Tang Ning reassured him, "Do not be anxious, my parents are quite amiable. They merely harbor a dislike for Lu Chizhou." Lu Yanqing remained silent, but the driver couldn't help but cast a few curious glances at him. After all, their esteemed young lady had previously created quite a fuss over the annulment of her engagement to the Lu family. What could have prompted such an amicable rapport with the illegitimate son today? Before long, they arrived at the Tang family villa. As Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing crossed the threshold, the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals wafted down the corridor. "Let us dine first. We shall need our strength for the exercise ahead." "No need, Ning. Hurry, change your shoes and come to the table." Tang's mother's voice interrupted Lu Yanqing's long-prepared refusal. When she reached the entrance, she noticed Lu Yanqing standing beside her daughter. Yanqing? Tang's mother recognized him from several previous encounters at the Tang residence. Tang's father also descended from the second floor and, upon seeing Lu Yanqing with his daughter, felt a wave of confusion. Wasn't their daughter rather averse to anyone from the Lu family? How could she be so close to Lu Yanqing? Mom and Dad. Lu Yanqing is here to assist me with my weight loss. Please prepare an extra set of utensils for dinner each night. Tang Ning spoke casually, leaving no room for Lu Yanqing to decline. In truth, she was well aware that the school pool closed promptly. Tangcheng High School dismissed students at 6:30 each evening, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. If Lu Yanqing accompanied her for her weight loss regimen daily, they would likely return to the Lu residence well past 9. And she doubted that Lu's mother would have any dinner left for him. Tang's parents exchanged glances. Though they were not fond of the Lu family, they courteously invited Lu Yanqing to change his shoes and join them for dinner. In the living room, the table was adorned with a feast of 6 dishes and a soup, comprising 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. As Tang Ning was on a diet, she could only partake in some shrimp and broccoli. Observing Lu Yanqing's frail appearance, Tang's mother compassionately served him a larger portion of rice, urging him to take his time and reassuring him that there was plenty more if needed. Tang's mother settled across from Lu Yanqing. "Thank you, Aunt Tang," he said softly. Lu Yanqing was a man of few words, never inclined to engage in conversation, a fact that Tang's parents had long noted. In their childhood, while Tang Ning played with Lu Chizhou, Lu Yanqing would keep his distance, hesitant to utter a single word, and over time, he had developed a rather reclusive disposition. It was surprising to see how, after all these years, Lu Yanqing had grown to a height of over 6 feet, albeit somewhat slender, towering over his peers. He finished his meal with great care and, without a word, made his way to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Noticing this, Tang Ning immediately set down her chopsticks and called out to Aunt Lu in the kitchen, "Aunt Lu, please take care of the dishes." Aunt Lu promptly stepped forward to take the bowls and chopsticks from Lu Yanqing's hands, saying, "Young Master Lu, you can leave it to me." Lu Yanqing opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the words escaped him. Tang Ning then took Lu Yanqing to the swimming pool in the backyard. Tang's parents were perplexed, as this was their daughter's first time inviting a male classmate home. Was it really just for the sake of dieting? The Tang family was renowned as wealthy merchants in the entire Lin city, yet they maintained a low profile. Their residence was equipped with all the necessary amenities. Upon gazing at the pool, which was as expansive as the school swimming facility, Lu Yanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. For even the Lu family did not possess a pool of such magnitude. At that moment, Tang Ning emerged from the changing room, clad in a modest yet coordinated school swimsuit. Lu Yanqing presented Tang Ning with a meticulously crafted weight loss regimen. During the interval between classes, he had devised a comprehensive plan tailored to her specific constitution. Adherence to this regimen would assuredly result in a weight reduction of 20 pounds within a month. Given her status as a second-year high school student, encumbered by rigorous academic demands and preparations for the physical education examination, the school's inherent athletic program would further augment her progress. Should Tang Ning maintain steadfast dedication, she might conceivably revert to a weight of 130 pounds before the culmination of the semester. "You prepared this with such alacrity?" Tang Ning inquired with a hint of surprise, scrutinizing the elaborate schedule in her possession, which meticulously delineated her daily dietary intake, hydration levels, and exercise quotas. Lu Yanqing elucidated. "Weight loss cannot be achieved through mere dietary deprivation. Your consumption this evening was excessively meager. Augment your intake of cucumbers and cherry tomatoes, as well as wax gourds and corn. However, refrain from satiating your appetite entirely each day, and endeavor to retire to bed with a sensation of mild hunger." Tang Ning nodded, albeit with a semblance of uncertainty. Observing her apparent lack of comprehension, Lu Yanqing paused momentarily before declaring, "I shall personally oversee your progress daily, obviating the need for you to fully grasp every nuance." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning nodded in fervent agreement. In a secluded corner, Tang Ning's parents craned their necks to observe Lu Yanqing supervising Tang Ning swimming from the shore, maintaining an almost complete absence of verbal communication. Tang Ning's mother queried with perplexity, "What transpires? Is this truly a mere exercise regimen? Hasn't Ning Ning been diligently engaging in this exercise routine for several days now? Why does she necessitate the accompaniment of the Lu Scion?" Tang Ning's father confessed his bewilderment. Could it be that our Ning Ning has experienced a shift in affections? Forsaking Lu Chizhou in favor of Lu Yanchen? The scions of the Lu family, each possessing such captivating allure, seem intent on beguiling our Ning Ning. The couple, in harmonious accord, remained oblivious to the attention their discourse had garnered from Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen. Tang Ning emerged from the pool, inquiring, "Father, mother, what are you engaged in?" Upon hearing their cherished daughter's voice, Tang's parents hastily departed from their covert location, explaining, "We were merely preparing some refreshments for you both, to be enjoyed after your swim." Indeed, Tang's father added, "Should you find swimming monotonous, the gymnasium on the second floor offers a plethora of equipment." Tang's parents offered sheepish smiles. Tang Ning discerned her parents' misinterpretations. And Lu Yanchen, perceptive to the undercurrent, also sensed the Tang's misconception. He averted his gaze, a flush creeping up his neck. Tang Ning emerged from the pool, accepting the proffered fruit from her mother, expressing, "Thank you, mother, please return inside. There's no need to watch." "Silly child," Tang's mother retorted, "we're merely assisting you. Your assistance is not required." Tang Ning ushered her parents away, before turning to Lu Yanchen, "Shall we resume?" Tang Ning feigned nonchalance as she resumed swimming, though inwardly she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, her intentions were twofold: to cultivate a rapport with Lu Yanchen, anticipating his eventual restoration as the scion of the esteemed Gu family of Haiqing, and to alleviate him from the tribulations inflicted by the Lu family matriarch and her son, in recompense for his act of saving her. How had this transpired into the perception that she harbored affections for Lu Yanchen? What thoughts occupy Lu Yanqing's mind? Indeed, when Tang Ning emerged from the pool, her gaze met Lu Yanqing's profound eyes. Chapter 11, Tang Ning, silence yourself. Eating fruit, eating fruit. Tang Ning chuckled awkwardly a couple of times before submerging her head once more, producing bubbling sounds. Lu Yanqing remained silent, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. For 7 consecutive days, Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing returned home together after school, yet no one paid them heed. For the attention of their classmates was wholly captivated by Lu Chizhou and Su Yurua. Following that day of parental intervention, Lu Chizhou had a falling out with his family over Su Yurua, even threatening to forsake the Lu family's fortune, nearly causing his mother to be hospitalized from distress. The teachers at school were powerless against Lu Chizhou and Su Yurua, who, in these days, appeared as a couple deeply in love, parading around the campus hand in hand. In the swimming pool, Tang Ning swam a continuous 800 meters, while Lu Yanqing timed her from the poolside with a stopwatch. Only when Tang Ning finished did a faint smile grace Lu Yanqing's face. "Well done, you've improved." "Why is it always Tang Ning?" A voice suddenly called out from the opposite side of the pool. It was Wang Ting and several other female classmates, clad in swimsuits, evidently having just arrived. "Tang Ning. No matter how well you practice, it's of no use. Young Master Lu's affections lie with Yurua. They are already together. Even the teachers have tacitly approved. Any complaints you make will be futile." Wang Ting had always enjoyed speaking on Su Yurua's behalf. At that moment, Su Yurua emerged from the throng. Her delicate pink halter sundress a striking contrast to the conservative blue swimwear issued by the school, making her conspicuously eye-catching. "Ting Ting, what's done is done. There's no need to dwell on it," Su Yurua stated, feigning magnanimity and refraining from reproaching Tang Ning. A nearby classmate exclaimed, "Yuro, your swimsuit is absolutely gorgeous. Did Lu bestow it upon you?" Su Yurua nodded demurely, a hint of bashfulness gracing her countenance. "He said the school's swimwear was unflattering. So he specially acquired a new one for me." A delicate coyness enveloped Su Yurua as she spoke. Tang Ning immediately recognized the halter sundress as a designer piece, costing thousands of yuan. Furthermore, the necklace adorning Su Yuro's neck was valued at tens of thousands, not to mention the watch that had materialized on her wrist. In a mere week, Lu Chizhou had lavished Su Yuro with gifts totaling nearly 6 figures, displaying an utter indulgence towards her. Tang Ning recalled that during her previous life, even after her engagement to Lu Chizhou, he remained aloof and unresponsive, never offering her gifts, and even their engagement banquet was a perfunctory affair. After graduation, they directly registered their marriage without a wedding ceremony, only an ill-fitting ring. At the time, Lu Chizhou explained to her parents that the Lu family's business was still unstable, and he wanted to wait until the company had improved before giving her a grand wedding. However, until her death in the asylum in her previous life, she never received the wedding Lu Chizhou had promised. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Lu Chizhou is not devoid of wealth, rather. He simply refuses to allocate any of it towards her. Look! Young Master Lu has arrived. A voice called out, and there he was, striding towards Su Yuru. And before the gathered crowd, he effortlessly took her hand, remarking, "You look splendid in that outfit." Su Yuru blushed. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, witnessing this scene from the pool, felt a surge of nausea. Suddenly, on the shore, Lu Yanqing rose and casually addressed Tang Ning, "Let us relocate." Eager to escape this den of gossip, Tang Ning was surprised when Lu Chizhou unexpectedly interjected, "Tang Ning, your taste has evidently deteriorated. Have you chosen a mere substitute for me?" Listening to Lu Chizhou's arrogant assertion, Tang Ning nearly laughed in disbelief. "Lu Chizhou, you certainly hold yourself in high regard." Lu Chizhou scoffed disdainfully, "Once you called me Brother Chizhou at every turn, yet now, with a new affection, you refer to me as Lu Chizhou. How swiftly you change your demeanor. But it matters not, for I shall never harbor feelings for you. Let this counterfeit accompany you in your romantic charade." With that, Lu Chizhou took Su Yuru's hand to leave, but Tang Ning, standing across the pool, suddenly shouted, "Stop." Her command was filled with conviction, prompting Lu Chizhou to turn back and regard her with a cold smile. "What is it? Do you wish to clarify that he is not your new flame, or perhaps explain that you are not in a relationship?" In recent days, Lu Chizhou had observed Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen spending every spare moment together. If Tang Ning didn't view Lu Yanchen as a substitute for him, why would she suddenly become so close to Lu Yanchen? "I wanted to implore you to apologize to Lu Yanchen. Furthermore, I urge you to refrain from such vanity, presuming that everyone should revolve around you merely because you are the school's heartthrob. Since I have already dissolved our engagement, it signifies that I harbor no romantic feelings for you. I hope you can comprehend this." Tang Ning's inexplicable words left the surrounding students exchanging bewildered glances. An annulment? What annulment? Was there an engagement between Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou? Surely not, he is the esteemed young Master Lu. She must be boasting, given Tang Ning's status. How could she possibly have an engagement with young Master Lu? Upon hearing about the engagement between Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou, Su Yuru anxiously turned to Lu Chizhou, inquiring, "Chizhou, were you and Tang Ning betrothed?" Upon enrollment, rumors circulated about a financially distressed student in the grade. Due to her reserved nature, Tang Ning was reticent, and no one knew her true background. Observing that Tang Ning never used luxury bags or had a chauffeured car, everyone naturally assumed she was the only impoverished student in the grade. No one had imagined that Tang Ning would be engaged to Lu Chizhou. It's worth noting that upon their initial enrollment, the Lu Corporation was at its zenith, and Lu Chizhou was hailed as one of the 4 young masters of Linqing. No one would have associated Tang Ning, a plump girl, with Lu Chizhou. Observing the surrounding discussions and Su Yuru's inquiries, Lu Chizhou felt nothing but vexation. Due to his long-standing disdain for Tang Ning, which was well known among his peers, Lu Chizhou felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation when it was revealed that they had previously been engaged. At that moment, his youthful pride felt utterly trampled. How could he, Lu Chizhou, ever have had an engagement with a girl like Tang Ning? He angrily exclaimed, "Tang Ning, silence yourself. Shall I recount how? On the night of our broken engagement, Lu Xiao chased after me, pleading for me to reconsider?" Tang Ning retorted. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the surrounding female classmates shifted significantly towards Lu Chizhou. He was taken aback by Tang Ning's audacity to spread such rumors. With no intention of clarifying the situation, she seized Lu Yanchen's arm and attempted to leave. Suddenly, a student burst in, frantically shouting, "This is bad. Something has happened." Chapter 12, Lu Chizhou takes the blame for Su Yuru. Hearing those words, Tang Ning's first thought was of their English teacher. 7 days had passed, and the issue should have manifested by now. Clearly, the other students were oblivious to what had transpired, but out of sheer curiosity, they all rushed towards the teaching building. Upon arrival, they found their grade's floor already surrounded by numerous students, with the sharp voice of the English teacher echoing from the office, "Teacher Wang, you must provide me with an explanation today." Typically meticulous about her physique and appearance, the English teacher was now in a furious state, resembling a shrew. The homeroom teacher, equally bewildered and unaware of the situation, could only instruct the students to summon Su Yuru. When Su Yuru was summoned to the office, the English teacher, Li Rue, immediately fixed her gaze upon her. "Su Yuru, come here at once." Never before had the English teacher employed such a severe tone, even in her most exasperated moments. She drew Su Yuro before the head teacher and interrogated her. What exactly did you put in that chocolate? Speak. Su Yuro was intimidated by the English teacher's demeanor. The English teacher, originally in her late 20s with a slender figure, had visibly gained weight in a mere week. Su Yuro, her face pallid, stammered, I don't know, I didn't. Observing Su Yuro's delicate and frightened state, the head teacher immediately interjected with partiality, Teacher Lu, how can you blame my student for your own weight gain? It's absurd to suggest my student would poison you. I've been dieting for days, consuming only that box of chocolates and tea. How could I possibly gain 15 pounds in a week? I've had the chocolate analyzed, and the results indicate that it was deliberately laced with hormones. Su Yuro, you've truly outdone yourself. The English teacher's words prompted gasps from the eavesdropping students outside the door. How could this be? Tampering with hormones was a terrifying prospect. Yuro is so kind. How could she possibly drug the English teacher? The students were privy to such explosive gossip for the first time. Consequently, the head teacher's face darkened. She seized Su Yuro, scrutinizing the conclusions written on the test report, and demanded, Su Yuro, is this true? Did you do this? Su Yuro's complexion paled. She had not anticipated that a mere box of chocolates could escalate the situation to such a dire extent. It wasn't me, she stammered, I didn't do anything. Still trying to deny it? The English teacher retorted, pulling Su Wai towards the telephone. At such a tender age, you already resort to drugging others. What will become of you when you're older? I'm calling your parents, this matter needs to be addressed. Su Wai, who dreaded the prospect of her father, a mere driver, appearing at school and embarrassing her, couldn't stem the flow of her tears. Just then, Lu Chizhou stepped forward, declaring, I was the one who put the drug in the chocolate. Su Wai had nothing to do with it. Lu Chizhou's sudden intervention sparked murmurs among the bystanders. It was evident to everyone that he was taking the blame for Su Wai. Her eyes red with tears, Su Wai watched as Lu Chizhou strode forward, seized her hand, and asserted, I administered the drug. If you're looking for a parent, look for mine. Undeniably, Lu Chizhou's actions were undeniably dashing, especially in the eyes of the young female students present, who found him irresistibly cool. However, Tang Ning, observing the scene, deemed it an act of utter folly. Nevertheless, having chosen to shield Su Wai, Lu Chizhou would have to bear the consequences of his imprudence. Tampering with someone's food was not only a violation of school regulations but also a transgression of the law. As anticipated, Lu Chizhou's parents were summoned that very afternoon. Upon learning that her son had taken responsibility for Su Wai's misdeed, Lu's mother's opinion of Su Wai plummeted further. However, the matter did not conclude there. The English teacher insisted on filing a police report and sought disciplinary action against Lu Chizhou. Only after Lu's mother's repeated entreaties and a hefty compensation of 200,000, coupled with a major demerit on Lu Chizhou's record, was the matter somewhat resolved. In such a pivotal moment of their second year, receiving a significant demerit carries profound implications. It signifies that Lu Chizhou may miss the opportunity to enter the esteemed institution he has long yearned for. On this particular day, Tang Ning found herself in exceptionally high spirits, infusing even her physical activities with renewed vigor. Within just over 10 days of her rebirth, she had shed 20 pounds. However, as time progresses, the journey of weight loss will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous, yet she relished this promising beginning. As the end of the term approached, all students in class had diligently immersed themselves in their studies, dedicating their days to solving problems and memorizing texts. In stark contrast, Lu Chizhou, after that incident, seemed to have succumbed to a sense of defeat, spending his days either clandestinely slipping out to play basketball or on clandestine dates with Su Yuro. Tang Ning was hardly surprised. After all, Lu Chizhou was her cherished ideal, and having finally captured his attention, it was only natural for him to be less inclined toward his studies. Su Yuro, too, appeared to be preoccupied with thoughts of marrying into affluence post-graduation, leaving little room for academic pursuits. Within the library, Tang Ning was engrossed in her studies. Having been reborn, she realized that much of her high school knowledge had faded from memory. If she did not manage to recover it, she feared the impending final exams would spell disaster. There was a strict regulation at Lingqing High School: if a student's final score did not meet the requisite standard, they would be forcibly transferred to another class. Tang Ning calculated that she needed a minimum score of around 650 to remain in Class A. The second-year finals served as a critical juncture. Any student falling short of the required grades risked being urged to withdraw from the school and consider vocational studies. A tactic commonly employed by the institution to maintain its annual advancement rates. Suddenly, the chair across from her was kicked, producing a loud commotion. Frowning slightly, Tang Ning lifted her gaze to indeed find Lu Chizhou. The commotion swiftly drew the attention of those nearby, as libraries are typically tranquil environments. However, upon recognizing Lu Chizhou, the onlookers refrained from uttering a word. Lu Chizhou's formidable reputation preceded him, and they feigned ignorance. "What do you want?" Tang Ning inquired, her patience wearing thin. Enduring Lu Chizhou and Su Urus's saccharine displays in the classroom was already grating, and now, even in the library, his presence haunted her. "You were responsible for the chocolate incident, weren't you?" Lu Chizhou's tone carried a distinct air of accusation. Tang Ning found the accusation laughable. "What makes you think I was the culprit? Aside from Euro, you were the only other person who touched the chocolate. Are you denying it?" Lu Chizhou's statement left Tang Ning speechless. "Why wouldn't you suspect Su Euro instead of me?" she retorted. Lu Chizhou responded with disdain. "Euro is gentle and kind. You, on the other hand, exploited Euro's kindness, causing her to drown, and now you've resorted to poisoning her with chocolate. Tang Ning, I never realized you were so malevolent." Chapter 13, Fetching Medicine? What's happened to Lu Yanchen? Observing the contempt in Lu Chizhou's tone, Tang Ning chuckled. It had never occurred to her that Lu Chizhou perceived her as such a base, sordid, selfish, and sinister individual. Despite their tumultuous present, she and Lu Chizhou had once shared a childhood together, frolicking in kindergarten and elementary school. Although their paths diverged in middle school, leading to a gradual cooling of their relationship, it had never devolved to the point of exchanging such harsh words. Tang Ning closed her book, adopting an air of indifference. "If you truly possess any intelligence, investigate for yourself. Should you uncover evidence implicating me, feel free to report me. However, if you lack such proof, refrain from playing the gallant protector before me. It is utterly foolish. You." Lu Chizhou was incensed by Tang Ning's words, and in a fit of anger, he slammed his hand down, preparing to confront her. In the next moment, his arm was seized by another, as Lu Yanchen coldly interjected, "This is a library, not a place for you to unleash your wrath at will." Tang Ning was taken aback, lifting her gaze to find a glint of coldness in Lu Yanchen's eyes. "Who do you think you are? Step aside." Lu Chizhou attempted to shake off Lu Yanchen's grip, but Lu Yanchen's strength was formidable, time and again. Lu Chizhou failed to free himself. Lu Yanchen spoke with a calm demeanor. "The duty of a librarian is to maintain order within the library. Shall I sound the alarm?" It was then that Tang Ning noticed the red armband on Lu Yanchen's sleeve, emblazoned with the words librarian. She recalled that school librarians received a salary, and only those in financial hardship would work in such positions. No wonder Lu Yanchen was often absent after classes, he had taken up a job here. It seemed that Lu Yanchen's circumstances in the Lu household were worse than she had previously imagined. Lu Chizhou cast a glance at Lu Yanchen, then at Tang Ning, and remarked, "What's this? You two have become entangled with one another." With a derisive laugh, Lu Chizhou continued, "Tang Ning, you once pursued me with relentless fervor. And now you have turned to this scoundrel Lu Yanchen. Truly, you are desperate enough to settle for anything. Yet, it matters not. You are merely a worn-out shoe in my eyes, and a worn-out shoe paired with a scoundrel is indeed a perfect match." As soon as Lu Chizhou finished speaking, Lu Yanchen retaliated with a swift punch, striking Lu Chizhou with considerable force, causing him to collapse to the ground, incapacitated. Fearing an escalation, Tang Ning immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Lu Yanchen, do not resort to violence." Previously, Lu Yanchen had been sent to Class F due to his involvement in fights, and another incident could lead to severe disciplinary action from the school. Furthermore, it was likely that Lu's mother would find an excuse to have him expelled. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Ning's plea, Lu Yanchen regained his composure, fixating a cold gaze on Lu Chizhou as he warned, "Mind your words, should there be a next time. I shall ensure they are torn asunder." A crowd had already gathered to witness the unfolding drama, and Lu Chizhou was taken aback that Lu Yanchen dared to strike him. Enraged, he prepared to retaliate, but Tang Ning positioned herself in front of Lu Yanchen, asserting, "Lu Chizhou, you initiated the insults, you deserve the repercussions. Should you choose to retaliate, you will bear the blame. Do you wish to face further disciplinary action?" Let them record whatever they please, do I truly care? Lu Chizhou retorted, still intent on aggression. Seeing his resolve, Tang Ning quickly interjected, do not forget. If you get into trouble again, you will be expelled from school. What will happen to Su Yurua if you leave? Upon hearing Su Yurua's name, Lu Chizhou's impulsive hand immediately came to a halt. Tang Ning realized she had struck a nerve with Lu Chizhou. She grasped Lu Yanqing's arm and said, let us go find a different place to study. This time, Lu Chizhou did not advance. Once Tang Ning saw Lu Chizhou had walked away, she casually found a spot to sit down. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate. I'm off to work. Lu Yanqing's tone was indifferent, and for some reason, Tang Ning sensed a hint of displeasure in him. However, it was understandable. No one would be in good spirits after being insulted publicly. Tang Ning stepped forward and said, Lu Chizhou was just spouting nonsense, he harbors dark thoughts within himself. So don't take it to heart. I'm used to it. It seemed Lu Yanqing did not dwell on the matter. Are you the librarian? Yes. How come you never mentioned it before? You didn't, he asked. Oh. As Lu Yanqing organized the books, Tang Ning followed behind and inquired. Your grades are excellent, you should be in Class A. Why did you get into a fight before? I forgot. Lu Yanqing appeared reluctant to elaborate. Tang Ning chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension between them. Observing Lu Yanqing's diligent efforts with the books, she thought of the hardships he faced in the Lu family. After a moment's reflection, she said, Lu Yanqing, I know you excel academically, could you do me a favor? Speak. I require assistance with my studies. Would you be available to tutor me every evening for additional compensation? I offer 100 per session, which is a generous rate for a high school student. Lu Yanqian turned to Tang Ning, remarking that with her consistent academic performance ranking within the top 10 of the grade, tutoring seemed unnecessary. I've grown remiss lately. Tang Ning exclaimed, my practice problems are a disaster. I'm not even close to the top 100. With a sincere expression, she continued, rest assured. If I pass this upcoming final exam, I will reward you with 1,000 as compensation. Please, lend me your assistance. Seeing Tang Ning's earnestness, Lu Yanqian hesitated momentarily. Tang Ning pressed on, if it's inconvenient for you, you could tutor me on Saturdays and Sundays instead. Understood. Upon hearing Lu Yanqian's agreement, a look of delight washed over Tang Ning's face. It's a deal. With Lu Yanqian's academic prowess at her disposal, she felt confident about the upcoming final exam. As Tang Ning prepared to return to her studies, Lu Yanqian suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. Tang Ning looked up and noticed that Lu Yanqian's complexion was rather poor, his face and neck flushed from the intense coughing. Lu Yanqian? Tang Ning inquired, intending to touch Lu Yanqian's forehead, but he reflexively brushed her hand away. There's no need. Tang Ning paused, noticing another librarian rushing over, anxiously exclaiming, Lu Yanqian. I asked you to wait for me to get your medication. Why did you wander off? Medication? What has happened to Lu Yanqing? What else could it be? He has a fever. The more the other party spoke, the angrier they became. Lu Chizhou's mother is indeed cruel. Lu Yanqing merely returned home a few hours late over the past few days, yet she had the audacity to lock him outside the house for an entire night. It is no wonder he fell ill. Chapter 14, Lu Mother's abuse of Lu Yanqing. Jiangyi. Lu Yanqing's sudden reprimand compelled Jiangyi to obediently shut his mouth. Tang Ning was taken aback. During this time, Lu Yanqing had been preoccupied with helping her lose weight, often returning home around 8 or 9 o'clock. The Tang and Lu families were merely 2 kilometers apart, yet he insisted on returning home alone, refusing the Tang family's car. Who would have thought Lu's mother could be so heartless as to prevent Lu Yanqing from even entering their home? Tang Ning, oh Tang Ning. How foolish of you not to consider this aspect. I am merely speaking the truth, Jiangyi interjected. Why are you getting upset? As he handed the medication to Lu Yanqing, Jiangyi's gaze darted between Lu Yanqing and Tang Ning, sensing the unusual atmosphere between them. He quickly added, I will go fetch you some water, you two take your time to talk. After uttering this, Jiangyi hastily made his exit. Observing Lu Yanqing's pale complexion, Tang Ning inquired, why didn't you tell me that Aunt Lu treated you this way? This has nothing to do with you. How could it not? If it weren't for me asking you to help me lose weight, you wouldn't have been driven out by Aunt Lu. I chose this willingly, and besides, you compensated me. Lu Yanqing replied nonchalantly. In any case, my affairs are unrelated to you, and I do not require your concern. Having spoken, Lu Yanqing turned to leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Tang Ning was overwhelmed by guilt. She had believed that by paying Lu Yanqing to assist her with her weight loss, she would not only foster a better relationship with him but also help improve his circumstances. Little did she realize that her actions had only added to his troubles. In the evening, upon returning home, Tang Ning found herself alone. Her mother, who had prepared 5 sets of chopsticks and bowls, stared in surprise. Ning Ning. Why are you the only one back? Where is Yanqing? He is unwell. Unwell? What happened? Did he overexert himself while helping you? He has been tutoring me for the past few days and returned home quite late. Aunt Lu locked him out, and as a result, he caught a fever. As Tang Ning finished speaking, her father emerged from the living room. Mom and Dad, I would like to ask for your assistance. At her words, Tang's parents exchanged a glance. As darkness fell, Lu Yanqing, with a heavy heart, approached the entrance of the Lu residence. Just in time to encounter Lu Chizhou and his mother, who were seated in a luxury car. It was evident that they had just returned from the hospital. And the marks of the day's injuries were still visible on Lu Chizhou's face. Mom, it was this bastard who attacked me. Lu Chizhou scoffed. While he was unable to confront Lu Yanqing at school, back at home, Lu Yanqing was at his mercy. Lu's mother glared at Lu Yanqing. These past few days had already brought her distress over the Tang family's broken engagement and Lu Chizhou's early romance. Now, with the news of Lu Yanqing having struck Lu Chizhou, it felt as though she had found a means to vent her frustrations. How could you, Lu Yanqing? I raised you with good intentions, and yet you dare to strike my son. What a malicious act. She is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. As Lu's mother spoke, she advanced to grasp Lu Yanqing's arm. You struck my son, how dare you return? Come. We are going to the police station. This matter is far from over. Lu Yanqing furrowed his brow and forcefully shook Lu's mother off, only to receive a slap in return. You dare to resist? Lu Yanqing's profile was marred by scratches from Lu's mother's nails, leaving visible streaks of blood. At that moment, the beam of headlights illuminated the 3 individuals. Tang's father, Tang's mother, and Tang Ning emerged from the vehicle, followed by 2 more cars that pulled up beside them. Bodyguards and lawyers from the Tang family stepped out. Lu's mother had never encountered such a scene, momentarily taken aback. Tang. Brother Tang, sister-in-law, you. Do not call me that. Tang's mother rushed to Lu Yanqing's side, helping him to his feet. Upon seeing the blood on his face, she exclaimed furiously, Madame Lu, your heart is truly cruel. The title Madame Lu instantly widened the chasm between her and Lu's mother. Lu's mother could not muster a smile and could only respond, Brother Tang, sister-in-law. It was this child who struck Chizhou at school. I was merely infuriated and gave him a lesson. Merely infuriated and gave him a lesson? Is that what you call it when you previously turned Yanqing away, leaving him to suffer in the cold outside for an entire night? Tang's mother glared at Lu's mother and declared, I believe you are unfit to continue raising Yanqing. Let us take him into our care. What? Before Mrs. Lu could react, the attorney stepped forward, presenting her with the documents in hand, stating, Madam, your actions have transgressed the boundaries of the law. If you wish to avoid legal proceedings, I advise you to relinquish the child into our care. Mrs. Lu was taken aback. Lu Chizhou immediately interjected, Mother, let them have the little bastard if they're willing to raise him. It'll save us a mouth to feed. Mrs. Lu, more astute than her son, examined the documents. If I let you raise this child, what's in it for me? He is, after all, my husband's offspring. I can't simply hand him over for nothing, can I? Tang Ning, overhearing Mrs. Lu's words, couldn't help but scoff. Mrs. Lu was always one to seek personal gain before acting. Seeing Mr. Tang about to offer Mrs. Lu benefits, Tang Ning preemptively spoke, Auntie Lu, the news of your mistreatment of Lu Yanqing, if disseminated within our social circles, would only bring detriment to the Lu family and yourself. We are, in fact, doing you a favor. Instead, you demand compensation from us? We have none to offer. Perhaps we should proceed through the courts. Once the matter reaches the police, given your conduct, Auntie Lu, you might even face imprisonment. In that case, our Tang family would still be able to adopt Lu Yanqing. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Mrs. Lu's complexion paled. Mother, just sign, Lu Chizhou urged, I never want to see that little bastard again anyway. Lu Chizhou had long desired Lu Yanqing's departure. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, he was eager to be rid of the encumbrance that Lu Yanchen represented. That was also the sentiment harbored by Lu's mother. However, the mere thought of relinquishing someone without reaping any benefits left a bitter taste in her mouth. Observing Lu's mother's indecisiveness, Tang Ning interjected, "Mom and Dad, let's not play the benevolent souls here. We offered our assistance out of consideration for past ties. But if she's unwilling, we can proceed directly to the police station. There's no need to waste our time here." Upon witnessing Tang Ning's genuine intention to return to the car, Lu's mother promptly panicked, exclaiming, "I'll sign. I'll sign." Lu's mother hastily grabbed the pen and, without thoroughly examining the contents of the document, affixed her signature to it. From a short distance away, Tang Ning's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Take them away. But please, refrain from involving the police." Lu's mother valued her reputation above all else, and if the Tang family were to publicize this matter, she would undoubtedly be branded a venomous woman by outsiders. Chapter 15, Yu Ro, you're simply too kind-hearted. Tang's mother disregarded her completely, assisting Lu Yanchen into the car. Seeing Lu Yanchen's high fever and the fact that he had just been struck by Lu's mother, leaving him in a semi-conscious state, Tang Ning recalled that in her previous life, Lu Yanchen had inherited the position of power in the Gu family after they found him, and in the years that followed, he had engaged in fierce battles with Lu Chizhou. It seemed that the abuse he suffered at the hands of the Lu family played a significant role in shaping him. Tang Ning remarked, "Mom, Lu Yanchen's fever is too high, we should take him to the hospital first." "Yes, to the hospital." Tang's mother, momentarily flustered, instructed the driver. "Xiao Zhang, quickly, drive to the hospital." "Yes, madam." Observing Lu Yanchen nestled in Tang Ning's embrace, Tang's mother expressed with compassion, "The poor child has been without a mother since his tender years and has endured such hardship in the Lu household." Tang Ning responded, "Mother, henceforth, Lu Yanchen is part of our family. With the Tangs by his side, no one shall dare to mistreat him." Tang's mother nodded in gratification at Tang Ning's words, remarking, "I was concerned you might be unwilling, but our Ning is truly commendable." How could Tang Ning be unwilling? Irrespective of Lu Yanchen's future stature, even considering the numerous times he had assisted her, she could not bear to witness him continue to suffer in the Lu household. Seated in the front, Tang's father sighed, also taken aback by the extent of Lu's mother's cruelty in inflicting such harm upon a child. Remembering his long-standing friendship with Lu Yanchen's father, he could not stand idly by while his child was subjected to such maltreatment. Tang's father stated, "Ning, I have instructed for Yanchen's room to be prepared next to yours. Ensure you look after him diligently, the child's disposition is too reclusive, and he is bound to be taken advantage of." "Rest assured, father. I will take good care of Lu Yanchen," Tang Ning affirmed. Tang's father was exceedingly gratified. Their Ning was both sensible and benevolent, truly his cherished daughter. Late at night, within the hospital ward, Tang's mother and father had attended to the admission formalities, while Tang Ning remained by Lu Yanchen's bedside. Lu Yanchen was afflicted with a severe fever, having reached 39 degrees, and the slap he had endured was not light. His left cheek was not only swollen but also bore 3 bloody welts. Only after the doctor's rudimentary treatment did Lu Yanchen's face show some improvement. "Mother." Lu Yancheng's voice was dry and hoarse. In a state of confusion, he grasped a soft and tender hand. This hand was cool and comfortable, as if it could dispel the heat within him. Suddenly, Lu Yancheng opened his eyes wide, startling Tang Ning, who exclaimed, "You're awake?" It was strange, the doctor had clearly stated that Lu Yancheng had a high fever, and he would need an hour for treatment. It was anticipated that he wouldn't regain consciousness until the following morning, which is why his parents had gone to arrange his hospitalization. Noticing Lu Yancheng's silence, Tang Ning gently touched his forehead, finding it still warm. She remarked, "You're burning up quite badly. We're currently in the hospital. My parents just went to complete your admission paperwork. We'll be able to return home by tomorrow morning." At the mention of home, Lu Yancheng's gaze dimmed slightly. Tang Ning continued, "Home with me, you will never have to return to the Lu family again." At her words, Lu Yancheng froze momentarily. It was evident that his fever had left him somewhat disoriented, and he had no recollection of the events that had transpired outside the Lu residence. Just then, Tang's father and mother entered the hospital room. Upon seeing Lu Yancheng awake, Tang's mother approached him with a warm smile, saying, "Yancheng, you need to rest well in the hospital. tomorrow morning, your Uncle Tang and I will take you back home. I've already arranged for your school leave. You can return to school once you recover. Lu Yanqing's eyes glistened with emotion as he softly said, "Thank you, Auntie. It's nothing, from now on. We are family," Tang's mother replied, gently stroking Lu Yanqing's head. Tang Ning said, "Mom and Dad, you may head back now. I can manage here. And I'll conveniently go to school early tomorrow morning." Tang's mother glanced at Tang Ning and then at the frail Lu Yanqing. Perhaps she also felt it was unwise to leave him alone in the hospital room, so she acquiesced. Tang's father, somewhat concerned, suggested, "Shall I call a caregiver to keep you company?" "No need, Dad. It's just for one night. Remember to have Uncle Jean pick us up in the morning." Seeing Tang Ning's resolute stance, Tang's father, unable to argue further, consented. Once Tang's parents departed, Tang Ning comforted the patient on the bed, saying, "Rest well. From now on, you needn't toil at work, nor worry about missing dinner or being cast out from your home. Starting today, we shall be your family." Listening to Tang Ning's gentle voice, Lu Yanqing involuntarily swallowed hard, and after a moment, he managed to choke out a single word, "Good." After a night of peaceful slumber, Tang's father arranged for a driver to take Lu Yanqing home early the next morning. The city center hospital was not far from Linqing High School, so Tang Ning opted to walk to school. Fatefully, today, Lu Chizhou had the family driver pick up Su Yuru along the way. The sight of the two disembarking hand in hand caught Tang Ning's eye. Initially intending to feign ignorance, Tang Ning was approached by Su Yuru, who inquired, "Ning Ning, why are you walking to school today?" With her arm linked with Lu Chizhou's, seemingly flaunting their connection, Su Yuru stepped closer to Tang Ning and remarked, "Ning Ning, I see you walking to school must be tiring. Since you live nearby, Lu Chizhou can conveniently pick us up together in the future." In recent days, Su Yuru has been constantly escorted to and from school by Lu Chizhou, and their relationship has evidently grown more intimate than before, reaching a point of almost inseparable affection. Lu Chizhou dotes on Su Yuru, fulfilling her every desire with generous gifts. "No need," she replied, "my home and Lu Chizhou's are not on the way." Tang Ning, indifferent to the pair, was preparing to leave when Lu Chizhou called out to her, "Tang Ning, Yuru has good intentions, what is with your attitude?" The previous night's incident, where the Tang family shielded Lu Yanqing, had already left him in a foul mood. And seeing Tang Ning's blatant disregard for him this morning only fueled his irritation. How dare she, who once followed him like a shadow, regard him with such disdain? She may be well-meaning, but I do not accept her kindness, is that clear? Tang Ning simply walked past them, and Su Yuru, feeling aggrieved, said, "I was only being kind, did Ning Ning misunderstand me? Perhaps I should clarify my intentions with her. You are my girlfriend, Yuru, and you owe no explanations to anyone." Lu Chizhou replied firmly. "But I did take the person Ning Ning liked." Su Yuru bit her lip, appearing quite remorseful. Lu Chizhou scoffed, "Yuru, your kindness is excessive, you need not feel guilty towards someone as malicious as Tang Ning." Chapter 16, drenched in water. Listening to the exchange between Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru made Tang Ning feel utterly nauseated. Finally, she halted her steps and returned to confront the two once more. Under the scrutinizing gaze of onlookers, Tang Ning retrieved a water bottle from her backpack and doused Su Yuru with its contents. A gasp escaped as Su Yuru found herself drenched, her school uniform soaked through. Witnessing the injustice, Lu Chizhou immediately exclaimed with indignation, "Tang Ning, what are you doing?" To which Tang Ning coldly retorted, "Now you needn't feel guilty." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Lu Chizhou, initially inclined to retaliate, was interrupted by the timely arrival of a security guard at the school gate. Su Yuru, feeling wronged, could only stifle her sobs. Tang Ning's act of splashing water at Su Yuru at the school entrance quickly became the talk of the school. Even classmates began to regard Tang Ning with a more peculiar gaze, collectively assuming that her actions stemmed from jealousy over Su Yuru's newfound relationship with Lu Chizhou. They speculated that Tang Ning's unrequited feelings had driven her to lash out. As the end of the term approached, however, the students were reluctant to stir up trouble, given the already heavy academic load of their second year. Consequently, the incident was relegated to mere fodder for casual conversation during breaks. This only served to deepen the bond between Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou, who were often seen sharing secret kisses in the corners of the playground, much to the chagrin of their homeroom and academic supervisors, who frequently attempted to impart moral lessons to the pair. Yet, in their youthful rebellion, Lu Chizhou and Su Ro remained impervious to authority. Given Lu's family background, the homeroom teacher found it difficult to impose any real discipline on him. Furthermore, Lu Chizhou fiercely defended Su Ro, publicly admonishing the teacher to refrain from troubling her. This display of loyalty earned Lu Chizhou the admiration of his peers, who hailed him as a true man, while Tang Ning could only scoff at the spectacle. As time wore on, the homeroom teacher and the dean ceased their intervention, allowing Su Wai and Lu to engage in their antics on campus unhindered. Should matters escalate, expulsion would be their recourse. With merely 3 days remaining until the semester's end, the atmosphere within the classroom was palpably tense during the midday recess. Since his arrival at the Tang residence, Lu's mental state had undergone a remarkable transformation, with his academic performance in the monthly examinations exhibiting an unprecedented brilliance. While Lu had previously maintained a position within the top 5 students of the grade, he now firmly occupied the coveted first rank. Under Lu's tutelage, Tang Ning's academic standing had also stabilized within the top 10 students of the grade. Have you all heard? The Lu family is on the brink of bankruptcy. You're spreading falsehoods. How could the Lu family possibly face bankruptcy? They are one of Lin City's most prominent and affluent families. Indeed. I overheard my father mentioning that since Lu's father passed away, leaving behind substantial debts, the Lu family has been grappling with financial difficulties. In truth, their coffers have long been depleted. The classroom buzzed with incessant discussions regarding the Lu family. The news of the Lu family's impending bankruptcy had finally become impossible to conceal. Tang Ning had previously instructed her father to withdraw all financial support extended to the Lu family. Now, bereft of external assistance, the Lu family faced imminent collapse if they failed to secure new investors within a month. Lu's title as one of Lin City's 4 young masters would inevitably be forfeited. At that moment, Su Wai entered the classroom. Lately, she and Lu had been surreptitiously slipping out of school for clandestine rendezvous, with truancy becoming their customary practice. Upon witnessing Su Wai's arrival, Wang Ting promptly approached her, eager to engage in gossip. Why, have you heard? Young Master Lu's family is on the verge of bankruptcy. Are you aware of this? Bankruptcy? Su Ro chuckled. Stop jesting. Chizhou recently escorted me to the car dealership. He intends to gift me a Mercedes-Benz upon my coming of age next year. Would he be so generous if he were on the verge of bankruptcy? Upon hearing this, Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. With such a vast family fortune, how could the Lu family possibly face ruin? Soon, those around them cast envious glances at Su Ro. You Ro, young Master Lu truly cherishes you, even taking you to the car dealership. I can scarcely imagine such a thing. Indeed, though some are not so fortunate. Someone was previously so brazen as to declare their intention to break off their engagement with young Master Lu. I suspect it was merely a face-saving boast. Young Master Lu would never take a fancy to her. Upon learning that Lu Chizhou intended to buy Su Ro a car, the surrounding classmates eagerly gathered around her. Tang Ning, finding the clamor grating on her ears, picked up her practice papers and left the classroom. Seeing Tang Ning depart, Wang Ting remarked, Tang Ning has been chauffeured around in various luxury cars recently. I wonder where she's getting the money for such extravagance. Isn't she a student from a deprived background? Could it be that her family is secretly wealthy? Unlikely. If she weren't a student from a deprived background, then who in our year would be? Hearing the others' discussions, Su Ro, fearing suspicion might fall on her, feigned composure and said, I heard. Tang Ning's father works as a driver for some affluent family. Recently, Tang Ning's father's employer has been away on business, hence Tang Ning's access to luxury transportation. So that is how it is. I was wondering why Tang Ning, who used to walk to school, suddenly had a luxury car picking her up. It turns out her father was using the company car to collect his daughter. Humph, I thought Tang Ning was someone of great importance. But it seems it was all a facade. Observing her classmates sneer at Tang Ning, Su Ro felt a twinge of anxiety. However, she could not allow anyone to discover that she was the only impoverished student in her sophomore year, otherwise, her carefully cultivated image at school would be shattered. In the reading corner on the floor, Tang Ning was diligently working on her exercises when suddenly a bottle of milk appeared before her. Looking up, she realized it was Lu Yanqing. Aunt Tang asked me to give this to you, he said in a nonchalant tone. Naturally, Tang Ning accepted the milk and inquired. When did my mom give this to you? I had no idea. Ever since Lu Yanqing began visiting the Tang household, He had been accompanying Tang Ning to and from school daily. She distinctly remembered leaving the house with him that morning. There was no way her mother would allow him to bring her milk. It didn't take long for Tang Ning to deduce that Lu Yanqing must have saved up to buy it. Having skipped lunch, her stomach was now grumbling with hunger. And she hesitantly remarked, "I'm on a diet, drinking milk at noon might not be the best idea." "Skim milk is fine to drink," he replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning eagerly inserted the straw into the milk bottle. The sweet, creamy flavor was immensely satisfying. After days of dieting, her appetite had notably diminished. And a single sip of milk felt delightfully fulfilling. Beside her, Lu Yanqing observed Tang Ning's satisfied smile, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face as well. "Lu Yanqing, with your exceptional grades, why did you previously attend Class F? If you were in Class A, we could study together during every break." Having been reborn, Tang Ning had come to a profound understanding of the significance of education. The greatest regret of her previous life was marrying Lu Chizhou after high school and not pursuing her studies, for otherwise, she would not have lost her sense of self within the confines of marriage. Someone like Lu Yanqing, a top student, truly deserved to enjoy superior resources in Class A. After a brief silence, Lu Yanqing inquired, "Do you wish for me to transfer to Class A?" Chapter 17, Final Examination. Tang Ning nodded while sipping her milk, replying, "Of course." Lu Yanqing remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Tang Ning assumed he was reluctant to return to Class A and face Lu Chizhou. She added, "I was merely suggesting. If you don't wish to go back, then don't." "I will do my best." Tang Ning was taken aback. Lu Yanqing replied nonchalantly, "I will try to find a way to return to Class A." "Really?" "Yes, really." Before Tang Ning could express her joy, the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang. Lu Yanqing gathered the books in front of her and said, "Class is starting, you should go back and practice." After speaking, he placed the organized books and exercises into Tang Ning's hands. She nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the classroom, she saw Su Yurua flaunting the expensive gifts Lu Chizhou had bought for her, along with other classmates. When Su Yuru's gaze fell upon Tang Ning, a distinct hint of provocation flickered in her eyes. Tang Ning chose to disregard it. The pride Su Yuru felt now would inevitably lead to profound regret in the future. Spending countless hours each day engrossed in a romance with Lu Chizhou, Su Yuru had long neglected her studies. In her previous life, due to her outstanding academic performance, she had the opportunity to pursue further education abroad after graduation, thus becoming the cherished white moonlight in Lu Chizhou's heart. However, in this life, Su Yuru was solely preoccupied with her relationship, neglecting her studies for an entire month. The effects of this negligence would become glaringly apparent when the final exams approached, revealing just how much she had fallen behind. Tang Ning had no intention of squandering her time competing with Su Yuru for a man. Her utmost priority was to complete her coursework and regain the academic excellence she had previously achieved. As the finals approached, it was only 3 days away. Based on the results of the last monthly exam, Tang Ning, along with Lu Yanqing, Lu Chizhou, and Su Yuru, found themselves assigned to the same examination room. This upcoming exam was set to be more challenging than the previous monthly assessment. Tang Ning navigated through the test with ease, completing her answers 20 minutes ahead of time, while Su Yuru struggled to maintain the same composure. During the last monthly exam, she had only recently begun her relationship with Lu Chizhou, which allowed her to perform steadily. However, this month, as they were in the throes of new love, she frequently skipped classes and resorted to copying others' homework. In the demanding environment of the second year of high school, every second counted. Even a week of laxity could place one at a significant disadvantage. After the exam, Tang Ning noticed the pallor on Su Yuru's face. Previously, Su Yuru, with her exceptional academic performance and status as the class beauty, was well regarded and befriended by her peers. It was customary for everyone to compare their answers with hers. Ordinarily, she would patiently assist, but on this occasion, she promptly rose. Excusing herself with a feigned discomfort, "I'm feeling unwell, I'm going to the restroom." Upon noticing her distress, Lu Chizhou anxiously approached to inquire about her well-being. Tang Ning, observing Su Yuru's demeanor, realized her suspicions were correct. The recent final exams likely did not go as well as Su Yuru had hoped. Later that afternoon, as the final exam concluded, Lu Yanqing awaited Tang Ning outside the A class. As soon as she exited the classroom, she spotted him, but before she could approach, Wang Ting's voice echoed from behind. Oh, Lu Yanchen is here waiting for Tang Ning again. Indeed, they're always together, going to and from school. And constantly entwined during breaks. Could it be a youthful infatuation? Tang Ning, I thought you were so exemplary. You're engaging in a clandestine romance yourself. Yet you had the audacity to report Yuro and young Master Lu back then? Suyuro's clique of female companions unabashedly directed their derision towards Tang Ning. Their disdain intensified upon learning from Suyuro that Tang Ning was merely the daughter of a chauffeur. Despite their status as offspring of small business owners, a hierarchy of contempt existed among them. Lu Yanchen's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze subtly conveying a hint of icy displeasure. The intensity of his stare intimidated the girls, causing them to fall silent. It is widely acknowledged that Lu Yanqing's involvement in a brawl has rendered him a perilous ticking time bomb in the eyes of the entire school. Ignore them. Tang Ning remarked as she handed her backpack to Lu Yanqing, who accepted it with an effortless grace. However, just before departing, Lu Yanqing cast a piercing glance at a group of girls, warning them, mind your tongues. His blatant threat sent shivers down their spines. 3 days later, the results of the final examinations were unveiled. Lu Yanqing surged to the top of his grade, while under his guidance, Tang Ning achieved an impressive 3rd place. In stark contrast, Su Yurua, who had previously ranked high, plummeted beyond the 50s, and Lu Chizhou standing also regressed to the 20th position. At the podium, the homeroom teacher's gaze fixed ominously on Su Yurua, his tone growing icier. Su Yurua, I need you to bring your parents in before lunchtime. Upon hearing this, Su Yurua's complexion drained of color. She had always been a model student, never once summoned for a parental meeting. Even during her earlier romantic involvement with Lu Chizhou, the teacher had refrained from contacting her parents, considering her gender. However, Su Yurua's recent academic decline, coupled with her frequent absenteeism due to alleged illness while clandestinely meeting Lu Chizhou, had finally pushed the teacher to his limits. Teacher. My father is usually very busy and may not be able to come, she replied hesitantly. And what about your mother? The teacher pressed, noting the further deterioration of Su Yurua's demeanor. As she fell silent, those around her were left bewildered, yet Tang Ning understood all too well what lay beneath the surface. Bereft of a maternal presence from an early age, Su Yurua's upbringing was solely undertaken by her father following their divorce. However, in the presence of her peers and educators, divulging the dissolution of her parents' marriage was simply not an option. The prevailing perception throughout the school was that she was the scion of the Su family, and revealing her true identity as the daughter of their chauffeur would undoubtedly obliterate the carefully cultivated image she had painstakingly crafted. Observing Su Yurua's reticence, the form tutor asserted, Su Yuro, the precipitous decline in your academic performance implicates your guardian as well. Irrespective of your parents' commitments, their presence is mandatory at noon. With that, the form tutor proceeded to assign summer vacation homework, precluding any opportunity for Su Yuro to demur. The prospect of her father, the driver, appearing at the school filled Su Yuro with trepidation. Should her classmates discover that she was, in fact, the sole indigent student in the 2nd year, her previous fabrication against Tang Ning would inevitably be exposed. At midday, as the rest of the student body packed their satchels in anticipation of the summer break, Wang Ting and a select few lingered. Lu Chizhou, in particular, remained steadfastly by Su Yurua's side, much to her consternation. Chapter 18, Su Yurua's guardian summoned. Su Yuro had specified a time of 12:30 for her father's arrival at the school, with the intention of ensuring that Lu Chizhou and her classmates would have departed, thereby averting any potential exposure of her father's true occupation. However, contrary to her expectations, Lu Chizhou, driven by concern for her well-being, insisted on remaining until the conclusion of the form tutor's admonishment. Wang Ting and the others echoed his sentiment, citing similar reasons for their continued presence. As this was, after all, the inaugural instance of Su Wai being summoned for a parental conference, they feared she might feel slighted. Thus, they intended to remain and offer her solace. Little did they anticipate, however, that Su Wai was not in need of consolation, but rather their expeditious departure, lest her monumental fabrication be unveiled. Tang Ning deliberately dawdled as she gathered her practice exercises from her desk. Upon observing that only Lu Chizhou and his companions remained within classroom A, Lu Yanchen entered. He approached Tang Ning's side, intending to assist her in packing her satchel, but she restrained his hand, offering a subtle gesture. Having spent time with the Tang family, Lu Yanchen swiftly discerned Tang Ning's intent. He promptly drew up a chair and seated himself beside her, stating, "Didn't you mention earlier that you were struggling with a certain problem? Allow me to tutor you now." Tang Ning, who had been fretting over a pretext to linger in the classroom and observe the unfolding drama, seized upon the opportune excuse provided by Lu Yanchen. She promptly retrieved her practice exercises, arbitrarily selecting a problem, and declared, "This is the one." Lu Yanchen accepted the textbook and leisurely perused it. Meanwhile, Su Wei, seated not far away, was consumed by mounting anxiety. Not only had Lu Chizhou and Wang Ting remained, but now Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen had also decided to stay. Observing that the classroom clock's hands had reached 3, Su Wei could no longer suppress her emotions and uttered, "Chizhou, Ting, you should return home first. I can manage on my own." Lu Chizhou responded, "I shall remain here with you. If that old hag surnamed Li dares to mistreat you, she will have to answer to me." "Indeed, Yu Rou, we are all here, do not be afraid. The old witch is merely experiencing the trials of menopause. And her decline in performance is but a slight setback. As for involving the parents, Wang Ting has always stood by Su Yu Rou." However, this statement nearly provoked laughter from Tang Ning. Su Yu Rou had plummeted from the top 10 in her grade to an astonishing 50 or so. This was no mere dip. Given her current academic standing, the prospect of being granted an opportunity to study abroad, as she had in her previous life, now seemed highly improbable. Even gaining admission to a prestigious domestic university would pose a significant challenge. Seeing that Wang Ting and the others were reluctant to leave, Su Yu Rou attempted to persuade Lu Chizhou, "Chizhou, perhaps you should take your leave for now. My father does not approve of early romantic relationships, and I fear he might be displeased should he encounter you." Noticing Su Yu Rou's evident discomfort, Lu Chizhou, despite his desire to remain, acquiesced, "All right. Just remember to message me once you return home." Su Yu Rou nodded, eager for him to depart swiftly. As he left, Lu Chizhou expressed his concern, asking Wang Ting and the others to look after Su Yu Rou. Witnessing his care for her, envy flickered across the faces of Wang Ting and her companions. Observing Tang Ning engrossed in her work, seemingly oblivious, Wang Ting intentionally remarked, "Lu Xiao is truly considerate towards our Yu Rou. I have heard that he is already planning a proposal. Yu Rou, with the Su family being a large enterprise, I suppose you two will be engaged upon graduation?" At this, Su Yu Rou's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "Well, I am not quite certain." How could she not know? "I've heard that children from prestigious families often get engaged right after graduating high school, just waiting until they reach the legal age to marry. Yu Rou, with how deeply enamored Mr. Lu is with you, he surely wouldn't bear to let you study abroad alone. Perhaps the Lu family might indeed propose to the Su family soon. Indeed, our Yu Rou is beautiful, has a wonderful personality, and is the Su family's heiress. She is the most perfect match for Mr. Lu. How could Mr. Lu bear to let our Yu Rou go abroad alone? He will certainly accompany you in the future." Seeing the expectant looks on everyone's faces, Su Yu Rou seemed to envision herself marrying into a wealthy family in the future. Hearing all of this, Tang Ning couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In her past life, it wasn't as if Su Yu Rou had never married. 3 years after graduating high school, during a high school reunion, Su Yu Rou had already returned from studying abroad and was with a foreign nobleman. The two quickly became engaged. Lu Chizhou was also present, and upon hearing the news of Su Yu Rou's engagement, he didn't care about saving face for her and became visibly distraught. He even chased after Su Yu Rou, wanting to speak with her alone. At that time, Tang Ning was already Lu Chizhou's wife, and because of his actions, she was utterly humiliated at the class reunion. Later, the Lu family grew more and more powerful, and Lu Chizhou became one of the leading business magnates in Lin City. It was also at that time that Su Yu Rou's husband's business failed, and he committed suicide by jumping off a building. Only then did Su Yu Rou return to China and rekindle her relationship with Lu Chizhou. And Lu Chizhou, in order to divorce her smoothly, had her confined to a mental hospital and even personally caused the deaths of her children. Recalling the events of her past life, the pencil in Tang Ning's hand suddenly snapped. Lu Yanchen observed Tang Ning in silence. Tang Ning's actions also attracted the attention of Wang Ting and others. Wang Ting sneered, "What's this? Someone can't bear to hear the truth? Alas, our Yu Rou is just destined for a life of luxury. Tang Ning, don't be envious. If you were born into a wealthy family in your next life and are a little more attractive, perhaps young Master Lu would take a fancy to you." The surrounding people made no attempt to conceal their ridicule of Tang Ning, but Lu Yanchen could not tolerate it. He stood up and walked directly in front of Wang Ting, throwing her bag out of the window. Seeing this, Wang Ting's expression changed instantly. Lu Yanchen. Are you sick? I don't hit women, but don't provoke me. Lu Yanchen kicked Wang Ting's desk. The students who had been clamoring earlier immediately fell silent. With summer vacation approaching, they dared not risk being beaten. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from outside the classroom, "Is this class 1? The middle-aged man who appeared was about 40 years old, of medium build, looking somewhat aged, with streaks of gray in his hair. He was dressed as a driver. His sneakers were worn, and his hands were rough. If Tang Ning was not mistaken, the person before her was Su Yuro's father. Su Yuro did not expect her father to arrive so soon. Before she could decide what to say, Wang Ting asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The other students scrutinized Su's father. Su's father gave a simple smile and said, "I am Su. I'm the driver of their family." In a moment of panic, Su Yuru blurted out her response, hurriedly moving to her father's side. Under the watchful gaze of Su's father, she declared, "My father is busy and has no time. So he sent our family driver." Chapter 19, Su's father arrives at school, Su Yuru's identity on the brink of exposure. So he is merely the family driver. I wondered how President Su could possibly dress in such a manner. Indeed, Yuru's father is the president of the Su Corporation, perpetually occupied with affairs. It is implausible for him to spare time for a visit to the school. Wang Ting and her classmates engaged in a flurry of chatter, causing Su Yuru to feel increasingly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Su's father clearly recognized that his daughter was boasting in front of her peers, pretending to be a wealthy heiress. He tugged at Su Yuru and gently remarked, "Yuru, how can you? How audacious." Su Yuru abruptly pushed her father away, exclaiming, "Who permitted you to address me by name? You are merely a driver for the Su family. I would let your age slide, but do not overstep your bounds." Wang Ting chimed in, "Exactly. A mere driver dares to meddle with the boss's daughter, not even considering his own position." Su's father's expression darkened. And fearing that he might reveal her true identity as not being the Su family's legitimate daughter, Su Yuru hastily urged him, "The teacher is waiting for you in the office. Shouldn't you hurry along?" Observing his daughter's anxious demeanor, Mr. Su quickly discerned that she feared her classmates would uncover her true identity. Although he disapproved of Su Yuro's actions, he nodded and acquiesced, prioritizing her well-being at school. Wang Ting, expressing her discontent, remarked, "Yuro, your family's chauffeur is utterly ignorant of decorum. He must think that his long tenure at the Su household grants him some sort of superiority." Listening to her peer's scornful remarks about her father, Su Yuro's smile appeared forced. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, feigning concentration on her work, wore a bemused expression, as if indulging in a juicy piece of gossip. "What are you laughing at?" Su Yuro inquired. "Is it amusing?" Tang Ning replied, "You wouldn't understand, but I suspect one day you will." Seeing Su Yuro's distress at the prospect of her identity being exposed filled Tang Ning with a sense of delight. She wondered how Su Yuro would navigate the fallout when her deception was ultimately unveiled. As half an hour passed, Mr. Su emerged from the office, his expression grim. Upon catching sight of her father's countenance, Su Yuro's complexion turned pale. With Wang Ting and the others still nearby, she steeled herself and approached her father, saying, "Have you concluded your discussions? If so, let us depart promptly." Her tone was commanding, as she desperately wished to leave with him. At that moment, Wang Ting unexpectedly stepped forward and addressed Mr. Su, "Uncle Chauffeur, our Euro simply did not perform well this time, surely. You know how to phrase that in front of your employer?" Su's father remained silent, and Wang Ting, assuming he was being unappreciative, promptly declared, "Young Master Lu instructed us to take good care of you, Ro. If you dare to speak of this matter, not only will we not let you off, but even young Master Lu will ensure you face the consequences." Wang Ting believed her intimidation was effective, while Tang Ning, in the classroom, barely stifled a laugh. Now, not only had their academic decline compelled a parental meeting, but the matter of early romance was also exposed. At that moment, Su Yuro felt a surge of helplessness, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she urgently pushed her father forward, exclaiming, "Enough. I am eager to return home, hurry and drive." Su's father, now barely containing his rage, forcefully shoved Su Yuro aside and raised his hand to deliver a slap. The impact left one side of Su Yuro's face stinging with pain. This provoked an immediate response from Wang Ting, who exclaimed in anger, "Have you lost your mind? Our Ro is a young lady of high status. You are merely a driver, what gives you the audacity to lay a hand on her?" "Just because I am." "Enough." In a moment of panic, Su Ro retaliated with a slap of her own, catching her father off guard and causing him to stumble back several steps. With her chin held high, she spoke with an air of defiance, "This is a school. Do you dare to raise your hand in front of so many classmates? I know my father granted you the authority to act. But you are nothing more than a driver for our family. Do not think you can truly discipline me. Hurry and return to your car. Do you wish for others to witness our family's disgrace?" Each of Su Ro's words served as a reminder to her father that they were in a school and surrounded by peers. Upon witnessing the scene, Su's father, despite his seething anger, could only leave in frustration, his sleeves flailing. Inside the classroom, Tang Ning craned her neck to glimpse the situation outside, only to find Lu Yanqing gathering her practice papers into his bag. When Tang Ning regained her senses, she discovered that her desk had been tidied, and Lu Yanqing had effortlessly slung her bag over his shoulder. Having had enough of the spectacle, he remarked, "Let us go home," tapping her forehead lightly. Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of an unfamiliar tenderness in Lu Yanqing's gaze. As they made their way home, she kept glancing at him. In her previous life, Lu Yanqing had been found by the Gu family and subsequently returned to Haiqing, ascending as its ruler. This event had caused quite a stir in Linqing, and upon his several returns to Haiqing, he had often clashed with Lu Chizhou, becoming his rival. At that time, as Lu Chizhou's wife, she had frequently solicited her family's assistance against Lu Yanqing. Eventually, Lu Yanqing ceased his involvement in Linqing, content to lead the Gu family in Haiqing. However, in this lifetime, due to her intervention, Lu Yanqing had been brought to the Tang family. What fate awaited him in the future? Would the Gu family still come knocking? With the arrival of summer vacation, Lu Yanqing had meticulously crafted a summer plan for her. After more than 2 months of diligent effort, Tang Ning had successfully slimmed down to a weight of 130 pounds. The summer break was the perfect time for a final push, especially since Tang Ning was still in her growth phase. It was indeed the opportune moment for weight loss. For breakfast, there were eggs, orange juice, and a cup of warm water. In the morning, Lu Yanqing placed the breakfast before Tang Ning. Embarking on a weight loss journey is now second nature to Tang Ning. Without hesitation, she consumed her breakfast. At noon, Lu Yanqian placed a plate of strawberries on the table, stating simply, "Lunch, 6 strawberries." Tang Ning gazed at the strawberries and nodded resolutely. Observing from behind the corner, Tang Ning's parents exchanged glances, concerned about their daughter's restrictive diet. Tang's mother shook her head with resignation, while Tang's father lamented, "She's lost all her meat." In the evening, Lu Yanqian, donning an apron, meticulously studied recipes in the kitchen. Tang Ning, drawn by the aroma, descended from the second floor, her stomach growling. "Lu Yanqian, what's for dinner?" "Pan-fried chicken breast." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Tang Ning's eyes lit up with excitement. Observing her salivating, a subtle smile graced Lu Yanqian's face. Chapter 20, Tang Ning's successful weight loss. August marked the approaching end of summer vacation. The class group buzzed with activity when Su Ro extended a cordial invitation to a summer resort. The prospect of visiting the resort piqued everyone's interest. Tang Ning couldn't help but smile, surmising that Su Ro sought to dispel any doubts about her status as the Su family's heiress, stemming from her father's visit to the school. Moreover, Su Yuru's choice of words was astute. She merely suggested that everyone visit the summer resort for a retreat, without explicitly stating that it belonged to her, thereby circumventing numerous potential complications. Tang Ning turned over in bed, clutching her large teddy bear, and made her way to the adjacent room of Lu Yanqing. Without knocking, she entered, clad in a simple, cartoon-patterned nightgown. As she pushed the door open, she found Lu Yanqing seated by the window, engrossed in a book. With a beaming smile, Tang Ning inquired, "Lu Yanqing, are you free the day after tomorrow?" His gaze shifted from her sweet, smiling face to her smooth, slender legs. He had admonished her countless times not to wear such short nightgowns at home. With that, Lu Yanqing tossed a gift box in her direction. Tang Ning skillfully caught it with both hands, causing the teddy bear to slip from her grasp and tumble to the floor. Eyeing the long pink gift box, she asked, "What is this?" "A reward for you." After a summer of dedication, Tang Ning had successfully reduced her weight from 130 pounds to 110 pounds. To her pleasant surprise, she had also grown 3 centimeters taller. Now, Tang Ning possessed a curvaceous figure, with well-defined proportions that contrasted starkly with her previous self as an overweight girl. Each time she shed 10 pounds. Lu Yanqing would use his earnings from odd jobs to buy her gifts. The last present had been the teddy bear, which she cuddled to sleep each night. This time, it was an adorable long nightgown. Upon unwrapping the gift box and seeing the comfortable fabric, she couldn't help but ask, was it very expensive? Lu Yanqing remained silent. Yet Tang Ning discerned from the craftsmanship and materials that the nightgown was of considerable value, particularly given its luxury brand affiliation. Throughout the summer, Lu Yanqing had consistently engaged in odd jobs, without appearing to spend a single coin on himself. It became evident that he had been saving up to purchase this gift. Observing Tang Ning's delight, a subtle smile graced Lu Yanqing's countenance. Do you like it? I adore it. Tang Ning exclaimed, holding the dress up for display. Do you think I'll look too adorable wearing this? Indeed, quite adorable, and it suits you perfectly. Lu Yanqing replied, his tone gentle and imbued with affection. In her elation, Tang Ning nearly forgot the matter that had brought her there. Oh, that's right. Will you be available the day after tomorrow? Is there something happening? Suyuro from our class is planning to invite classmates to a summer retreat at the mountain resort. Would you like to accompany me? Upon hearing the name Suyuro, the smile that had been on Lu Yanqing's face vanished. He continued to peruse his book, not lifting his gaze. I shall not attend. Are you certain you won't go? Affirmative. There will be quite a spectacle to behold. As I am not a member of Class A, I suggest you proceed. Please exercise caution on your journey. Noticing Lu Yanqing's disinterest, Tang Ning ceased her persuasion. Just as she was about to depart, Lu Yanqing suddenly spoke, provide me with the address. Have you had a change of heart? No, I merely wish to ensure that if it becomes too late, I can trouble Uncle Zhang to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning pouted slightly. Very well, I understand. Tang Ning had initially hoped to entice Lu Yanqing to witness the spectacle with her, but he seemed to possess no interest whatsoever. Left to her own devices, she would have to attend the theatrical performance solo. As the day after tomorrow approached, Tang Ning prepared several of her newly acquired swimsuits. Having lived once before, Tang Ning's psychological age was no longer that of a mere high schooler. Wearing cartoon pajamas at home and indulging in the dolls favored by young girls was merely a ruse to prevent her family from becoming suspicious. However, the mere thought of donning a cartoon swimsuit for swimming filled her with mortification. The summer villa was situated in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Despite being referred to as a villa, it was, in essence, a grand mansion with a courtyard. The Tang family also possessed such summer villas in the mountains, though they were rarely visited, either rented out or left unoccupied for years. At this moment, the other classmates had already arrived, and Suyuro, clad in casual loungewear as if she were a long-term resident, invited them into the living room. Make yourselves at home, and don't stand on ceremony. Wang Ting and the others were rendered speechless upon beholding such a grand villa for the first time. Yuro, your home is enormous. Indeed, Yuro. Do you not reside here regularly? This is far too extravagant. The crowd exclaimed in succession. Although many students in Class A hailed from wealthy families, they typically resided in upscale apartments and suburban villas, which paled in comparison to the Su family's abode. Suyuro merely smiled, remaining silent. By the way, Yuro, where is young Master Lu? Why didn't he accompany you? Several of the other girls in the class had come not only to see Suyuro's grand villa but, more importantly, to meet Lu Chizhou outside of school. After all, Lu Chizhou was the campus heartthrob, typically aloof and taciturn, only engaging in conversation when he was with Suyuro. Suyuro, brushing her hair aside, couldn't he conceal her shyness, Chizhou will be here soon. Let us enjoy ourselves in the meantime. Is everyone here? I feel like we're still missing someone. It must be Tang Ning, she hasn't arrived yet. Tang Ning caused Yuru and Lu Xiao to be called in for early romance, perhaps she is too embarrassed to show up now. That's not necessarily the case. After all, she has harbored feelings for Lu Xiao for 2 years. How could she possibly miss any opportunity to be near him? Laughter at Tang Ning's expense echoed around them. Just then, the doorbell rang from outside the courtyard. Wang Ting was the first to rise, exclaiming, "It must be Lu Xiao. I'll answer the door." Wang Ting eagerly approached the door, but upon opening it, she was met with the sight of a fair-skinned, stunning beauty with long legs. Wang Ting was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Tang Ning." Having lost weight, Tang Ning's voice had become notably delicate, resonating like clear, melodious jade. "Tang Ning?" Wang Ting was stunned. When had Tang Ning transformed in such a way? "Ting Ting, why are you so slow?" Su Yuru approached. Though she regarded Wang Ting as her closest friend, a hint of apprehension lingered about her friendship being jeopardized. Yet, as Su Yuru drew closer, her eyes fell upon Tang Ning's exquisite visage. Momentarily startled, she struggled to recognize the person before her. Tang Ning broke the silence, saying, "Yuru, have you forgotten me so quickly?" Chapter 21, Su Yuru finds herself in a predicament. Su Yuru's smile faltered as she beheld Tang Ning before her. Tang Ning? Was it truly Tang Ning standing there? "What? Am I not welcome to enter?" Tang Ning cast a glance inside. Seeing Su Yuru and Wang Ting rendered speechless, she proceeded to wheel her luggage in without further ado. By the time Su Yuru and Wang Ting had gathered their wits, Tang Ning had already entered the living room. The male students, who had been jesting moments before, were struck dumb as they caught sight of a fair-skinned, long-legged beauty pushing a suitcase into the room. Had their class been graced by such a stunning woman? "Tang Ning, you." Su Yuru hurried after her. Upon hearing Su Yuru address the beauty as Tang Ning, one of the students exclaimed in astonishment, "Tang Ning? You're saying that's Tang Ning? You must be joking. How could she possibly be Tang Ning?" The classmates initially disbelieved it. But upon closer examination of Tang Ning's face, they discerned a faint resemblance to her former self. However, Tang Ning had been overweight in the past, causing her features to appear unremarkable. Now, she possessed a defined jawline, and her almond-shaped eyes were vivacious and alluring, while her rosy lips added a touch of endearing charm. "Tang Ning, is it really Tang Ning? Tang Ning, did you perhaps undergo cosmetic surgery?" In the past, the classmates held no interest in Tang Ning. And coupled with her reclusive nature, she had hardly any friends within the class. However, upon witnessing her successful weight loss, astonishment spread across their faces. The only one whose expression soured was Su Yuru. She had not anticipated that Tang Ning would achieve such transformation in just one summer. She wondered if Lu Chizhou would regard Tang Ning differently upon seeing her in this new light. After a long separation, Tang Ning, whose parents were recently on a business trip, had thoughtfully prepared some small gifts for everyone, hoping they would be well received. As she opened her suitcase, it revealed an array of imported watches, expensive electronic gadgets, and exquisite luxury jewelry. The classmates, upon seeing these treasures, rushed over in excitement. "Wow, these are high-end brand watches. Did your parents travel abroad, Tang Ning? Isn't this bracelet a limited edition? I've heard it's quite pricey. And this gaming console costs thousands." Their chatter drowned out the fact that today was Su Yuru's gathering. Observing the valuables worth 6 figures in Tang Ning's suitcase, Su Yuru's expression grew even more dismal. Tang Ning turned to Su Yuru and Wang Ting, inviting them, "Yuru, Wang Ting, please pick something for yourselves." Wang Ting, who had initially been captivated by the contents of the suitcase, quickly recalled Su Yuru's previous remarks about Tang Ning's father being merely a driver, leading her to question how it was possible for them to bring back such lavish gifts from a business trip. Wang Ting disdainfully remarked, "What else there to pick apart? After all, they are all replicas, aren't they?" Wang Ting, "Tang Ning is merely expressing goodwill, why speak such nonsense?" Another interjected. "Indeed, this is clearly an authentic item. How could it possibly be counterfeit? It even bears foreign text and anti-counterfeit markings." Wang Ting, please refrain from casting aspersions. The atmosphere shifted rapidly, and Wang Ting felt somewhat swayed by their words. Meanwhile, Tang Ning had already settled onto a nearby sofa, observing her peers joyfully selecting gifts. Noticing that Su Yuru was still hesitant to approach, Tang Ning smiled and inquired, "Yuru, is this summer villa owned by your family? It appears quite expansive." Tang Ning's seemingly innocuous question left Su Yuru in a predicament, for the villa did not belong to her family, it was merely a seldom-visited property of the Su family. She had acquired the key solely because the entire Su family was abroad, and she had asked her father, who was a driver, to borrow it through the household's nanny. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Su Yuru. As Tang Ning presented a plethora of lavish gifts, Su Yuru steeled herself and replied, "Yes, yes. It is indeed my family's. Such a grand villa, yet there isn't even a single maid?" Tang Ning's subsequent question left Su Yurua momentarily speechless. Securing the villa's key had already been quite a feat. Where could she possibly find a maid now? Her classmates shared in the confusion. Indeed, Yurua. Not only is there no maid, but also no security, who manages such a large villa on a regular basis? In a moment of urgency, Suyuru cleverly responded. This is because everyone wanted to come and have fun, so I sent them all home. I was worried they would disturb our enjoyment. Seeing Suyuru had found an excuse, Tang Ning feigned difficulty and asked, but we are all still hungry, and without a maid, who will cook for us? Of course. I shall personally take charge of the kitchen to entertain everyone, Suyuru replied, quite pleased with her culinary skills. Noting that others had no objections. Tang Ning smiled and continued, it would be splendid if Yuru were to cook for us. I've heard that families from prominent enterprises like the Su family dine daily on sea cucumbers and abalone, not to mention imported wagyu beef and foie gras. I've longed to savor these delights, Yuru. Considering we've traveled such a distance, you must have prepared some for us, right? Sea cucumbers and abalone? Wagyu beef and foie gras? Where would she procure such delicacies? Before Suyuru could respond, her classmates erupted in playful banter. Indeed, Yuru. Tang Ning has prepared so many little gifts for us, we too wish to taste those rare delicacies. You wouldn't be stingy, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Our Yuru is the daughter of the Su family, it's merely a meal, how could she possibly be stingy? It's not something extraordinary, right, Yuru? Upon hearing this, Suyuru's complexion paled. She had only prepared some skewers, intending to grill them outdoors later, but now, with Tang Ning elevating her to such heights. How could she possibly speak up? Observing Suyuro's silence, Tang Ning promptly stood up and declared, Yuro has undoubtedly prepared something for us. Allow me to investigate what culinary delights await us in the kitchen. With that, Tang Ning proceeded towards the kitchen. Suyuro, upon noticing this, immediately intercepted Tang Ning. Forcing a smile as she stated, since everyone has come from afar, I have certainly made preparations. However, the ingredients are still en route. If we are to dine, it is imperative that we partake in the freshest fare, wouldn't you concur? The surrounding classmates, upon realizing that a grand feast was indeed in store, nodded in agreement. Tang Ning, however, raised an eyebrow in skepticism. In this remote mountain region, where would one procure fresh seafood? It was evident that Suyuro was unprepared. She was eager to witness how Suyuro would extricate herself from this predicament. Chapter 22, Mother, my dislike for Tang Ning seizing a moment when she was not the focus of attention. Suyuro discreetly made her way outside the courtyard and swiftly dialed Lu Chizhou's number. On the other end of the line, Lu Chizhou's tone was somewhat vexed. What is it? Chizhou, when you come over later, could you possibly bring some abalone, sea cucumber, and the like? Abalone and sea cucumber? Lu Chizhou frowned. Have you not prepared the ingredients? Everyone suddenly expressed a desire for abalone, sea cucumber, wagyu beef, and foie gras. And I am at a loss as to where to procure them. Therefore, Suyuro's tone was imbued with a touch of pitiable vulnerability. Lu Chizhou paused for a moment before replying, I shall endeavor to find a solution. Upon hearing this, a hint of elation flickered in Suyuro's eyes as she softened her tone, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Chizhou. I truly don't know what I would have done without you. Preoccupied with swiftly dispelling everyone's doubts, Suyuro remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Lu Chizhou's demeanor. In the distance, Tang Ning leaned against the doorway, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she observed Suyuro furtively phoning Lu Chizhou in the courtyard. She had assumed Suyuro had conceived a brilliant plan, only to discover she was seeking assistance from Lu Chizhou. In times past, Lu Chizhou could have effortlessly resolved these issues with a mere wave of his hand. However, circumstances have changed. With Tang's withdrawal of investment, the Lu family teeters on the brink of collapse. The Lu family no longer possesses the financial means to sustain Lu Chizhou's support of Suyuro. At that moment, Tang Ning's phone chimed. A smile tugged at the corner of Tang Ning's lips as she glanced at the caller ID. It seemed fate was on her side. Tang Ning answered the call, her voice laced with anticipation. Lu's mother was anxious on the other end of the phone, and she lowered her voice and said, Ning Ning, are you free today? Aunt Lu. Is there something you need? Your aunt misses you terribly. I'd like to invite you to dinner today. How about coming over to our house? Tang Ning discerned Lu's mother's ulterior motives from her tone. She glanced at Suyuro, who was still waiting for Lu Chizhou in the courtyard, and inquired. Will Lu Chizhou be there as well? Of course. Chizhou misses you too. He has been feeling guilty about offending you before. And today your aunt asked him to apologize to you. I see. Tang Ning replied with a smile. All right, I'll see you in a while then? In a while? Indeed. Stated, I have some engagements this evening, so let's plan the meal for noon. I'll be there shortly. But is there an issue, Auntie? If it's inconvenient, perhaps we should forego it. No, it's no trouble at all. Not in the slightest. Chuckled, adding. Then Auntie will commence preparing the meal for you and await your arrival. Very well. Concluded the call, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Had always been notoriously avaricious. A master of petty schemes. Her sudden eagerness for presents suggested a significant crisis within the household. Unperturbed, returned to the living room. Observing that it was nearing noon and the assembled guests were growing ravenous, with still gazing expectantly outside, anticipating delivery of ingredients, someone finally voiced their discontent. I'm famished. When will we be able to dine? Indeed, it's almost noon. Will we even partake in this grand feast? Others echoed the sentiment, their patience wearing thin. Responded, soon. It will be soon, I assure you. I'll call and inquire again. Retrieved her phone and promptly dialed its number, only to find the line perpetually engaged. Her countenance visibly soured. Sensing the opportune moment, arose and declared, it appears he may not be arriving. I have pressing matters at home and must take my leave. I trust you all will enjoy yourselves. S words immediately agitated the other students, who had been waiting for hours without even the offer of a warm beverage. As Tang Ning prepared to depart, Suyuro attempted to intercept her, but Tang Ning, already hoisting her luggage, waved farewell to her classmates. At that moment, a luxurious automobile came to a halt outside the entrance. The assembled students, anticipating the arrival of their midday meal, were taken by surprise when Lu Yanchen emerged from the vehicle. Bearing a parasol, Lu Yanchen approached Tang Ning and gallantly shielded her from the sun's rays. Bathed in sunlight, Lu Yanchen and Tang Ning appeared to be the quintessential couple. The students in the class gazed in astonishment. Good heavens, a Maybach. Why would Lu Yanchen personally come to fetch Tang Ning? Could it be that the two are romantically involved? I'm uncertain, but given Tang Ning's circumstances, she hardly seems like an underprivileged student. How could she possibly be an underprivileged student? Tang Ning casually gifts timepieces that cost 5 figures. The surrounding students buzzed with speculation. Even Wang Ting began to harbor doubts about Tang Ning's identity. It doesn't seem as though Tang Ning is the daughter of a driver. Uro. Could it be that you've been misinformed? Indeed, upon closer inspection, Tang Ning is quite attractive now that she has lost weight. What do you mean quite attractive? She is exceedingly beautiful. The student's incessant chatter stirred unease within Suyuro's heart. She glanced down at her mobile phone. Perplexed as to why Lu Chizhou was not answering her calls, unaware that, at that very moment, Lu Chizhou was seated in the living room of the Lu residence, staring at his phone on the table. Lu's mother, having reheated the meal for what felt like the umpteenth time, remarked with a frigid expression, when Ning Ning arrives, you had better comport yourself appropriately. Mother. I do not harbor affection for Tang Ning. I have a girlfriend. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? I informed Lu Chizhou that the women outside are merely trifles. And only Tang Ning is worthy of being our Lu family's daughter-in-law. Lu's mother snatched the phone from Lu Chizhou's table and cast a glance at the lobsters, abalones, and sea cucumbers he had stealthily taken from home. Coldly, she remarked, you should quickly sever ties with that little girlfriend of yours. What kind of person encourages you to steal from your own home at such a young age? Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou's expression darkened. Mother, Yurua is a good girl. I won't allow you to speak of her that way. What good girl? She is merely drawn to our wealth and seeks to climb the social ladder. I have encountered many such women, and only a fool like you would fall for her kind. Lu's mother scolded, exasperated. Our family is now at the end of its rope, the Tang family has withdrawn their investments, and your father's business is on the brink of collapse. If you wish to continue as the young master of the Lu family, you must earnestly court Tang Ning and bring her home as soon as possible. Just as Lu's mother was reprimanding Lu Chizhou, there came a knock at the door. She quickly adjusted her demeanor and donned a smile as she approached the entrance. Only to find not Tang Ning, but the secretary accompanying Mr. Tang. Excuse me, Mrs. Lu. But I regret to inform you that our young lady has encountered an unexpected matter and will be unable to come. What? Unable to come? Upon hearing that Tang Ning would not be arriving, Lu Chizhou's ire was instantly ignited. They waited at home for several hours, reheating the meal 3 times. After such a prolonged delay beyond the agreed time, Tang Ning only sent a butler to inform them that she could not come. This was clearly a deliberate act of mockery. Lu Chizhou stood up and stormed out of the Lu residence. Lu Mu hurriedly called out, Lu Chizhou. Where are you going? Come back at once. Ignoring his mother, Lu Chizhou got into his car and pressed the accelerator to the floor, heading straight for the Tang family home. At that moment, Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen were enjoying their lunch at home when they heard Lu Chizhou's furious shouts from outside. Tang Ning! Open the door! Both Tang father and mother were at work, leaving only Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen in the house. Tang Ning approached the window and caught sight of Lu Chizhou, seething with anger outside the Tang villa, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. She vividly recalled how, in her previous life, the Lu family had risen to prominence, targeting the Tang family first, resulting in a dramatic decline in their business. At that time, her parents had attempted to meet Lu Chizhou but were turned away at the door. Now, Lu Chizhou was experiencing a taste of the disdain and humiliation that her parents had endured. Tang Ning, I know you're inside. Open the door now. Lu Chizhou shouted furiously. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Yanchen had already moved to the landline and dialed the Tang family's security. There is someone causing a disturbance, please escort them away. His tone was calm as he hung up the phone, then served Tang Ning a few dishes, saying lightly, let us sit down and eat. Tang Ning glanced outside and saw that the 2 security guards had restrained Lu Chizhou's arms. Although Lu Chizhou struggled fiercely, he was still pushed down to the ground. The security guard, with a tone laced with impatience, exclaimed, move along. Hurry up. Don't cause trouble here. I demand to see Tang Ning. Are you not leaving? If you don't, we will call the police. His demeanor was fierce, and for Lu Chizhou, who had never encountered such disrespect, his expression darkened. I am the eldest son of the Lu family. Who gave you the audacity to treat me this way? Lu Chizhou's reputation in Lin City was formidable. Even small business owners would flatter him with praises of his youthful accomplishments. He had never been subjected to such treatment by security personnel. The guard, with a mocking tone, retorted, the Lu family? You are not even worthy to carry our Tang family's shoes. Moreover, are you not aware that your family is on the verge of bankruptcy? A young master? I dare say that in a few days, you'll be left to the winds of the northwest. The troubles of the Lu family had long since become common knowledge within their social circles. And nearly all the security guards working in the villa district were well aware of it. Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened further as he furiously exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? While the Lu family has faced some challenges recently, we are far from bankruptcy. It appeared that Lu Xiao was still oblivious to the dire straits. The Lu family had incurred substantial debts, and many collaborative projects would have collapsed had it not been for the support of our Tang general. Your Lu family's ingratitude is evident, yet you still have the gall to seek our young lady. The fact that we are merely expelling you is already a show of leniency. The guard's words crushed Lu Chizhou's pride beneath the weight of their contempt. Lu Chizhou reflected on his mother's words from earlier that day, when she had lamented the dire straits of the Lu family. Initially, he had dismissed it as a ploy to coerce him into marrying Tang Ning, an exaggeration of their circumstances. However, he now realized the gravity of their situation. I suggest you conserve your energy. Rather than seeking out our young lady, perhaps you should contemplate how to secure your position as the Lu family's heir. With that, the 2 security guards forcefully slammed the iron gates of the Tang residence. Lu Chizhou clenched his fists, incensed. So this is Tang Ning, this is the Tang family. They are truly cutting off all avenues. Seething, Lu Chizhou stormed off to his car and departed. Watching him drive away, Tang Ning felt a surge of satisfaction. You can't even withstand this level of humiliation? The arduous days ahead are yet to come. In the evening, upon their return, Tang Ning's parents were displeased to hear of Lu Chizhou's disruptive visit. That Lu Chizhou actually has the audacity to cause trouble at our home. Tang's father exclaimed, his appetite vanishing as he slammed his chopsticks on the table. Tang Ning attempted to assuage his anger. Father, don't be upset. If it displeases you, we could simply post a sign at the entrance stating, Lu Chizhou and dogs are not allowed, Her father's expression softened slightly. You are incorrigible, child. Nevertheless, the Lu family's behavior is utterly reprehensible. How could they act in such a manner? Her mother sighed, lamenting her past kindness towards Lu Chizhou, who had proven to be an ungrateful wretch. As Tang Ning observed that the atmosphere had sufficiently brewed, she inquired, Father, Mother. I recall that Uncle Lu has a stake in our Tang family, and we also possess shares in the Lu family, correct? Indeed, this is the case. I've heard from my classmates that the Lu family is currently facing significant difficulties. Given that the ties between our two families have been severed, I propose we engage a lawyer to repurchase the Tang shares held by the Lu family, which could serve as a form of assistance for them. However, in return, we must also reclaim our shares in the Lu family. Tang Ning was acutely aware of her father's compassionate nature. Although he might presently be resolute in refusing to assist the Lu family, she knew he could eventually be swayed. Furthermore, with the shares the Lu family holds in the Tang enterprise, they are entitled to substantial monthly dividends, providing them with a much-needed respite. What Tang Ning desired was to ensure that the Lu family would never have the opportunity to regain their footing. She wanted them to experience the bitter taste of destitution. Her father, after careful deliberation, responded, You are right, since our families are no longer connected, we must address the financial matters at hand. Upon hearing her father's agreement, Tang Ning felt a weight lift from her heart. After all, should the Lu family encounter calamity in the future, she could not allow her father to suffer a total loss on his investments. Recovering the value of the shares now would be a prudent measure to mitigate potential losses and further distance themselves from the Lu family. Furthermore, Tang Ning recalled from her past life that the Lu family's crisis was not merely a matter of bankruptcy, but also involved substantial debt. However, at that time, she had already married Lu Chizhou, and the Tang and Lu families had reciprocal shareholdings, forcing the Tang family to make significant financial contributions to help the Lu family overcome their difficulties. In this life, Lu Chizhou would likely have to rely solely on himself. During the meal, Lu Yanchen remained silent throughout. Tang Ning noticed his somber mood. Lu Yanchen rarely displayed such an expression. After dinner, Tang Ning proactively followed Lu Yanchen upstairs and inquired, Lu Yanchen, are you unhappy? Lu Yanchen paused in the second-floor corridor and questioned, Are you concerned about the Lu family? Chapter 24, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro break up. Concerned about the Lu family? In a sense, she was indeed concerned. However, her concern revolved around when the Lu family would go bankrupt and when Lu Chizhou would suffer a complete defeat. Outwardly, Tang Ning naturally couldn't express her inner thoughts. She asked with feigned confusion, Why do you suddenly say that? Lu Yanchen remained silent for a moment before finally asking, Are you concerned about the Lu family? Or are you concerned about Lu Chizhou? Observing Lu Yanchen's earnest demeanor, Tang Ning suddenly chuckled. I am not concerned about the Lu family. Nor am I concerned about Lu Chizhou. My concern lies with ensuring that our Tang family is not implicated or financially exploited. Rest assured. I am aware that the Lu family did not treat you well in the past, and I would never pity them. Lu Yanchen, I am always on your side. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Lu Yanchen was taken aback, and it took him a while to recover. You are always on my side? Indeed. Observing the earnest demeanor of Tang Ning before him, Lu Yanqing inquired, What about Lu Chizhou? What connection do I have with him? You once held a fondness for him. It was evident to the entire school that Tang Ning had harbored feelings for Lu Chizhou. However, following that incident by the water, she seemed transformed. Many believed Tang Ning distanced herself from Lu Chizhou out of jealousy, particularly due to his ambiguous relationship with Su Yurua, even opting for Lu Chizhou's illegitimate brother as a substitute. Lu Yanqing himself shared this sentiment. Noticing Lu Yanqing's hesitation, Tang Ning remarked, You mentioned that was in the past. One must always look forward. I once liked him, but those feelings have faded. And now, whom do you favor? Tang Ning replied earnestly, I cherish my family and myself. As Lu Yanqing lowered his gaze, Tang Ning approached him, grasping his hand, and added, Of course, you are also part of my family. With that single statement, Lu Yanqing felt his heart skip a beat. Family? Yet he did not wish to be considered her family. Meanwhile, within the summer resort, Su Yurua busied herself with the aftermath alone. Not only had her classmates departed in the afternoon, but Lu Chizhou's absence had left her feeling humiliated before the crowd. Even Wang Ting had made an excuse to leave that evening. The more Su Yurua contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt. She retrieved her phone, stubbornly attempting to contact Lu Chizhou once more. Unlike before, this time he answered the call. Su Yuru, oblivious to the fatigue in Lu Chizhou's tone, retorted with indignation. Lu Chizhou. You have ignored my calls the entire day. What have you been up to? Do you realize the humiliation you've caused me in front of our classmates? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, we shall part ways. Since the inception of their romance, Su Yuru had frequently brandished the threat of a breakup. A tactic that proved effective on Lu Chizhou. Each time she feigned anger and threatened to end their relationship, he would patiently soothe her. However, this time, Lu Chizhou remained uncharacteristically silent on the other end of the line. A sudden unease gripped Su Yuru's heart as she sensed something was amiss. She quickly reined in her emotions and said, Chizhou. I apologize, I was too angry. I do not truly wish to break up with you. Are you all right? After a prolonged silence, Lu Chizhou's weary voice finally emerged, Yuru, let us take a few days to cool off. With that, he ended the call, leaving Su Yuru's expression darkened in an instant. What could have transpired in just one day? By the following day, news of their quarrel had spread throughout the class. The once demonstrative Lu Chizhou had inexplicably changed their couple's avatar the previous night, and the incident of him standing Su Yuru up had also circulated among their peers. Su Yuru, who had previously been active in the class group chat, remained silent throughout the day. Tang Ning was not taken aback by these developments. It was only a matter of time before discord arose between Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru since they occupied disparate spheres of existence. During the nascent stages of infatuation, each party is solely focused on the other. In the throes of passionate love, even transgressions are deemed endearing. However, once novelty wanes, those previously cherished behaviors become perceived as affected and contrived. At present, Tang Ning is more concerned with her studies than with observing the unfolding drama. In her previous life, she was an academically distinguished student with opportunities for advanced study abroad. However, her engagement to the Lu family impeded her scholarly pursuits. Upon graduation, she was immediately betrothed to the Lu family, serving as a de facto daughter-in-law for 3 years before formally marrying Lu Chizhou, who did not even grant her a wedding ceremony. For the subsequent 2 decades, she devoted herself to domesticity, transforming from the heiress of the Tang family into a homemaker, thereby forfeiting all social and professional prospects. She is now determined to avoid repeating the errors of her past. In this life, she intends to gain admission to her preferred university and remain in close proximity to her parents, even if she does not study abroad, so as to elevate the Tang Corporation to greater prominence. In the evening, Mr. Tang returned home, his countenance clouded with worry. Mrs. Tang inquired, did things not go smoothly at the company today? Why do you appear so crestfallen? The Lu family once again requested a meeting today, which I declined. Last night, Ningming mentioned the matter of stock acquisition and withdrawal. I am unsure how to broach the subject with them, given our decade-long relationship. Mr. Tang, being a man of strong sentiments and integrity, found himself reluctant to initiate a financial settlement with his counterparts. Ning furrowed her brow. In her previous life, Lu's mother had exploited her father's soft-heartedness, repeatedly seeking assistance from the Tang family. Ultimately, if the Tang family didn't help, they would be branded as heartless and inhumane. Tang Ning proactively spoke up, Dad, perhaps I could discuss this matter with a lawyer. You? Tang's father gazed at Tang Ning and said, what do you, a mere child, know about withdrawing shares and acquiring stock? Dad, I'm already 17 years old, I'm not a child anymore. Although I may not understand the intricacies of share withdrawal and stock acquisition, the lawyer does. I'll go there to persuade Aunt Lu to return our shares. I assure you, I won't act rashly. Observing Tang Ning's earnest demeanor, Tang's father took a deep breath and said, all right, then go and give it a try. Remember, it doesn't matter if we lose a little, we shouldn't allow others to accuse us of being unfeeling. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning couldn't help but smile mockingly to herself. Were the Tangs truly unfeeling? Over the years, their support for the Lu family had been more than sufficient. Yet, the Lus were a pack of ingrates, undeserving of such magnanimity from the Tang family. This time, she was determined to make the Lu family suffer losses to the point where even Lu Chizhou's wedding funds were depleted. The next day, Tang Ning proactively arrived at the Lu residence with a lawyer. Inside, Lu's mother was agitated due to the recent stock market crash of the Lu Corporation. When she heard the doorbell ringing, she assumed it was debt collectors. She impatiently opened the door and said in a harsh tone. Knocking on the door first thing in the morning. Didn't I say the money would be repaid? Upon the cessation of Madame Lu's utterance, she lifted her gaze to behold Tang Ning before her. Tang Ning was adorned in a pristine white dress, her long, sleek hair cascading down her waist, and her almond-shaped eyes lent an air of allure. Despite her youth and the fact that she had not yet fully blossomed, she already exuded the charm of a mature beauty. You are. Madame Lu paused, momentarily failing to recognize Tang Ning. Tang Ning offered a gentle smile, articulating. Aunt Lu, it is I, Tang Ning. Upon recognizing the person before her as Tang Ning, Madame Lu's mouth seemed to gape open in astonishment. How could Tang Ning, formerly a plump figure, have undergone such a transformation in a mere few months? Ning Ning? Is it truly Ning Ning? Madame Lu voiced, her countenance filled with disbelief. Tang Ning responded. I was previously detained by unforeseen circumstances, but I have come specifically to pay a visit. Aunt Lu, I trust you are not harboring any resentment towards me? How could Auntie possibly be angry with you? Quickly, come inside. Madame Lu beamed, unable to contain her elation. Tang Ning's personal visit was a cause for immense joy. How could she possibly be displeased? Ning Ning, you are becoming increasingly beautiful, Auntie almost failed to recognize you. With these words, Madame Lu warmly welcomed Tang Ning into her home. Ning Ning, have you come to seek out Chizhou? I shall immediately telephone him and request his return. The boy is off gallivanting somewhere, and I must give him a stern lecture later. Madame Lu cheerfully prepared tea for Tang Ning, but Tang Ning responded with a smile, Auntie. There is no need to trouble yourself. I have not come to seek out Lu Chizhou, but rather to seek you, Auntie. Seek me? Lu's mother wore a perplexed expression as Tang Ning glanced at the lawyer beside her and said, This is our attorney from the Tang family. Here to discuss the acquisition of shares with you. The mention of share acquisition caused Lu's mother to feel a pang of anxiety, fearing that Tang Ning intended to seize their family's wealth. Tang Ning continued, My father has heard about the recent difficulties faced by the Lu family. Considering that the Lu family once held shares in the Tang family, he has summoned the lawyer to offer a lucrative purchase of those shares, hoping to assist the Lu family in overcoming this predicament. While Tang Ning's words were eloquent, the underlying message was clear, a severance was imminent. Lu's mother hesitated, acutely aware of the considerable debts that the Lu family owed. Should they fail to settle these debts promptly, their home might be auctioned off. Yet, relinquishing their shares in the Tang family would leave them devoid of any future income. Ning Ning, since you have brought this up, I must humbly request a favor from you, Lu's mother lowered her tone. After the passing of my husband in Chizhou, we have greatly appreciated the support of the Tang family. However, the Lu family is currently facing our most challenging times. I wonder if Brother Tang would be willing to extend a helping hand by lending us some funds. I assure you, should the Lu family recover, we will repay the loan at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, since your family also holds shares in the Lu family, a prosperous Lu family would mean greater dividends for the Tang family in the future. Seeing the earnest expression on Lu's mother's face, Tang Ning could not help but suppress a cold chuckle within. She had long anticipated that Lu's mother would shamelessly approach them for financial assistance. Following the recent passing of Lu Chizhou's father, a cascade of unresolved predicaments ensued. Your father, mindful of past affinities, had already channeled a substantial sum, amounting to millions, into the Lu family's coffers, only for it to dissipate without yielding returns. With the previous debt still outstanding, they now seek further financial assistance? Offered a faint smile, inquiring. Auntie, what sum would the Lu family require to navigate these straits? Prompted by his inquiry, Lu's mother swiftly responded, a further billion would suffice. Merely a billion stands between us and solvency. Upon hearing the sum of a billion, feigned apprehension, remarking, a billion, you say? Fearing's refusal. Lu's mother hastily clasped hand, exclaiming, Ning Ning, you are a virtuous soul, as is your esteemed father. We, as a family bereft of its patriarch, find ourselves in dire straits. Without this billion, we may very well be rendered homeless. Aware of and her father's compassionate nature, Lu's mother tearfully recounted their recent hardships, lamenting. I am cognizant of Chizhou's past indiscretions, for which I have duly reprimanded him. Rest assured, in my heart, I recognize only you, Ning Ning, as my daughter-in-law. Upon your union with Chizhou, you shall be as my own daughter, and the Lu and Tang families shall remain intertwined. Repulsed by Lu's mother's nauseating pronouncements, could not help but retract her hand. She smiled, stating, "Auntie, we have always been as family, why speak thus? However, $1 billion is indeed a considerable sum. Even with our family's modest wealth, we cannot readily disburse such an amount. Then, what shall become of us?" Lu's mother felt a surge of panic. Without 10 billion. The debt collectors would soon arrive to auction off their home. Tang Ning reassured Lu's mother, saying, "Auntie, please do not fret. Although we cannot produce this 10 billion. You can." "Me? Where would I possibly obtain 10 billion? Auntie, you hold 5% of the Tang family's shares. While it may seem modest, its market value is nonetheless around 7 to 8 billion. Currently, the Lu family is in need of funds, and this 5% stake can yield some dividends each month. However, that is but a distant remedy for an immediate crisis. Out of respect for the past ties between our families, I have decided to acquire the 5% of Tang's shares held by the Lu family for 10 billion. I will then persuade my father to find a way to sell this 5% stake. Although our family may incur a loss of several billion, it would still assist the Lu family." After hearing Tang Ning's words, Lu's mother felt a flicker of hope. This could mean an effortless gain of 2 or 3 billion. Such an opportunity might never present itself again. She hesitated, saying, "But will Brother Tang agree? My father is quite soft-hearted." "Auntie, leave it to me. It will surely work." Noticing Lu's mother's continued reluctance to part with the Tang family's lucrative shares, Tang Ning added, "Auntie, I am doing this for your own good. I have heard that debt collectors employ many ruthless tactics. If the debts remain unpaid, there are threats of dismemberment." Upon hearing the mention of dismemberment, Lu's mother's complexion turned pale. Indeed. Isn't that how they portray it in dramas? In that case, I shall relinquish the shares forthwith. Might I inquire as to when the funds will be remitted? Do not fret, madam. There remains one matter upon which I must implore your assent. Chapter 26, Madame Lu capitulates to Tang Ning's maneuvering, and what might that be? Madame Lu, her thoughts consumed by the pressing need to settle her debts, found herself susceptible to Tang Ning's proposition. "Madam, my father entrusted me with a task. Having rendered you such invaluable assistance, I would request that you repurchase the 5% stake in Lu Corporation held by the Tang family." This. Madame Lu hesitated, replying, "Given your family's intention to divest, we currently lack the requisite funds. Madam, I have already made the calculations. With Lu Corporation's shares experiencing a significant downturn, the value of the equity has depreciated considerably. Acquiring our family's 5% stake at this juncture would be most advantageous, allowing for its subsequent resale upon Lu Corporation's resurgence. But, madam, consider this, our family's 5% stake in Lu Corporation was previously valued at nearly 1 billion. However, with the recent market decline, its worth has diminished to less than 200 million. In essence, the Tang family is incurring a loss. Furthermore, I supplemented your recent acquisition with an additional 300 million. Surely, you would not deny me this minor favor?" Madame Lu found herself bewildered by Tang Ning's calculations. And even the attending solicitor was initially perplexed. However, the solicitor soon discerned the underlying strategy. In reality, the Tang family's shares have recently surged, and a 5% stake is worth 1 billion. By understating Tang Corporation's market value by 7 or 800 million, Ning Tang was effectively tempering Madame Lu's expectations. The purported subsidy of 300 million to reach a total of 1 billion was merely a palatable pretext. Upon reclaiming the 5% stake in Tang Corporation, the Tang family could readily liquidate it for 1,500 million, thereby netting a profit of 500 million. Furthermore, Ning Tang adroitly resold the Lu Corporation shares held by the Tang family back to Madame Lu, yielding an additional 200 million in profit. Despite Madame Lu's shrewdness, her lack of corporate management expertise rendered her susceptible to Ning Tang's machinations. Thus, far from incurring a loss, the Tangs had manifestly reaped a substantial windfall. Indeed, assisting is imperative, lest I be deemed unconscionable. While Madame Lu might have hesitated to relinquish the Tang Corporation shares, she was undoubtedly eager to reacquire Lu Corporation's shares held by the Tangs. After all, these shares could be resold in the future, providing additional capital and obviating the need for monthly dividend payments to the Tang family. Madame Lu patted Ning Tang's hand, affirming that she would retrieve her personal seal and the original share agreement forthwith, requesting Ning Tang's patience. Ning Tang nodded demurely. In the instant following Madame Lu's departure, Ning Tang shed her docile facade and leisurely sipped her tea. The preceding discourse had left her parched, but fortunately, her objectives had been successfully achieved. Before the attorney could broach a query, Ning Tang silenced him with a look. The attorney promptly desisted from speaking further. Soon, Madame Lu emerged from the bedroom, and the contract was swiftly finalized. Upon obtaining the share agreement between the Tang and Lu families, a smile finally graced Tang Ning's face. At long last, the Tang family was free from any entanglements with the Lu family. Ning, what about the money? Observing the yearning in Lu's mother's eyes, Tang Ning reassured her, rest assured, Auntie, the funds will be deposited shortly. However, we must clarify beforehand that the Lu family is currently facing difficulties. I suspect it may be challenging for them to return the 200 million to our Tang family promptly. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother nodded in agreement, acknowledging their inability to produce such an amount at present. Thus, I contemplated two proposals, the first being to deduct the 200 million from the 10 billion we are returning to the Lu family. The second option allows the Lu family to owe the 200 million for the time being. I shall instruct my lawyer to draft a contract, using any asset of equal value from the Lu family as collateral. Collateral it is then. Without hesitation, Lu's mother opted for the second proposal, which was precisely what Tang Ning had anticipated. She was well aware of Lu's mother's character. Given the Lu family's pressing need for 10 billion in cash, how could Lu's mother possibly forego the 200 million? Moreover, Lu's mother mistakenly believed the Tang family to be the same soft target they once were, underestimating the seriousness of the collateral arrangement. Unbeknownst to her, the Lu family was on the brink of catastrophe. Very well, Tang Ning said, turning to the lawyer who was holding a laptop. Has the contract been prepared as we just agreed? It has been drafted, the lawyer replied, presenting the freshly written contract before Tang Ning and Lu's mother. Pray, let us have it in print, articulated. If it meets with Madame Lu's approval, we shall execute the agreement today, thereby expediting the disbursement to the Lu lineage. Madame Lu, upon hearing this, nodded in rapid succession. Her understanding of contracts being rudimentary at best, she merely sought assurance that its stipulations favored her kin. With measured composure, sipped her tea, observing Madame Lu's meticulous scrutiny, followed by her affixing of seal and signature, a satisfied smile graced her countenance. Madame Lu, for collateral, we shall avail ourselves of the 5 residences and 3 automobiles situated in the city's core. Yet, it seems a trifle inadequate, a predicament indeed. Perceiving apprehension, Madame Lu, fearful of a retraction, interjected, I possess a trove of heirloom jewels and ornaments, each of considerable worth, amounting to no less than 20 million. Tarry a moment, and I shall retrieve them forthwith. Acquiesced with a nod. If that be the case, it should suffice. Attorney Wang, pray, make a note. At your behest, Madame Tang. Attorney Wang promptly inscribed Madame Lu's declarations into the contractual terms. Witnessing Madame Lu's signature and mark, arose, stating, upon the affixation of the official seal, we shall immediately remit funds to the Lu Corporation's account. Madam, I must take my leave. So soon? Would you not tarry first return and partake in an evening repast? Nay, I appreciate your kind offer, Madame Lu. Offered a subtle smile, then departed Lu's villa in the company of Attorney Wang, lest her mirth betray her intentions. Attorney Wang inquired, Madame Tang, is such a course of action judicious? And what impropriety do you perceive? Over this extended period, how much financial assistance have we provided to the Lu family? It is about time they repaid us. Tang Ning's expression remained indifferent. In any case, she would no longer allow the Tang family to suffer losses in their dealings, nor would she permit the Lu family to exploit them without consequence. As evening fell, upon her return, Tang's father was still troubled by the lack of progress, especially after observing Lawyer Wang's hesitant demeanor. Sighing deeply, he urged, speak up. How much have we lost? I need to gauge the situation. With a sly smile, Tang Ning replied, we have made a profit of 700 million. A profit? 700 million? Chapter 27, Reaping What One Sows. Lawyer Wang presented the agreement he had urgently signed with Lu's mother that day to Tang's father. Skeptically, he opened the contract. Initially, he believed Tang Ning had merely gone to negotiate with Lu Chizhou's mother. But he was taken aback to discover that the contract was already signed. Let me see how you managed to earn 700 million. At first dismissive, Tang's father grew increasingly perplexed as he read through the contract, ultimately donning his reading glasses in astonishment. Did Aunt Lu sign all of this? Indeed. Tang's father inquired. She agreed to sever ties with us for just 1 billion? Not only did she relinquish our shares in the Tang family, but she also mortgaged her house and car to us? Father, it is written in black and white on the contract. Would I dare to deceive you? Tang's father was left in disbelief. The Tang family's 5% equity stake could readily fetch 1.5 billion yuan on the open market. Yet, the Lu family not only repurchased their shares for a mere 1 billion yuan but also furnished extensive collateral. This is utterly astonishing. Mr. Tang inquired. What exactly is the nature of this collateral? Father, don't we possess shares in the Lu Corporation? As Aunt Lu was temporarily unable to disburse the funds, I proposed a collateral arrangement of equivalent value. This allows her to defer payment, with the understanding that if she fails to produce the funds within the stipulated timeframe, we are at liberty to auction off the collateral to recoup our investment. Mr. Tang was somewhat taken aback by Tang Ning's account. In the past, when the Lu family owed them money, they would simply issue an IOU, devoid of any specific repayment date. Given their long-standing friendship with the Lu family, he had never pressed the matter too rigorously. Over the past year, the Lu family had accumulated debts of tens of millions of yuan, and the widowed mother and daughter invariably pleaded an inability to repay. Mr. Tang was surprised that Tang Ning had managed to persuade Mrs. Lu to sign a collateral agreement this time. Mrs. Tang interjected, however, with the Lu family's stock plummeting, a 5% stake is unlikely to be worth that much. How could she have agreed to provide so much collateral? Tang Ning explained, Mother, the Lu family was, after all, once a prominent and affluent household. Aunt Lu isn't particularly versed in finance and economics, so she's naturally unaware of the stock market's condition. I merely flattered the Lu family a bit. And Aunt Lu readily consented. Mrs. Tang asked with some hesitation, but wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Over the past year, the Lu family has accumulated a substantial debt to us, yet neither the mother nor the son has shown any inclination to repay it. Today, Mrs. Lu even flaunted her collection of jewels, which must be worth tens of millions, demonstrating that they are not without the means to settle their obligations but rather unwilling to do so. Furthermore, now that it is widely known that the Lu family is in debt, our willingness to provide funds to alleviate their financial burden should be regarded as the epitome of benevolence and righteousness. Looking at her parents, Tang Ning remarked, Mom and Dad, while it is true that we should conduct business with a sense of propriety, if the other party shows no appreciation, we should not allow ourselves to be excessively lenient. Tang Ning had not forgotten how the Lu family had treated the Tang family in their previous lives. In this lifetime, she was merely reciprocating in kind. Ning Ning is right. We have extended considerable assistance to the Lu family lately, and that should suffice, her father solemnly affirmed. If they require funds, our ability to promptly provide them with cash is simply a matter of course. Now that we have executed the contract, we shall proceed in accordance with its terms. Having spoken, Mr. Tang paused, a look of perplexity crossing his face. By the way, he inquired, whose idea was this, precisely? Mr. Wang, the attorney, was about to commend Tang Ning when she interjected, Mr. Wang, of course. It was Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was taken aback. Mr. Tang turned to the attorney, nodding approvingly. Well done, Wang, he said with satisfaction. I will approve your bonus for this month. Mr. Tang, I. Attorney Wang glanced at Tang Ning, who was earnestly saying, Dad, you have no idea how capable Attorney Wang is. I've learned so much from him this time. This month's bonus is hardly enough. As far as I'm concerned, Attorney Wang deserves the year-end bonus as well. Attorney Wang. Mr. Tang praised, young Wang, well done. I've approved this year's year-end bonus and this month's bonus for you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Attorney Wang wore a constipated expression, showing no joy. If this had truly been his own idea, at least he would have accepted the money with a clear conscience. Tang Ning was still laughing innocently. As if Attorney Wang was the real hero this time, and she was merely going through the motions. The next day, the contract was quickly stamped, and the money was transferred to the Lu Corporation's account in batches that afternoon. The Lu family's crisis was temporarily resolved. Lu Yanchen watched Tang Ning leisurely studying in the room and entered with a bag of strawberries, placing it on the corner of the desk. Although Lu Yanchen's movements were light, they still caught Tang Ning's attention. Tang Ning removed her English-listening headphones and asked quizzically, "Why are you home from work so early today?" "School starts the day after tomorrow, so I don't have to go tomorrow." As Lu Yanchen spoke, Tang Ning eagerly opened the shopping bag in front of her. Inside was a box of strawberries that had already been washed and had their stems removed. "Strawberries must be expensive this season, right? You don't earn money easily. Don't waste it next time." Though Tang Ning spoke casually, her hands were not idle, swiftly bringing a strawberry to her lips. Despite it being summer vacation, Lu Yanqing frequently ventured out to take on odd jobs. Each time he returned, he would bring her an assortment of fresh fruits or delightful confections. Although she had persistently urged him not to, Lu Yanqing had never heeded her advice. "I can afford a box of strawberries," he remarked. A subtle smile blooming in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Ning. "Savor it slowly, I must attend to my studies." "Wait." Without allowing Lu Yanqing a moment to react, Tang Ning dashed after him, thrusting a strawberry into his mouth. He paused, taken aback by the sweetness that enveloped his senses. A taste he had never experienced before. Observing his stunned expression, Tang Ning inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it is." "Then indulge a little more." She split the strawberry, offering half to Lu Yanqing. She was acutely aware that every penny he earned from his labor was hard-won, often amounting to less than 100 yuan in a day. Yet, the strawberries he gifted her cost 30 yuan per pound. Back in school, Lu Yanqing had always been frugal, unwilling to treat himself to his favorite snacks during those crucial years of growth. "By the way, I noticed your old shoes were quite worn, so I bought you a new pair." Chapter 28, Su Yuru spreads rumors about Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing. With that, Tang Ning presented the new shoes she had stashed under the bed into Lu Yanqing's hands. Observing the branded sneakers before him, Lu Yanchen's brow furrowed slightly. "Where did you get the funds for these?" Within the Tang household, while Tang's parents were not unkind to him, they maintained stipulations for Tang Ning. Her monthly allowance was predetermined, with no allowance for developing extravagant habits at a young age. It was derived from my Lunar New Year's gift money," Tang Ning stated, without hesitation. In actuality, the funds to procure the footwear were derived from a commission granted to her by attorney Wang. This month, the legal professional had secured a bonus of 5,000. And perhaps out of unease, had granted her 2005 as an expression of gratitude. In conjunction with Tang Ning's monthly allowance, the acquisition of the shoes became feasible. Lunar New Year's gift money? Lu Yanchen evidently did not place credence in Tang Ning's statement. Perceiving Lu Yanchen's disbelief, Tang Ning promptly ushered Lu Yanchen out of the room, articulating, all right, I must devote myself to scholarly pursuits. Remember, upon the commencement of the academic year, you must make certain to don these shoes for my perusal." Bang! Having completed her utterance, Tang Ning summarily shut the door. The self-esteem of a youth is naturally quite robust. Although Lu Yanchen was indigent, he never explicitly requested funds, instead seeking external employment to procure earnings. Over the course of these past months, the value of the gifts Lu Yanchen bestowed upon her far surpassed that of the footwear. These shoes were, in essence, her token of appreciation to Lu Yanchen. Outside the portal, Lu Yanchen lowered his gaze to the footwear in his possession, his eyes brimming with tenderness. In due course, the commencement of the academic year arrived. Tang Ning discerned that Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou's matched profile pictures had been reinstated. Furthermore, they were ostentatiously displaying affection within their social circle. In the classroom, several students were engaged in hushed gossip. As Tang Ning entered, the murmurings abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward her with an unusual gaze. Although Tang Ning felt perplexed, she returned to her seat. At that moment, Wang Ting approached her and said, "Tang Ning, be honest, where did you go for cosmetic surgery?" "Cosmetic surgery? If you hadn't undergone any, how could you possibly have become this beautiful?" Wang Ting scoffed, adding, "Do not try to hide it, classmates have seen you at the cosmetic hospital. Moreover, you even underwent liposuction. I must say, you have certainly gone to great lengths to win Lu Xiao's favor." Listening to Wang Ting's self-righteous comments, Tang Ning was both amused and infuriated. "Who told you I had liposuction? And who informed you that I visited a cosmetic hospital? That's none of your concern." Wang Ting, appearing quite justified, retorted, "Tang Ning, let me tell you, Lu Xiao has a particularly close relationship with Yu Rou. Do not entertain any thoughts about him. faced with Wang Ting's repeated provocations. Tang Ning refused to relent. She rose, smiling as she said, "Wang Ting, do you realize that spreading rumors and defaming others in public can incur legal consequences?" "I am not spreading rumors, I speak only the truth. We all know that on that day at the summer resort, Lu Xiao's absence was due to your meddling." Wang Ting exclaimed. "Tang Ning, you truly have no shame. It is astonishing that someone would resort to informing Mr. Lu's household, thereby precipitating a misunderstanding between him and Euro. How could our class harbor such a person with such a depraved mind?" Wang Ting's voice resonated, audible not only to those within the class but also to those beyond its confines. Individuals from other classes congregated at the doorway of Class 1, eager to ascertain the cause of the commotion. "Ting, please cease this disturbance." Su Yuro, who had just returned from replenishing her water, promptly grasped Wang Ting's hand. Her countenance bore an expression of distress as she turned to address Tang Ning, saying, "Ning, pay no heed." Ting merely spoke impulsively. "We are all classmates. Let us not allow my affairs to engender discord." Observing the disingenuous and affected demeanor of Su Yuro before her, Tang Ning was reminded of her previous existence. It was in this very manner that Su Yuro would feign virtue in Mr. Lu's presence. Her own children, merely for uttering a remark about Su Yuro's duplicity and treachery, were subjected to a public affront by Mr. Lu. Subsequently, Mr. Lu, for the sake of Su Yuro, brought about the demise of their offspring. Tang Ning stated with frigidity. "Su Yuro, do you not tire of such pretense?" "Ning, what are you implying? Do you harbor some misconception about me?" Su Yuro, feeling aggrieved by Tang Ning's words, advanced and seized Tang Ning's hand, articulating, "Ning, I am cognizant that my relationship with Chizhou is a disservice to you. But matters of affection cannot be coerced. I implore you to acknowledge reality, so that we may continue to be amicable acquaintances in the future." Hearing Su Yuro's odious pronouncements, Tang Ning recoiled in disgust, casting off her hand with palpable aversion. Staggering precariously, Su Yuro nearly collapsed, but Wang Ting, who was at her side, promptly steadied her. "Tang Ning, you're going too far. Yuro is extending an olive branch, yet you resort to violence. Let's dispense with the pretense, Su Yuro. Weren't you the one who disseminated those rumors about me?" Tang Ning inquired. Su Yuro vehemently shook her head in denial, while Wang Ting glared at Tang Ning, retorting, "What rumors? Yuro witnessed everything firsthand. You should have the audacity to own up to your actions. Yuro hasn't even reproached you for interfering in her relationship with young Master Lu, yet you dare to make accusations. Moreover, you already have Lu Yanchen. Yet you still covet young Master Lu. It's utterly shameless." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning's eyes narrowed ominously. "What did you say? What? Am I wrong? Your relationship with Lu Yanchen is dubious at best. We all witnessed Lu Yanchen escorting you away last time. Dare you deny that you're cohabitating? Someone like you even dared to report Lu Xiao and Yuro for engaging in puppy love to the teacher. Calling you shameless is being charitable." Smack. Tang Ning delivered a resounding slap across Wang Ting's face, leaving her in utter disbelief. "Tang Ning, how dare you strike me?" "I struck that foul mouth of yours that can't be kept in check," Tang Ning retorted icily. "Did Su Yuro save your life or your entire family? Why are you so obsequiously defending her? Wang Ting, I've tolerated you countless times, but you shouldn't repeatedly slander me." "You." Wang Ting was so enraged that tears streamed down her face. Su Yuro, standing beside her, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Tang Ning, you have gone too far." Wang Ting merely stated the truth. "Why do you retaliate with such fury?" Tang Ning replied icily, "Not only do I wish to strike her, but I also intend to strike you." At these words, Su Yuru's complexion turned pale. Tang Ning raised her hand high, but before it could descend, someone firmly grasped it. Suddenly, Tang Ning felt a powerful force yanking her backward, almost dislocating her arm. Lu Chizhou pulled her to the ground and rushed in front of Su Yuro. Frowning as he asked, "Did I hit you?" Chapter 29, Tang Ning, by what right do you strike others? Su Yuro shook her head, her face ashen, though her expression revealed her fright. Observing this, Lu Chizhou turned his furious gaze toward Tang Ning, but upon seeing her face, the words he had prepared faltered on his lips. Tang Ning had truly lost weight? Su Yuro, nestled in Lu Chizhou's arms, was the first to notice his shift in sentiment toward Tang Ning. Fearful that he might be swayed by her current state, she quickly rushed to Wang Ting's side. Anxiously asking, Ting Ting, are you alright? Does it hurt? Suyuru's concern snapped Lu Chizhou back to reality, and he regarded Tang Ning with increased disdain. Tang Ning. By what right do you strike others? Hearing Lu Chizhou's accusation, Tang Ning could not help but respond with a cold, mocking smile. Lu Chizhou invariably favored Suyuru unconditionally. Regardless of her actions, a display of feigned distress from Suyuru would immediately soften his heart. Lu Chizhou, before you rush to her defense, you ought to inquire into their transgressions, Tang Ning stated icily. I, Tang Ning, am not one to be trifled with. Should anyone attempt to bully me, they shall face the full extent of my retribution. Bewildered, Lu Chizhou turned to Suyuru and Wang Ting, questioning, what exactly transpired? Wang Ting promptly responded, Young Master Lu. I merely uttered a few truthful observations, and she flew into a fit of rage and assaulted me. Yuro can attest to the fact that I spoke nothing but the truth. Emboldened by Lu Chizhou's support, Wang Ting's tone became more assertive. Yuro personally witnessed Tang Ning entering a cosmetic surgery clinic, and we all saw Lu Yanchen escorting Tang Ning home. These are undeniable facts. Tang Ning. Your violent reaction to my truthful statements only serves to confirm your guilt. Wang Ting's words lent further credence to the claims in the eyes of the onlookers. Given Suyuru's reputation as an exemplary student and her perceived integrity. Furthermore, their collective observation of Lu Yanchen taking Tang Ning home added weight to the accusations. As expected, Lu Chizhou's gaze toward Tang Ning now carried an added measure of disdain. Tang Ning, having committed such misdeeds, what justification do you have for resorting to violence? Tang Ning retorted coldly, spreading falsehoods requires nothing more than a glib tongue. Are you also easily swayed by Suyuru's claim of seeing me at a cosmetic surgery clinic? Indeed. Yuro is incapable of deception. If she claims to have seen you entering a cosmetic surgery clinic, then it must be the absolute truth. Otherwise, how could you have transformed so dramatically over a single summer? The present-day Tang Ning not only possesses a quintessential oval face but also exhibits a sharply defined jawline and exquisitely refined features, bearing little resemblance to the unkempt Tang Ning of yesteryear. Is it merely because I have lost weight that you presume I have undergone cosmetic surgery? Such an insinuation is truly ignoble. Wang Ting dismissed Tang Ning's words with disdain, retorting, if you insist that you have not visited a cosmetic surgery clinic, then substantiate your claim for us. I surmise you are incapable of providing proof, as Yuru's assertions are factual. Wang Ting gazed at Tang Ning with haughty condescension, confident that Tang Ning possessed no evidence to the contrary. In her estimation, Tang Ning's visit to a cosmetic surgery clinic was an indisputable certainty. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning proceeded directly toward Suyuru. Lu Chizhou, fearing that Tang Ning intended to harm Suyuru, promptly shielded her. Lu Chizhou stated frigidly, Tang Ning. What do you intend to do? Lu Chizhou, do not be alarmed. I merely wish for Suyuru to observe clearly whether I appeared as I do now when she purportedly saw me exiting the cosmetic surgery clinic. Concealed behind Lu Chizhou, Suyuru grew inexplicably apprehensive. She stammered, Ning Ning. I did not intentionally divulge your visit to the cosmetic surgery clinic, but I did indeed witness you emerging from the facility that day. If you have any extenuating circumstances, it would be prudent to elucidate them to us all. So, when I emerged from the cosmetic surgery clinic, I appeared as I do now? Upon inquiry, nodded and affirmed, indeed. However, I was unaware of your identity at the time. It wasn't until that day at the summer resort that I recollected seeing you at the cosmetic surgery center. Which establishment was it? It was located downtown, on Chang'an Avenue. Specifically? Cosmetic Surgery Hospital. Responded fluently. Smiled faintly and inquired, you've never undergone cosmetic surgery, have you? Certainly not. Perceiving's persistent targeting of. Interjected once more, asserting, R is a natural beauty, unlike your artificial self. Seizure attempts to tarnish her reputation. Pray, do not be hasty. I merely wish to convey that the notion of instantly emerging from a cosmetic surgery center as a transformed beauty, as depicted in television dramas, is hardly realistic. If you were to claim that I was entirely swathed in bandages upon exiting the clinic, I might lend credence to your words. However, if my visage were indeed obscured by bandages, how then did you recognize me? Upon hearing this, S. complexion paled. Too, was taken aback. Noticing the burgeoning skepticism among their peers regarding his account, promptly retorted, well, who knows what you underwent at the clinic? Perhaps it was merely liposuction? Liposuction would invariably leave telltale puncture marks on the body. Pray, examine me and ascertain whether such marks are present. Candor caused further wavering among the other students. Outmaneuvered by Tang Ning's arguments, Wang Ting tugged at Su Yuro's sleeve, imploring, "Yuro, please say something. Didn't you witness her that day? Rest assured. We all believe you." Su Yuro cast a glance at Wang Ting, then surveyed the other students in the class. When she turned her gaze back to Tang Ning, a sense of uncertainty washed over her. The entire episode at the cosmetic surgery clinic was a fabrication, never intended to escalate to this magnitude. Should this deception be exposed in the future, she would be branded as deliberately framing Tang Ning and maliciously spreading falsehoods. Perhaps I was mistaken. Adopting a pitiable demeanor, Su Yuro hastily apologized. Ning, I'm so sorry for causing this misunderstanding. I truly am. Seeing Su Yuro capitulate, Wang Ting interjected with indignation, "Yuro, what are you afraid of? Didn't you claim to have seen it with your own eyes?" Ting, it's all my fault. I misidentified the person. We're all classmates, and this has turned into such an unpleasant situation. I'm truly sorry, and I've caused you to be struck as well. Su Yuro's distressed appearance elicited sympathy from Wang Ting. She glared at Tang Ning, asserting, even if the plastic surgery incident is a misunderstanding, your cohabitation with Lu Yanchen is undoubtedly true. I'm going to inform the teacher immediately, so they can see your hypocritical true colors. Chapter 30, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro demoted to Class C. Wang Ting made a move towards the classroom door, but before she could take a single step, Lu Yanchen entered through the doorway. Upon seeing Lu Yanchen, Wang Ting's face paled, as every advance was fraught with a palpable sense of oppression. His countenance a mask of icy displeasure as he bore down upon Wang Ting. The denizens of the classroom, seized by trepidation at the mere sight of him, recalled the incident where he had allegedly left a person teetering on the precipice of permanent injury following a fracas. Thus, despite his academic preeminence as the top student in the entire grade, he was relegated to the academic abyss of F class. Confronted with such a formidable presence, none dared to cross him, lest they become the next victim to suffer a similar fate. Lu Yanchen. Wang Ting stammered, recoiling a step in trepidation. Lu Yanchen, having reached her, delivered his words with glacial detachment. Recapitulate the slanderous utterances that just emanated from your lips. In the face of Lu Yanchen, Wang Ting's earlier bravado evaporated, seeking refuge behind Su Yuro. Lu Yanchen, Ting's words were merely a flippant remark. Before Su Yuro could complete her interjection, Lu Chizhou interjected with a contemptuous sneer, so eager to champion Tang Ning, Lu Yanchen. You truly are Tang Ning's devoted lackey. The reverberations of Lu Chizhou's words had barely faded when Lu Yanchen's fist connected with Lu Chizhou's face. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Su Yuro, seized by concern, rushed forward to assess Lu Chizhou's injuries. Lu Chizhou, sprawled on the ground, tasted the metallic tang of blood welling in his mouth. He had not anticipated such aggression from Lu Yanchen, the usually taciturn illegitimate son. His face contorted with rage. Lu Yanchen, do you have a death wish? Lu Chizhou immediately sprang to his feet, poised to retaliate with a punch. Observing this, Tang Ning swiftly positioned herself in front of Lu Yanchen. Taken aback, Lu Yanchen instinctively wished to shield Tang Ning, yet she resolutely kept him protected behind her. As Lu Chizhou's fist was about to collide with Tang Ning's face, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly withdrew his fist. Outside the door, the homeroom teacher, alerted by the commotion, parted the crowd lingering at the entrance, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "What trouble are you causing on the very first day of school?" Upon seeing the furious Lu Chizhou, her expression darkened. Lu Chizhou, it's you again. Do you find no satisfaction in a day without causing a stir? Lu Chizhou, reprimanded by the teacher, felt his anger intensify. Beside him, Su Yuru spoke up, "Teacher, this has nothing to do with Chizhou, it was Lu Yanchen who struck him." Indeed. Teacher, we all witnessed it. Wang Ting also stepped forward to defend Lu Chizhou. However, this time the teacher did not heed their pleas to punish Lu Yanchen. Instead, she moved to the podium and declared, "Lu Yanchen is a new member of our Class A. Lu Yanchen, please come forward." At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Lu Yanchen had previously been reprimanded and assigned to Class F. It was well known that he was an incorrigible troublemaker. How could he suddenly appear in their Class A? Tang Ning's face reflected her confusion, as Lu Yanqing had not informed her of this transition. It is worth noting that transferring classes is a significant matter, especially from Class F to Class A, a rarity in the annals of Lingqing High School. Due to his exceptional performance in the final exams of the second semester of his sophomore year, coupled with a recent record of impeccable behavior and consistently outstanding grades across all subjects, Lu Yanqian has been granted a special dispensation by the principal to transfer to Class A. From now on, you will all be classmates, and I trust you will conduct yourselves accordingly. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's pronouncement, the surrounding students exchanged glances, perplexed. Lu Chizhou, in particular, furrowed his brow and questioned. Given Lu Yanqian's prior involvement in brawls and altercations, it's already quite lenient that he wasn't expelled. How could he possibly qualify for admission to Class A? In response to Lu Chizhou's skepticism, the homeroom teacher merely cast a sidelong glance at him before stating, "Furthermore, regarding our classmate Su Y, due to a precipitous decline in her final exam scores, and after deliberation among the subject teachers, Su Y will be temporarily reassigned to Class C." Upon hearing this, Su Y's complexion paled. Teacher Wang Ting was also taken aback by the news of Su Y's impending transfer to Class C, and the classroom buzzed with murmurs of discussion. Teacher Y merely experienced a temporary lapse in performance that one time. Is it not somewhat imprudent to transfer her to Class C based on that? Indeed, teacher, Y is our class monitor, after all. While other students interceded on Su Y's behalf, the homeroom teacher retorted with a frigid countenance, "The school has arrived at this decision after a comprehensive evaluation. Our school's regulations stipulate the survival of the fittest. Given the extent of her academic regression, she has no recourse but to proceed to Class C for the time being. Should her grades improve in subsequent examinations, she will be eligible to return to Class A." Lu Chizhou's expression grew increasingly frosty upon hearing the homeroom teacher's icy words. "In that case, you might as well transfer me as well." The homeroom teacher frowned. "Pardon?" In Chizhou, Su Yuru, filled with trepidation, tugged at Lu Chizhou. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. "If Su Yuru is truly to be transferred to Class C, I shall accompany her." Lu Chizhou was convinced that the homeroom teacher would not permit his departure from Class A, for he was the class representative, a prized asset nurtured by the teacher. His declaration was merely a stance intended to compel the teacher to reconsider. Tang Ning observed the pair, reminiscent of star-crossed lovers, and could not suppress a sneer. Lu Chizhou had previously attained notoriety at Lingqing High School, not only excelling academically but also enjoying a privileged background and striking looks, which garnered him considerable admiration from peers and special regard from teachers. However, this did not grant him carte blanche within the school. Indeed, the homeroom teacher coldly responded, "Then you may write a formal request, I will persuade the other teachers to approve it." At these words, Lu Chizhou's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such an easy acquiescence from the teacher. "Chizhou, please don't go to Class C for my sake," Su Yuru urged anxiously. Yet, the moment she uttered these words, it placed Lu Chizhou in a position where retreat was impossible. The bold declarations he had made were firmly etched in everyone's minds. A person of Lu Chizhou's strong pride could scarcely concede at this juncture. "I, Lu Chizhou, am a man of my word. I vowed to accompany you. And I shall do so," he proclaimed, once again flaunting his bravado within the class. The homeroom teacher gently shook her head, her disappointment palpable. If previously she harbored any belief that Lu Chizhou could rectify his attitude, she now held no such hope. That very day, Lu Chizhou voluntarily assisted Su Yuru in relocating her belongings to Class C. Meanwhile, Su Yuru's erstwhile supporters were bidding her adieu, expressing their hope that she would achieve commendable results in the upcoming monthly examination, thus enabling her return. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning merely offered a faint smile. With Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou's departure, their return seemed highly improbable. Chapter 31, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru offend Class C. Lin City High School's regulations were stringent, with each grade level divided into classes based on academic performance. Consequently, educational resources were allocated accordingly, with only Class A receiving the most exceptional education and access to the finest resources. Class B benefited from instruction by accomplished educators, and their learning materials closely resembled those of Class A. However, beginning with Class C, the educational resources provided were merely ordinary. Classes D, E, and F, in particular, relied on the residual resources from Class C for their studies. Due to their proficiency, The teachers in Class C were unable to provide the comprehensive explanations offered by the Class A instructors. Furthermore, the disparity in teaching equipment was significant. Class A students enjoyed unrestricted access to the library and gymnasium throughout the day, and their classrooms were equipped with state-of-the-art multimedia technology. Each student possessed electronic devices to facilitate a deeper understanding of the textbook content. While Class B students had limited access to the library and gymnasium. Those in Class C and below were required to submit written applications and obtain approval before visiting the library. The teaching equipment was less advanced than that of Class A. And it was not uncommon for a single teacher to instruct 3 classes concurrently. For many years, the elite cultivated by Lincheng High School have proven to be exceptionally talented individuals, while those who struggle academically are directly advised to withdraw, leaving only those capable of gaining admission to prestigious universities. The cases of Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou, who were reassigned downward, rarely allow for a return. At this moment, the homeroom teacher gazed kindly at Lu Yanchen and said, "Lu Yanchen, please take a seat beside Tang Ning." The other students were momentarily taken aback. Why would the teacher want Lu Yanchen to sit next to Tang Ning? "Thank you, teacher," Lu Yanchen replied calmly, and he subsequently took his seat next to Tang Ning. She returned to her place and quietly inquired, "How did you persuade the teacher to move you back to Class A?" "Because I ranked first in the grade." "Is that all?" "Yes." Tang Ning recalled that Lu Yanchen's performance had always been outstanding, despite being in Class F. He had never fallen below the top 5 in the entire grade. With such an achievement, he could have returned much earlier, couldn't he? Skeptically, she asked. "Are you pulling my leg?" "It's true." Lu Yanchen's voice was low, yet he dared not meet her gaze. Based on Tang Ning's understanding of Lu Yanchen, she was convinced he was trying to deceive her. However, since he was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. After all, being in Class A was certainly preferable to being in Class F. Given Lu Yanchen's innate talent, attending the finest school in Lincheng or even receiving a full scholarship to study abroad would pose no challenge for him. "It is truly delightful that we can now study together every day, no longer needing to wait for breaks for your assistance with my homework." Tang Ning felt a surge of joy. Having forgotten all the knowledge required for the college entrance examination since her rebirth, she found solace in Lu Yancheng's exceptional teaching abilities, which surpassed even those of her teachers. Within a mere month, she had reacquainted herself with the knowledge from her previous life's examination. With their mutual support in studies, it seemed certain that they would both secure places in the finest universities. Meanwhile, Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou had transferred to Class C. The students in Class C generally performed at a below-average level, and their arrival was met with indifference. After all, no one relished the idea of having 2 outsiders join their class without cause. The homeroom teacher assigned Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou seats at the front, acknowledging their comparatively better academic standing. Observing the less appealing desks and chairs compared to those in Class A, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Yuru's eyes as she inquired, "Teacher, may I bring my own desk and chair?" The homeroom teacher immediately discerned her intent and replied, "The desks and chairs provided by the school are communal. Now that you have been transferred to Class C, these are your designated furnishings." Su Yuru frowned, her dissatisfaction evident, yet she complied and sat down. The desks in Class C were remnants from the previous year, marred with numerous scratches and dirt, lacking the refinement of those in Class A. And they were devoid of the accompanying tablets. Lu Chizhou seated himself beside Su Yuru's, betraying a hint of distaste for the humble desk and chair despite his indifference as a young man of privilege. Once the homeroom teacher had departed, Su Yuru lamented with a touch of grievance, "Chizhou, it is entirely my fault, causing you to suffer alongside me." Su Yuru's words, intended as an endearing complaint to Lu Chizhou, were perceived by the rest of Class C as a form of condescension towards them. Instantly, the gazes of the other students towards Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou shifted in demeanor. "It is of no consequence, this is entirely of my own volition," Lu Chizhou responded. "If you desire your own desk and chair, I shall procure a set for you at my expense, and acquire your tablet as well." Hearing this, Su Yuru's eyes flickered with appreciation. "Chizhou, you are truly too kind to me." The female student seated behind Su Yuru, upon hearing such artful words and Lu Chizhou's earlier proclamation about purchasing the equipment, felt a surge of revulsion. "How ostentatious," she muttered. Lu Chizhou frowned, overhearing the undisguised disparagement from the student behind them. "What did you say?" he questioned. "I said you are being ostentatious." she retorted. Students from classes other than A and B generally held a disdain for prominent figures like Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro. Lu Chizhou's face darkened upon hearing this. Never before in Class A had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lu Chizhou, young Master Lu, you come to school to study. Not to flaunt your wealth and chase after girls. She exclaimed. So you have money, do you? Buying your girlfriend a set of teaching equipment, how capable you are indeed. What is that if not ostentation? A wave of laughter rippled through the other students. So, you presume to be superior merely by virtue of your affluence? Being relegated to Class C renders you virtually indistinguishable from the inept. What avail is the procurement of equipment through monetary means when your academic performance remains subpar? You denizens of Class A have historically held us in contempt, yet now you find yourselves transferred to our very ranks. Verily, the vicissitudes of fortune are ever in flux. The other students in Class C regarded Lu Chizhou and Su Wai with disdain and scorn, mindful of the discriminatory treatment they had previously meted out within the grade. This celebrated couple, once the esteemed class monitor and academic representative in Class A, had voiced numerous disparaging remarks, their discourse laced with contempt for those in the lower echelons. Now, seizing the opportune moment, the students of Class C were poised to exact their retribution. Venture to utter another word. Lu Chizhou rose to his feet, evidently intending to strike the girl who had spearheaded the verbal assault. However, the male contingent of the class rose in unison. Their gazes fixed upon Lu Chizhou with palpable animosity. While Lu Chizhou was the object of covert affections for many female students, he was, conversely, the most detested individual in the eyes of his male peers. Chizhou. Su Wai cowered behind Lu Chizhou, her demeanor betraying her apprehension. At that moment, every student in Class C regarded Lu Chizhou and Su Wai with palpable animosity. I have heard tell that the Lu family teeters on the precipice of bankruptcy. Can young Master Lu still afford to furnish his paramour with accoutrements? A male student scoffed derisively. Upon hearing this, Su Wai's countenance registered astonishment. She cast a glance at Lu Chizhou, who stood beside her, and indeed, his complexion was far from sanguine. Nevertheless, he retorted with indignation. What concern is the affairs of the Lu family to you? If you harbor discontent, then let us settle it with fisticuffs. Lu Chizhou had not forgotten that during previous school-level competitions, the boys from Class C were always his defeated rivals. However, at that moment, the crowd was filled with disdain. Lu Chizhou, we only indulged you in the past because your family was wealthy and you were in Class A. You don't actually believe that now that you're in our class, we'll still let you have your way, do you? Lu Chizhou scoffed, I see you're simply afraid. When it came to brawling, Lu Chizhou had never been afraid of anyone, he had never lost a fight in his life. Fine. We'll be waiting for you at the school gate at 7 o'clock tonight. The sports representative of Class C said with a sneer. Su Yuro did not anticipate such a rough start on her first day after the transfer. The words of the Class C sports representative filled her with unease. And she asked with trepidation, Chizhou, is it true that the Lu family has gone bankrupt? Of course it's false. Do you believe their words? Lu Chizhou replied. Hearing this, Su Yuro finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, how could a prominent family like the Lus go bankrupt? Clearly, these were all rumors. At the same time, the news that Lu Chizhou was going to fight He Yuan, the sports representative of Class C, began to spread like wildfire in Class A. Is it true? Lu Chizhou is going to fight He Yuan? Yes, it said they're meeting at the school gate after school at 7 o'clock. Good heavens. Young Master Lu has only been gone for a day, how could he suddenly be fighting with a scumbag from Class C? The level of discussion about this matter was very high in Class A, and Tang Ning listened in silence. She remembered that in her previous life, He Yuan from Class C was also a notable figure, always ranking among the top 50 in the school, but he remained in Class C due to fighting. Tang Ning vaguely recalled that in her previous life, He Yuan had developed affections for Su Yuro during their senior year of high school. However, Su Yuro had not reciprocated He Yuan's confession, yet He Yuan persisted in his pursuit for a considerable time. Subsequently, He Yuan's exceptional athletic abilities secured him a spot at a prestigious university through a special talent admission. Moreover, He Yuan and Lu Chizhou had a history of friction. Lu Chizhou had previously engaged in bullying, targeting He Yuan for defending students from Class C, fueled by his disdain for those outside Class A. Due to his family's limited financial resources, He Yuan had refrained from confronting Lu Chizhou, with their last altercation occurring in their sophomore year. resulting in He Yuan becoming Lu Chizhou's punching bag. Now, with news of the Lu family's bankruptcy and Lu Chizhou's demotion to Class C, Tang Ning recognized that the spectacle unfolding after school was not to be missed. With this in mind, she resolved to witness the events firsthand. As the school day concluded, Tang Ning feigned the need to stay behind for cleaning duties, allowing Lu Yanchen to wait for her in the car alone. Once Tang Ning saw Lu Yanchen leave the school gate, she secretly slipped away by herself. A small alleyway outside Linqing High School served as a common location for students to settle disputes after school. Despite the school's explicit prohibition against fighting and the directive to return home immediately after school, provocations from outside the school and conflicts among students within the school often led to confrontations in the alley. At that moment, the entrance to the alley was already crowded with onlookers, and Lu Chizhou and He Yuan had taken their positions in the center, with Su Yuro standing nearby. Su Yuro, witnessing such a scene for the first time, appeared somewhat frightened, while He Yuan was accompanied by a group of his followers. Besides the students from Class C, there were also some individuals from other schools who appeared rather unsavory. Conversely, Lu Chizhou was alone. A spectacle that stirred excitement among several young girls who had clearly come to see him. "Chizhou, perhaps we should leave," Su Yuro uttered, her voice laced with trepidation, fearing she might be caught in the impending brawl. Lu Chizhou scoffed, retorting, "Yuro, rest assured, these few are no match for me." From the periphery, Tang Ning nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Chizhou's boastful words. Previously, Lu Chizhou, as the young master of the Lu family, had been accustomed to a superior position in school, naturally followed by a retinue of lackeys. His former prominence was entirely due to the aura of the Lu family's young master. Now that the Lu family was on the verge of bankruptcy and Lu Chizhou had been relegated to Class C, who would still show him deference? Indeed, He Yuan, disregarding any semblance of honor, directly commanded his underlings to charge forward. Lu Chizhou, initially believing he could easily dispatch these insignificant figures, found himself defeated from the very first move. His towering frame of over 6 feet was overwhelmed, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. Seeing this, He Yuan advanced and delivered a crushing blow to Lu Chizhou's chest. Lu Chizhou, losing his balance, collapsed to the ground, the pain contorting his features beyond recognition. Su Yuro, witnessing this, rushed forward to support Lu Chizhou, asking with concern, "Chizhou, how are you? Are you in pain?" "I'm fine," he replied. In the presence of Su Yuro, Lu Chizhou feigned composure. Just as he was about to retaliate, He Yuan landed another blow, causing Lu Chizhou to stumble and fall again. Fearing she might be caught in the crossfire, Su Yuro promptly retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing the scene, the young girls who had previously admired Lu Chizhou instantly lost their enthusiasm. No one had anticipated that Lu Chizhou would be so feeble. Meanwhile, Tang Ning was observing with great interest when Lu Yanchen's voice suddenly echoed from behind, "Are you enjoying the spectacle?" Startled by the unexpected sound, Tang Ning turned to find Lu Yanchen standing behind her. His brow was furrowed, indicating his displeasure. Brawls among boys often endanger bystanders, and Tang Ning should not be present in such an environment. "I'm just watching, it's quite entertaining," Tang Ning exclaimed, pulling Lu Yanchen along and pointing at Lu Chizhou, who was sprawled on the ground. "Look, he's been knocked down." Lu Yanchen glanced at Lu Chizhou, who had been felled in the midst of the crowd, but showed no reaction. Instead, he grasped Tang Ning's wrist and led her away from the throng. "Henceforth, you are forbidden from coming here." "Why?" "There is no explanation necessary. This alley is a frequent site for brawls, and it also attracts bullies who extort money. A girl like Tang Ning, were it not for the present altercation, would likely be cornered and harassed within a few steps." At that moment, Su Yuro's voice rang out from behind, He is the illegitimate son of the Lu family. If you seek to vent your anger, direct it at him." Chapter 33, Do you harbor affection for him? Lu Yanqing's footsteps came to a halt, and He Yuan's gaze fell upon both Lu Yanqing and Tang Ning. Tang Ning turned around, casting a cold glance at Su Yuro, who was hiding behind Lu Chizhou in the crowd. Lu Chizhou, already battered and bruised from He Yuan's blows, still resolutely protected Su Yuro. When Su Yuro caught Tang Ning's eye, she averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Yet, if she did not divert He Yuan's attention, both she and Lu Chizhou would face further blows. "Are you Lu Yanqing?" He Yuan took a couple of steps forward, sizing Lu Yanqing up, and remarked, "I've heard tales of you being the fiercest fighter in our school, but judging by your slight frame, you don't seem particularly formidable. Are the rumors truly as grand as they claim? As He Yuan reached out toward Lu Yanqing, Tang Ning immediately stepped in front of him. If you must strike, then strike me. Her words caught He Yuan off guard. Even Lu Yanqing, standing behind her, furrowed his brow and said, Tang Ning, step aside. Not a chance. Tang Ning firmly shielded Lu Yanqing, showing no intention of backing down. He Yuan regarded Tang Ning, who was so fiercely protecting Lu Yanqing, and said, Who says I intend to hit him? At this, Tang Ning was taken aback. He Yuan continued, Lu Yanqing stood up for our Class C students. And I am grateful to him, how could I possibly strike him? Huh? Tang Ning was unaware of the circumstances and turned to Lu Yanqing, who also bore a puzzled expression. She whispered, You fought back then to help their class? Perhaps, I don't recall. As Tang Ning gazed at He Yuan before her, she expressed her skepticism. What was that about earlier? He Yuan replied, I merely wished to ascertain the strength of this small frame, capable of contending with 4 individuals. Noticing He Yuan's lack of malice towards Lu Yanqing, Tang Ning stepped aside, allowing He Yuan to pat Lu Yanqing's shoulder, exclaiming, Well done, my friend. I've long desired to befriend someone like you. Lu Yanqing remained silent, however, from a distance, Jiang Yi, who had just finished his tasks at the library, witnessed this exchange and rushed forward to separate the two. Hey, what are you saying? Lu Yanqing is my brother. Why should he befriend you? Jiang Yi lowered his voice, cautioning Lu Yanqing, He Yuan is nothing but a ruffian from Class C, avoid mingling with such individuals. He Yuan scoffed, Jiang Yi? You from Class F dare to speak to me? And what of Class F? I take pride in it. Jiang Yi shot a glare at He Yuan, clearly disapproving. At that moment, a male student in the crowd shouted, He Yuan. Lu Chizhou and his girlfriend have run off. Upon hearing this, He Yuan turned to look, and indeed, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru had vanished. I heard that Lu Chizhou has not treated you well? Fear not, next time I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. He lightly punched Lu Yanqing's shoulder and declared, I'm off. See you tomorrow. Who has seen you tomorrow? Jiang Yi shot back, possessively pulling Lu Yanqing away. You must not associate with He Yuan. He is certainly not a good person. Tang Ning stood to the side, gazing intently at He Yuan's silhouette for a moment. It struck her as peculiar. Logically, He Yuan should have been infatuated with Su Yuro at first sight. Yet, in this lifetime, he seemed to harbor no feelings for her at all. Meanwhile, Lu Yanqing's gaze remained fixed upon Tang Ning, noticing her fixation on He Yuan. He finally spoke up, Aren't you heading home? Tang Ning snapped back to reality and, upon seeing Lu Yanqing's scrutiny, replied, The show has concluded. So of course I am going home. Home? You two are truly cohabitating? Jiang Yi exclaimed, astonished. What cohabitation? Lu Yanqing is currently residing at my place. Isn't that the very definition of cohabitation? Jiang Yi retorted, giving Lu Yanqing a playful nudge. You rascal. You didn't even inform me about such a significant milestone in your life. At this, Lu Yanqing's expression darkened, It's not what you think. Jiang Yi grew increasingly agitated, You're living together without being in a relationship? You're quite irresponsible. Just then, Jiang Yi suddenly realized something. Turning to glance at Tang Ning, he inquired, Oh right, sister-in-law, who are you? Which class are you in? Where do you reside? I am Tang Ning, she answered. Her words struck Jiang Yi like a bolt from the blue. Tang Ning? He scrutinized her from head to toe, momentarily stunned. Unable to reconcile the stunning beauty before him with the girl he had seen bickering with Lu Chizhou in the library last semester. Was there some mistake? Finally, Jiang Yi posed the soul-searching question, Have you undergone plastic surgery? Upon hearing the word cosmetic surgery, Tang Ning's countenance darkened perceptibly, and she stated, Lu, I wish to return home. Let us depart, Lu assented, chivalrously relieving Tang Ning of her satchel and striding purposefully toward the school's egress. As Lu and Tang Ning entered the opulent vehicle, Jiang bellowed from behind. Are you simply leaving? Won't you tarry a moment longer? Before Jiang could complete his entreaty, Lu and Tang Ning's car sped away. At that moment, the chauffeur of a nearby vehicle lowered the window and said, Shall we depart as well, sir? Casting a glance at his own Rolls-Royce, Jiang sighed. Contrasting it with Lu's Bentley, if only they resided at my abode. Within the car, Tang Ning inquired, What is the nature of your relationship with Jiang? A friendship. Of the closest kind? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning experienced a pang of inexplicable pique, asking, "And what of me?" "You are an exception." "What do you mean by an exception?" "In short, an exception." Lu evinced no desire to prolong the discourse, yet Tang Ning persisted. "He, although he may appear unreliable, is nonetheless worthy of friendship." Lu, recalling Tang Ning's gaze fixed upon his retreating figure, furrowed his brow. "Why is that?" "Because in the future, he will attain entrepreneurial success through his astute intellect, founding the He Corporation, and becoming a renowned educational entrepreneur." Certainly, these matters are not something Tang Ning would disclose to Lu Yanqing. She could only express, in any case, "I find him quite remarkable. He appears to be very loyal, and most importantly, he gave Lu Chizhou a good thrashing. It's hard not to like someone like that." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanqing's brow furrowed even deeper. "Do you like him?" "Indeed, he has excellent character and possesses a charming, sunny disposition, quite impressive." Tang Ning had not even considered the notion of romantic affection between the two. Her primary concern was to cultivate connections, as they would prove beneficial in the future. Immersed in her own thoughts, Tang Ning suddenly realized that Lu Yanqing was ignoring her. She inquired, "Lu Yanqing, are you listening to me?" Chapter 34, The Secret Between Tang Ning and He Yuan. "I heard you," Lu Yanqing replied in a flat tone, though he appeared rather displeased. Tang Ning frowned. Lu Yanqing had become exceedingly capricious during their high school years. Wasn't it said that after Lu Yanqing ascended to power within the Gu family, he maintained a stoic demeanor, wielding his authority with ruthless efficiency? The following morning, the school corridor's bulletin board was surrounded by students. Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing walked to school together, and before they could reach their classroom, the students gathered around the bulletin board cast strange glances in their direction. A few whispered amongst themselves. Noticing this peculiar scene, Tang Ning keenly sensed something was amiss. She stepped forward, parting the crowd encircling the bulletin board, only to discover a dozen photographs of herself and Lu Yanqing displayed prominently, exuding an unmistakably intimate aura. The images depicted the two of them studying together in class. In the library, two individuals were frolicking boisterously, while a separate pair enjoyed a swim together at the natatorium. Furthermore, there was a picture of her and Lu Yanqing entering a vehicle the previous day. These photographs, spanning both the current and previous semesters, were plastered across the bulletin board. Though devoid of explicit captions, their implication was unmistakable, an accusation of a clandestine romance between her and Lu Yanqing. Immediately, those nearby began to shun the pair. It was, after all, only the previous semester that Tang Ning had reported Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro for engaging in a forbidden relationship. Now, she was entangled with Lu Chizhou's half-brother, inviting speculation. Who did this? Tang Ning's voice cut through the air, but no one responded. Finally, Wang Ting stepped forward, retorting, "What does it matter who did it? Tang Ning, you and Lu Yanqing are carrying on an affair. I'm curious to see how you'll resolve this." Triumph was evident on Wang Ting's face. Tang Ning's brow furrowed. And at that moment, the homeroom teacher emerged. Upon seeing the photographs on the bulletin board, their face turned ashen. "Who posted these? Take them down immediately." Seeing the teacher's arrival, Wang Ting promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Teacher, Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing are involved in a secret romance. I believe their parents should be summoned to provide them with a proper scolding." Silence. The teacher glared at Wang Ting, retorting, "Are you deliberately stirring up trouble? Remove these items at once. They're a disgrace to be displayed here." Wang Ting was taken aback. Not expecting the teacher to disregard the matter of Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing's relationship entirely, the homeroom teacher turned to Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing. Her face etched with remorse, her tone softening considerably. "Tang Ning, Lu Yanqing, you may return. I'll have someone attend to this." "Thank you, teacher," Lu Yanqing said, then, in full view of the class, grasped Tang Ning's wrist and returned to their classroom. Wang Ting, witnessing this, stamped her foot in vexation. "Teacher, this is unfair. Why should Yuro and Lu Chizhou be penalized for their early romance while Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing are not?" Wang Ting protested, but the homeroom teacher disregarded her. She frowned and said, "This is the final year of high school. Your energies should be directed towards your studies. Refrain from engaging in these petty cliques. You will soon be adults. Are you unaware that spreading falsehoods is against the law? Quickly clean this up. And don't let me see these photos displayed on the bulletin board." With that, the homeroom teacher turned and returned to her office. Back in the classroom, Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen had barely settled in when discontented murmurs arose from the students around them. Look at them, still sitting together. How disgusting. Can't they be more discreet? Such a blatant display of puppy love. Last semester, they were always walking to and from school together. I suspected something then. I can't believe the teachers are turning a blind eye to their relationship. It must be because they have good grades. Does academic achievement excuse everything? Is the school's code of conduct just for show? As the voices echoed around her, Tang Ning's thoughts became somber. The photos were clearly a carefully orchestrated scheme. Aside from Su Yu, she couldn't imagine anyone else targeting her so deliberately. She hadn't anticipated that. Even with Su Yu now involved with Lu Chizhou, she would still seek to antagonize her. Tang Ning gently shook her head. Originally, she intended to leave Su Yu and Lu Chizhou to their own devices, focusing solely on her Gaokao. However, Su Yu had provoked her first this time. During the midday recess, Tang Ning approached the entrance of Class C. When He Yuan saw her, he stepped outside and inquired, "You must be Tang Ning, yes? Whom are you seeking?" "You," she replied. He Yuan was taken aback. "Me? What do you need?" "I wish to solicit a favor, brother He." As she spoke, Tang Ning handed him a red banknote. He Yuan's family was of modest means, neither impoverished nor affluent. His attendance here was solely due to his athletic prowess and commendable grades. Upon seeing the 100 yuan note, He Yuan chuckled. "Why are you giving me money? Is this a gratuity?" Naturally, one must offer recompense when seeking assistance. Surely, brother He isn't particularly fond of Lu Chizhou either, is he? That would be an accurate assessment. "Did you hear about the rumors fabricated about Lu Yanchen and me this morning?" "I did. They were spread by a girl named Su Yu. I am not one to let grievances pass unavenged." He Yuan raised an eyebrow. "So, how do you wish for me to assist you?" Tang Ning moved closer to He Yuan and murmured a few words. He listened patiently, but as she drew near, he caught a delicate fragrance of shampoo emanating from her. Her subdued voice was soft and melodious, and He Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Not far away, Lu Yanchen, noticing Tang Ning's prolonged absence, stepped out of the classroom. His gaze fell upon Tang Ning and He Yuan in close proximity, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. "So, do you comprehend?" Tang Ning inquired. He Yuan, jolted back to reality, responded, "I beg your pardon? What did you say just now?" Tang Ning, perplexed, retorted, "You didn't hear a single word I uttered?" "My mind wandered. I was merely requesting that you keep a discreet watch on Lu Chizhou and Su Yu. Should they engage in any clandestine displays of affection, I would appreciate a few surreptitious photographs." Upon hearing this, He Yuan's face flushed crimson. What is the purpose of these? What could it possibly be for? To expose the truth through visual evidence, of course. As Tang Ning finished speaking, Lu Yanchen approached her. He assertively pulled Tang Ning to his side, stating, "I've already procured your lunch. Let us proceed to dine." Observing Lu Yanchen's protective stance, He Yuan, being a man himself, swiftly discerned Lu Yanchen's intentions. He Yuan deliberately remarked, "Very well, Tang Ning. Rest assured, since you address me as brother, your concerns are my concerns. This shall remain a secret between us. I shall maintain confidentiality, and you must reciprocate by ensuring that no third party becomes privy to this matter. Or else I shall be unable to render assistance." He Yuan's ambiguous words caused Lu Yanchen's brow to furrow in consternation. Tang Ning, oblivious to the underlying tension, carelessly exclaimed, "Fear not, I am grateful for your assistance, brother He." Before Tang Ning could finish her sentence, Lu Yanchen seized her arm and steered her in the opposite direction. "Let's go eat." Lu Yanqing's tone was frigid, tinged with an unmistakable hint of anger. Tang Ning, compelled to follow in his wake, inquired, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" "No." "Then why are you so eager to drag me away?" As Tang Ning was pulled along by Lu Yanqing, she abruptly collided with Lu Chizhou. The moment Lu Chizhou laid eyes on Tang Ning, his expression darkened, his gaze fixating on the hand Lu Yanqing had clasped around Tang Ning's arm. How suggestive. Lu Chizhou still bore the marks of yesterday's altercation on his face, and now, with a cold sneer, he remarked, "Tang Ning. Do you still dare claim you are not involved with Lu Yanqing?" Tang Ning frowned. "What does that have to do with you?" Isn't it the responsibility of young Master Lu to look after his girlfriend? Did you come here to seek a reprimand in front of us? You too? Lu Chizhou glanced at Tang Ning, then at Lu Yanqing. He was taken aback to see Tang Ning, who had once trailed behind him, now vying for Lu Yanqing's favor. However, recalling his mother's admonition before leaving home, Lu Chizhou maintained his composure and approached Tang Ning, his voice icy as he commanded, "Tang Ning, come with me." His tone was laden with authority, which irritated Tang Ning immensely. "Lu Chizhou, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, please do not waste my lunch break." Tang Ning's response caught Lu Chizhou off guard, and he could not overlook the disdain reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, an unsettling heaviness settled in his chest, as if something had lodged within. "I need to speak with you privately. There are no outsiders here, you may speak your mind." Ning was utterly impervious to Lu Chizhou's advances. Lu Chizhou's countenance immediately darkened. "Tang Ning. It appears that young Master Lu is occupied. Yan Chen. Let us return for our meal." With these words, Tang Ning led Lu Yanchen back to Class A. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chizhou promptly intercepted Tang Ning, proclaiming, "Tang Ning. Do not presume I am ignorant of your visit to my mother during the summer. If you believe such tactics will soften my heart towards you, you are deluded." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning recalled her discussion with Lu's mother regarding shares during the summer. Lu Chizhou actually believed this was for the benefit of their Lu family? Tang Ning scoffed, retorting, "I was merely acting on my father's behalf." "Lu Chizhou, do not flatter yourself. Tang Ning, I concede that your coquettish act is well executed. But my heart already belongs to you, Ro. There is no possibility for us. Were it not for my mother's desire to invite you to our home for dinner, I would not have sought you out." Lu Chizhou's words implied that his visit was not of his own volition but rather at the behest of Lu's mother. In both her past and present lives, Tang Ning comprehended Lu Chizhou. Lu Chizhou had been rebellious since childhood, unwilling to accept any familial arrangements. He invariably opposed any family command. This time, Lu Chizhou was emphasizing that he did not harbor affection for her but was coerced into inviting her to the Lu family for dinner. Lu Chizhou anticipated that Tang Ning would not decline. Tang Ning countered, "I appreciate Aunt Lu's kindness, but I shall abstain." "Tang Ning. Do not be unappreciative," Lu Chizhou retorted, his face darkening. Having humbled himself to seek out Tang Ning, he was taken aback by her apparent lack of appreciation. "Ah, you Ro?" Tang Ning's voice momentarily stunned Lu Chizhou. Upon turning, he indeed saw Su Ro standing behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Her face contorted with grievance and disbelief. Tears welled up and spilled forth. Seeing her distress, Lu Chizhou abandoned his pursuit of Tang Ning and rushed to Su Ro's side, gently coaxing. "It's not what you think." "Not what I think. Then what is it?" "I saw it with my own eyes," she retorted, striking him repeatedly. "Lu Chizhou. If you like Tang Ning, then go after her. Don't patronize me with false affections." Su Ro had been spoiled by Lu Chizhou's doting attention. He granted her every desire, and even a slight frown from her would elicit his concern. He had never allowed her to suffer any grievance. Thus, she was astounded that he would secretly seek out Tang Ning. Each blow, though not forceful, felt like a stinging slap to his face. An inexplicable irritation arose within Lu Chizhou. Seizing her wrist, he suppressed his anger and demanded, "Have you made enough of a scene?" "A scene?" Su Ro retorted. Wrenching her hand away, her face flushed. "Very well. I'm the one being unreasonable. Go find Tang Ning, then." As she spoke, Su Ro wept and returned to Class C. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chizhou felt an increasing sense of frustration. In recent months, Su Ro had grown more irritable, often sulking for no apparent reason. Although he felt displeased, he patiently indulged her, for she was the woman he cherished. However, today at school, especially in front of Tang Ning, Su Ro should not have disrespected him by running off in such a childish manner. At that moment, Lu Chizhou turned and, indeed, saw Tang Ning at the entrance of Class A, observing the scene, along with Lu Yanqing, who had witnessed his earlier humble attempts to appease Su Ro. Lu Chizhou was inexplicably enraged. This time, he resolved not to indulge Su Ro any longer. Meanwhile, Lu Yanqing glanced at Tang Ning, who was enjoying the spectacle, and asked, "Have you seen enough?" "The person has already left, so of course, I have." Tang Ning found Lu Chizhou's current demeanor amusing. In her previous life, He had loved Su Yurua yet found himself unable to attain her, subsequently willing to give her everything he had. Now, in this new life, she had let go. Allowing Lu Chizhou and Su Yurua to be together, but the rapidity of their bond's rise and fall was unexpected, within just a few months. Lu Chizhou had already grown impatient with Su Yurua. This was swifter than she had anticipated. She pondered how long this pairing could possibly endure, 1 month? 2 months? Reflecting on the time when Su Yurua had taken Lu Chizhou from her, along with the scorn she had received, Tang Ning suddenly felt intrigued. She turned to Lu Yanqing and said, "This evening after school, I plan to visit the Lu family." Lu Yanqing believed that Tang Ning could not ultimately let go of Lu Chizhou, and his expression dimmed slightly. Then, with a playful smile, Tang Ning said, "I'll go at 7, and you can pick me up at 8, alright?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Only an hour?" Chapter 36, Lu Chizhou. "Are you bored or not?" In the evening, after school, Tang Ning proactively approached the entrance of Class C. It was evident that Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru were still in a cold war. They sat far apart, not exchanging so much as a glance. When Lu Chizhou stepped out of the classroom and spotted Tang Ning, he frowned. Tang Ning remarked, "Didn't Aunt Lu invite me for dinner? Let us go." Tang Ning's sudden shift in attitude aroused Lu Chizhou's suspicion. At that moment, Su Yuru, who had been in the classroom, also witnessed the scene. Her complexion turned pale, and a look of anxiety washed over her. She feared that Lu Chizhou might leave with Tang Ning. "Are you going or not?" "If not, I'm going home," Tang Ning said, turning to leave in dissatisfaction. Yet, Lu Chizhou replied, "Let us go, my mom is still waiting for you at home." There was a hint of defiance in Lu Chizhou's words. Today, Su Yuru had publicly humiliated him, and he intended to make it clear that he was not exclusively tied to her. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow at this. Just a few months ago, Lu Chizhou was infatuated with Su Yuru, but it was surprising how swiftly his patience for her had waned. In the classroom, Su Yuru watched as Lu Chizhou and Tang Ning left one after the other, and she immediately grew anxious. Grabbing her backpack, she rushed outside, only to encounter Lu Yanqing, who had just exited Class A. "Lu Yanchan, stop right there." Su Yuru grasped Lu Yanchan's arm, but in the next moment, he flung her hand away as if repulsed by some unsightly filth. At that moment, Su Yuru could no longer consider anything else. She demanded, "What on earth is Tang Ning doing with Chizhou? Speak up." "It should be going home together," Lu Yanchan replied with a nonchalant tone, deliberately ambiguous. Upon hearing this, a wave of unease washed over Su Yuru. "Aren't you Tang Ning's boyfriend? Aren't you two dating? How can you remain indifferent when Tang Ning is going home with Chizhou?" "As long as she's happy," Lu Yanchan remarked, showing no further interest in Su Yuru. And he proceeded down the stairs. Su Yuru clenched her fists in frustration. She had painstakingly won Lu Chizhou's affection and could not allow Tang Ning to take it all away. In a flurry, Su Yuru exited the classroom building. When she reached the school gate, she spotted Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou getting into the same car to leave together. That very vehicle was usually reserved for Lu Chizhou to escort her to and from school. Gritting her teeth, Su Yuru dashed to the bus station, heading for the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Lu's mother had meticulously prepared dinner. When Lu Chizhou returned with Tang Ning, Lu's mother was overjoyed and eagerly waved at Tang Ning. "Ning Ning, come quickly. Everything Auntie made today is your favorite." She kindly pulled out a chair for Tang Ning, while Lu Chizhou took a seat across from her. Tang Ning gazed upon the sumptuous dinner laid out before her, stealing a glance at the bottle of red wine held by Lu's mother. "Auntie, I am not of the age to indulge in alcoholic beverages," she remarked. "Oh, my dear, what is there to fear in red wine? It bears no significant potency," Lu's mother replied, not affording Tang Ning the chance to decline as she poured the wine into the glass before her. Observing the crimson liquid, Tang Ning could not help but smirk. It seemed Lu's mother harbored ulterior motives. Remaining composed, she settled into her chair and feigned reluctance, saying, "Auntie, my parents do not permit me to drink, for I am still a minor." "At 17, how can you not partake? Many of your peers already do," Lu's mother retorted, all the while cheerfully serving Tang Ning a portion of rice. Lu's mother continued, "I must express my gratitude for your assistance with the stock issue, otherwise we would have faced ruin. This time I must extend my heartfelt thanks." With that, she exchanged knowing glances with Lu Chizhou. Reluctantly, he raised his wine glass, saying, Thank you for your help with the stock matter. Before Tang Ning could lift her glass, Lu Chizhou had already downed the wine in one swift motion. Noticing this, Lu's mother discreetly nudged him with her foot, her expression revealing her discontent. Only then did Lu Chizhou pour himself another glass. Suddenly, Lu's mother exclaimed, "Oh dear." Tang Ning arched an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, and inquired, "Auntie, what is the matter?" "I forgot an ingredient for one of the dishes. I shall run to the supermarket for a moment. Please continue your conversation, I shall return shortly." As she spoke, Lu's mother untied her apron, clearly intent on providing the two with an opportunity for solitude. Tang Ning, not oblivious to the situation, rose and suggested, "Shall I accompany you, Auntie?" "No need. It's improper to make a guest work." "I shall return shortly," Lu's mother reassured Tang Ning while hastily preparing to leave. Just before departing, she cast a significant glance at Lu Chizhou. Though he felt discontent, he refrained from voicing his objections. Before long, Lu's mother exited the Lu household, ensuring to lock the door behind her. At that moment, Tang Ning glanced out the window, calculating the time. Su Yuru should be arriving soon. "Tang Ning," Lu Chizhou initiated, his demeanor appearing somewhat awkward as his gaze flitted nervously to other directions. Tang Ning frowned and inquired, "What is it?" Lu Chizhou struggled to articulate his thoughts, having received numerous instructions from his mother earlier that day. Though he had promised to remember them, when the moment arrived, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, all the myriad sentiments coalesced into a single query: "Are you and Lu Yanqing truly together?" The question escaped his lips, startling even him. He hadn't anticipated that this would be the foremost inquiry on his mind. "Lu Chizhou, are you bored? Do you think everyone is as preoccupied with romance as you were during school?" Her words ignited Lu Chizhou's indignation. "Weren't you also relentless in pursuing me back then?" "Tang Ning, you aren't any better than I am." Tang Ning chose to disregard Lu Chizhou, her peripheral vision catching sight of Su Yuro hurriedly approaching the Lu residence. Su Yuro lingered outside the courtyard, seemingly waiting for someone to open the door. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out her phone. Observing this, Tang Ning feigned nonchalance and reached for the phone resting on the table. Lu Chizhou remarked, "You're holding my phone." "Is that so?" "My apologies, they look quite similar." "I must have taken the wrong one," Tang Ning replied, subtly silencing the device before placing it back on the table. Propping her chin on her hand, she provocatively asked, "What exactly does Aunt intend for us to do here?" At her words, Lu Chizhou involuntarily swallowed. After the summer break, Tang Ning was not only stunning but her eyes sparkled with an alluring vivacity, capable of drawing one in with a mere glance. Chapter 37, Lu Chizhou. "Do you truly wish to marry me?" Realizing he had been staring at Tang Ning, Lu Chizhou quickly averted his gaze and stated, "My mother asked me to thank you." "Is that all?" Having lived a full life, Tang Ning was acutely aware of Lu's mother's character and the cunning of adults. With preparations for dinner, a selection of red wine, and an excuse to step out, locking the door behind her, it was evident that there were ulterior motives at play. Lu Chizhou sat across from Tang Ning, at a loss for words. Clearly inexperienced in such matters, he was still just a high school student. Yet to step into the realm of adulthood. Tang Ning cast a glance out the window, noticing Su Yuru anxiously peering at the entrance. Perhaps fearing that Lu's mother was at home, she hesitated to ring the doorbell. Observing that Lu Chizhou remained silent, Tang Ning intentionally rose and remarked, "Nothing to say? Then I shall take my leave." Just as she turned to depart, Lu Chizhou hurriedly stepped forward and grasped her arm. Noticing the tension etched on his face, Tang Ning inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey to me? Did you not express a desire to marry me?" Lu Chizhou declared, as if he had endured considerable tribulation to arrive at this resolution. "Very well, let us become engaged. However, I must inform you that my heart belongs solely to Yuru. Even if I marry you, do not harbor any illusions that I will love you." Observing the seriousness in Lu Chizhou's demeanor, Tang Ning found herself amused by his words. As she laughed, Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow even more tightly. "What is so amusing? I find your arrogance quite entertaining. On what grounds do you presume I would agree to an engagement with you?" The sarcasm and mockery in her eyes pierced Lu Chizhou's pride. He stepped closer, seizing her wrist. "Tang Ning, spare me your pretense. If you truly did not want me to marry you, why would you actively assist my family? Your efforts to lose weight and even undergo cosmetic procedures are all aimed at garnering my admiration, are they not?" Hearing Lu Chizhou's audacious claims, Tang Ning scoffed. Lu Chizhou, you greatly overestimate yourself. Everything I do is by my own volition, it has nothing to do with you. Do not flatter yourself. Tang Ning shook off Lu Chizhou's grasp, and it seemed that her words had incited his ire. He moved closer to her once more, coldly remarking, Tang Ning. If your intention was to capture my attention, you have succeeded, I have already consented to marry you. What more do you desire? In response, Tang Ning raised an eyebrow. Lu Chizhou, have you truly considered this? Do you genuinely wish to marry me? Lu Chizhou gazed into Tang Ning's cunning eyes, his heart momentarily faltering. Though he was merely following his mother's directive, the sight of Tang Ning in this moment stirred something within him. I have already made myself abundantly clear. I will marry you. Lu Chizhou reiterated, albeit reluctantly. And what of Su Yurua? Upon hearing her name, a wave of irritation washed over Lu Chizhou. Recently, he and Su Yurua had been embroiled in petty squabbles, with him often being the one to relent and apologize, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. As he looked at Tang Ning before him, he furrowed his brow and vowed, I will break up with her. Is that so? Tang Ning produced her mobile phone, presenting the screen to Lu Chizhou. There, prominently displayed, was an ongoing call with Su Yurua. Lu Chizhou's expression shifted dramatically. Tang Ning smiled faintly as the voice of Su Yurua echoed through the phone, filled with anguish, Lu Chizhou. How could you treat me this way? You scoundrel. Earlier, after failing to reach Lu Chizhou, Su Yurua had decided to call Tang Ning instead. She acquiesced to the call, oblivious to the eavesdropping of Su Wai, who had absorbed every fragment of her preceding exchange with Lu Chizhou. Tang Ning! Lu Chizhou exclaimed. A realization dawned upon Lu Chizhou that Tang Ning had been subtly extracting information from him, causing his countenance to darken ominously. Tang Ning, undeterred, ambled towards the portal, deftly disengaging the external lock that secured the Lu residence. A domicile she had tenanted for countless years in her previous existence. A mere barrier posed no significant impediment to her. As Tang Ning unsealed the entrance, Su Wai surged forth from the confines of the courtyard. Her countenance flushed with palpable indignation, Su Wai lunged forth, intent on delivering a retaliatory strike, only to find her advances thwarted by Tang Ning's resolute defense. You! Su Wai sputtered. Her hand, firmly restrained by Tang Ning's unwavering grip, found itself incapable of breaching Tang Ning's formidable perimeter. Tang Ning retorted. It was Lu Chizhou who proposed the betrothal, not I. If you seek retribution, direct your ire towards him. With that pronouncement, Tang Ning propelled Su Wai into the recesses of the Lu household. Lu Chizhou, witnessing Su Wai's tear-streaked visage, hastened to elucidate, you, heed my words. What transpired earlier was merely. A resounding slap echoed through the chamber as Su Wai's open palm connected with Lu Chizhou's cheek. Lu Chizhou's countenance throbbed with fiery agony, yet cognizant of his culpability in the preceding events, he suppressed his burgeoning ire, opting instead to placate her with unwavering patience. You. I confess my transgressions. I was coerced into this predicament. Believe me, my heart is solely yours. Tang Ning, assailed by the saccharine pronouncements emanating from Lu Chizhou's lips, felt a visceral surge of nausea. She pivoted on her heel, departing the scene, ensuring the portal of the Lu residence was securely fastened in her wake. In her past life, Lu Chizhou, in pursuit of Su Yurua, heartlessly confined his childhood sweetheart and wife to a mental institution, leading to the tragic demise of their beloved children. In this lifetime, she has called off her engagement with Lu Chizhou, allowing him and Su Yurua to be together as if it were their destiny. Yet, it appears that Lu Chizhou's affection is rather superficial, fleeting enough to change within mere months. So be it, let them carry on with their tumultuous affair. She is on the verge of embracing a luminous and resplendent future. As for Lu Chizhou and Su Yurua, Tang Ning let out a cold laugh. The college entrance examination serves as a pivotal juncture in life. In her previous existence, she had sacrificed her future for Lu Chizhou. This time, she intends to observe how Lu Chizhou and Su Yurua become ensnared in the whirlpool of love, unable to extricate themselves. Outside the Lu residence, Lu Yanqing had been standing beside the Tang family's vehicle, evidently having waited there for quite some time. Tang Ning paused for a moment before approaching him, inquiring. Wasn't it said you would come at 8? It's only 7:30 now. It was uncertain how long Lu Yanqing had been waiting. I just arrived as well, he replied, draping his school uniform jacket over Tang Ning's shoulders. It's chilly, let's get inside the car. Tang Ning nodded and, before entering, cast a glance toward the Lu household. Inside, the cacophony of Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru's quarrel grew increasingly grating. If memory served correctly, Lu Chizhou had unwittingly consumed that glass of red wine just moments ago. A subtle smile tugged at Tang Ning's lips. It seemed that events were becoming more intriguing by the moment. She hoped that when Lu's mother returned home later that evening, she would not be left utterly astonished by the situation within the house. Chapter 38, Mother Lu reports Su Yuru to the school outside the Lu residence. Mother Lu had meticulously timed her arrival, lingering outside for 3 hours before heading back. Upon entering the house, she noticed that the lights were extinguished. A wave of secret delight washed over her. It seemed her son had successfully executed his plan. In her elation, she quickly made her way to the front door. Noticing the silence within, she opened the door, only to find her smile falter. To her astonishment, the door was not locked. Could it be that someone had unlatched it from the inside? With a flutter of unease, Mother Lu cautiously pushed open the door and tentatively called out, "Chizhou? Ning Ning?" The absence of a response deepened her anxiety. She proceeded into the house, finding the first floor's living room desolate. Without hesitation, she ascended to the second floor, hoping to catch her son in an act of indiscretion. However, when she pushed open the door to Chizhou's room, she was met with the sight of an disheveled Chizhou and Su Yuru. The moment was fraught with tension as Mother Lu's expression darkened. "What are you doing? Who permitted you to enter my home?" Earlier, she had encountered Su Yuru at school. Exhausted, Su Yuru had just awakened to find Mother Lu standing at the doorway. Panic-stricken, she hastily covered herself with a blanket. "Auntie, it's not what you think." Lying beside her, Chizhou felt a throbbing headache, the effects of the medication and alcohol still lingering. Dazed, he gazed at his mother outside the door, bewildered. "Mom? What a mess. Where is Ning Ning? Tell me, where has Ning Ning gone?" She retained Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou with the express intention of enabling her son to rise to the occasion and secure Tang Ning's affections decisively. Ideally, she wished for Tang Ning to become pregnant promptly. Even if that were not feasible, merely achieving a fait accompli would compel the Tang family to concede to a marriage between Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou, owing to considerations of reputation. Yet, alas, what had her reprobate son done? "Auntie." Su Yuru recoiled in trepidation. The mere sight of Su Yuru's countenance ignited Mu's ire. She advanced and seized Su Yuru, exclaiming with acerbic vehemence, "How can a young woman such as yourself be so devoid of shame as to come to another's home and attempt to seduce a man?" Su Yuru's face flushed crimson with mortification at Mu's rebuke, her eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing Su Yuru's mistreatment at the hands of Mu, Lu Chizhou immediately stepped forward and embraced Su Yuru protectively, declaring, "Mother, Tang Ning has departed. I coerced you, Ro. Do not vent your anger upon her." "You coerced her?" exclaimed Mu, her voice laced with disappointment and exasperation. "Lu Chizhou, do you comprehend the import of your words? How could I have borne such an inept son?" "Chizhou." Su Yuru sought refuge behind Lu Chizhou in disarray. Lu Chizhou shielded Su Yuru resolutely, enduring Mu's forceful blows upon his person. In the ensuing moment, Lu Chizhou thrust Mu away, causing her to stumble precariously, narrowly averting a fall. Lu Chizhou stated frigidly, "Mother, I reiterate, my paramour is Su Yuru. Should you persist in your opposition to our union, I shall deem it preferable to forsake this domicile altogether." As he spoke, Lu Chizhou draped his jacket over Su Yuru's shoulders, then took up his school uniform and led her out of the bedroom. "Lu Chizhou, if you have the ability, never come back. I swear I will report Su Yuru to the school tomorrow. I will ensure this woman is expelled." Lu's mother nearly fainted from anger. She had painstakingly raised Lu Chizhou, only to find him siding with an outsider. What is Su Yuru compared to Tang Ning? Outside the Lu residence, Su Yuru nervously tugged at Lu Chizhou's sleeve and asked, "Chizhou, do you think Auntie will really report me to the school?" "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let anything happen to you. If worst comes to worst, I'll drop out with you." Hearing Lu Chizhou's words warmed Su Yuru's heart. "It was all Tang Ning's fault for causing her to misunderstand you. I'm sorry, Chizhou." Leaning against Lu Chizhou, her tone was filled with sweetness. Although they had been in a relationship, it had only involved holding hands and the occasional kiss when no one was watching. She had always feared that their relationship might be unstable. but now, she had become Lu Chizhou's woman, free from the worry of Tang Ning's presence. Seeing Su Yuru soften towards him, Lu Chizhou's expression also eased somewhat. Regardless of the circumstances, he still held affection for Su Yuru. It was just that she had been at odds with him lately, which had left him feeling rather troubled. Earlier, under the influence of alcohol, he had succumbed to his desires with Su Yuru, and he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. I should be the one apologizing. I should not have compromised by allowing my mother and Tang Ning to propose. Such occurrences shall not happen again in the future. Lu Chizhou gazed tenderly at Su Yuru, declaring, once we graduate, I shall formally come to your door, and we will seal our engagement. From that moment on, you shall be my woman, Lu Chizhou. And no one shall dare to bully you again. Witnessing Lu Chizhou's heartfelt promise, Su Yuru shyly nodded in agreement. The following morning, Lu Chizhou had not returned home, prompting an irate visit from his mother to the school. Tang Ning had already caught sight of Lu's mother rushing into the office. It appeared to be related to yesterday's events. Upon entering the office, Lu's mother scanned the room but did not see the head teacher of Class C. She chose a seat at random. 2 students approached, and Lu's mother inquired, "Where is the head teacher of Class C?" "They should be in the early class and will return shortly," one student replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu's mother settled back. Soon, 2 students from Class A entered, carrying the teacher's materials, engaging in casual gossip. Lu Xiao transferred to Class C for Yuru. It feels like a scene straight out of a novel. Have you considered Yuru's background? She is the daughter of the Su family. Indeed, with such a prestigious lineage, only Lu Xiao would be a fitting match for her. Upon overhearing the students' idle chatter, Lu's mother furrowed her brow and rose to her feet, asking, "The Yuru you mentioned, are you referring to the Su Yuru who is in a relationship with Lu Chizhou?" "Yes, there is only one Su Yuru in our grade." "Is she the daughter of the Su family?" "Indeed." Upon receiving this affirmative response, a flicker of joy crossed Mrs. Lu's face. She had not anticipated that her son would be so exceptional. His girlfriend is actually the daughter of the Su family. This time, they had struck gold. "Mrs. Lu, I hear you are looking for me?" At that moment, the homeroom teacher of Class C entered. Mrs. Lu, shedding her earlier expression of anger, donned a smile. "I merely wish to inform you that I am aware of my son's romantic involvement. I hope the school will refrain from interfering too much in his personal affairs." Chapter 39, I warn you, keep your distance from Yuro in the future. After leaving this admonition, Mrs. Lu held her head high and exited the office. In this city, who was unaware of the Su family's esteemed reputation? What status does the daughter of the Su family hold? Can it possibly be inferior to that of Tang Ning? If her son were to truly marry the daughter of the Su family, the Lu family would no longer have to grovel before the Tang family. Observing Mrs. Lu's feigned composure as she departed, so different from her earlier furious entrance, Tang Ning furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that Mrs. Lu has changed her mind? "Hey, did you all hear? Mrs. Lu just came by." "Indeed, what could she want at our school?" "Surely it is not to confront the homeroom teacher regarding Lu Xiao's demotion to Class C." "Not at all. I heard Mrs. Lu herself say in the office that she wants Lu Xiao to pursue a proper relationship with Su Yuro and urged the teachers not to meddle in their family's affairs." My goodness, such an open-minded mother-in-law. The voices of classmates discussing various topics resonated around her, yet Tang Ning felt a sense of confusion. How could Lu Mu, who held Su Yuru in such low regard, possibly permit Lu Chizhou to associate with her? Could it be that Lu Mu also perceived Su Yuru as the esteemed daughter of the Su family, seeking to align herself with them? The thought caused a faint smile to curl at the corners of Tang Ning's lips. Whether it be a misunderstanding or not, the greater the hope now, the more profound the disappointment that would ensue in the future. She found herself somewhat eager to witness the downfall of the Lu family. At noon, a classmate outside the classroom called in, "Tang Ning. Someone is looking for you." Turning around, Tang Ning saw no one outside. However, upon stepping out of the classroom, she spotted Su Yuru standing in the corner. The moment Tang Ning laid eyes on her, she turned to leave, yet, Su Yuru spoke up, "Tang Ning. I have something to discuss with you." Su Yuru's tone was laced with a teasing lilt, distinctly different from her previous fade of feigned delicacy and intimacy. Noticing Su Yuru's slightly raised chin, Tang Ning surmised that she must be aware of Lu Mu's visit to the school earlier that day. "All right. What do you wish to say?" she inquired. "Let us change locations, it's rather crowded here," Suyuru suggested, gesturing towards a nearby study corner. Tang Ning accepted the proposal, curious to uncover what trick Suyuru had up her sleeve. At that moment, during the lunch hour when the study corner was relatively deserted, Suyuru remarked, "Tang Ning, I must express my gratitude to you." "For what?" Tang Ning questioned. "Thanks to you. I was able to have an open and honest conversation with Chizhou last night." Suyuru bit down on the latter 4 words. Raising an eyebrow as she spoke, "I am now a resident of Chizhou, and Chizhou has promised me that after graduation, he will come to propose. And we shall directly obtain our marriage certificate upon finishing university." Listening to this familiar sequence of events, Tang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. In her previous life, hadn't she and Lu Chizhou followed this very path? Yet, the life after their engagement was far from satisfactory. Tang Ning offered a faint smile and replied, "Is that so? Then I must congratulate you." She was already aware of the incident involving the drugged red wine orchestrated by Lu's mother. And pushing Suyuru forward was merely a means of extending a favor. Initially, she had intended for Lu's mother to escalate the situation at school, resulting in Suyuru's expulsion. However, through a twist of fate, Lu's mother mistakenly believed that Suyuru was the daughter of the Su family. Yet, this misapprehension posed no real obstacle. A falsehood can never truly mask a reality, and Suyuru's identity as a counterfeit heiress would inevitably be exposed. All she needed to do was patiently await that day. Noticing Tang Ning's lack of reaction, Suyuru assumed she was merely putting on a brave face. And continued, "Chizhou does not love you, last night's interaction was merely superficial. Chizhou has already clarified that marrying you is simply to appease Aunt Lu. However, this morning, Aunt Lu has acknowledged my presence, so Tang Ning, you are already out of the picture." Seeing Suyuru's triumphal demeanor, Tang Ning could no longer contain her laughter. Even now, Suyuru believed she was competing with her for Lu Chizhou's affection? How foolish had she been in her previous life to be outmaneuvered by such a superficial woman. "My affection for Lu Chizhou is a relic of the past. Suyuru, since your bond is so strong, I extend my heartfelt wishes for your enduring happiness after graduation, and may your lives together be blessed with progeny." With these words, Tang Ning turned to depart. At that moment, Suyu, noticing Lu Chizhou approaching from around the corner, seized the opportunity. She immediately prostrated herself on the ground, tearfully grasping Tang Ning's wrist and exclaiming, "Ning Ning, my love for Chizhou is genuine. I know you harbor feelings for him as well. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. Lu's mother has accepted my presence in his life, so please, cease pressuring Chizhou to marry you, won't you?" Suyu's cries attracted the attention of nearby students. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chizhou swiftly approached, lifting Suyu from the ground and shielding her behind him. "Tang Ning, you've gone too far." Lu Chizhou shoved Tang Ning aside, his eyes betraying his undisguised revulsion. Recalling Tang Ning's machinations the previous night, which had instigated a quarrel between him and Suyu, Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened. "I've told you before, marrying you was merely my mother's wish, my heart belongs to you. Refrain from currying favor with my mother in the future. I will never marry you." Lu Chizhou and Suyu's coordinated performance painted her as the interloper disrupting their romance. Lu Chizhou seemed to have forgotten that it was she, Tang Ning, not Suyu, who was initially betrothed to him. "You? Are you all right? Did she harm you?" At that moment, Lu Chizhou was anxiously attending to Suyu, while she appeared as a malevolent supporting character. Tang Ning retorted icily, "Lu Chizhou, which I witnessed me mistreating her? And on what basis do you accuse me of ingratiating myself with your mother? Chizhou, do not blame Ning Ning, it is my fault. I implore her, I beseech her not to coerce you into marrying her." As Suyuru spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and Lu Chizhou gazed at her with a heart full of compassion. "Tang Ning, enough is enough. Yuru has been defending you all this time, yet you are relentless. You take advantage of Yuru's kindness, bullying her at will. I warn you, keep your distance from her. If you dare to utter nonsense before her again, I shall." "What will you do?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted from a distance. He Yuan approached, sneering as he spoke, "Lu Chizhou, I perceive you are both blind and deaf. Suyuru sheds a few tears, and you lose your composure, are you even a man? You." Just the day before, Lu Chizhou had endured a beating from He Yuan, and the embers of anger still smoldered within him. Now, witnessing He Yuan's mockery, his fury intensified. "What? After seducing Lu Yanqing, have you now turned to ensnare He Yuan? Tang Ning, I truly did not anticipate that you possess such irresistible allure, flaunting your charms far and wide. Chapter 40, How can such a shameless white lotus exist in this world? As Lu Chizhou's words lingered in the air, he felt a figure dart past him, followed by a punch landing squarely on his left cheek. The blow sent Lu Chizhou staggering several steps back, ultimately crashing to the ground. Suyuru hurried forward to assist him. Chizhou. When Suyuru finally discerned the identity of the assailant, she was taken aback to find it was Lu Yanqing. Lu Yanqing. You have gone too far. This is a school, by what right do you lay hands on him? Previously, Lu Yanqian was relegated to Class F due to engaging in a brawl on campus. Now, Lu Yanqian dares to initiate a physical altercation in full view of so many witnesses. Tang Ning was taken aback by Lu Yanqian's sudden emergence. A scuffle outside the school premises is one thing, but a fight within the school is a disciplinary infraction. Lu Yanqian, you are nothing but a cur. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened, and he rose to retaliate against Lu Yanqian. But He Yuan had already instructed his underlings to encircle him. He Yuan escorted a female student to stand before Lu Chizhou, stating, "Come, tell us, who instigated this meeting?" The female student, visibly intimidated, stated, "It was Suyuru who asked me to summon Tang Ning." Tang Ning was about to depart, but Suyuru insisted on calling her over, claiming she had something to discuss with Tang Ning. That's when Tang Ning went over. Upon hearing the female student's account, a flicker of discomposure crossed Suyuru's eyes. However, she swiftly regained her composure and addressed Lu Chizhou. "I proactively summoned Ming Ning. I merely wished to clarify matters, as I feared Ming Ning might coerce you into marrying her. Therefore." Observing Suyuru's pitiable demeanor, Lu Chizhou promptly responded, "I understand. This is not your fault." He Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, nearly scoffed in derision. This blatant act of provocation has somehow culminated in her portrayal as the injured party. How can such an impudent schemer exist in this world? What is transpiring here? What are you all doing? As the head of student affairs conducted her midday rounds, she noticed a throng gathered. Parting the crowd, she discerned the situation. Lu Chizhou and Suyuru were surrounded by He Yuan's acolytes, with Lu Chizhou bearing visible injuries. Immediately grasping the scenario, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is responsible for this?" A palpable silence ensued. Just as Lu Yanqian was about to step forward, He Yuan raised his hand, declaring with a grin, "It was me, director." His declaration elicited surprise among the onlookers. Lu Chizhou frowned, and Suyuru interjected, "Director." It wasn't He Yuan, it was Lu Yanqian and Tang Ning. "Director," He Yuan continued, "Lu Yanqian and Tang Ning are exemplary students from Class A. How could they possibly engage in such behavior like a lowly student from Class C like myself? It was indeed me." Observing He Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, the director reprimanded. "He Yuan, it's you again. Is your daily disruption of the school not enough? Now you're involved in a physical altercation? You will accompany me to the office immediately." As He Yuan was escorted away, Tang Ning attempted to intervene, but Lu Yanqian restrained her, shaking his head. Subsequently, Lu Yanqian stepped forward and addressed the director, "Director, I initiated this incident, He Yuan is not involved." Upon seeing Lu Yanqian's intervention, He Yuan subtly nudged his arm, whispering, "I can handle this alone." "Why did you step forward?" "My stepping forward is my own decision, I do not require you to take the blame for me." Lu Yanqing spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. He Yu, perceiving Lu Yanqing's awkward demeanor, promptly muted his microphone. The director of education, observing Lu Yanqing, took a deep breath and eventually said, "Both of you, come with me to the office." Just as the director was about to depart, Tang Ning interjected, "Director, this incident is not our fault, it was Lu Chizhou and Suyuru who first bullied us." Upon hearing this, the director paused, turning to see that it was Tang Ning who spoke, and her expression softened somewhat. After all, both Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing ranked among the top 5 in their grade, excelling academically. The director typically showed leniency towards exemplary students. Noticing this, the director then glanced at Lu Chizhou and Suyuru, who were still holding hands. The director's brows furrowed deeper at the sight of these two formerly outstanding students. Gaining composure, the director coldly ordered, "You two also come with me to the office." The expressions of Lu Chizhou and Suyuru shifted dramatically. While Tang Ning couldn't shield Lu Yanqing and He Yu from punishment, at the very least, she could implicate Lu Chizhou and Suyuru. In the office, The director looked at the 5 individuals before him and inquired, "Now, tell me, who was the one who struck?" "I." He declared loudly, and shortly after, Lu Yanqing added, "Director, it was I." Faced with these two, the director felt a headache coming on. "So, who was it, really?" At that moment, Tang Ning stepped forward, stating, "Teacher, it was Lu Yanqing, not he you." Upon witnessing Tang Ning's forthright self-identification, Lu Yanchen pursed his lips, refraining from offering an explanation. Tang Ning asserted, however, there exists a rationale behind Lu Yanchen's altercation with Lu Chizhou. The head teacher furrowed his brow, retorting, "No justification excuses physical assault." Yet, Lu Chizhou initiated the conflict. If culpability is to be assigned, should not Lu Chizhou bear the entirety of the responsibility? Observing the situation, Suyu promptly interjected, "That's preposterous. Chizhou never struck anyone. He did inflict harm, albeit not through physical means, but rather through verbal abuse." Tang Ning's statement engendered a degree of perplexity among the assembled faculty members. Tang Ning elucidated. The genesis of the matter lies in Suyu's orchestration of a rendezvous with a female student, during which she flaunted the consummation of her relationship with Lu Chizhou the previous evening, along with intimations of Lu Chizhou's intention to marry her post-graduation. Unable to endure the discourse, I extended my felicitations for their impending nuptials. Moments after my departure, Suyu abruptly prostrated herself, imploring me not to coerce Lu Chizhou into matrimony. Tang Ning articulated her account with precision, ensuring that the faculty comprehended the preceding events. Tang Ning was acutely aware of the mortification that the exposure of a high school student's romantic liaisons before the faculty would engender. Predictably, Suyu's countenance flushed crimson, and she appeared as agitated as an ant upon a scorching surface, frantically protesting, "Director, that's not the truth. Tang Ning is fabricating falsehoods." The head teacher was now somewhat inclined to believe Tang Ning's account, given the conspicuous nature of Suyu and Lu Chizhou's recent conduct within the school premises. Lu Chizhou, standing nearby, cast a look of suspicion towards Suyu. Last night's intimacy between him and Suyuro is a secret shared only by the two of them. If Suyuro didn't divulge it, who else could have? Soon, Tang Ning's focus shifted to Lu Chizhou, stating, "Lu Chizhou, in his affection for his girlfriend, verbally abused and insulted me." It was only when Lu Yanchen could no longer bear it that he physically confronted Lu Chizhou. "The matter originated with me. So if the teacher intends to penalize anyone, it should be me." Just as Suyuro was relieved, Tang Ning continued, "However, Lu Chizhou should also be punished. He insulted Lu Yanchen's background, an act far more egregious than physical violence." Tang Ning. Lu Chizhou attempted to retort, but the Dean of Education, having grasped the situation, coldly interjected, "Enough. You are in your final year of high school. Your priority should be studying diligently, not engaging in constant comparisons." The dean's gaze settled upon Suyuro. She had always perceived Suyuro as an obedient, well-behaved, and ambitious student, but now realized she lacked a sense of priorities. The dean sternly said, "Suyuro, especially you. Your recent grades have declined significantly. If you continue to prioritize romantic relationships, your future will be jeopardized. You must take responsibility for your future." Suyuro bit her lip. Her face flushed with shame. However, Tang Ning knew that Suyuro was unlikely to change. For Suyuro, hard work in her studies may not necessarily lead to great achievements in the future. However, if she manages to win over Lu Chizhou, she would become the rightful Lady Lu upon graduation. One path demands arduous effort but may yield no rewards, while the other requires no effort at all. Merely the ability to charm a man, thus securing a life of wealth and luxury for her later years. How could Suyuro possibly hesitate in making her choice? Let today's matters rest here. If I catch any of you causing trouble again, it will result in disciplinary action. The head teacher waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Now, return to your classes. Tang Ning was not particularly surprised by the head teacher's decision. After all, being in the 3rd year of high school, a student receiving a disciplinary note was a significant inconvenience for the school. As soon as Suyuro exited the office, she broke down in tears. Tang Ning had just exposed her actions in front of the teacher, and now, how would the teacher perceive her, once a commendable student? "Stop crying." Lu Chizhou consoled Suyuro, casting a warning glance at Tang Ning as he left. "Tang Ning, just you wait." Tang Ning scoffed softly, uninterested in Lu Chizhou's threats. She turned to He Yuan and said, "He Yuan, Lu Yanchen and I are leaving now." Alright, He Yuan replied warmly, waving to Tang Ning. Before heading back to class, he added, if anyone gives you trouble, just come find me. Tang Ning smiled at He Yuan, while Lu Yanchen, observing the scene, fell into a pensive silence. His gaze lowered. Enfolding Suyuro in his arms, Lu Chizhou remained silent. Suyuro, with a touch of trepidation, gazed up at him and inquired, Chizhou, what troubles you? Did you confide in Tang Ning about our affair? Lu Chizhou's eyes betrayed a hint of suspicion. In his perception, Suyuro had always embodied gentleness and virtue. It had not occurred to him that Suyuro would divulge such a private matter to Tang Ning, especially knowing the latter's affections for him. Was she not, in essence, provoking her? Suyuro hastened to explain, it wasn't me, Chizhou. So, it was indeed you who spoke of it? Lu Chizhou's brow furrowed deeply. Suyuro head bowed, wept as she uttered, it wasn't my intention, it's just that I care for you too deeply, I feared Tang Ning would steal you away. Chizhou, I beg your forgiveness. Seeing Suyuro's capitulation, Lu Chizhou fell into a brief silence. He and Tang Ning had grown up together since childhood. Tang Ning had always been a taciturn and introverted individual, incapable of deceit. He had attributed Tang Ning's recent transformation to a sudden change, never suspecting that Suyuro had initiated the provocation. Henceforth, maintain a distance from Tang Ning. Having uttered these words, Lu Chizhou proceeded directly into the classroom. Observing Lu Chizhou's cooling demeanor, Suyuro felt a sense of urgency, yet she was not gripped by fear. After all, she was now intimately involved with Lu Chizhou, who had promised to discuss their marriage with her family after graduation. What significance could the college entrance examination hold when compared to the prospect of becoming Mrs. Lu after graduation? With this thought, Suyuro quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Chizhou, firmly resolved to secure his heart. Upon their return to the classroom, Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing engaged in conversation. Lu Yanqing remarked, you need not have rushed to take the blame for me just now, the teacher would not reprimand me. I am well aware that as the top student in our grade, the teacher would not dare to scold you. I merely stated the truth. Intentionally stepping on the toes of Lu Chizhou and Suyuro, Lu Yanqing continued, it seems you harbor a strong dislike for Lu Chizhou and Suyuro. Dislike? It is not simply a matter of dislike, Tang Ning replied, her expression growing somber. Her feelings towards Lu Chizhou and Suyuro extend far beyond such a simplistic term. The bitter experiences of her past life, the tragic demise of her children, the downfall of the Tang family, her parents' car accident, all these grievances she must ultimately reckon with Lu Chizhou and Suyuro. In the evening, Lu Chizhou found himself standing outside the gates of the Lu residence, hesitating to enter, particularly given that he had not returned home the previous night. Knowing his mother's temperament, he anticipated a stern reprimand upon his arrival. Just as he steeled himself to open the door, he was taken aback when his mother joyfully swung it open, exclaiming, Chizhou, you're back. Quickly, wash your hands and come to dinner. Lu Chizhou was momentarily stunned, surprised that his mother had prepared a meal for him. As he beheld the lavish dinner spread before him, he felt a wave of confusion. His mother then said, in a few days, you should bring your little girlfriend home to meet me. I felt rather embarrassed about how things went last night. At her words, Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow and asked, Mother, you do not oppose my relationship with Yuro anymore? Foolish child, she responded, how could I possibly oppose my son being in love? Though I perceive that your progress is exceedingly rapid, you are now adults and must take responsibility for your actions. Yuro is quite a charming young lady. You ought to cherish her, as one day you may wish to bring her into our family and bear a robust son. As Lu Mu spoke with increasing delight, Lu Chizhou's expression grew more and more furrowed. Mother, are you serious? Of course I am serious. While I also have a fondness for Ning Ning. Since you are already in a relationship, I, as your mother, shall not hinder it. Lu Mu's unusual demeanor left Lu Chizhou perplexed. She continued cheerily, in a few days, you will celebrate your 18th birthday. I have arranged a birthday banquet for you at the Royal Hotel. Do remember to invite Yuro and your friends to join us. Chapter 42, is Tang Ning the daughter of the Lu family's driver? At this moment, within the Tang household, a birthday banquet? Tang Ning furrowed her brow. Tang father and Tang mother presented the invitation that Lu Mu had delivered to their home. Tang father took a deep breath and said, it states that you are invited to attend, however, the decision to go is entirely yours. Your father and I fully support you. Indeed, your mother supports you as well. Observing the anxious expressions of her parents, Tang Ning merely smiled. It's just a birthday banquet, it's not a matter of great importance. You both are overly concerned. Tang mother remarked, isn't it simply that we fear you might be swayed? The Lu family has always wished for you to become their daughter-in-law. Mother and father. You need not worry. I believe that this time Aunt Lu will not desire for me to become their daughter-in-law. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, both Tang's father and mother wore expressions of bewilderment. They were uncertain of the cause, yet Tang Ning understood all too well. Lu's mother was a woman of considerable vanity. Her previous humility towards the Tang family was solely due to her and her son's reliance on their assistance. While Lu's mother had fervently beseeched Tang Ning to become Lu's daughter-in-law, she had declined. Now, believing she had secured a wealthy ally in the Su family and having navigated her immediate challenges, she was eager to flaunt her triumph before her junior. The extravagant banquet held at the Royal Hotel was merely a display to convey to Tang Ning that she was blind to the merits of Lu Chizhou, who was now deserving of a woman far superior. Such ostentatious behavior was truly disgraceful. However, Tang Ning vividly recalled that on Lu Chizhou's 18th birthday, Lu's mother had orchestrated a similarly grand affair at the Royal Hotel to announce their engagement, only for it to culminate in a rather dramatic turn of events. Mom, Dad. I have made up my mind, I will go. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lu Yanchen was descending from the second floor when he overheard Tang Ning's statement, prompting a moment of silence. He had not forgotten the events of the last time Lu's mother invited Tang Ning to their home. His expression darkened slightly as he ultimately turned and ascended the stairs. The following day, bright and early, Su Yuru made her way to Class A. Upon her arrival, her classmates greeted her with delight. Su Yuru had donned a simple makeup look today, though not particularly intricate, it rendered her a striking presence at Lingqing High School. Yuru. What brings you to see us today? Indeed, it has been quite a while since you've been in Class C. How are you faring? Wang Ting and several of your acquaintances are curious about Su Wai's recent circumstances. Su Wai, however, was not particularly inclined to broach the subject. Since departing from Class A, her days in Class C have been nothing short of torment. Nevertheless, in the presence of her former classmates, Su Wai maintained a cheerful countenance, remarking, let's set that aside for later. I've come to deliver these to you. With that, Su Wai produced 5 invitations and presented them to her 5 closest female companions. Upon beholding the Royal Hotel insignia on the invitations, Wang Ting's countenance registered astonishment. Why, she exclaimed, this is the Royal Hotel. It's rumored that reserving an evening there can cost a 6-figure sum. Truly befitting of the young Master Lu, the Lu family is known for its extravagant gestures. I wonder where those rumors of the Lu family's impending bankruptcy originated. Precisely, another chimed in, who else but the Lu family could afford such a lavish, 6-figure banquet? These invitations exude opulence. Why, I am simply envious. All present cast admiring glances at the invitations in Su Wai's possession. Su Wai explained. These were given to me by Madame Lu. She extended an invitation for me to attend the coming-of-age banquet in Chizhou and also provided these invitations for me to invite my dearest friends to accompany me. So, the young Master Lu's mother has given her approval of Wai? One inquired. Of course. Another asserted. Wai is the scion of the Su family. A match of equal standing with the young Master Lu. How could Madame Lu possibly object? Why, when you become the young mistress of the Lu family, please do not forget about us. As Su Yuru listened to the flattery surrounding her, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she replied. How could I ever forget you all? You are my dearest friends. With that, she turned her gaze towards Tang Ning, who was diligently working on her exam in the front row. Approaching her, she inquired, Ning, would you like to attend the birthday banquet in Chizhou? I can ask Aunt Lu for another invitation. At her words, Wang Ting let out a derisive scoff and remarked, Yuro, perhaps it's best to reconsider. We all know someone will inevitably create a scene, clinging to young Master Lu. Indeed, Yuro. Have you forgotten that it was she who exposed your relationship with young Master Lu? Yuro was simply too kind-hearted, just yesterday. Tang Ning had leveraged the affection Madame Lu held for her to pressure young Master Lu into marrying her. Moreover, how could the daughter of a mere chauffeur possibly attend such an upscale banquet? The expressions on their faces revealed their disdain, as they clearly regarded Tang Ning solely as the chauffeur's daughter. Hearing this, Tang Ning suddenly smiled. Are you all saying that I am the daughter of the chauffeur? Wang Ting replied, isn't that the case? We are all aware that you are shamelessly pursuing young Master Lu, relying on your childhood friendship. If you weren't the chauffeur's daughter, how could you enjoy daily rides in luxury cars and win Madame Lu's favor? Ting Ting interjected, being the daughter of a chauffeur is irrelevant. What truly matters is that Ning Ning is a friend who has grown up alongside us in Chizhou. Su Yuru, with her characteristic kindness and generosity, approached Tang Ning and said, Ning Ning, I believe we should put aside our differences and attend the birthday banquet in Chizhou together. I think you won't have many opportunities to visit grand venues like the Royal Hotel in the future. As she spoke, a hint of provocation gleamed in her eyes. Tang Ning merely smiled and replied, thank you, but I don't think it's necessary. What a pity. I was just saying that if you go, I would ask Aunt Lu for an invitation as well, Su Yuru remarked, her demeanor suggesting she had already envisioned herself as the future mistress of the Lu family. Tang Ning, unfazed, continued to focus on her homework. Becoming the mistress of the Lu family? It seemed that Su Yuru was destined for a different fate. Outside the classroom, Lu Chizhou approached the door of Class A. Noticing that Su Yuru had invited her friends, he entered and affectionately took her hand in front of Tang Ning, asking, have all the invitations been sent out? Yes, I was actually going to invite Tang Ning, but unfortunately, she said she has other commitments and can't make it. Su Yuru replied. Lu Chizhou cast a glance at Tang Ning and coldly remarked, she can choose whether to attend or not. With that, he led Su Yuru out of Class A. Tang Ning felt the mocking gazes of those around her but merely smiled. Let them laugh. Come the day of the birthday banquet, they might find their mirth fading. Chapter 43, Su Yuru's embarrassment on Saturday. Tang's mother arranged for the driver to take Tang Ning to the store to collect a dress. To ensure that Tang Ning would not be looked down upon by the Lu family at the banquet, Tang's mother had specially commissioned a new gown from a friend overseas. Having previously possessed a stout physique, Tang Ning had never been particularly discerning about her attire, prioritizing comfort and durability above all else, remaining oblivious to various brands. However, her experiences in her past life had immersed her in the upper echelons of society for many years. Despite never having held a formal occupation as Mrs. Lu, she was nevertheless compelled to engage with a myriad of affluent ladies and socialites on behalf of Lu Chizhou, gradually becoming acquainted with numerous luxury brands. For individuals of such elevated status, exclusive bespoke brands and those reserved for foreign royalty were favored over mainstream luxury goods, often being inaccessible to those with mere wealth. Given the Tang family's prominent standing in Linqing, coupled with her mother's former status as a celebrated socialite before her marriage, Tang Ning possessed extensive knowledge and access in this regard. Presently, the vehicle came to a halt beside an unassuming glass-enclosed structure in the city center. Upon alighting, Tang Ning noticed the French logo adorning the building. Unlike conventional clothing stores, the storefront lacked any displayed garments, showcasing only meticulously arranged fresh flowers. The entrance remained closed, indicating the establishment's infrequent solicitation of patrons. Passers-by would hardly suspect it to be a clothing store. Tang Ning immediately recognized the store's exclusivity. Situated in the heart of the city, adjacent to the largest commercial street, the monthly rental fees alone would amount to a six-figure sum, making it an untenable venture for most to operate a standalone clothing store. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ning pushed open the door and entered. As the chime of the entrance bell reverberated, a comely sales associate emerged from the back room. The sales associate regarded Tang Ning with affability, inquiring, "Are you Ms. Tang?" Tang Ning affirmed, "Indeed, I am. The gown you ordered arrived this morning, still untouched. We have prepared a private dressing room for your fitting. Should any alterations be necessary, our expert stylists are at your service for bespoke adjustments," the sales associate stated, as she placed a pair of slippers before Tang Ning. The slippers, bearing the logo of a luxury brand valued in the thousands, were freshly unsealed. Observing this, Tang Ning naturally slipped into the slippers and proceeded inside. At that moment, Wang Ting, accompanying Su Yuru, emerged from a neighboring boutique. Both had just acquired dresses from a prestigious brand, each costing thousands. Wang Ting immediately noticed Tang Ning following the sales associate into the dress shop. She promptly nudged Su Yuru, exclaiming, "Yuru, look. Isn't that Tang Ning?" Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, Su Yuru directed her gaze toward the interior of the boutique, catching only a glimpse of Tang Ning's retreating figure. "Let's go. Let's see what she's up to," Wang Ting urged, pulling Su Yuru toward the entrance. As they crossed the threshold, a delicate fragrance filled their senses. The boutique was serene. devoid of music, making their entrance all the more conspicuous. Soon, a sales associate approached them. Noticing that they had stepped onto the wooden floor, she furrowed her brow slightly. But quickly inquired, "Ladies, do you have an appointment?" Wang Ting frowned, questioning, "An appointment? Is an appointment necessary for a place like this?" "Reservations are required 3 days in advance." Wang Ting retorted with dissatisfaction, "But I just saw Tang Ning enter. Did she make a reservation 3 days prior?" Ting ting. Suyuro tugged at Wang Ting's sleeve. Although she hadn't seen much of the world, this establishment exuded an air of sophistication, and such clamorous behavior seemed uncouth. "Miss Tang has already made a reservation. Are you acquaintances of Miss Tang?" The sales associate regarded the two with a hint of perplexity. Suyuro responded with a smile, "We are classmates of Tang Ning. We saw her enter a moment ago and wished to extend our greetings." "Ah. Classmates of Miss Tang. Please, allow me to escort you to the waiting area." The sales associate gestured towards the seating area. As she reached for slippers, Wang Ting had already pulled Suyuro inside. The sales associate cast a fleeting glance at the footwear donned by Wang Ting and Suyuro. A touch of displeasure flickering across her countenance, yet she maintained her composure as she proceeded to pour water for the two guests. "Wow, Yuro, look. The garments here are exquisite, far more refined than anything we've ever purchased," Wang Ting exclaimed. It was her first time beholding such a profusion of meticulously crafted attire. Each piece resembling an elegant gown fit for the silver screen. This place was akin to a vast exhibition hall. Wang Ting pouted, adding, "That Tang Ning. To think she knew of such a marvelous place. Had we known, we would have acquired our garments here." Suyuro, too, was evidently mesmerized by the resplendent array of haute couture. Such a plethora of beautiful garments, she wondered how much one would need to expend to acquire them. Suyuro stepped forward, her fingers caressing the fabric with a hint of covetousness. "This is far more aesthetically pleasing than the dresses I've seen in malls for thousands of dollars. Even the texture is remarkably distinct." Just as Suwai was about to inquire about the price of the gown, she unexpectedly discovered that it lacked a tag. "Why, do you fancy this dress?" "I'm just browsing, but why aren't there any tags on their dresses?" Wang was also perplexed, but soon a possibility occurred to her, perhaps it's just a small workshop? "Look at this store, I've never even heard of the name, and it's not located in a mall. Besides, how upscale can a place comes from be? There's not a soul here." "But they require reservations," Wang said dismissively, "no one even comes here, yet they require reservations. It's just a small shop trying to take a high-end route but lacking the substance." Hearing this, Suwai nodded. That made sense. If it were a genuine luxury brand, she would have undoubtedly heard of it. Soon, the saleswoman emerged from the VIP fitting room, and Wang stated, "We'd like to try on some clothes." "That shouldn't be a problem, right?" "I'm sorry, but the gowns in the hall are all display items and are not for sale." "What? Not for sale? Then what kind of clothes do you sell?" Wang said discontentedly, "Do you think we're students who can't afford your clothes?" "That's not what I meant." Before the saleswoman could finish, Wang said, "Do you know who this is next to me? She's the daughter of the Su family. The future young mistress of the Lu family. It's an honor for your store that Miss Su has taken a liking to something here. Given your predilection for such attire, it's doubtful we would patronize this establishment." Upon hearing Wang Ting's pronouncement, the saleswoman's countenance darkened further. Chapter 44, Suyuro's Discomfiture, Part 2, At that moment, Tang Ning emerged from the fitting room. Wang Ting and Suyuro beheld Tang Ning adorned in a black evening gown, which accentuated her voluptuous figure, with pronounced curves and a cinched waist that emphasized her slender midriff. The garment accentuated her figure, lending her an aura akin to a poised Audrey Hepburn. A vision of a graceful black swan radiating an alluring and perilous charm. Suyuro had not anticipated Tang Ning ever attaining such captivating beauty. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ning remarked, "If they desire to sample the garments, by all means, permit them to do so." From the moment she commenced changing, Tang Ning had been privy to Wang Ting's clamorous behavior. Wang Ting, the progeny of a nouveau riche, had gained entry into Lin City High School by virtue of her father's newfound wealth amassed during her middle school years. In Lin City High School, a bastion of affluence, a hierarchy of disdain prevailed, with those reliant on scholarships held in contempt, alongside those who had experienced sudden financial elevation. Consequently, Upon discovering Su Yuro's purported status as the scion of the Su family, Wang Ting assiduously endeavored to ingratiate herself, aspiring to elevate her own standing and evade ostracism from her peers. One, the daughter of a parvenu, the other, an impoverished student masquerading as a young lady of considerable wealth. It is hardly surprising that these two are unaware that the truly luxurious brands operate discreetly, away from the public eye. She was eager to witness Su Yuro's forthcoming humiliation. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, the sales associate could only gesture for Wang Ting and Su Yuro to follow her to the fitting room. Both girls were taken aback by Tang Ning's persuasive prowess. Yet they were relieved to finally have the opportunity to try on the dresses. Wang Ting eagerly tugged at Su Yuro, selecting several exquisite gowns before dashing into the fitting room to change. The sales associate, looking somewhat troubled, remarked, "Miss Tang, these dresses are not for sale." "I understand." Tang Ning replied with a slight smile, leaning in to whisper a few words to the sales associate. The associate nodded and said, "Very well, Miss Tang. I shall take care of it immediately." Tang Ning acknowledged her with a subtle nod and then settled comfortably onto a nearby sofa. Before long, Wang Ting and Su Yuro emerged from the fitting room. Su Yuro had chosen a stunning white evening gown, which accentuated her slender figure, making her appear like a delicate and ethereal angel. Having never worn such a magnificent dress before, the ones in the mall paled in comparison to this one. "Wow. Yuro, you look absolutely stunning in that gown," Wang Ting exclaimed, marveling at how beautiful Su Yuro appeared. "If Lu Chizhou saw you in that dress, he would surely be captivated." At that moment, Tang Ning, sitting on the sofa, burst into laughter. Wang Ting, noticing her amusement, inquired, "Tang Ning, what are you laughing at?" "I simply think that while the dress is beautiful, it does not quite match the status of a young lady from the Su family," Tang Ning replied with a playful grin. Wang Ting was quite displeased by Tang Ning's sarcastic remarks. "Our Yuro looks good in anything, you're just envious." As she spoke, Wang Ting cast a disdainful glance at the gown Tang Ning was wearing, scoffing, "Did you come all the way here to buy a dress, hoping to attend Master Lu's birthday banquet? Tang Ning, you're such a hypocrite. Yuro kindly invited you last time, but you refused to go. Why are you now shamelessly trying to cozy up?" Tang Ning retorted deliberately, "It's not that I particularly want to go, but Aunt Lu repeatedly insisted that I be there. So I have no choice but to attend. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with such a trivial gathering." Upon hearing that it was Madame Lu who had invited Tang Ning, Su Yuro's expression immediately soured. She was well aware that Madame Lu had always hoped Tang Ning would become their Lu family's daughter-in-law. Now that Madame Lu had ostensibly agreed to let her date Lu Chizhou, why would she secretly invite Tang Ning behind her back? "Tang Ning, stop exaggerating. You're just a chauffeur's daughter, you're not worthy of attending Master Lu's engagement banquet. Madame Lu is merely taking pity on you, don't get carried away." Faced with Wang Ting's provocation, Tang Ning indifferently sipped her tea. Seeing Tang Ning remain silent, Wang Ting assumed she had no retort. She turned to Su Yuro and said, "Yuro, don't listen to her. You look absolutely stunning in this dress. Tang Ning is just jealous of you." Tang Ning interjected from the side, "Alright, I was merely offering you a way out, but you're being unappreciative. I'm afraid Su Yuro can't afford this dress." "Tang Ning, why are you spouting nonsense in broad daylight? Indeed, our Yuro hails from the esteemed Su family, what attire could possibly be beyond her means?" Wang Ting's words caused Su Yuro a degree of discomfiture. She had already expended several thousand yuan on a gown earlier that day, and the establishment maintained a strict no-return policy. The aforementioned sum had been transferred to her previously by Lu Chizhou, and presently, she possessed no surplus funds with which to procure a new dress. Verily, Su Yuro is a scion of the Su lineage, and as such, it would be preposterous to suggest she is unable to afford garments. My apologies for the imprudent remark. With that, Tang Ning addressed the sales associate in the vicinity. "Miss Su has taken a liking to this white gown, kindly prepare it for purchase." Tang Ning's pronouncement effectively foreclosed any avenue of retreat for Su Yuro, who had intended to demur. However, the sales associate was already approaching with a packaging bag and a point-of-sale terminal. Upon beholding the sales associate, Su Yuro found herself in an unenviable predicament. Wang Ting interjected, "Include my garment in the packaging as well." "Certainly, madam," the sales associate replied. While preparing the garments for packaging, the sales associate stated, "The total expenditure for both of you amounts to 376, 000 yuan. Would you prefer to settle the payment separately or jointly? Upon hearing this, both Su Yuro and Wang Ting were taken aback. Wang Ting, bewildered, inquired. How much did you say? 376,000 yuan? For a secondary school student, a six-figure sum was an unattainable aspiration. Su Yuro's complexion paled, while Tang Ning remarked, oh. It's merely 376,000 yuan. Our Miss Su is, after all, a member of the Su family. I posited that a gown of this price range was beneath Miss Su's station. Perhaps we should present Miss Su with the bespoke, handcrafted gown valued at 500,000 yuan for her perusal. Wang Ting's face flushed with agitation. The prices of your dresses are exorbitant. Isn't this akin to extortion? I apologize, miss. But these are our standard prices. However, the young lady beside you hails from the esteemed Su family. I believe that 37,000 should be a trifling sum for Miss Su. With a smile, the sales assistant turned to Su Yuru and suggested, Miss Su. Why not assist your companion in settling the payment? At these words, Su Yuru's expression soured further, while Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with hope. She implored, Yuru. Didn't you mention that your father provides you with a generous allowance each month? It's merely a dress, surely you wouldn't be stingy? Chapter 45, Su Yuru's debt to Tang Ning won merely a dress? What kind of clothing costs several 100,000? Su Yuru bit her lip. And upon meeting Wang Ting's eager gaze, she replied, Ting Ting, it's not that I am unwilling to buy it for you, but my parents have recently suspended my allowance, and I don't have much at the moment. Not much? Just how much do you have? Suddenly, Tang Ning interjected with a question. Su Yuru could only manage a strained smile, responding, I still have a few thousand. Yet, that sum likely wouldn't even cover the delicate tulle of the skirt. Tang Ning smiled gently and offered, how about this? I'll purchase these 2 dresses for you, as we are all classmates. You can reimburse me later. Upon hearing Tang Ning's generous proposal, Wang Ting was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Tang Ning just the daughter of a chauffeur? How could she possibly produce such a substantial sum all at once? Wang Ting skeptically remarked, Tang Ning, don't boast. Where did you acquire such a sum of money? That is of no concern to you. While I don't mind purchasing clothing for you, it is imperative that a promissory note is written. As 37,000 is not an insignificant amount, and I cannot simply provide funds without documentation. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow towards Su Yuru and remarked. I shall lend you 37,000, and with the additional 6,000 that Su Yuru possesses, it will suffice. In a few days, I will expect Su Yuru to repay me the 37,000. I shall not demand interest, consider it Su Yuru's invitation for you. You need not feel indebted to me. Wang Ting. What do you think? Wang Ting was swayed by Tang Ning's proposition. If funds were insufficient, they could temporarily borrow. However, the exquisite dress could potentially be lost forever if missed. Moreover, Tang Ning's request did not infringe upon her interests. Consequently, Wang Ting eagerly urged Su Yuru, Yuru. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. Tang Ning is willing to lend us 37,000. Allowing us to purchase this dress and wear it at young Master Lu's birthday banquet, right? You look stunning in this gown, young Master Lu will surely be enamored. At this moment, Su Yuru felt a pang of anxiety. Although she adored the dress, she was utterly incapable of repaying 37,000. Let alone 37,000. She currently lacked even the 6,000 in change. Earlier, she had merely fabricated a lie to maintain her dignity before Tang Ning. Who would have thought that Tang Ning would be so reckless as to offer them 37,000 all at once? Yuru. Wang Ting was becoming increasingly anxious. I've heard that the upcoming birthday banquet of Lu Chizhou will be attended by many young, eligible bachelors. If she were to make an appearance in this gown, she would undoubtedly capture their attention and perhaps even land a wealthy husband. Su Yuru reluctantly expressed, however. I am not comfortable being indebted to others. My parents would be displeased if they knew I owed money. But I seem to recall you mentioning before that your parents provide you with a 6-figure allowance each month. Right, I remember that our establishment offers home delivery services, does it not? A sales associate chimed in, indeed, Miss Tang. We provide home delivery. And payment can be made upon arrival. Why not have the dress delivered to the Su residence? Yurusa's father would likely settle the payment directly. After all, it's the Su family we're talking about. They handle millions in transactions daily, surely they wouldn't default on a few 100,000. Tang Ning and the sales associate's coordinated remarks caused Su Yuru to break out in a cold sweat. If they were to deliver to her home, her true identity would be exposed. Forcing a smile, Su Yuru said, "No need, I am not particularly fond of this dress anyway. Let's forego it." As Su Yuru attempted to return the dress, Wang Ting intervened anxiously, pulling her aside. "Yuru, consider this carefully. The Lu estate's birthday banquet will undoubtedly be filled with celebrities. If we arrive in dresses that cost a mere 1,000 yuan, we'll be ridiculed. You are Lu's girlfriend. 37,000 is nothing. You can simply have Lu settle the payment for you. He certainly has the means. However, Yuru, take a closer look at the garment worn by Tang Ning. Do you truly wish to witness your own brilliance overshadowed?" Listening to Wang Ting's words, Su Yuru felt a sudden stir of desire. "Very well. Let us proceed with the purchase. After all, with the vast resources of the Lu family, what is a mere few 100,000? Once I secure Lu Chizhou's affections, becoming the matriarch of the Lu family will be inevitable. Surely, I can manage the trifling sum of 370,000. Tang Ning. When you mentioned lending me money earlier, was that genuine?" "Of course, it was." Tang Ning smiled and said, "We are classmates, after all. I shall cover the expense for you, and you only need to repay me in due time. What hesitation would I have in lending? Then, could you lend me 37,600 in total? I am short by 6,000. Observing Su Yuru's earnestness, Tang Ning nodded and replied, "All right." With that, Tang Ning produced her card and remarked, "Let us settle the bill together, but do ensure that the receipts are issued separately. Remember to hand the receipt to me. Additionally, please fetch some paper and a pen from the store. I must document this." "Certainly, Miss Tang." Upon hearing Tang Ning's intention to draft an IOU, Wang Ting expressed her discontent, saying, "Tang Ning, we are all classmates. Do you truly believe that Yuru would default on her debt? Writing an IOU is unnecessary. That simply won't do. 37,600 is no trivial amount. While it is true that as a young lady of the Su family, Yuru would not renege on her obligations, I must seek some assurance for my peace of mind." "Yuru would not mind this, would she?" Tang Ning smiled. Yet Su Yuru could not muster a smile in return. "Of course not. How could I possibly owe you money?" "Very well. Soon." The sales assistant brought over paper and pen. Tang Ning drafted the IOU and placed it before Su Yuru and Wang Ting, saying, "Please sign." The document clearly stated that today, Tang Ning had made a payment of 376,000 yuan on behalf of Su Yuru and Wang Ting, with the payment date set for 3 days after Lu Chizhou's birthday banquet. Holding the IOU, Su Yuru gritted her teeth and affixed both her signature and thumbprint. Tang Ning examined the IOU closely, and Wang Ting remarked, "The IOU is written, so you should make the payment now, right?" "Of course. Haven't I already handed over the card?" Tang Ning replied, glancing at the sales assistant. "Please process the card." "Certainly, Miss Tang." The sales assistant swiftly completed the transaction. And upon hearing that the sum of 376,000 had been settled, Wang Ting frowned and asked, "Why is your dress not charged?" Tang Ning nonchalantly responded, "I paid in advance, do you have any objections?" At this, Wang Ting pouted. Had it not been for the fact that the payer was Tang Ning, she would not have let this slide so easily. At that moment, the sales assistant had already packaged the dress and presented it to the two women. As Su Yuru and Wang Ting prepared to leave, the sales assistant inquired, "Miss Tang, are you truly allowing them to take the dress?" Chapter 46, Su Yuru's debt to Tang Ning. Tang Ning smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, I will have them return the dress in due time." With this, the sales assistant finally felt at ease. The dress was a display item from the store and was not permitted to be sold. Had it not been for the long-standing relationship with the Tang family, she would not have consented to participate in this farce. However, she was genuinely curious about how the two individuals would manage to return the garments in due course. In the afternoon, Tang Ning returned home. Tang's mother had already prepared dinner and inquired, "Ning Ning, did you receive the gown?" "Yes," Tang Ning replied. "Tang Ning, come here, your father wishes to speak with you." Tang's father wore a grave expression, and Tang Ning, anticipating that the matter of the credit card would be discovered, obediently approached him. Tang's father questioned, "Today, 37,600 was withdrawn from the card I provided you. What is the explanation for this?" Initially seated at the dining table, Lu Yanqing, upon hearing that Tang Ning had spent over 30,000 today, suspected something was amiss. He was poised to take the blame upon himself when he heard Tang Ning's aggrieved response. While at the clothing store today, I encountered 2 classmates. They wished to purchase gowns, but lacked the funds. Tang's mother frowned and remarked, if they lack the money, they should ask their parents for assistance. Why would they expect you to cover their expenses? Tang's mother immediately sensed something was amiss. Tang Ning continued. She mentioned that if her parents found out she spent over 30,000 on clothing, they would be furious, hence she hoped I could lend her the money. As she spoke, Tang Ning produced a promissory note from her pocket. The note clearly stated that Su Yuru and Wang Ting owed her 37,600. With Su Yuru's signature affixed. Upon seeing the note, Tang's mother furrowed her brow and asked, Su Yuru? What does her family do? Su Yurua is the cherished daughter of the Su family and currently the girlfriend of Lu Chizhou. I believe that as the daughter of the Su family, she would not deceive me, especially since there is a promissory note involved. Upon hearing that she is from the Su family, Father Tang and Mother Tang exchanged glances. Mother Tang remarked, I have met that girl from the Su family, I heard she has gone abroad for her studies. And her name is not Su Yurua but Su Pingting. Father Tang nodded in agreement, I also recall something along those lines. As Mother Tang grew increasingly concerned, she inquired. Ning Ning, could she be deceiving you? Ning Ning replied, she shouldn't be. Most people at school are aware that she is the Su family's daughter. And she claims the same herself. It would be implausible for her to fabricate such a grand lie, especially with a written promissory note. How could she possibly repay me the sum of 376,000? Feigning ignorance, Ning Ning attempted to deflect the matter, yet Father and Mother Tang, seasoned in life's experiences, understood that children of this age often succumb to vanity and deceit. Furthermore, given that she is currently Lu Chizhou's girlfriend, their impression of Su Yurua was far from favorable. Mother Tang advised, you should minimize your interactions with such individuals. Once the due date arrives, insist that she repays you immediately. If she fails to do so, come to your father and mother. Ning Ning obediently nodded in agreement. Father Tang then declared, let us eat. Meanwhile, Lu Yanqing observed Ning Ning in silence. That evening, upon returning to her room, Ning Ning discovered an exquisite gift box on her desk. Approaching it, she unwrapped the box, and a stunning diamond necklace instantly captivated her attention. The diamond, meticulously cut into the shape of a teardrop, was ensconced in silver, radiating brilliance under the illumination. Both its craftsmanship and form were superlative. Such a gem must be of considerable worth. Tang Ning held it against her neck, and indeed, it accentuated her alabaster complexion. Such thoughtful preparation could only be attributed to Lu Yanqing. Clutching the necklace, Tang Ning hastened to Lu Yanqing's chamber across the hall. She rapped gently and inquired, Lu Yanqing? Are you asleep? Silence emanated from within. Aware of Lu Yanqing's reticent nature, Tang Ning declared, I've received the necklace. It's exceptionally beautiful. I adore it. Thank you. Inside, Lu Yanqing remained silent, yet a smile graced his lips as he reclined against the bed. Tang Ning, still outside, continued. I shan't disturb your rest any further. I'm returning to my room to sleep. Good night. With that, Tang Ning retreated to her own chamber. Only after hearing her footsteps fade did Lu Yanqing extinguish the lamp and settle into repose. As the day of the birthday gala approached, Tang Ning donned a black evening gown, making certain to wear the necklace gifted by Lu Yanqing. Tang's mother had arranged for a bespoke suit for Lu Yanqing well in advance, but had refrained from presenting it, fearing he might decline. Yanqing, I'm uneasy about Ning Ning attending alone. Accompany her, please. With Ning Ning present, no one would dare mistreat you. So saying, Tang's mother extended the suit to Lu Yanqing, adding with a smile, do change into it, it was tailored specifically for you. You're certain to look dashing. Lu Yanqing paused momentarily, then accepted the suit with a murmured, Thank you, Aunt Tang. Go ahead, let Auntie have a look at how handsome you are. Lu Yanqing glanced at Tang Ning and noticed her eager expression before he ascended the stairs. Moments later, he descended gracefully. Taller than his peers, Lu Yanqing possessed a commendable physique, and the tailored suit accentuated his elegance, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. His striking face, chiseled with the precision of ice and stone, was nothing short of perfection, and his narrow, deep-set eyes seemed to draw one in. For a moment, Tang Ning was left mesmerized by his allure, wondering from whom he inherited such striking features. The noble aura surrounding Lu Yanqing was indeed rare. Tang Ning recalled that since his return to the Gu family, Lu Yanqing had been resolute and decisive in his actions. The Gu family, a century-old commercial giant, was built by his father, who established a vast business empire, while his mother was a scion of an illustrious noble lineage. Such lineage, despite Lu Yanqing's years as an outsider in the Lu family, could never obscure the brilliance of a phoenix. Does it fit well? Lu Yanqing inquired. Tang Ning nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It fits perfectly. And you look incredibly handsome." "That's wonderful," he responded, then turned to Tang's mother, saying, "Thank you, Auntie Tang. I will repay you once I start earning." "Oh, you silly child, there's no need to talk about repayment. We are all family now, no need for pleasantries." "No. I must repay you," Lu Yanqing insisted firmly. Tang's mother, perceiving it as a child's jest, acquiesced, saying, all right, we'll see about that when you graduate from university." As she spoke, Tang's mother instructed the driver to take Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing to the Royal Hotel together. In the car, Lu Yanqing remarked, "I thought you wouldn't want to go." "Why go?" Tang Ning smiled, unable to contain her anticipation for the evening's spectacle. Chapter 47, Lu Chizhou's birthday banquet. Outside the Royal Hotel, several luxury cars parked conspicuously nearby. By the time Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing arrived, most guests had already gathered. Tang Ning quickly discerned that all these vehicles belonged to the Lu family. In a grand gesture for Lu Chizhou, Lu's mother had dispatched several luxury cars to transport his friends, clearly believing that Lu Chizhou had secured a relationship with the daughter of the Su family. She intended to leverage this opportunity to elevate their family's status and attract investments. Unfortunately, Su Yurua was not truly the daughter of the Su family. This time, Lu's mother was about to bring misfortune upon herself. At that moment, a Porsche pulled up in front of Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing. Lu Chizhou emerged from the passenger seat, gallantly opening the door for Su Yurua. Clad in a white dress, her naturally pure beauty was accentuated, making her appear as though she had descended from the heavens. Wang Ting, who sat beside Su Yurua, also exited the vehicle, trailing behind her like a devoted follower. With a provocative glance towards Tang Ning, she remarked, "I'm terribly sorry, but we arrived first." When Lu Chizhou's gaze fell upon Tang Ning, he was momentarily captivated by her presence. Formerly, Tang Ning possessed a complete lack of sartorial sense, coupled with a timorous and self-deprecating nature. During summer vacations in his youth, when he visited the Tang household, he invariably adorned himself in a white short-sleeved shirt and lengthy trousers, meticulously concealing his physique. Yet, lo and behold, that unassuming, chubby boy had metamorphosed into such an attractive figure. Noticing Lu Chizhou's entranced gaze upon Tang Ning, Su Yurou promptly entwined her arm with Lu Chizhou's. Addressing Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen, "Ning, the rapport between you and Lu Yanchen is truly remarkable, even attending Chizhou's birthday banquet together. However, it seems that Auntie Lu did not extend an invitation to him, did she?" The discord between Lu Chizhou and Lu Yanchen was common knowledge throughout the entire school. Predictably, upon Su Yurou's utterance, Lu Chizhou's gaze towards the two intensified with a hint of animosity. "Tang Ning, I did not extend an invitation to you. By whose authority did you gain entry?" Tang Ning nonchalantly retorted, "It was Auntie Lu who extended the invitation to me." "Perhaps you should inquire with Auntie Lu as to the rationale behind her invitation?" "My mother?" Lu's mother's invitation to Tang Ning had not been communicated to him beforehand. "Tang Ning, you are quite the clinging nuisance." Lu's mother was merely extending a polite gesture. "By what merit does one of your stature warrant attendance at young Master Lu's soiree? I surmise it would behoove you to promptly depart, along with the illegitimate child by your side." Wang Ting's words, acrimonious and laced with malice, instantly caused Tang Ning's gaze to turn glacial. "Recant your statement." Wang Ting sneered, "Why should I? Lu Yanchen is nothing more than a bastard, a mere illegitimate offspring." Smack. Tang Ning swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, employing the full extent of his force. The impact instantly caused Wang Ting's delicate visage to swell conspicuously. "Tang Ning, how dare you strike me? I see that you still lack memory, therefore, I shall strike until you remember." Tang Ning delivered another slap, causing the other side of Wang Ting's face to swell and redden. Su Yurou immediately stepped forward and exclaimed, "Tang Ning, today is Chizhou's birthday banquet. How can you resort to violence?" Wang Ting, hiding behind Su Yuru, began to weep, and the crowd of onlookers grew increasingly larger. Fearing that the situation was not chaotic enough, Su Yuru aimed to humiliate Tang Ning before everyone. Raising her voice further, "It may be acceptable for you to act out in school, but what day is today? Did Aunt Lu invite you here to create a scene?" Su Yuru had assumed the demeanor of a hostess from the Lu family. "Yuru. Enough with the idle chatter, expel her and Lu Yanqing." Wang Ting raged outside the hotel. Just as Su Yuru found an excuse to drive Tang Ning away, Tang Ning took the initiative to speak. "If it weren't for Aunt Lu's invitation, I would not have come at all. Since your family is so unwelcoming towards me and Yanqing, we shall take our leave immediately." With that, Tang Ning turned to grasp Lu Yanqing's hand, intending to depart. Before Wang Ting and Su Yuru could revel in their triumph, the manager of the royal hotel suddenly emerged. Hastening towards Tang Ning, and announced, "Miss Tang, please hold on. Madame Lu has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The manager addressed Tang Ning with utmost respect, causing Su Yuru's expression to darken. Wang Ting, equally displeased, wondered why Su Yuru was not the focus of the day. What was Madame Lu truly implying? Turning back, Tang Ning cast a glance at Wang Ting, who was gritting her teeth across the room, and deliberately remarked, "It appears that the Lu family is not particularly keen on our presence. Should we enter the birthday banquet or not?" "Of course, we shall enter. Miss Tang, Master Lu. Please follow me." The manager was acutely aware of Tang Ning's esteemed status, especially since Madame Lu had specifically requested her attendance. At this juncture, it would be unwise for him to let her leave. "Since it is an invitation from Aunt Lu, I shall honor her wishes. Yanchen, let us proceed." "Very well." Lu Yanchen stood beside her, resembling a guardian deity, ever devoted to Tang Ning's side, no matter her actions. Inside the banquet hall, Lu's mother was adorned in opulent attire, wearing a golden-hued Chinese qipao, draped in a white fox fur coat, with an exquisite Australian white necklace around her neck, and sporting a 7-figure jade bracelet on her wrist, exuding an air of undeniable elegance with every gesture. Although it was September, a time when the weather was crisp and refreshing, the choice to don fur was clearly an effort to maintain face. "Ning Ning has arrived. Come here, dear." Lu's mother beamed with delight, pulling Tang Ning to her side. However, upon noticing Lu Yanchen, she chose to overlook him entirely, which did not go unnoticed by Lu Yanchen, whose expression slightly dimmed. She gently patted the back of Tang Ning's hand and inquired, "Ning Ning, has everything been arranged to your satisfaction?" "Everything is splendid," Tang Ning replied, glancing at Lu Yanchen with a smile as she asked, "Isn't that right, Yanchen?" Upon hearing Tang Ning call out his name, Lu Yanchen comprehended her intention to ensure he wasn't overlooked by his mother. A rare smile graced his countenance as he responded, "All is well." Lu's mother's smile diminished, as she was displeased to see this illegitimate child before her. "Yanchen has always been headstrong. Has he caused any trouble since joining the Tang family?" "Yanchen is doing well, and my parents are fond of him. You can rest assured, Aunt Lu." "That's good to hear." Witnessing Lu Yanchen thriving in the Tang household, Lu's mother felt a sense of unease, yet outwardly maintained an appearance of magnanimity. Tang Ning observed that the attendees of this birthday banquet were all prominent figures, much like in her previous life. Calculating the timing, she realized that those who would cause a disturbance were likely to arrive soon. Chapter 48, Lu Chizhou's birthday banquet 2. At that moment, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro entered the banquet hall hand in hand. A glimmer of delight shone in Lu's mother's eyes upon seeing Su Yuro. Previously, she hadn't clearly discerned Su Yuro's features at the Lu residence. Now, knowing Su Yuro's identity, she perceived her as entirely different. This dress, its craftsmanship, and her demeanor, truly befitting of the Su family's heiress. Lu's mother gazed at Su Yuro, seemingly already envisioning herself attending the Su Lu engagement banquet in due course. Tang Ning merely smiled, remaining silent. Instantly, Mrs. Lu advanced towards Su Wai, affectionately clasping her hand. Su Wai offered a bashful smile, "Auntie Lu. Good child. Now that you and Chizhou are together, consider our home as your own from now on. You're welcome anytime." Mrs. Lu's demeanor was a far cry from the accusations of shamelessness she had hurled before. Su Wai, genuinely believing that Lu Chizhou had swayed his mother, responded with coy shyness. "Thank you, Auntie Lu. No need to be so formal." Mrs. Lu guided Su Wai to stand before Tang Ning, remarking, "Ning Ning, I've heard that you and I were classmates and quite close. Although you and Chizhou weren't meant to be, I still hold you in high regard. Please. Don't give Wei a hard time at school. Mrs. Lu's blatant favoritism was not lost on Wang Ting, who surreptitiously began to chuckle. Was this not tantamount to acknowledging Su Wei as the Lu family's daughter-in-law? Let's see how Tang Ning will continue to be proud. Tang Ning, unfazed, nonchalantly sipped her champagne. Finding Tang Ning's lack of reaction somewhat disconcerting, Mrs. Lu continued, there are many more amusements to come tonight. We'll be cutting the cake shortly. Su Wei nodded demurely, resembling a well-behaved child in the presence of her elders. Tang Ning glanced down at her watch, sensing that the moment was nigh. This time, Mrs. Lu ostentatiously hosted Lu Chizhou's 18th birthday banquet, expending hundreds of thousands in one evening. Inviting many prominent young masters and ladies from within the industry to celebrate Lu Chizhou's birthday. Recently, the Lu family relied on funds from the Tang family to alleviate their financial difficulties, leading many to believe that the Lu family's crisis had passed. And they were eager to curry favor with them. Little did they know that the Lu family was, in reality, at their wits' end. Merely putting on a facade to maintain appearances. Chizhou. Su Yuru's voice was tinged with diffidence. She approached Lu Chizhou, gazing at him with a touch of timidity. The sheer number of attendees tonight left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After all, this gathering was comprised entirely of high society elites. An environment she had never dared to dream of being a part of. Lu Chizhou seemed preoccupied, his gaze intermittently drifting towards Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen's direction. Observing their jovial interaction across the room, an inexplicable sense of vexation stirred within him. Chizhou? Su Yuro inquired, her expression reflecting a hint of puzzlement as she regarded Lu Chizhou. Lu Chizhou collected himself, responding with a nonchalant tone, just stay by my side. Su Yuro nodded demurely. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as several thugs forcefully barged into the Royal Hotel. The security guards outside seemingly powerless to impede their entry. One of them advanced, brandishing a baton as he pointed at Lu's mother, exclaiming, you old hag. You have the money to throw a banquet for your son, but not to repay your debts. Tang Ning stood to one side, while Lu Yanchen frowned beside her. Tang Ning whispered, we're merely guests here today, observers of the spectacle. Relax, they won't harm us. Though Lu Yanchen remained silent, he subtly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Ning, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Smack. At that moment, the sudden sound of shattering glass reverberated through the venue, causing the guests to retreat in fear. A group of individuals had begun to smash the vases and champagne within the Royal Hotel using sticks. Witnessing a dozen people wreaking havoc, Lu's mother was utterly terrified, her soul seemingly lost, while Su Yuro cowered behind Lu Chizhou. As the sole man of the Lu family, it was Lu Chizhou's duty to protect both Lu's mother and Su Yuro. With a grim expression, he demanded, what exactly do you intend to do? What do we want? Repayment. Your mother has plunged us into a mountain of debt. She hosts a lavish banquet in this opulent venue while lacking the means to repay her debts. Thinking we would not dare to cause a scene? The leader, resembling a ruffian, was flanked by individuals from legitimate establishments come to collect debts. Tang Ning faintly curled her lips in a smile. In her previous life, it was on this very day that Lu's mother, wishing to celebrate her engagement to Lu Chizhou, organized an extravagant birthday banquet for him, intending to showcase their family's connection with the Tang family. However, just as the festivities commenced, those debt collectors arrived to disrupt the occasion. It was at that moment that Tang Ning discovered Lu's mother's long-standing penchant for gambling, which had led her to accrue debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, with interest soaring into the millions. Due to the financial struggles of the Lu family, repayment had been impossible. Although the family debts were recently settled, Lu's mother's gambling debts remained unpaid. No one anticipated that such a disturbance would occur at this juncture. In her past life, when Lu's mother sought her aid, she foolishly helped her settle debts, even enduring humiliation at the hands of the collectors. In this lifetime, with Lu Chizhou's paramour being Su Yuro, it seems this momentous task will befall her. Indeed, just as in the previous life, Lu's mother promptly drew Su Yuro near, beseeching, Yuro, dear child, aid your aunt. Upon the successful resolution of this matter, I shall assuredly expedite the engagement preparations for you and Chizhou. Su Yuro, having never witnessed such a spectacle, was already pallid with fright. What capacity did she possess to settle external debts? Oh, what's this? A little beauty? The debt collector at the fore advanced. Suyuro possessed a pure and comely visage, yet her frame was slender, her chest scarcely possessing any substance. Upon observing Suyuro's yet-to-blossom form, the leader forthwith lost interest. Her. She is the scion of the Su family. And the future daughter-in-law of our Lu family. She undoubtedly possesses the means to settle my debts. Lu's mother was exceedingly fearful, having been privy to the debt collection methods from Tang Ning since their last encounter, and had been in dread of the debt collector's arrival ever since. Suyuro was thrust forward by Lu's mother, her countenance instantly souring. What? The Su family scion? That is worth a fortune. The ringleader made as if to seize Suyuro's arm, but Suyuro cried out in terror, I am not the Su family's scion. I am not. Suyuro frantically sought to disavow any connection. Wang Ting, hearing Suyuro's declaration, underwent a swift change of complexion. You. Suyuro was presently in the throes of fear, and without regard for her classmates nearby, she divulged her true identity. Aunt is aware that imploring your assistance is presumptuous, but I shall assuredly repay these funds subsequently. I beseech you, lend me your aid. Lumu could hardly believe that Suyuro was not the daughter of the Su family. That day at school, she had distinctly heard students refer to Suyuro as the esteemed young lady of the Su household. Suyuro, her face drained of color from Lumu's grip, hastily wrenched her hand away and declared, I am truly not the Su family's daughter. The daughter is named Su Pingtin, while I am Suyuro. Please. Do not seize me. In the face of life and death, Suyuro could hardly afford to ponder much. If she were to acknowledge her identity as the Su family's daughter, she would undoubtedly be captured by those seeking repayment. Numerous guests nearby whispered among themselves, observing the farce unfolding with the Lu family, while Wang Ting anxiously called out, Yurua, didn't you say Pingtin was your nickname? How can you not be the Su family's daughter? Wang Ting found it most difficult to accept. She had never imagined that the friend she had admired for 2 years, Suyuro, was not truly the daughter of the Su family. It was clear that Suyuro had previously implied her identity as the Su family's daughter. Ting. I assure you, I am truly not. I am not. Suyuro's complexion had grown exceedingly pale, yet Wang Ting, seemingly losing her sanity, clutched Suyuro's hand and exclaimed. Impossible. You are chauffeured in luxury cars every day after school, how could you not be? Suyuro found it exceedingly difficult to divulge that her father was merely a driver for the Su family, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of several classmates nearby. Even Lu Chizhou looked at her in disbelief. Seeing that Suyuro no longer attempted to defend herself, the leader of the group scoffed coldly and stated. It seems you truly are the Su family's daughter. Since you are, then surely you can produce that 1 million. Bring him away. No, that's not it. I am not the daughter of the Su family. Suyuro was seized by the arms, on the brink of being taken away when Lu Chizhou finally reacted, delivering a punch to the assailants' faces. He shielded Suyuro behind him, his voice laced with fury. This is the Lu family's territory. Who permitted your reckless behavior? The debts will be settled, but you must leave at once. Previously, Lu Chizhou had been a formidable presence in school, with classmates refraining from confrontation due to his status as the young master of the Lu family. However, the individuals before him were nothing but thuggish debt collectors, unrestrained by any sense of decorum. They saw Lu Chizhou, a mere boy still wet behind the ears, as no threat and needed no mercy. As the thugs closed in on Lu Chizhou, their leader sneered, beat him. Several thugs surged forward, and upon witnessing this chaos, Lumu fainted in terror. The banquet hall erupted into pandemonium. In the midst of the turmoil, Suyuro managed to break free from Lu Chizhou and darted outside the circle of thugs, fearful of being caught in the fray. Not far away, Lu Yanqing shielded Tang Ning as they retreated to a corner. After Lu Chizhou endured a few blows, security summoned from outside the hotel rushed in, confronting the thugs and finally bringing the farce to a close. Tang Ning observed the scene with a detached demeanor, noting that Lu Chizhou lay unconscious on the ground, while Suyuro fled in disarray. Tang Ning? Lu Yanqing's voice roused her from her reverie. As she regained her composure, she caught sight of the concern emanating from his deep-set eyes. Were you frightened? Not at all. Relieved to see Tang Ning unharmed, Lu Yanqing solemnly replied. Let us return home. The royal hotel was in utter disarray. The objets d'art shattered by the thugs amounted to, at the very least, hundreds of thousands. The champagne tower alone was of considerable value. As Tang Ning watched Lu Chizhou and his mother being rushed to the hospital by the Royal Hotel's security, she inwardly scoffed. Was this sufficient? Nay, far from it. Little did she know that the Lu family's widow was mired in debt. Serves her right. I always maintained that the Lu family was bankrupt. Henceforth, we should minimize our interactions with them. We were under the impression that the Lu family had genuinely ingratiated themselves with the Su family, but it turned out to be a mere facade. The Lu family has utterly disgraced themselves this time. A cacophony of discussions filled the air. Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen had already entered the vehicle. Inside, Tang Ning was in high spirits. Lu Chizhou was injured, Lu's mother fainted, and Su Yuro was disgraced. The entire city of Lin knew of the Lu family's scandalous debt, effectively thwarting their chances of a resurgence through investment. She was eager to witness how the Lu family would ever recover in this lifetime. The following morning, the news of the Lu family's debt dominated the headlines. Classmates eagerly discussed the events of the previous night, brandishing newspapers. I told you the Lu family was bankrupt. One exclaimed. None of you believed me. Good heavens, Mrs. Lu was even in gambling debt. What will become of Yuro? Don't even mention Su Yuro. She's a counterfeit heiress. I personally heard her confession at the banquet last night. Several classmates who had been invited by Su Yuro were vividly recounting the events of the previous night. At that moment, Wang Ting entered from the classroom door, her face pallid, evidently having suffered a sleepless night. Ting, come over here and tell us what happened last night. The gossipy classmates eagerly pulled Wang Ting to her seat. Ting, is it true that Yuro isn't the heiress of the Su family? And that the Lu family is in debt? Has the Lu family really gone bankrupt? Mentioning the previous night only worsened Wang Ting's complexion. She had originally hoped to find her Prince Charming at Lu Chizhou's birthday banquet, but unexpectedly discovered the Lu family's debt and Su Yuro's admission that she was not the Su family's heiress. The thought of all the effort she had put into befriending Su Yuro over the past 2 years, only to end up with nothing, filled Wang Ting with frustration. I don't know. Stop asking me. Wang Ting exclaimed before collapsing onto her desk. Seeing Wang Ting in such a state, the classmates were convinced that everything that had happened the night before was true. Outside the door, a student who had gone out to gather information rushed back in, exclaiming. Breaking news! Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou are both absent from school today. The teacher said they've taken leave. Both absent? Several people exchanged glances. This further confirmed that Su Yuro was not the Su family's heiress. In just one day, the news that Su Yuro was not the Su family's heiress had spread throughout the school. Meanwhile, at the hospital, after waking up, Lu's mother immediately rushed to the ward to check on Lu Chizhou's injuries. Last night, Lu Chizhou sustained a minor concussion and has just awakened. At this moment, his mother anxiously tugged at his arm, asking, Son, is it true that Su Yuro is not the daughter of the Su family? Is this real? Family members, please remain calm, the patient has only just regained consciousness. A nearby nurse attempted to intervene, but Lu's mother retorted angrily, Step aside. I am speaking to my son. And your input is unwelcome. Chapter 50, Tang Ning. You are truly despicable. Upon hearing this, the nurse's expression darkened. She was merely fulfilling her duty and was not a servant of the Lu family. Coldly, she stated, Family member, if you continue to act out, we may have to ask you to leave. You. Lu's mother was about to erupt, but Lu Chizhou interjected, stopping the nurse, I am fine. I wish to speak with my mother for a moment, please step outside. Lu Chizhou's demeanor was relatively mild, prompting the nurse to reluctantly exit the room. Once alone, Lu's mother lamented, it is truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Now even a mere nurse dares to speak to me in such a manner. Mom. Lu Chizhou was perplexed. Upon reflection, he realized that Su Yuro had never explicitly acknowledged her status as the daughter of the Su family in his presence. Every time he accompanied her home, she merely requested to be dropped off at the gate of the Su family villa. Moreover, within the school, Su Yuro consistently maintained a tacit acceptance of her peers' assumptions that she was indeed the Su family's heiress. Lu Chizhou asserted, Even if Yuro is not the daughter of the Su family, I will still take responsibility for her. What did you say? S mother gazed at Lu. Her countenance etched with incredulity. Her hand flew out, striking Lu across the face as she exclaimed with fury, Responsible? Responsible for what? Your responsibility lies with the Lu family. Marrying Tang is the proper course. Lu's visage darkened further as he retorted, Mother. I am willing to relinquish my status as the Lu family's heir. But I cannot betray you, Ro. You. Lu's mother pointed at Lu, her voice laced with exasperation. Why do you think Suyuro clings to you? It is because you are the Lu family's heir. Everything you possess is bestowed upon you by the Lu family. Do you believe she would remain with you if you abandoned your position? Be realistic. Without the Lu family, what are you? Observe. You have been confined here for an entire day. Has that Suyuro come to visit you? She is aware of our family's bankruptcy and debts. And she is avoiding us like the plague. How could she possibly visit you? Lu's mother jabbed at Lu's chest as she spoke. Lu's face paled upon hearing his mother's words. The previous night, before he lost consciousness, he witnessed Suyuro wrench herself free from his grasp, abandoning him to the assailants before fleeing in a panic. Mother, this matter is beyond your concern. I will seek clarification from you, Ro. With that, Lu tore the ford drip from his arm and dashed out of the hospital room. Lu's mother stomped her foot in frustration at Lu's reckless behavior. Outside the hospital, Tang's mother, bearing a fruit basket, said to Tang beside her, Ning, you two have grown up together since childhood. Go and visit him, offer some comfort, and then return. Lowering her gaze to the fruit basket in her grasp, Tang Ning felt a surge of reluctance. However, the prospect of witnessing Lu Chizhou's distress spurred her to accept. Her mother said, I shall remain here and await your return. Tang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the elevator on the third-floor corridor, Tang Ning's brow furrowed as she beheld Lu Chizhou clad in a school uniform jacket. Have you recovered? She inquired. Before her words could fully dissipate, Lu Chizhou's hand seized her throat, his voice laced with chilling accusation. Tang Ning. Did you orchestrate this? His countenance darkened with rage as Tang Ning struggled for breath. Lu Chizhou. Have you lost your senses? Surely, you have poisoned my mother's mind. How could you be so insidious? Or perhaps, you were the one who summoned those individuals last night, all in an attempt to coerce me into marrying you? Tang Ning. You are truly reprehensible. Hearing this, Tang Ning summoned every ounce of her strength and shoved Lu Chizhou away. You are deranged, Lu Chizhou. She exclaimed. Her eyes blazed with antipathy. What makes you think so highly of yourself, Lu Chizhou? You are excessively narcissistic. I, Tang Ning, am not so desperate as to be without suitors. You. The sight of such disdain ignited a suffocating sensation within Lu Chizhou's chest. Let me assure you, even if Ro is not the scion of the Su family, I shall never abandon her. Abandon all hope. With that, Lu Chizhou violently cast the fruit basket from Tang Ning's grasp. As expression darkened as she noticed that Lu's mother had also rushed out. Seeing that Lu Chizhou had already entered the elevator, Lu's mother stepped forward to grasp Tang Ning's hand, anxiously imploring, Ning, Chizhou did not mean it. Please do not be upset. Aunt Lu, my visit today was at my mother's behest. Since Lu Chizhou harbors such disdain for me, I shall not impose myself. Please feel free to keep the fruit in this gift basket, or dispose of it as you wish. With that, Tang Ning turned on her heel, leaving no room for Lu's mother to respond. Meanwhile, Lu Chizhou sped towards the Su family villa, only to be intercepted by the security at the entrance. The guard inquired. Who are you looking for? I am looking for Miss Su. Is she at home? Our young lady? She has long since gone abroad. Upon hearing the guard's words, Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened further. He asked, then where can I find Suyuro? Suyuro? The guard appeared perplexed. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the security room and remarked, are you referring to Old Su's daughter? Who is Old Su? Old Su is our boss's driver. Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou's understanding crystallized. Suyuro was indeed the daughter of the family chauffeur. Just then, the guard called towards a small house in the backyard, Yuru. Someone is looking for you. Soon, Suyuro emerged from a row of modest bungalows. The Su family possessed an expansive estate, complete with a manor. Those without residences in Linqing would reside in the bungalows situated in the periphery of the estate. Each room was less than 10 square meters and lacked even basic sanitation facilities. Emerging from one of these humble dwellings, Suyuro's gaze was immediately drawn to Lu Chizhou standing just outside the Su family's iron gates. Her face paled perceptibly, and her initial impulse was to retreat. However, upon glancing back at the modest room behind her, she hesitated. What if the previous night's debt was merely a misunderstanding? Without Lu Chizhou, how would she ever manage to repay the 376,000 owed to Tang Ning? With this thought weighing heavily on her mind, Suyuro hastened towards the iron gates. Anxious to conceal her deception regarding her purported status as a Su family daughter from the others, she led Lu Chizhou away. How did you manage to find me here? And why did you leave so abruptly last night? Lu Chizhou, observing the palpable distress etched upon Suyuro's face, declared earnestly, "It is you, Suyuro, whom I cherish, not your social standing." He then clasped her hand in his, and avowed in a deep voice, "I have already spoken with my mother. Even if it means relinquishing my position as the Lu family's scion, I will take responsibility for you." The faint smile that had graced Suyuro's countenance froze upon hearing Lu Chizhou's declaration of forsaking his status as the Lu family's heir. Lu Chizhou failed to perceive any emotional dissonance in Suyuru's demeanor. He continued to express his sentiments, stating, "In any case, I still possess considerable wealth. When the time comes, I will sell my car, and we can rent an apartment together. After we graduate and attend university, I can work part-time. And once I complete my studies, I shall marry you." As Lu Chizhou uttered these tender words, Suyuru felt a surge of anxiety. If he were to relinquish his identity as the heir of the Lu family, what significance would their relationship hold? Hastily, Suyuru urged, "Chizhou, I believe you are being rather impulsive. I do not wish for you to sacrifice your status as the heir of the Lu family for me. Yuru, please refrain from saying anything further. I assure you, I will not return to the Lu family. Rest assured, I can take good care of you." But before Suyuru could finish her thought, Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you truly believe what my mother suggested? That you are only interested in my status as the heir of the Lu family?" Seeing Lu Chizhou's doubt, Suyuru forced a smile and replied, "How could that be? I merely fear the discord it may cause between you and your family. If that is your concern, then you need not worry. I promise to take responsibility for you. And I shall never go back on my word." Lu Chizhou's expression was earnest, yet Suyuru could not share his sentiment. Her mind was preoccupied with the daunting sum of 376,000 yuan owed to Tang Ning. If Lu Chizhou were no longer the heir of the Lu family, how could he possibly come up with such a substantial amount? With this troubling thought, Suyuru gazed at Lu Chizhou with trepidation and asked, "Chizhou, may I trouble you with a request?" "What is it?" "Could you possibly lend me 380,000? 380,000? What do you need such a sum for?" Lu Chizhou inquired, his brow furrowed. 380,000 was not an insignificant amount, yet neither was it exorbitant. He possessed the funds, but they were under his mother's care, and retrieving them would require some effort. Suyuro bit her lip and hesitantly explained, Actually, this is money I owe Tang Ning. If I can't repay it, Tang Ning? Why Tang Ning again?" Lu Chizhou's frown deepened. "That woman is like a persistent specter. Let's go. I'll take charge of this matter for you." Without allowing Suyuro to finish her sentence, Lu Chizhou escorted her to his car. Meanwhile, at the school, Tang Ning had been dropped off by her mother in the afternoon. Many classmates were eager to inquire about the events of the previous night. Soon, a group of students had gathered around Tang Ning. "Tang Ning, were you present last night? Can you tell us what happened?" "Yes, Tang Ning, we never suspected that Suyuro was being untruthful. She claimed you were the daughter of a driver. But we didn't believe her. I had my doubts all along. How could the daughter of a driver be chauffeured in luxury cars every day and be invited by Madame Lu?" Several classmates who had previously been close to Suyuro sided with Wang Ting, while others had already turned against her. Outside the classroom, Lu Chizhou, accompanied by Suyuro in casual attire, stormed into the school. Upon seeing Tang Ning surrounded by classmates from Class A, Suyuro's face instantly paled. Incensed, Lu Chizhou stormed forward, seizing Tang Ning's wrist and yanking her to her feet. At that instant, Lu Yanchen swiftly intervened, his hand clamping down on Lu Chizhou's arm as he uttered a frigid command, "Release her." "Lu Yanchen?" Lu Chizhou's eyes narrowed menacingly. He lunged forward, intent on delivering a blow, but Lu Yanchen swiftly retaliated, sending him sprawling with a single kick. Lu Yanchen cast a disdainful gaze upon the fallen Lu Chizhou, his aura radiating an icy chill. "If you have something to say, then speak." Otherwise, refrain from inviting a beating. Lu Chizhou glared daggers at Tang Ning and Lu Yanchen, while Su Yuro entered and promptly assisted Lu Chizhou to his feet. "Chizhou, are you alright?" Upon spotting Su Yuro, Wang Ting immediately surged forward, exclaiming, "Su Yuro, why did you deceive me?" Wang Ting's emotions were turbulent, and the scene dissolved into instant pandemonium. Su Yuro could only cower behind Lu Chizhou, who promptly declared, "The Lu family has yet to face bankruptcy. Remember to consider the consequences before laying your hands on us." Lu Chizhou's words immediately hushed the crowd. The internet was rife with rumors of the Lu family's debts. How could they possibly claim they hadn't gone bankrupt? Tang Ning inwardly smirked. The Lu family hadn't yet crumbled, as the creditors who caused an uproar the previous night were merely those of Lu's mother alone. The sum was insignificant, merely something Lu's mother was unwilling to relinquish. Currently, the Lu Corporation was sustained by funds from the Tang family, unable to spare even a fraction. At best, it was teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the decision of whether the Lu family would be bankrupt rested solely on her shoulders. At that moment, Lu Chizhou cast a frigid glance over the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on Tang Ning. "Tang Ning," he asserted, "clarify the matter of the 380,000. 380,000? You must be referring to the 376,000 that Su Yuro owes me." In an instant, Tang Ning comprehended Lu Chizhou's intent for barging into the school. He was here to champion Su Yuru's cause. One must admit, Lu Chizhou's feelings for Su Yuro are indeed sincere. Unfortunately, Su Yuru's sentiments towards him may not be as genuine. With eyes full of disdain, Lu Chizhou exclaimed, "What methods have you employed? Tang Ning, I warn you. Do not attempt to deceive Yuro with your lowly tricks. Yuro is innocent, not someone of your caliber. Truly, love can be blinding, calling Su Yuro innocent? If she were truly innocent, she wouldn't have misled everyone into believing she is the daughter of the Su family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lent her such a significant sum for a dress." Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Lu Chizhou was momentarily taken aback. "What? A dress? Are you unaware? Or has Su Yuro not clarified the matter with you?" Tang Ning blinked and continued. "The outfit Su Yuro wore at your birthday banquet was purchased with money I lent her. I have the IOU in my possession." As she spoke, Tang Ning retrieved an IOU from her pocket, clearly bearing Su Yuru's signature. Noticing Lu Chizhou reaching to snatch it away, she promptly handed it to the nearby Lu Yanqing for safekeeping. "Lu Chizhou, before you advocate for your girlfriend, I advise you to ascertain the facts first. Her own vanity in purchasing such an extravagant gown is not my concern. You." Lu Chizhou sought to retort but found himself at a loss for words, and could only turn to Su Yuro for guidance. Overwhelmed with mortification, Su Yuro demurred, her voice laced with grievance, confessing that her sole intention was to present herself attractively at his natal celebration, and she apologized to Chizhou. Witnessing Su Yuro's discomposure, Lu Chizhou found himself incapable of uttering harsh reproaches. Tang Ning interjected, reminding them that the promissory note's repayment deadline was a mere 3 days hence. And if Su Yuro failed to honor her financial obligation, she would be compelled to initiate legal proceedings to safeguard her entitlements. Upon hearing Tang Ning's intention to pursue legal recourse, Su Yuro's countenance grew even more pallid. With the imminent approach of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, she lamented the potential ramifications of Tang Ning's lawsuit, fearing it would cast an indelible blemish upon her future prospects. She implored Chizhou for assistance. Lu Chizhou turned his gaze towards Tang Ning, questioning her newfound parsimony and dismissing the sum of over 300,000 as a trifling matter. He further insinuated that she was being overly meticulous. The surrounding students gasped audibly, acknowledging that while their families possessed considerable wealth, 300,000 was indeed a substantial sum. They marveled at Lu Chizhou's nonchalant dismissal of such an amount. However, unbeknownst to the onlookers, the Tang family regarded 300,000 as a relatively insignificant sum. Tang Ning responded with a smile, acknowledging Lu Xiaozi's in dismissing the amount and alluding to the Lu family's vast financial resources. She then proposed that Lu Xiao settle his girlfriend's debt, given his apparent ability to readily dispense with such a sum. Lu Chizhou was taken aback. As Tang Ning unexpectedly turned the tables, Lu Chizhou was taken aback by her eloquence. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chizhou replied, "Very well. I shall transfer the funds to your bank card in 3 days. However, you are not to trouble Yuro any further." With that, he took Su Yuro by the hand and departed. Within the classroom, the students were left in a state of disbelief. Did Lu Chizhou imply that over 300,000 was merely a trifle for Tang Ning? Could it be that she was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family? I always suspected that Tang Ning could not possibly be the daughter of a mere driver. It must have been Su Yuro's instigation. The classmates rallied to defend Tang Ning, while Wang Ting's expression turned pale. She could hardly fathom that the girl she had idolized for so many years, Su Yuro, was but a false heiress, and that Tang Ning was the true affluent young lady. When Tang Ning returned to her seat, she turned to Lu Yanchen and remarked, "You were far too reckless. If a scuffle had ensued and attracted the teacher's attention, you would have found yourself in trouble once more." "I'm fine," Lu Yanchen replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Noticing his reluctance, Tang Ning refrained from lecturing him. Instead, she inquired, "Do you think Lu Chizhou can indeed produce that sum of over 300,000? "Absolutely," Lu Yanchen asserted confidently. Tang Ning pressed on, "What makes you so certain?" "I recall that Lu Chizhou possesses a bank card containing the entirety of his red envelope money from the past years, as well as the funds provided by Madame Lu for his future university expenses. Therefore, for him, over 300,000 is hardly a concern. But what if the Lu family were to go bankrupt?" "What?" With a subtle smile, Tang Ning recollected the funds she had lent to Lu's mother during the summer recess, now ripe for retrieval. As dusk descended, the Lu residence became the stage for a dramatic revelation. "What sum are you quoting? An exorbitant 220 million? The matriarch of the Lu family was utterly dumbfounded by the precipitous demand for repayment from the Tangs. "Madame Lu, we are simply adhering to the contractual stipulations. Should the funds not be procured within the stipulated 3 days, we shall be compelled to auction off the assets listed in the agreement, including the residence, vehicles, and your personal adornments." The pronouncement struck Lu's mother like a thunderbolt, nearly causing her to succumb to a fainting spell. Upon his return, Lu Chizhou was met with the chaotic scene. Lawyers stood sentinel at the entrance, prompting him to rush inside. "Mother! My son!" Lu's mother clutched at him, her voice fraught with desperation. "Is Su Wei truly not the scion of the Su family? Tell me it isn't so." Seeing a glimmer of hope still flickering in her eyes, Lu Chizhou could only offer a somber shake of his head. With her last vestige of hope extinguished, Lu's mother appeared to deflate, her strength abandoning her. "Madam, we shall return in 3 days. In the interim, we implore you to maintain contact." With that, the legal representatives departed. Lu Chizhou, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Mother, what is the meaning of all this?" Lu's mother, in a state of agitation, gripped Lu Chizhou's arm, imploring, "Son, you must reconcile with Tang Ning, it's our only salvation." "Mother! How could you suggest such a thing? 200 million. And an additional 20 million in interest, how are we to possibly repay that sum? It is merely 200 million. How could our family possibly lack such a sum? When the Lu family was at its zenith, our worth was nearly 100 billion. This 200 million is but a drop in the ocean. How could they possibly be unable to procure this meager amount after just a few years?" Observing the evasive glint in Mother Lu's eyes, Lu Chizhou began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Mother, could it be that our family is truly on the brink of bankruptcy? That wretched girl, Tang Ning, had the audacity to deceive me into signing a contract, and now, merely a month later, she comes demanding repayment. It is evident she wishes for the downfall of the Lu family. Chizhou, I believe this girl is acting out of a desire for you. She simply wishes for you to marry her, and if you do not comply with her whims, our family may indeed face ruin. This Tang Ning, she is utterly intolerable." Lu Chizhou clenched his fists. First, he faced difficulties with Su Yuru at school, and now they were being besieged by troubles from the Tang family. "Mother, I refuse to entertain the notion of marrying such a malicious woman as Tang Ning. I shall confront her directly." "Come back." Mother Lu grasped Lu Chizhou tightly, insisting, "We cannot be confrontational," beseeched Tang Ning, "and perhaps she will relent." "Submit to her? Absolutely not." With that, Lu Chizhou stormed out of the house and hastened to the Tang family residence. The security guards at the Tang household, upon seeing Lu Chizhou's return, exchanged glances of annoyance. "What do you want again? Our young lady has made it clear, she does not wish to see you. Bring Tang Ning out." The veins on Lu Chizhou's forehead throbbed, a clear indication of his extreme anger. On the second floor, Tang Ning gazed out the window towards Lu Chizhou. who was attempting to force his way inside but was clumsily pushed to the ground by the security guard. A cold smile crept across Tang Ning's lips. Ah, Lu Chizhou. How unpleasant it must feel to be denied entry. In her previous life, when the Tang family faced calamity, Lu Chizhou had similarly cast her out, leaving her to return to her maternal home while she was heavy with child, all to ensure she witnessed the downfall of the Tang family. Now, she relished the notion that he too would experience this sense of helplessness. Suddenly, the phone in the security room rang. Tang Ning answered it. And the guard on the other end reported, "Miss Tang, he refuses to leave, no matter how we urge him." Glancing at Lu Chizhou, who stood persistently outside the Tang family gates, Tang Ning replied coldly, "Do not concern yourselves with him. If he chooses to wait, then let him wait. Whether it be for a night, a day, or even 3 days, I shall not meet him." Understood, Mississippi. Chapter 53, Tang Ning takes the initiative to approach Su Yuru downstairs. Tang's father and mother observed the unwavering Lu Chizhou standing outside the Tang residence, their brows furrowing in concern. As Tang Ning descended, her father, softening, remarked, "Ning Ning, is what we are doing truly right? What is wrong with it?" Tang Ning retorted. "The Lu family has treated us poorly before, and we have been more than gracious. I should not meet him. Who knows if the Lu family intends to seek a connection with us again?" Tang's mother, well respected in the circle of affluent women, had certainly heard of the events from the Lu family's birthday banquet the previous night. Madame Tang remarked, "I always suspected that the woman from the Lu family would not abandon the prospect of an alliance with our family so swiftly. It appears she believed she had secured a connection with the young lady from the Su family, only to create quite the scandal last night. Have you considered? If our daughter were the one engaged to Lu Chizhou today, how much indignity Ning Ning would have to endure?" Upon hearing this, Father Tang nodded in agreement, astonished at the Lu family's ingratitude. They had previously extended a helping hand to the Lu family, only to find themselves entangled in their schemes. Tang Ning interjected, "Father, I remember that the company is currently undertaking a real estate project. I believe the Jinshui Bay plot is quite promising. We should consider purchasing that land. It may appreciate significantly in the future." Jinshui Bay? Father Tang paused, responding, "But that land is of little value, it's essentially wasteland. And buying it would surely lead to losses. However, I heard Yan Chen analyze that although Jinshui Bay is undeveloped, it will hold commercial value in the coming years. After all, it's merely a piece of land, and it wouldn't cost us much as the Tang family. Let's acquire it, consider it a gift for my coming of age. What do you say, Father?" Tang Ning purred affectionately, wearing down Father Tang until he relented. All right, we shall heed Ning Ning's wishes and purchase the Jinshui Bay plot." Upon hearing her father's acquiescence, Tang Ning's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Father." Meanwhile, as Lu Yanchen was descending the stairs, he overheard Tang Ning's words. When he reached the bottom, Father and Mother Tang called out, "Yanchen, come down for dinner." As they spoke, Mr. and Mrs. Tang proceeded to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Lu Yanqing took a seat beside Tang Ning and quietly inquired, "Do you desire the land at Jinshui Bay?" Aware that Lu Yanqing had overheard her earlier conversation with her parents, she whispered, "I believe that piece of land will be highly sought after." "On what basis?" he pressed. "I just know," she replied. In her previous life, Lu Chizhou managed to rise again solely due to that barren land. Who would have imagined that, in 2 years, it would transform from a plot worth 50 million into a golden parcel valued at 5 billion, thanks to the surrounding real estate development? Moreover, Jinshui Bay had been one of the stalled projects of the Lu family. If she could acquire this plot from the Lu family, all that was required was to bide her time for 2 years. Once the neighboring lands were developed, the value of Jinshui Bay would surge, allowing for a swift resale at 5 billion. Much of Lu Chizhou's remarkable turnaround in her past life was attributed to this very land. However, Tang Ning could not allow Lu Yanqing or her parents to discover this. If she revealed that she had been reborn, she feared being deemed insane and confined to a psychiatric institution. The following morning, as Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing set off for school, they encountered Lu Chizhou, who was asleep in his car just outside the door. Tang Ning furrowed her brow and urged Lu Yanqing, "Hurry, let's go, I don't want to run into him." "All right," he replied. Just as they entered the vehicle, Lu Chizhou abruptly awakened as the gates of the Tang residence swung open. He swiftly exited his car and dashed towards the vehicle transporting Tang Ning and Lu Yanqing to school. "Tang Ning!" Get out of the car. Please clarify. Dowling, seated in the back seat, furrowed his brows and instructed, Uncle Zhang, drive. However, drive. With Dowling's insistence. Uncle Zhang had no choice but to slam the accelerator to the floor. Lu Chizhou was taken aback by Dowling's sudden intention to push past him, and in a fluster, he leapt aside, only to lose his footing and fall awkwardly. Observing Lu Chizhou's predicament, Dowling let out a cold laugh. She was aware that Lu Chizhou would never so easily embrace death. It was merely a habitual attempt to leverage his perceived value to intimidate others. In the classroom, Suyuru had resumed her normal attendance. Now that her true identity had been exposed, she faced cold treatment and ridicule in Class C. During the noon break, Dowling took the initiative to visit Class C. When He Yuan spotted her arrival, he assumed she sought him for a matter and approached the classroom door, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" "I'm looking for Suyuru," Dowling replied, directing her gaze toward Suyuru, who sat in the front row but dared not meet her eyes. Lu Chizhou had not come to school that day. No one in Class C was inclined to support Suyuru. Dowling approached Suyuru directly and asked, "Suyuru, have you made any progress on your 376,000? Tomorrow is the final deadline. Why the delay?" Suyuru responded defiantly, as if she were the creditor in this arrangement. Observing her surroundings, yet failing to locate Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning remarked, "Lu Chizhou professed to settle your debts. I offer a friendly caution that he is unlikely to fulfill this commitment. Should you wish to avoid legal action, you may return the garment to me. Is a return feasible?" A glimmer of hope ignited in Suyuru's eyes upon hearing this possibility. Tang Ning elucidated, "Indeed, a return is permissible. However, your individual desire is insufficient. You must also persuade Wang Ting to concur with the return, lest you remain liable for the payment on her behalf." Upon hearing this, Suyuru's complexion paled instantaneously. Since the events of that fateful evening, Wang Ting harbored profound animosity towards her. Having evaded Wang Ting's presence throughout the day at school, she dared not broach the subject of returning the cherished gown. What? Incapable of doing so? Should you fail, repayment will be obligatory. This sum of over 300,000 yuan would likely exceed the entire net worth of Suyuru's household. Tang Ning, your benevolence is unwarranted. The Lu family has not declared bankruptcy, has it? Lu Chizhou shall undoubtedly settle her debts. Suyuru, is this not so? He Yuan loftily elevated Suyuru's position. Yet she felt a profound lack of assurance. That sum amounted to over 300,000 yuan. With the Lu family's own solvency in jeopardy, where would such a sum originate? Nevertheless, in the presence of so many members of Class C, Suyuru feigned confidence, declaring, "I trust in Chizhou. He shall undoubtedly assist me in settling the debt. In that case, tomorrow at noon shall constitute the ultimate deadline. Beyond this juncture, my capacity to assist will be exhausted." Observing the duress imposed upon himself, S became even more perturbed. Upon's departure, promptly retrieved her cellular device and initiated a call to. However, the call was terminated abruptly after only 3 rings. Chapter 54, Could it be that has reneged? Is he unwilling to settle her debts? S complexion paled. Could it be that has had a change of heart and is now unwilling to settle her financial obligations? What course of action should she undertake? At that moment, within the household, S mother slammed cellular device, vehicle keys, and the purloined bank card onto the table. How could I have spawned such a prodigal son? Resorting to pilfering from the family coffers for an outsider. What exactly is transpiring within that cranium of yours? S mother jabbed At's forehead, exclaiming. You shall cease attending the academy for the time being. I shall apprise the institution accordingly. Should I witness that woman attempting to ensnare you once more, I shall not exhibit any leniency towards her. Having delivered her pronouncement, S mother ascended the staircase in a state of agitation. Upon observing S mother retreating, disregarded his cellular device and hastened towards the exterior of the residence without a backward glance. Witnessing this, S mother's countenance contorted with displeasure, and she promptly descended the staircase, bellowing. Return here immediately. Return. Devoid of his vehicle keys, was compelled to utilize public transportation to reach the school. Upon arrival at the institution, it was already the commencement of C class's afternoon physical education session. S gaze immediately fell upon on the athletic field, and he swiftly approached her. The other members of C class, upon recognizing his arrival, collectively rose to their feet and cast peculiar glances in his direction. Lu Chizhou disregarded everyone else and hurriedly approached Suyuro, who, upon seeing him, immediately displayed a look of joy on her face. Chizhou, Yuyuro, please listen to me. My car keys, bank card, and phone have all been confiscated by my mother. As for the money, I currently have no means to access it. Upon hearing Lu Chizhou's words, the smile on Suyuro's face swiftly faded. These are all tactics employed by Tang Ning. He simply wishes to force me to submit to her. If necessary, I shall plead with her. Suyuro felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over her. Plead? Would that even be effective? That is over 300,000. Noticing Suyuro's silence, Lu Chizhou discerned her hesitation and declared, wait here. I shall go find Tang Ning right away. With that, he dashed towards the teaching building. Inside the building, Lu Chizhou ascended to the third-year floor and forcefully pushed open the door to Class A. At that moment, all the students in Class A were engrossed in their exam papers. Tang Ning looked up and was met with the sight of Lu Chizhou, dressed in casual attire. Lu Chizhou. What are you doing? The language teacher frowned, clearly displeased with Lu Chizhou's abrupt intrusion. Lu Chizhou directed his gaze towards Tang Ning. His expression darkening as he stated, Teacher, I am looking for Tang Ning. Teacher, it is currently class time, and I merely wish to focus on my studies. Tang Ning replied in a monotone, while the language teacher spoke to Lu Chizhou with veiled anger. Lu Chizhou. If you choose to squander your potential, that is your decision. However, Class A aspires to attend prestigious universities in the future. Now, leave my classroom at once. Lu Chizhou had long been accustomed to unruliness at school. He approached and attempted to seize Tang Ning's arm, but Lu Yanqing restrained his hand, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Lu Chizhou, release your grip. You. Lu Chizhou. Do you not regard me as your teacher? The language teacher rarely displayed anger, and the classmates' eyes darted between Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou, captivated by the unfolding scene. Under the teacher's oppressive presence, Lu Chizhou gradually relinquished his hold on Tang Ning. He had gripped her hand so tightly that it had turned red, prompting Lu Yanqing to furrow his brows in concern. Teacher, does Lu Chizhou's behavior not violate school regulations? Lu Chizhou. Immediately proceed to my office. I shall have a word with your homeroom teacher shortly. Upon hearing the language teacher's words, Lu Chizhou clenched his fists in defiance and turned to leave. Tang Ning bowed her head, engrossed in her work, while the teacher reassured her, do not be afraid, Tang Ning, I shall see to it that he is disciplined. Thank you, teacher. Tang Ning had always been obedient, often overlooked due to her previous reticence. However, in this life, her diligence and capability had swiftly earned her the attention of the teachers in just a few months. Since Su Yurua and Lu Chizhou had departed, the position of study committee member had naturally fallen to Lu Yanqing, while the role of class monitor was rightfully bestowed upon Tang Ning. Together, they had become the backbone of Class A. No one dares to utter idle gossip in their presence anymore. After class, the sound of the homeroom teacher lecturing Lu Chizhou echoed through the office. If your performance does not improve by next month, you will be relegated to Class D. Think carefully about your situation. Tang Ning stood at the office door, overhearing this remark. With the upcoming monthly exam looming, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru had scarcely studied anything this month, and had not even reviewed past questions. Achieving excellent results in such a state seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, Lu Chizhou emerged from the office, his expression dark and stormy. He collided with Tang Ning, an overwhelming surge of anger welling up within him. Tang Ning. This is your doing. Lu Chizhou, this is the office entrance. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you, your graduation will be in jeopardy. Faced with Tang Ning's threat, Lu Chizhou immediately faltered. After all, they were in their final year of high school. Failing to take the college entrance examination would spell disaster for his future. Isn't it your intention to make me beg you? Well, I am pleading now. Retract the debts owed by my family and Yuru. Lu Chizhou's submission felt almost like a command. Tang Ning, well aware that Lu Chizhou could not relinquish his pride, chuckled softly and replied, Lu Chizhou, I think you have misunderstood. The debts of your family involve two companies and have nothing to do with me. My word does not determine the fate of the Lu family. Moreover, the money Suyuru owes me belongs to my mother. She has repeatedly warned me that if Suyuru fails to repay, she will come to the school to demand an explanation and may even file a lawsuit. Tang Ning. Must you be so ruthless? Seeing the fury in Lu Chizhou's eyes, Tang Ning's smile deepened. Lu Chizhou. Your family was willing to use our Tang family to pay off your debts. How could you do something so unconscionable? Now you accuse me of being ruthless? Everything the Tang family has done is entirely legal and justified. Moreover, we are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Lu Chizhou was taken aback that Tang Ning knew their initial intentions, and he faltered for a moment. By the time he regained his senses, Tang Ning had already walked past him. His mother's insistence on him marrying Tang Ning was indeed motivated by the desire for the Tang family to settle the Lu family's debts. At the time, he was only concerned with his own unwillingness and never considered the harm this would cause Tang Ning. Chapter 55, wishing him and Su Yuro 100 years of happiness and many children. Tang Ning arrived at the entrance of Class A, only to find the classroom empty. Just as she was puzzled, Lu Yanchen gently tapped her shoulder from behind. Startled, Tang Ning turned around and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Yanchen. Why is the classroom empty? Is the next class physical education? The spectacle you've been waiting for is about to unfold. With Lu Yanchen's succinct statement, Tang Ning immediately focused her attention on the entrance of Class C. She noticed that a crowd had gathered outside Class C's door. Tang Ning pulled Lu Yanchen along, but her view was obstructed by taller students. Just as she was feeling helpless, she was suddenly lifted by a pair of large hands from behind. Startled, Tang Ning turned back to find Lu Yanchen looking down at her. Thanks. Beaming, Tang Ning peered into the classroom, just in time to witness Wang Ting yanking at Su Yuro's hair. Frail as she was, Su Yuro was quickly overpowered by Wang Ting, left defenseless. I told you not to deceive me. And you dare ask me to return the clothes? How audacious can you be? Wang Ting gripped Su Yuro's hair with unwavering intensity. Once the school's admired beauty, Su Yuro now resembled a shrew, utterly devoid of her former grace. What do you think you are doing? Lu Chizhou exclaimed, rushing towards the commotion. He pushed through the throng of onlookers, swiftly reaching the center of the room to shield Su Yuro. As the surrounding students scattered, Tang Ning requested Lu Yanchen to set her down. Consumed by fury, Wang Ting, upon seeing Lu Chizhou, disregarded everything else and declared that Su Yuro is a pathological liar, audacious enough to falsely claim she's the Su family's heiress. I've already investigated, the real Su family heiress has long been studying abroad. She's merely the daughter of the Su family's chauffeur. She's deceived so many of our classmates. And now she dares to demand something from me? Su Yuro, taken aback that her background had been exposed, paled as she retorted, I originally bought that for you. I no longer wish to purchase it, so why shouldn't I ask for it back? Bah! How dare you say that? Those clothes were bought with money Tang Ning lent you. Wang Ting sneered. If you didn't have the funds, you shouldn't have pretended to be wealthy. I surmise that when you signed the IOU, you were hoping that young Master Lu would settle your debts, weren't you? Your scheme is truly ingenious. Upon hearing this, Su Yuro's complexion worsened. Wang Ting cast a glance at Lu Chizhou and said, Young Master Lu, do not blame me for failing to warn you. This woman is nothing but a gold digger. Sooner or later, you shall stumble because of her. Enough. Lu Chizhou's expression darkened ominously. His peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Ning observing from outside the door, and he coldly remarked, Tang Ning, manage your students properly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to summon the principal. Tang Ning, bewildered by Lu Chizhou's hostility, replied, This is a private feud between Wang Ting and Su Yuro. I am merely the creditor, concerned solely with retrieving my money. If I cannot reclaim my funds, they must return my garments. Even if you call the principal. This matter must be resolved, don't you think? Seeing Tang Ning take Wang Ting's side, Lu Chizhou's countenance grew even darker. Lying comes with consequences. Su Yuro. It was you who offered to cover my expenses, now you expect me to return your clothing? I assure you, that is impossible. Su Yuro felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, filled with disdain, contempt, and mockery. Meanwhile, Tang Ning stood by, an indifferent observer. Did being scrutinized in such a manner not sting? In her previous life, she had endured high school under the burden of such glances. And all her suffering was a result of Su Yuro's actions. Reflecting on it now, it seemed almost absurd. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves, during this final year. Su Yuro would surely find it impossible to hold her head high before the entire school. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Yanchen inquired. Aunt Tang mentioned that the store's display items are not for sale. What will you do if they cannot return the skirts? What can I do? I shall let it be. Unable to sway Wang Ting, Su Yuro would then be burdened with substantial debt. Regardless of her capacity to repay it, she would suffer no loss. As the following day approached noon, Tang Ning spotted Lu Chizhou standing before the boutique from a distance within her vehicle. Upon alighting, Tang Ning noticed that Lu Chizhou was carrying 2 shopping bags, which contained Wang Ting's gown. Tang Ning was somewhat surprised by this development. Wang Ting had vehemently rejected Su Yuro the day before, yet she had evidently relinquished the gown. Here, Lu Chizhou said, extending the shopping bags toward Tang Ning. However, as Tang Ning reached out to receive them, Lu Chizhou hesitated to release his grip. Lu Chizhou, what else do you wish to say? Cease these petty machinations. I inquired with the staff, and the display items are not for sale. You are clearly feigning generosity. Observing the barely suppressed anger in Lu Chizhou's expression, Tang Ning feigned ignorance, stating, Lu Chizhou, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Tang Ning. Cease this charade of innocence. In the past, when the Lu family sought to establish a union with your family, we acknowledge that our intentions were impure. However, from this day forward, I, Lu Chizhou, sever all ties with the Lu family. Do not imagine that you can coerce me into marrying you through such means. Lu Chizhou's words struck Tang Ning as comical. It seemed that, even now, Lu Chizhou believed she was attempting to exploit the Tang family's influence to force him into marriage. It appeared that her past affections for Lu Chizhou had instilled in him an unwavering conviction. Lu Chizhou, while confidence is commendable, I implore you not to be blindly self-assured. I, Tang Ning, am not indispensable to you. Furthermore, my past affection for you stemmed merely from our shared upbringing. My initial desire to marry you and aid your family was genuine, yet my present disinclination is equally so. I, Tang Ning, shall not be reduced to a mere instrument for your family's financial gain. Your affairs with Su Yuro are entirely immaterial to me. As Tang Ning departed, she added, Indeed, I wish you and Su Yuro a century of marital bliss and the prompt arrival of offspring. Having spoken, Tang Ning turned and left. Observing Tang Ning's receding figure, Lu Chizhou lapsed into silence. Tang Ning entered the vehicle, a faint smile playing upon her lips. A century of marital bliss and the prompt arrival of offspring, hardly a felicitous benediction. In her previous existence, she had foregone her studies due to her pregnancy with Lu Chizhou's child. Her pregnancy afforded the Lu family leverage over her. Subsequently, they hastily obtained their marriage certificate without even holding a ceremony. Lu Chizhou, in this life, since you are so deeply infatuated with Su Yuro, you may as well relinquish all that your family possesses. Devoid of your status as the Lu family's scion, you are inconsequential. Bereft of your education, you shall have no future. Moreover, she harbors no belief in Su Yuro's unwavering devotion to Lu Chizhou as an individual. Chapter 56, The wealthy Gu family seeks Lu Yanchen at the school on Monday. Rumors proliferated throughout the school that Wang Ting had been assaulted. Specifically, she had been ambushed in an alleyway off campus on Friday, and all her money had been pilfered. Tang Ning, overhearing these rumors from her seat, furrowed her brow. Friday? Was that not the day Wang Ting and Su Yuro had quarreled? Ning swiftly associated it with the evening gown that Lu Chizhou had returned to her the previous Saturday. Lu Yanchen, who was beside her, called out, Tang Ning. Tang Ning snapped out of her reverie and inquired, Pardon? What is it? I was saying, he began, that it has become unsafe to leave school recently. Refrain from sneaking out and wandering about as you did before. I am aware, she replied. Has it not been said that there are individuals who have been waylaying students? Wang Ting was assaulted. As she spoke, Tang Ning glanced around, remarking, Wang Ting does not seem to be at school today. Lu Yanchen furrowed his brow and stated, I am not concerned with others, my sole concern is your safety. Nothing shall befall me. Uncle Zhang escorts us every evening. Even if they intend to waylay someone, it is unlikely they could gain access to the school premises. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanchen's brow relaxed. At the classroom entrance, Wang Ting entered, donning a mask. The students noticed that Wang Ting's hair had been cropped short. Tang Ning observed that the first lesson was about to commence, and Wang Ting was conspicuously late. However, the teacher had made no mention of it during the earlier morning session. It appeared that Wang Ting had arrived at school early but had been summoned to the teacher's office. Wang Ting, what transpired on Friday? What has happened to your face? Wang Ting shielded her face, adamantly refusing to remove her mask. Ting Ting, has someone been bullying you? Why have you not reported it to the authorities? Indeed, Ting Ting. Confide in us, and we shall seek justice on your behalf. At the urging of several friends, Wang Ting, with tear-filled eyes, removed her mask. Within, Wang Ting's face was shockingly disfigured, swollen to the point that her original features were barely discernible. Tang Ning's eyes darkened. Good heavens, who could have done this? This is utterly outrageous. Ting Ting, you must report this to the authorities. We cannot allow them to bully you like this. The classmates from Class A gathered around, and tears streamed down Wang Ting's face as she cried, Please, don't ask me. With that, she buried her face in her arms and wept. Although Wang Ting was often domineering in class, she was generous and excelled academically, which garnered her many friends. Witnessing her reluctance to speak further, her peers expressed their concern, but those bullies will torment you again, we must report this, or it will only get worse. Indeed. I also believe we should notify the police. The group exchanged opinions, yet Wang Ting remained silent. Tang Ning furrowed her brow. When girls are slapped. What is it? Boys usually fight with fists, right? Yes. However, for girls, fighting is rather straightforward, it involves scratching, pulling hair, and slapping. So you suspect that the one who struck Wang Ting is Su Yurua? Did you guess that? Tang Ning was surprised at how quickly Lu Yanqing's mind was working. He averted his gaze and replied, I was merely speculating. Class is over, I wish to visit Class C. To see He Yuan? Why He Yuan? Can't I just check on Su Yurua and Lu Chizhou? I just feel that you might have a fondness for He Yuan. Observing Lu Yanqing's hesitant demeanor, Tang Ning chuckled, Silly, who said I harbor affection for him? It was you who mentioned it last time. Lu Yanqing's gaze remained resolute. His memory unclouded by the passage of time, every word uttered by Tang Ning etched vividly in his mind. Tang Ning, however, possessed no recollection of the event. At that very moment, an explosive announcement reverberated from beyond the doorway. Extra! Extra! Lu Chizhou has severed ties with his family. What? The class's penchant for gossip ignited instantaneously. The tedium of Class A was momentarily alleviated by the mere spark of news, fueling their insatiable curiosity. Is that genuine? Surely it's mere speculation? Indeed, why would Lu Chizhou sever ties with his family under normal circumstances? I assure you, it's true. It's emblazoned across the newspapers. Lu Chizhou departed from the Lu residence under the cover of night, clutching his suitcase. The class's resident informant chimed in. Rumor has it that it's due to Madame Lu's disapproval of Su Yurou the young master left home. Unbelievable, the young master's devotion to Su Yurou is truly unwavering. If only my future paramour would defy his entire lineage for my sake. Hearing the girl's wistful tone, Tang Ning shook her head and offered a soft chuckle. Such notions were but the fantasies of youthful hearts. Lu Chizhou's abandonment of his entire family for Su Yurou was a decision of unparalleled folly. Tantamount to relinquishing his entire future. A relationship should propel one towards a brighter horizon, but if it leads to stagnation and decline, the couple will inevitably be torn asunder by reality. Lu Chizhou may be emboldened by youthful exuberance, but in due course, he will come to recognize the imprudence of his actions. Tang Ning eagerly anticipated witnessing the regret that would soon cloud Lu Chizhou's eyes. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Tang Ning recalled that it was time for physics class. What could the teacher possibly want? Lu Yanqing, step outside with me. The teacher's tone was devoid of warmth, laced instead with gravity. Lu Yanqing paused for a moment, as if he had foreseen the summons. He rose and walked towards the door, causing a sudden wave of unease to wash over Tang Ning. The teacher then instructed, the physics instructor will arrive shortly. In the meantime, you may work on the problems. Tang Ning, please distribute the test papers. With that, the teacher placed a substantial stack of examination papers upon the desk. Tang Ning approached, took the papers, and glanced towards the doorway, curious about Lu Yanqing's whereabouts. However, her search yielded nothing. In the office, not a single teacher was present. Once inside, Lu Yanqing was greeted by several men clad in black uniforms, each adorned with the Gu family crest upon their suits. Young master, we have come to escort you home. One of the men stepped forward, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. Lu Yanqing replied coolly, I am not your young master. You have mistaken the person. The man pressed on, the elder is awaiting your return, please do not make this difficult for us. Lu Yanqing cast a sharp glance at the individual before him and reiterated, I have stated that I am not your young master. With that, he turned to leave the office, but the leading butler interjected, I have heard that the young master is currently residing with the Tang family. And that you have grown quite close to Miss Tang, is that so? Upon hearing the mention of Tang Ning, Lu Yanqing immediately turned around, his eyes radiating a menacing aura. I warn you. Do not touch Tang Ning or the Tang family, or else. Young master, as long as you accompany us, we assure you that not a single hair on Miss Tang will be harmed. Chapter 57, The Tang family comes knocking, the Lu family faces auction after class. Lu Yanqing returned to his classroom. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Tang Ning inquired, what did the homeroom teacher want to see you about? Nothing much, just matters related to academics. Lu Yanqing casually flipped through the test paper in his hands and asked, do you wish to study abroad? Studying abroad? Of course, I do. Tang Ning replied while working on her exercises. If I can acquire more knowledge, I am willing to go overseas. With your grades, you could certainly be recommended for studying abroad. Your performance far surpasses mine, we could attend school together abroad. In her past life, she had already missed out on her education and future. This time, she did not wish to forfeit that opportunity. Lu Yanqing observed Tang Ning for a moment, then quietly responded with a simple all right. In the afternoon, Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou arrived at the school. Class A was engaged in physical education, and a nearby classmate nudged Wang Ting, saying, look. Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou are here. On the playground. Upon seeing Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou walk into the school hand in hand, Wang Ting's complexion momentarily paled. Tang Ning did not miss the change in Wang Ting's expression. It seemed that Wang Ting's injuries outside of school were closely related to Su Yuru. At this moment, Su Yuru also noticed Tang Ning on the playground. She deliberately tightened her grip on Lu Chizhou's arm, as if to flaunt her relationship in front of Tang Ning. Was Su Yuru unwell? Holding hands at school was one thing, but who was she trying to show off to? Ever since the truth about Su Yuru's false identity as a wealthy heiress was revealed, the classmates who had previously felt deceived began to express their discontent. Especially upon discovering that Tang Ning was not a poor student, it was all a fabrication by Su Yuru. This deepened their guilt towards Tang Ning. For instance, Zhao Qian, who had always been somewhat averse to Su Yuru, approached Tang Ning and remarked, Tang Ning, she's just trying to show off to you. It's so obvious. If she and Lu Xiao are together, that's fine, but why does she have to make it known to the whole world? She's a Cinderella who has climbed up to the prince, and what are we? We should be careful not to provoke her, we might attract Lu Xiao's trouble. The girls in the class chimed in with their sarcastic remarks. Yet, Tang Ning merely smiled. The more ostentatious Su Yuru became, the more delighted she felt. Such flamboyance in school, once attributed to Lu Chizhou's family background, was now under scrutiny as Lu Chizhou had severed ties with the Lu family. And the school would not allow them to go unchecked. Soon, rumors spread throughout the school about Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru renting a place together. Lu Chizhou had left the Lu family and had begun cohabiting with Su Yuru. He even fulfilled his promise of gifting Su Yuru a luxury car. When classmates saw the vehicle parked in the school lot, they cast envious glances. Tang Ning, watching Lu Chizhou driving Su Yuru to school with great fanfare, couldn't he help but smile even more brightly. Lu Chizhou is acutely aware of the financial status of both himself and the Lu family. This vehicle, valued at 600,000, is indeed a luxury automobile. Given that Lu Chizhou has severed ties with his mother, acquiring such a car is beyond his financial reach, unless he had surreptitiously taken some of the family's opulent possessions when he departed, effectively cutting off all avenues of support. This car is one he should not have purchased. However, as the eldest son of the Lu family, he has long been accustomed to extravagance. And having made a commitment to Su Yuru, he feels compelled to fulfill it. Beside him, Zhao Qian remarked, has Lu Chizhou truly lost his mind? Hasn't he distanced himself from the Lu family? How can he afford such an expensive vehicle? Tang Ning responded, acquiring a car may be simple, but maintaining it is another matter entirely. The annual upkeep for a car of this caliber is substantial, not to mention parking fees, insurance, and fuel costs, which are secondary concerns. It appears Lu Chizhou remains quite affluent. While Tang Ning spoke these words, she could not help but chuckle inwardly. Having once been the privileged heir of the Lu family, Lu Chizhou had never borne the costs of maintenance himself, and thus was oblivious to the financial burden a vehicle could impose. Furthermore, Tang Ning had heard that Su Yuro was boasting about their shared residence in a spacious 100-square-meter apartment, conveniently located near a school, which would entail considerable monthly expenses including rent, utilities, and property fees. Living with expenditures exceeding 10,000 a month. It seemed unlikely that Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou could sustain such a lifestyle for long. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Tang Ning retrieved her phone from her bag, stepped outside the classroom, and dialed Lawyer Wang's number. Lawyer Wang, this is Tang Ning. Miss, how may I assist you? I would like to inquire about the status of the debts owed by the Lu family. The repayment date has arrived, yet Mrs. Lu has been refusing visitors these past few days, seemingly unwilling to repay the debt. Tang Ning remarked coolly, do not waste your efforts on her. Simply let the court enforce the judgment. Tomorrow, I intend to auction off all the items the Lu family has pledged to us. Is this not a bit hasty? Should we consult Mr. Tang first? I spoke with my father last night. Proceed without hesitation, just ensure that all necessary procedures are followed. And that the auction amount does not fall below 200 million. Understood, Miss Tang. With this, Tang Ning ended the call. With this action, the Lu family's escape route was effectively closed. She was keen to observe how Lu Chizhou would continue to squander his wealth. The following day, court officials knocked on the Lu family's door. When Mrs. Lu did not respond, the leader ordered the door to be forcibly opened. At that moment, Mrs. Lu was leisurely applying her makeup upstairs. Upon seeing the intruders, her face turned ashen. What are you doing? This is my home. Who permitted you to enter? Before Mrs. Lu could finish her protest, the court officials had already begun to seal all the items within the house. What are you doing? Mrs. Lu exclaimed anxiously, attempting to intervene. At this moment, the leader produced the court summons and stated, the Lu family has failed to repay their debts on time. According to the terms of the contract, we are here to seize the Lu family's properties, vehicles, and any pledged collateral, which will be auctioned tomorrow at noon. What did you say? An auction? How can you auction off our residence? This is my sanctuary. Upon learning of the impending auction of the Lu family estate, Madame Lu was immediately thrown into disarray. Mr. Wang, the attorney, responded with a detached tone, Madame Lu, we have attempted to confer with you at your residence on 6 prior occasions, but as you remained inaccessible, we were compelled to resort to more assertive measures. Given the Lu family's insolvency, in accordance with the contractual agreement, all assets under the Lu family's name must be liquidated as collateral, with the proceeds from the auction allocated to settle the Lu family's debt to the Tang family. You. Madame Lu felt a constricting sensation in her chest, nearly unable to draw breath. The Tang family. Could they truly be so ruthless? Chapter 58, Auctioning the entirety of the Lu family's assets within the school premises. He Yuan from Class C furtively approached the entrance of Class A, peering inside. Zhao Qian inquired with curiosity, He Yuan? Whom are you seeking? I'm looking for Tang Ning. Where might she be? She has likely gone to the restroom. It's just over there. Zhao Qian gestured towards the women's restroom on the left. Upon seeing this, He Yuan promptly dashed in that direction. Hey! That's the women's restroom. Zhao Qian's warning was cut short as He Yuan positioned himself at the entrance of the restroom. Female students exiting the restroom were startled by his presence, casting peculiar glances in his direction. He Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, feigned nonchalance, whistling casually. Soon, Tang Ning emerged from the restroom, questioning with a puzzled expression, He Yuan? What are you doing loitering outside the women's restroom? Why, to present you with something remarkable, of course. He Yuan pulled Tang Ning aside and revealed a collection of photographs he had concealed in his pocket. Here, I've developed the images you asked for. Tang Ning took the photographs into her hands and observed them closely. Among the images were Su Yu and Lu Chizhou kissing on the playground, as well as shots of 2 individuals entering the girls' restroom one after the other. There were photographs captured in the library, music classroom, laboratory, and various other locations, showcasing an array of kissing poses that seemed almost exhaustive. Tang Ning stared at the photos, her expression nearly one of disbelief. What angles are these taken from? Impressive. Aren't I? He Yuan beamed with pride. Tang Ning genuinely praised him, truly remarkable. You could forego being an educator and pursue a career as a paparazzo instead. An educator? Why would I want to be that? If anything, I do prefer to become an athlete, He Yuan replied with a puzzled look at Tang Ning, who was still engrossed in the photographs. She remarked, "Oh, you just don't understand yet, you'll know when you grow up." Tang Ning was aware of He Yuan's future. As an educator, He Yuan would enjoy significant success in the latter half of his life, rivaling even those who pursued athletics. She affectionately patted He Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, I shall accept this." He Yuan thumped his chest and responded, "No worries. If you ever need anything, just let me know." At that moment, Lu Chizhou stormed toward the girls' restroom, colliding with several people along the way. Tang Ning. Lu Chizhou, in a fit of rage, shoved Tang Ning against the wall beside the restroom. This time, he gripped her neck, startling the surrounding classmates. "Lu Chizhou. What are you doing?" He Yuan promptly intervened, physically separating Lu Chizhou from Tang Ning. Lu Chizhou, outmatched in strength by He Yuan, directed his fury at Tang Ning, exclaiming, "Tang Ning, your tactics are truly despicable. Is the Tang family intent on the ruination of the Lu family?" He had just received a call from the academic affairs office. His mother's voice choked with sobs on the other end. The court was set to seize all of their family's assets the following day, a direct consequence of the Tang family's actions. By this time, a growing crowd had gathered, and murmurs began to circulate among them. The Tang family? Could they be referring to the Tang family of lynching? Is it possible that Tang Ning is the heiress of the Tang family? Why would such an affluent family not send their daughter abroad? No wonder Tang Ning could so easily lend over 300,000 yuan and is chauffeured to and from school in luxury cars. She truly is a young lady of considerable means. He Yuan, too, cast a second glance at Tang Ning, taken aback by the revelation that she was indeed the Tang family's heiress. "Tang Ning, why are you being so malevolent? Are you so desperate that you would destroy what you cannot possess?" Upon hearing this, He Yuan responded as if amused by a jest, stating, "Lu Chizhou. Now that you are no longer affiliated with the Lu family, what concern is it of yours? Besides, Tang Ning is already involved with Lu Yanchen. So what need would she have of you?" Tang Ning had initially intended to retort, and upon hearing the first part of He Yuan's statement, she found herself in agreement. However, the latter half of his words left her momentarily speechless. "What do you mean she is involved with Lu Yanchen? That is entirely irrelevant. I am addressing Tang Ning. This is not your place to speak." Indignation flared in Lu Chizhou's eyes as Tang Ning pushed past He Yuan, who had been shielding her. She addressed Lu Chizhou, stating that his family's inability to repay their debt to the Tang family necessitated the auction of collateral as per their agreement. She questioned his audacity and whether he expected the Tang family to simply forgive the substantial 200 million debt, remarking on his considerable gall. Lu Chizhou's fury only intensified as murmurs arose around them, with onlookers expressing astonishment at the revelation of the 200 million loan and criticizing the Lu family's apparent audacity in shirking their financial obligations. Tang Ning, observing the growing crowd, emphasized the fundamental principle of repaying debts and questioned Lu Chizhou's integrity as a high school student. She accused the Lu family of ingratitude and betrayal, highlighting the Tang family's benevolence in extending the loan. Lu Chizhou retorted, accusing Tang Ning of deliberate provocation and hypocrisy. Tang Ning countered by asserting the tangible nature of the loan and challenged him to focus on repayment rather than engaging in futile arguments. She concluded by reminding him of the impending auction and the potential loss of his family's assets. As Tang Ning and He Yuan departed, Lu Chizhou felt a sense of debilitating weakness, realizing the potential ramifications of the auction and the potential loss of his family's fortune. Upon arrival in the classroom, the students of Class A eagerly greeted her. "Is it true that you are the family's heiress? Why didn't you mention it before? We mistakenly assumed you were merely the daughter of the Lu family chauffeur. That is truly excessive, fabricating such falsehoods. We were wrong in the past. Please don't hold it against us." Observing the students before her, offered a gentle smile and stated, "I am the class monitor of Class A. We are all classmates. And I won't bear any grudges. Disposition is so amiable. We used to believe. From now on, we will all be your friends and will no longer favor outsiders," declared. And others echoed her sentiments. Glanced at, who remained seated, and returned to her seat, inquiring, "Why do you appear displeased?" "No, I am delighted for you. With so many friends, should fare well at school even in his absence." Clasped hand and reassured him, "Rest assured, my dearest friend is only you." Chapter 59, Aunt's cohabitation in the evening, hastily returned to the Lu residence. Upon seeing's return, the Lu matriarch, as if seizing a lifeline, rushed to his side, grasped his arm, and implored, "Son, you've finally returned. Devise a solution quickly. The family is demanding the repayment of such a substantial sum. Where am I to find such an exorbitant amount of money?" Observing the anxious demeanor of his mother, Lu Chizhou felt a sense of urgency swell within him. "Mother, let us approach the Tang family and reason with them, we must secure more time." "Yes, yes." Lu's mother grasped her son's hand. But just as they were about to leave, a thought struck her. "Chizhou, the Tang family's actions are undoubtedly a retaliation stemming from your past involvement with Tang Ning. The only solution now is for you to reconcile with her. If you two mend your relationship, the Tang family will surely cease their grievances against us." Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou's expression darkened. His mother tugged at his arm, saying, "Silly child, why are you still thinking of Su Yurua? If the Lu family falls, we cease to exist. Are you willing to forsake your position as the heir of the Lu family for a mere woman?" At her words, Lu Chizhou felt a flicker of uncertainty. "You have always had the finest of everything since childhood, what is Su Yurua to you? She is merely a poor girl. She does not possess the beauty of Tang Ning, what is it that you truly admire in her?" As Lu's mother grew increasingly agitated, Lu Chizhou found himself at a loss for words. Should he abandon Su Yurua for Tang Ning? After a moment of hesitation, he finally replied, "Mother, let us first visit the Tang family and seek clarity. What if there is still a chance to remedy this situation? What chance could there be? Our house and car are about to be auctioned. And my hard-earned reputation, amassed over a lifetime. Those are things I cannot relinquish." Lu Chizhou's mind was in turmoil. Yet he ultimately took his mother by the hand and led her to the car. At the periphery of the Tang residence, a gatekeeper scrutinized both Lu Chizhou and his mother, his countenance etched with bewilderment. "What brings you here again?" "Madame has made it clear that she wishes not to receive you." Normally imbued with an air of haughtiness, Lu's mother this time approached the guard with obsequious deference. "Esteemed gatekeeper, might I implore you to accept this token? We are beset by an urgent matter that necessitates an audience with the Tangs." After casting a furtive glance at the proffered banknotes and receiving an affirmative nod from his colleague, the guard relented. "Very well, you may both enter." Elated, Lu's mother grasped Lu Chizhou's arm and hastened inside. The Tang estate dwarfed their own. Lu Chizhou, having frequented this abode in his youth, had never perceived anything amiss. However, upon crossing the threshold this time, he felt a sense of inadequacy. This sentiment was likely exacerbated by his recent cohabitation with Su Yurou in their modest apartment. Upon entering the parlor, they found the Tangs partaking in a meal. Their visages clouded with displeasure at the sight of the interlopers. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" "Guards!" Lu's mother interjected hastily, "Dear Tang, please, summon no one. We come bearing an urgent plea." "What possible business could you have with us?" Tang's mother retorted, her tone laced with antipathy. Lu's mother glanced furtively about before inquiring, "Pray tell, where might Ning Ning be? Is she perhaps upstairs?" At this moment, Tang Ning descended from the second floor. She was already aware that Mrs. Lu and Lu Chizhou would certainly come. So she had previously informed the security personnel to allow them entry as long as they were willing to pay. Upon seeing Tang Ning, Mrs. Lu's face lit up with joy. "Ning Ning, you've lost weight again after not seeing you for a few days. Come, let Auntie Lu take a look." Mrs. Lu approached with delight, while Tang Ning glanced at her parents. Indeed, her mother, displeased, slammed her chopsticks down on the table and stated, "Mrs. Lu, what exactly do you want with my daughter?" "It's because my son has come to his senses. He wishes to marry Ning Ning and is particularly fond of her." As she spoke, Mrs. Lu pulled Lu Chizhou forward. Although he was reluctant, he found himself momentarily captivated by Tang Ning, who was dressed in casual homeware. Previously, he had no idea she could be so enchanting. "Son, quickly tell her, isn't that right?" Mrs. Lu nudged Lu Chizhou, yet he hesitated to speak. Tang Ning interjected. "Auntie Lu, you're not bringing Lu Chizhou here to press us for debts, are you?" Her straightforwardness seemed to embarrass Mrs. Lu. "Well." Tang Ning smiled and continued, "Auntie Lu, I've heard that Lu Chizhou is already living with his girlfriend. It wouldn't be right to lead him astray, would it?" "What? Living together?" Tang's mother abruptly rose from the table, exclaiming, Lu Chizhou has a girlfriend, and even lives with her, yet he comes to seek my daughter? What does he mean by that? In an instant, her expression darkened. Beside her, Ning's father tugged at Ning's mother, took a deep breath, and stood up, proclaiming, since Mr. Lu already has someone he cares for and a girlfriend, there's no need for him to pursue my daughter any further. It's not as if my daughter is incapable of finding a suitable match. Please depart immediately. Do not compel me to summon assistance. Upon hearing Ning's father's words, Lu's mother's countenance soured somewhat, yet she maintained a forced smile, asserting, that was merely youthful folly on Mr. Lu's part, he was beguiled by a vixen. Mr. Lu has already informed me that he will sever ties with that individual and will never err again. As she spoke, Lu's mother gestured meaningfully to Mr. Lu, who, under the circumstances, could only nod stiffly. Ning interjected, however, I, Ning, have no desire for what others have already possessed. Furthermore, Mr. Lu's academic performance has declined to a C grade. I am soon to study abroad and wish to avoid any entanglements with him. Mother, father. I believe it is best to abandon this matter. Did you hear what my daughter said? Depart at once. With that, Ning's mother promptly summoned the security personnel, who swiftly entered the Ning residence. Lu's mother then urged Mr. Lu forward, exclaiming, Go. Speak quickly. Why are you still hesitating? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu could only step forward, uttering, Ning, I am willing to marry you. Please spare my family. Ning raised an eyebrow. For this was perhaps the most humble statement she had ever heard from Mr. Lu. Should the Lu family fall, Mr. Lu, as the young master, would naturally be ruined as well. Ning advanced, inquiring, but what can be done? I truly do not care for you. Why do you persist in believing that I am coercing you into marriage? Am I, Ning, so undesirable? A wave of humiliation washed over Lu Chizhou. Yet in his current predicament, he dared only seethe in silence. Gazing upon Lu Chizhou's plight, a glint of amusement danced in Tang Ning's eyes. What must I do for you to spare the Lu family? Lu Chizhou implored. Tang Ning approached Lu Chizhou, closing the distance between them. In a voice meant for their ears alone, she uttered, There is nothing you can do. With that, Tang Ning rejoined her parents and instructed the security personnel. Escort them out. Yes, Mississippi. Just as the security guards restrained the two individuals, a thought struck Tang Ning. Oh, right. If you can repay the debt by tomorrow, the house will not be auctioned. However, a sum of 200 million is rather substantial. I doubt you'll be able to manage it, will you? Tang Ning's words struck a nerve with the mother and son. In its current state, the Lu family could scarcely muster 20 million, let alone 200 million. Tang's father, unaware of the court's visit to the Lu residence, was bewildered by Tang Ning's words. Ning, give Chizhou another chance. Chizhou truly loves you. Ning. Lu's mother's plea was cut short as the security guards dragged her away. Tang Ning watched the departing figures in silence. Ning, what 200 million are you talking about? What auction? Tang's mother asked, her face etched with confusion as she looked at Tang Ning. It was nothing of consequence, Tang Ning remarked with a subtle smile. Merely that I instructed Secretary Wang to solicit funds from the Lu family today. Solicit funds? Tang's parents exchanged glances, puzzled. Indeed. The debts the Lu family previously incurred from us, Tang Ning clarified. The loan's due date has elapsed, so I dispatched Attorney Wang to expedite the matter. Coincidentally, they arrived at our doorstep immediately after, evidently with designs on our family's wealth. Parents, it's evident that the Lu family harbors malicious intentions. Henceforth, we must sever all ties with them completely. Tang's father nodded in agreement. Ning is correct. Our family must resolutely prevent the Lu family from entering our home again. Once they repay the debt, we shall have no further dealings with them. It's the final year of high school. I used to think that Lu Chizhou was a promising young man, but now he's actually cohabitating with his little girlfriend? Doesn't he fear it will jeopardize his college entrance examination? Tang's mother shook her head in disapproval. If she had previously favored Lu Chizhou for his handsome appearance and academic excellence, she now held him in utter disfavor. Tang Ning added. Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro have been relegated to Class C. I've reviewed their grades, and it's unlikely they'll gain admission to any prestigious university. Surely, you wouldn't want your daughter to marry someone as degenerate as Lu Chizhou, would you? Certainly not. Tang's mother patted Tang Ning's hand reassuringly. However, you've always had a fondness for Chizhou since childhood. That was in the past. What matters most to your daughter now is to excel in her studies. Upon hearing Tang Ning's sensible and obedient demeanor, both Tang's father and mother nodded in appreciation. Their daughter had not only grown more beautiful but had also gained confidence. The following noon, all the assets under the Lu family were set to be auctioned. Many attendees at the auction were former collaborators of the Lu family. In the past, they had desperately sought cooperation with the Lu family, yet now they reveled in their newfound superiority. Lu's mother watched as the bidders entered the venue, her heart pained, nearly succumbing to faintness. Had it not been for Lu Chizhou's presence beside her, she would have surely faltered. This house appeared rather aged. Its only merit lay in its favorable location and slightly larger size, rendering it otherwise worthless. The Lu family's decline was disheartening. She wondered whether the acquisition would further tarnish their fortune. The bidders laughed amongst themselves, clearly mocking the Lu family's current plight. Had it been in the past, these individuals would have eagerly sought to curry favor with the Lu family, never daring to utter such derisive remarks. Lu's mother and Lu Chizhou clasped each other's hands, seeking mutual support. At that moment, Tang Ning and lawyer Wang slowly made their entrance. As soon as Tang Ning appeared, she became the center of attention. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exuded an elegance that seemed beyond her years. The crowd, upon seeing Tang Ning, began to inquire amongst themselves about her identity. Tang Ning? What brings her here? Lu's mother felt uneasy. After all, Tang Ning had shown them no favor the previous night. Was she here now to revel in their humiliation? At this moment, Lu Chizhou had stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Tang Ning, what brings you here? Everyone here is participating in the auction, and I am certainly here for that purpose as well, Tang Ning replied. Upon hearing that Tang Ning had come to auction something, Lu Chizhou was taken aback. What did you say? Instead of responding to Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning casually found a place to sit. Tang Ning, you brought people to auction my family's property, and you yourself are here to auction as well. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Nothing much, she replied with a faint smile that was clearly intentional. My father mentioned that I am coming of age, so he intends to gift me a villa. I thought it would be convenient to auction this one, as it would effectively cost me nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu nearly fainted. How had she been unaware of this little girl's intentions all along? Soon, it was time for the auction. The crowd exhibited little genuine interest in the Lu family's property. They were merely here to observe. Consequently, Tang Ning had an exceptionally smooth experience during the bidding, even managing to sell several vehicles and pieces of jewelry belonging to the Lu family at a low price on multiple occasions. As the auction for the villa approached, the starting price hovered around 90 million. Due to this initial bid, the other bidders seemed disinclined to participate. Noticing this, Tang Ning boldly declared, 91 million. Upon hearing such a low offer from Tang Ning, Lu Mu's heart sank. 91 million, once. 91 million, twice. 91,500,000. At that juncture, someone incrementally elevated the price, though the offer was less than generous. Undeterred, Tang Ning countered with 91,600,000. Witnessing the incremental bids of a mere 100,000, Madame Lu nearly succumbed to breathlessness. 91,600,000, once. 91,600,000, twice. 91,600,000, thrice. Sold. Upon realizing that her family's residence had been relinquished for a paltry sum exceeding 90 million, Madame Lu collapsed, utterly devastated. Mother! Lu Chizhou's countenance paled with alarm. The auction concluded with a meager 200 million recouped, not a cent more for their coffers. Tang Ning arose, casting a fleeting, mirthless smile upon the prostrate figure of Madame Lu. From this day forward, the entirety of the Lu family's holdings would be hers. Chapter 61, Tang Ning. Return our home to us. Ultimately, the Lu family's property deeds, vehicles, and a substantial portion of their jewelry fell into Tang Ning's possession. Following the auction's conclusion, Madame Lu and Lu Chizhou surged forward, attempting to wrest the property deeds from Tang Ning's grasp, but they were intercepted by security personnel before even nearing her. Tang Ning. Return our home to us. Madame Lu nearly resorted to a display of unbridled hysteria as she was restrained by the guards. Tang Ning, with a detached air, glanced at the property deeds and car keys in her possession, remarking, "Madam Lu, these were acquired with my own hard-earned funds. The Lu family's assets have been auctioned off. These are no longer yours, but mine." Tang Ning's words were akin to daggers piercing Madame Lu's very core. After residing in the Lu family's abode for decades, she was loath to relinquish it, especially to Tang Ning. In her eyes, Tang Ning was deliberately acting this way. "Lawyer Wang, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I hope the transfer process for the property and vehicles can be expedited." Yes, Mississippi lawyer Wang and his team diligently tidied up the Lu family residence. As Tang Ning prepared to leave, she directed the housekeeper to clear away all the belongings from the scene. Meanwhile, Lu's mother watched in anguish as her cherished teacup and vase were taken away, her heart tightening with pain. Observing this, Lu Chizhou rushed to confront Tang Ning. But the security personnel blocked his path. Enraged, he shouted, "Tang Ning! What must you do to return my family's possessions?" "Tang Ning, I have made my position abundantly clear. The Lu family estate is a gift promised to me by my father for my 18th birthday, it is not a means for me to manipulate you. Please do not overthink it." With that, Tang Ning instructed the security, "Expel them from my home, their presence disturbs me." "Yes, Mississippi." The security personnel shoved Lu's mother and Lu Chizhou, urging, "Move along. Our young lady does not wish to see you. Hurry up." Pushed out of the Lu residence, Lu's mother looked back at the grand estate and nearly broke down in tears, lamenting, "I urged you to marry Tang Ning, yet you refused. Now what? Where shall we live? Where can we possibly reside?" Just before getting into her car, Tang Ning overheard Lu's mother's lament. Indeed, with the Lu family estate now lost, where could Lu's mother find refuge? A woman who had spent her life in luxury could hardly be expected to sleep on the streets after such a downfall. In the evening, Suyuru awaited Lu Chizhou's return to prepare her a meal when a knock resonated at the door. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushed to open it, only to find Lu Chizhou supporting his mother, Lu Mu, at the entrance. Instantly, the smile on Suyuru's face froze. "Auntie." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Mu delivered a sharp slap, the impact causing Suyuru to cry out in pain. Lu Mu exclaimed, "It's all because of you, you little vixen. If it weren't for your impersonation of the Su family's heiress, my son would never have parted ways with Tang Ning. You brought our Lu family to this dire state. You deserve nothing less than damnation." Lu Mu seemed eager to hurl every vile word imaginable at Suyuru. With tears streaming down her face, Suyuru looked utterly devastated. Witnessing this, Lu Chizhou stepped forward protectively, addressing his mother, "Mom, this is where Yuru and I reside. She is my girlfriend, and I hope you can coexist peacefully from now on." Taken aback, Suyuru pondered, "What do you mean by coexist peacefully? Is Lu Mu going to stay here?" Lu Chizhou had previously refrained from mentioning the auction of the Lu family estate, wishing to spare Suyuru any concern. However, he now found it necessary to pull her aside and reveal, "Our family was auctioned off this morning." "What?" Suyuru was stunned, never anticipating that the Lu family would face such a fate. Lu Chizhou continued, "This chaos was instigated by Tang Ning, but fear not. I will find a way to reclaim our family's honor." Suyuru's countenance betrayed her displeasure. Realizing that Lu's mother would be residing in their home for an indefinite period, Lu's mother advanced, settling onto the sofa, dabbing at her tears. Noticing the lateness of the hour and the absence of any prepared meal, she cast a reproachful glance at Suyuru, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? It's already this late, and you haven't started cooking. Do you expect Chizhou to prepare the meal for you?" In the presence of her prospective mother-in-law, Suyuru promptly responded, "It's my fault, I'll prepare a meal for you immediately, auntie." Suyuru feigned docility before Lu's mother, but the latter offered her no courtesy. In her view, had it not been for Suyuru's interference, Lu Chizhou would have already been with Tang Ning. Despite her resentment, Suyuru recognized the Lu family's prominence. Even in decline, their resources surpassed most. There remained a possibility of their resurgence. Moreover, she currently enjoyed the benefits of a spacious apartment and luxury vehicles. Abandoning Lu Chizhou would leave her with nothing. The following day, news of the Lu family's bankruptcy permeated the newspapers. Classmates who caught sight of the report displayed disbelief. Just days prior, Lu Chizhou had asserted that his family would never face bankruptcy, yet reality had swiftly contradicted his words. At that moment, other students from Class A entered the classroom. excitedly announcing, "Have you seen the bulletin board in the hallway?" Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro were caught kissing on the school's sports field. It's rumored that they were engaging in intimate acts on the roof at noon. The students vividly recounted the tale, as if they had personally witnessed the events. The bulletin board displayed a report accusing Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou of engaging in a romantic relationship on campus. Soon after, the director of education summoned both Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou to the office. With a sharp sound, the director slammed 2 examination papers onto the desk and inquired, "Do you know what this is? These are your mock exam results for the month." He directed his ire particularly at Lu Chizhou, stating, "Look at yourself. With these grades, not only is admission to a prestigious university out of reach, but graduation itself is in jeopardy. If you truly have no desire to continue, then withdraw immediately." Turning his gaze towards Su Yuro, he coldly remarked, "And you, Su Yuro, as a young woman, do you not understand the importance of self-respect and dignity? After viewing these photos, I felt a deep sense of embarrassment for you." In the face of the examination papers, Su Yuro felt apathetic. Her grades had plummeted. And with the revelation of her impersonation as the daughter of the Su family, the academic failure was merely an additional source of humiliation. Conversely, it was the first time Lu Chizhou had faced such scathing reprimand from a teacher. Once regarded as a prodigious talent, he now felt as if his pride had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt. In the next moment, Lu Chizhou snatched the examination papers back and turned away without a backward glance. The decline in both his and Su Yuru's grades had been anticipated by Tang Ning. With the mock exam results now released, she had deliberately posted those photos on the bulletin board, fully aware it would incite the teacher's anger, potentially leading to their expulsion. Upon reflecting on the tribulations endured in her past life at the hands of Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro, Tang Ning felt a surge of vindication. At noon, Lu Chizhou lingered outside the classroom of Class A, while those who had previously sought his favor now made a concerted effort to avoid him. "Ning. Is Lu Chizhou waiting for you outside?" Zhao Qian remarked. Having spotted him moments ago, he remained outside, seemingly uninterested in entering. It was now common knowledge that Su Yuro was not the genuine daughter of the Su family. Moreover, Tang Ning had not only revealed her identity as the daughter of the Tang family but had also blossomed in beauty and excelled academically, garnering the admiration of many within the school, though she held no regard for any of them. Tang Ning noticed the momentary pause in Lu Yanchen's writing beside her and stated, "Lu Chizhou is likely here to discuss matters concerning the Lu family's property, which is of little consequence to me." Her words seemed directed towards Lu Yanchen. However, Zhao Qian interjected, Ning, I heard that Lu Chizhou is cohabiting with Su Yuro. If he is here to see you, wouldn't Su Yuro go mad?" Su Yuro had previously cherished Lu Chizhou, and any woman who approached him would provoke her jealousy. Yet, Lu Chizhou stood silently at the entrance of Class A, and surprisingly, Su Yuro had not appeared to confront him. "Well, if that's the case, you should think of a way to send him away from me." "Me?" "Yes." Tang Ning nodded, suggesting, "You can simply tell Lu Chizhou that I am quite busy at the moment and hope he refrains from disturbing me." "But weren't you fond of Lu Chizhou before? If he comes to find you, would you be displeased?" Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, Lu Yanqing paused, his pen halting mid-motion. Tang Ning, noticing the shift, promptly interjected, "That was all in the past, please do not bring it up again." "Very well then, I shall convey your message." Zhao Qian approached the doorway. Upon seeing her, Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you require something?" "Tang Ning asked me to tell you that she is quite occupied and hopes you will refrain from disturbing her." At this, Lu Chizhou's face darkened as he retorted, "Who said I was seeking her out?" He cast a glance back into the classroom, uttered those words, and then turned to leave. Zhao Qian stood momentarily stunned. Wasn't he claiming not to be looking for Tang Ning? After being rebuffed, his departure was remarkably swift. Inside the classroom, while Tang Ning diligently worked on her post-class exercises, she caught a glimpse of Lu Yanqing from the corner of her eye and inquired, "Were you displeased just now?" "Not at all," Lu Yanqing replied succinctly. "My fondness for Lu Chizhou is truly a thing of the past. I am aware of your disdain for him, and I share that sentiment. Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that something seems amiss with you lately. Is there a matter weighing on your mind?" "No." Tang Ning, perceiving Lu Yanqing's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket, and upon checking, she saw the caller ID was from the security guard of their residence. She answered the call. Hello? Miss, as anticipated. A madwoman has stealthily entered the courtyard. How should we proceed? Shall we alert the authorities? Hearing this, Tang Ning merely chuckled softly. It was a foregone conclusion that Mother Lu would infiltrate the Lu residence, however, no one anticipated her overwhelming impatience. She had someone detained and sent to the police station, claiming an intruder had been caught in the act of burglary. Yes, miss, Tang Ning replied before hanging up the phone. Beside her, Lu Yanqing inquired. Is it Lu Chizhou's mother? Tang Ning nodded and remarked, perhaps she is reluctant to part with her grand estate, thus attempting to sneak in. Given Mother Lu's penchant for wealth, it was certain that even if Lu Chizhou rented a modest 100-square-meter apartment, she would find it unbearable. Foreseeing her intent to pilfer the property deed, Tang Ning had securely placed it within the Tang family residence. During the lunch break, Lu Chizhou was indeed summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher. The police had already contacted the school, and with a sullen expression, Lu Chizhou left to fetch his mother. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, as the rightful owner of the property, was compelled to accompany him to the police station. Inside the precinct, Mother Lu's dramatic lamentations elicited furrowed brows from the officers present. This has always been our family home. What is wrong with me retrieving a few personal belongings? How can you treat me this way? She cried. Her disgraceful demeanor was a source of embarrassment for Lu Chizhou, who felt compelled to intervene. He approached her, offering support, and gently urged, Mother, let us return home. No, we cannot go home, Tang Ning's words abruptly silenced Mother Lu's weeping. As asserted by Ms. Ning, the erstwhile residence of the Lu family, along with its contents, had been previously transferred to us as collateral against a debt owed to the Tang Corporation. I finalized the acquisition of the property yesterday. For Mrs. Lu to surreptitiously infiltrate our home under the guise of daylight with intentions of theft is an act that cannot be overlooked. In response, Mrs. Lu retorted, how can you speak to me in such a manner? That is rightfully our family's abode. What transgression is there in my entering my own home? I have yet to address your changing of the locks, yet you accuse me of a counterattack. The attending officer, visibly overwhelmed, inquired, under whose name is the property deed registered? It is under my name, unequivocally. Ms. Ning declared, a statement that incensed Mrs. Lu to the point of near apoplexy. Ms. Ning then gestured towards Mr. Wang, her attorney, requesting, Mr. Wang, if you would present the property deed. Having anticipated this moment, Ms. Ning had instructed Mr. Wang to prepare the necessary documentation en route. Mr. Wang produced the property deed, laying it before the officer. Having finalized the transaction the previous day, Mr. Wang ensured that the deed now bore Ms. Ning's name. The officer, after reviewing the document, addressed Mrs. Lu, stating, you are implicated in attempted burglary. Considering the absence of any actual loss, you are required to undergo a period of admonitory education at our precinct. But Mrs. Lu lamented, rendered speechless and embittered. Ms. Ning interjected, on this occasion, I shall refrain from pressing charges. However, should there be a recurrence, I assure you, I will not show leniency. Turning her attention to Mr. Wang, she concluded, Mr. Wang, I entrust this matter to your discretion, as you wish, Ms. Ning, Mr. Wang affirmed. Ms. Wang, the attorney, stepped forward and declared, I am the legal representative of the Tang family. Should the Lu family find the resolution unsatisfactory, they may file a lawsuit in court. Tang Ning, having already exited the police station, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Ms. Wang's words. Given the Lu family's current state, they hardly possess the financial means to initiate legal proceedings over such a trivial matter. Chapter 63, Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro relegated to class. Tang Ning. Outside the police station, Su Yuro, having arrived at some point, strode purposefully towards Tang Ning. She proclaimed, Tang Ning, you have seized the Lu family's residence. Lu's aunt merely sought to retrieve her belongings, yet you had her taken to the police station. Your actions are excessive. Her belongings? Tang Ning retorted, I have acquired all of the Lu family's possessions. Su Yuro, even if you intend to champion your future mother-in-law, you ought to adhere to reason. She trespassed upon my property to pilfer my belongings, and her apprehension was justified. Tang Ning feigned ignorance, stating, or perhaps you are unaware that the Lu family's assets have been auctioned off to me? Su Yuro's countenance faltered. She was indeed aware of the auction, but she was ignorant of the fact that the entirety of the Lu family's estate had been liquidated. If this were the case, the Lu family would now be destitute. Inside the police station, Lu Chizhou emerged and anxiously inquired, "Yu, what brings you here?" "I heard that Lu's aunt was arrested, and I wished to offer assistance." Tang Ning, observing the tender interaction between Lu Chizhou and Su Yu, felt a churning in her stomach. She promptly strode between them, stating, "Excuse me." With an impassive countenance, Tang Ning interjected, disrupting the amorous gazes exchanged between Lu Chizhou and Su Yu. Su Yu retorted with displeasure, "Tang Ning, Chizhou and I are already together. Is it truly necessary for you to devise schemes to separate us?" Upon hearing this, Tang Ning realized that it wasn't just Lu Chizhou who was self-absorbed, but Su Yu as well. Tang Ning responded, "Su Yu, the Lu family is in debt and has mortgaged their entire estate. How can you say that I'm devising schemes to separate you? If you have the ability, then disregard my Tang family's loan." You. Su Yu, unaware of the full situation, was taken aback by Tang Ning's words, her complexion turning unsightly. Especially since Lu Chizhou remained silent, offering no defense, which implied that everything Tang Ning said was true. "I've heard that the two of you are already cohabitating. I wonder how much longer young Master Lu's bank account can sustain." A smile graced Tang Ning's face, instantly unsettling Su Yu. What did Tang Ning mean by those words? Seeing Tang Ning already in the car, Su Yu turned to Lu Chizhou at her side and asked, "Chizhou, the house we're currently living in, will we no longer be able to afford it in the future?" Lu Chizhou found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he had spent almost all of his savings and even sold off quite a few possessions to buy Su Yu a luxury car. Now, there wasn't much money left in his bank account, and the monthly rent for that apartment was a six-figure sum. "Let's find a new place to live. You should return to school first, and I'll come back once I've taken care of things here." "Alright then." Although Su Yu harbored unease, she resolved to return to school, intending to seek clarification from Lu Chizhou upon the completion of his affairs. Meanwhile, at the school, Lu Yanchen anxiously awaited Tang Ning's return to their classroom. The students of Class A craned their necks, their gazes fixed upon Tang Ning as she entered. News of Lu Chizhou's mother's clandestine attempt to pilfer valuables from the villa Tang Ning had acquired had already permeated the school's atmosphere. "Tang Ning, did Lu Chizhou's mother truly infiltrate your home to steal money?" Zhao Qian inquired with curiosity. Tang Ning responded, "The authorities are addressing the matter. Fortunately, nothing was lost. So it is of no grave consequence." Zhao Qian clicked her tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "How unexpected. The bejeweled Madame Lu, who once graced our school, has resorted to theft." Tang Ning merely offered a smile, remaining silent. Lu's mother had always held her reputation and dignity in the highest regard. This incident would likely preclude her from appearing in public again. "By the way, has Wang Ting been absent from school today?" Tang Ning inquired. Days had passed since Tang Ning last saw Wang Ting at school. Since the previous incident, Wang Ting had rarely been present, and at this rate, Wang Ting and her parents would likely be summoned to the school for a discussion. "I'm uncertain, it seems she has fallen ill once more," Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently. Wang Ting was devoid of admirers within the class. Having once ingratiated herself with Su Yu, who had since transferred to Class C, Wang Ting found herself without any willing companions. After careful deliberation, Tang Ning found Lu Yanchen pushing a problem set towards her. "I've worked out the two problems from class for you," he said. "Don't hesitate to ask if anything is unclear." "Thank you, I knew I could count on you." Tang Ning had missed 2 periods, a significant loss in the competitive environment of high school where every second counts and missing practice problems can be detrimental. Lu Yanchen, watching her, remarked, "If you encounter any further difficulties, let me know, and I'll write out the solutions for you. In the future, if you have questions, review your problem sets and practice a few times to ensure you're fully prepared for exams." Tang Ning, glancing at the solutions Lu Yanchen had provided, inquired, "What's been on your mind these past few days? If I have questions, I can just ask you directly, can't I? I'm just afraid that there won't be many opportunities in the future." "How could there not be? We're together every day." Tang Ning pointed to a problem, saying, "I'm having trouble understanding this one. What does it mean? Let me explain it to you." Lu Yanchen meticulously explained the problem, occasionally glancing up at Tang Ning. Seeing her focus solely on her studies, he kept his unspoken words to himself. Now was not the time to burden Tang Ning with his feelings. That afternoon, Lu Chizhou returned to school and noticed that his classmates in Class C were looking at him strangely. The Class C homeroom teacher had also arrived and, with a grave expression, addressed Lu Chizhou at the door. Lu Chizhou, come in here. Lu Chizhou entered and noticed several classmates assisting in tidying his desk. Suyura's return from the ladies' room also revealed that the books on her desk had been packed into her bag. Suyuro, Lu Chizhou. You will be relocating to Class F shortly, the form teacher announced. Both Lu Chizhou and Suyuro were taken aback by the statement. Class F? That was the lowest-ranked class. Transferring to Class F essentially eliminated any prospect of advancement. Teacher. Our performance was merely a temporary setback. We do not wish to go to Class F. Suyuro had heard that Class F was chaotic and had a far worse environment than Class C. In the past, when she was in Class A, she had looked down upon the students in Class F. If she were to go to Class F, her life would undoubtedly be more difficult than it was in Class C. The form teacher did not give Suyuro a favorable look. She said coldly, your grades are no longer suitable for remaining in Class C. From now on, you and Lu Chizhou should fend for yourselves. Chapter 64, Lu Yanchen departs without saying goodbye. Lu Chizhou, let's go. I'll help you take your things over, He Yuan offered. Picking up Lu Chizhou and Suyuro's bags. The students in Class C were eager for Lu Chizhou and Suyuro to leave as soon as possible. Lu Chizhou felt a sense of frustration in his heart. He snatched the two bags away from He Yuan and said, no need to trouble yourself. With that, Lu Chizhou stepped forward, took Suyuro's hand, and walked towards Class F. Suyuro was reluctant to leave. But the other students in Class C were already applauding to see them off. The form teacher merely interrupted the commotion in the class with indifference, showing no intention of keeping them. The results of this month's examination have seen them plummet beyond the 100th rank, rendering them unfit to remain in Class C. Moreover, their romantic entanglements at school have significantly impacted their performance. As Lu Chizhou and Suyuro approached the entrance of Class F, they were met with the dismal state of the classroom. Inside, only a handful of students remained, the majority having skipped class. Each desk was marred by indecipherable graffiti, filthy and cluttered, with torn pages of exercises scattered about. The floor was a chaotic mess, and the blackboard bore the chaotic scrawls of cartoon figures. No teacher would dare step foot into such a place. Chizhou. Suyuro tugged nervously at Lu Chizhou's sleeve. At that moment, the students of Class F were eyeing the two with predatory intent. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Suyuro pulled Lu Chizhou away, exclaiming, Chizhou, is there truly no possibility for us to study abroad? You once promised to take me with you. Suyuro could hardly endure the thought of studying in such a class. Lu Chizhou clenched his fists. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly agreed. However, the present circumstances left him with no such option. Chizhou, please say something. Suyuro urged, her anxiety palpable. Until recently, she had held on to the hope that the Lu family would not fall into ruin and would eventually recover. But now, a sudden fear gripped her. What if the Lu family had no chance of resurgence? Rest assured, I will ensure that you and my mother live well. You need not worry, Lu Chizhou reassured her, yet Suyuro's heart remained restless. In this instance, the news of Lu Chizhou and Suyuro transferring to Class F swiftly spread throughout Class A. When Tang Ning learned of this development, she felt no surprise whatsoever. It must have been quite difficult for Lu Chizhou and Suyuro to accept the fall from Class A to Class F within just a month. Once an individual tumbles from the heights of success, it is all too easy for them to succumb to despair and inertia. As time elapsed, a month flew by, during which Tang Ning's academic performance remained commendably stable, securing the second position in her grade. Meanwhile, Suyuro and Lu Chizhou had seamlessly integrated with their new classmates in Class F, frequently skipping classes. Lu Chizhou even succumbed to the habit of smoking, associating with a group of delinquents outside school who often engaged in acts of robbery. The school had reached a decision to expel both Lu Chizhou and Suyuro. On the other hand, Tang Ning had not heard any news of Lu Chizhou for quite some time. The once renowned Lu Xiao from the nearby high school had faded from conversation. Suddenly, a startling revelation broke: Suyuro was pregnant. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning paused momentarily in her studies. Zhao Qian chimed in, yes, I heard as well. Suyuro is pregnant, which is why she has dropped out. And Lu Chizhou has followed suit. It was hard to believe that at such a young age, she had become an unwed mother. Was her life not effectively over? Let it be, after all, that is love, a few classmates jested while discussing the gossip. Tang Ning had not anticipated Suyurua's pregnancy. Did Lu Chizhou and Suyurua really lack knowledge about safe practices? Yet, considering their age, it was plausible that they were entirely unaware. Calculating the timeline. It seemed that Suyurua must have inadvertently conceived during their first encounter. Breaking news. Lu Yanchan has been expelled. At this moment, Tang Ning was taken aback. When she looked up, she saw the class monitor rushing in, exclaiming, "Lu Yanqing has dropped out." How could this be? Lu Yanqing's academic performance was exceptional. How could he suddenly leave? He was the top student in the grade. Wasn't it said that he could be recommended to study abroad? Tang Ning. Do you know about Lu Yanqing's departure? Zhao Qian leaned closer to Tang Ning. Tang Ning felt a sense of bewilderment. How could Lu Yanqing drop out so suddenly? Just this morning, they had come to school together. How could he vanish in the span of a single class break? Tang Ning immediately stood up, but at that moment, the homeroom teacher walked in from outside the classroom and said, "Everyone, please return to your seats. I have an announcement. Due to family issues, Lu Yanqing will be leaving the school. I hope you all can keep in touch privately in the future." Teacher, why did Lu Yanqing drop out so suddenly? Upon hearing Tang Ning's question, the homeroom teacher appeared somewhat troubled and replied, "Well, I'm not sure either. Lu Yanqing must have informed his family before leaving." Lu Yanqing had been adopted by the Tang family, and for the past month, he had been in the process of withdrawing from school. His departure today was so abrupt that he didn't even have the chance to bid farewell to his classmates. Tang Ning's heart sank. She took out her phone and discreetly dialed Lu Yanqing's number, but the call went to a disconnected line. In an instant, Tang Ning's eyes dimmed. Lu Yanqing. Had he ultimately been taken away by the Gu family? However, why did he leave without uttering a single word? Tang Ning cast a glance at the desk beside her, where Lu Yanqing's belongings remained, yet he had already departed. In the evening, upon returning home, she discovered Lu Yanqing's shoes still in the shoe cabinet. Upon seeing Tang Ning return, her parents habitually urged her to wash her hands. Tang Ning inquired, "Mom, Dad, has Lu Yanqing left?" After a brief silence, her mother replied, "The Gu family came to take him away. He expressed to us that he wished for you not to be informed, fearing it would cause you sorrow." "He thought too much, I wouldn't be upset," Tang Ning retorted before heading straight upstairs. Her mother asked, "Ning Ning, aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not very hungry. So I'll pass," she replied and continued her ascent. Tang Ning's parents exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. Upstairs, Tang Ning gazed at the array of gifts Lu Yanqing had bestowed upon her, including the large teddy bear on her bed. Ultimately, she gathered all the items he had given her and placed them into a cardboard box, sealing it shut. Lu Yanqing had returned to the Gu family, and a bright future awaited him. She and Lu Yanqing would likely have no further intersections. At this moment, her foremost concern was to concentrate on the college entrance examination and pave the way for her own future. Chapter 65, the examination concludes what? Selling the car? Upon hearing this news, Suyuru felt as if struck by lightning. During this period, Lu Chizhou and she had been mingling with delinquents, and their finances had dwindled rapidly. In just 1 month, their bank account had plummeted to less than 5,000 yuan. Next month, we're facing a 5-figure rent payment, on top of utilities. Why? Our funds are dwindling rapidly. Evidently hadn't anticipated our finances depleting so quickly. S countenance soured, and she exclaimed, "Absolutely not. I refuse." From within the room, emerged, declaring, "Given our current financial straits, are we to sell you instead of the car? Your sustenance and expenses are entirely dependent on my son. How dare you object? I am With's child, your grandchild. This car was a gift from, I don't wish to part with it." Upon hearing this, rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, "Expectant mothers should abstain from driving. Your pregnancy necessitates you remain at home, nurturing my grandchild. Has even forfeited his education for you. Selling the car to provide for you is an act of utmost benevolence on my son's part." Turning to, asserted, "I have made the decision, the car must be sold. Furthermore, she has grown weary of residing in this dilapidated dwelling. Should we be compelled to relocate to a smaller abode, she would rather perish." Cast a conflicted glance at. Uttering, "Mom, the car will be sold, but we are also moving from this house." "What? Moving again? Where to?" An ominous premonition suddenly grips heart. Lu Chizhou demurred, stating that the alternative was more diminutive, yet the rent was more economical. He explained that with Euro expecting the acquisition of tonics and the pecuniary demands of prenatal appointments, coupled with the impending childbirth expenses, necessitated fiscal prudence. He had already arranged the relocation for the morrow. Upon hearing of the impending move, Lu's mother's countenance darkened instantaneously. Su Yuro, in a fit of pique, pummeled Lu Chizhou's chest, exclaiming that he had reneged on his prior assurances that they would remain in their current abode. She vehemently refused to move. As the location and palatial residence were the fulfillment of her aspirations, a place she had only inhabited for a mere month. The prospect of returning to a model home was unbearable. Lu's mother, with eyes shut tight, nearly collapsed backward. Within the school, numerous classmates with access to Lu Chizhou and Su Yuro's WeChat accounts gossiped about their current circumstances. It was rumored that Lu Chizhou had sold his automobile and that their current residence was situated in the periphery, where they were enduring hardship. Indeed, after 5 months, Yuro's pregnancy was becoming quite conspicuous. Their social media exchanges were rife with discord, and their shared profile pictures had been replaced. Alas! Some lamented that they had once perceived them as an idyllic couple, but now they realized the importance of focusing on their university entrance examinations. Amidst the chatter of Class A, Zhao Qian, seated in Lu Yanchen's former place, inquired of Tang Ning whether she was not curious about their predicament. She suggested that Tang Ning must be secretly delighted by their misfortune. At present, I find myself disinterested in these matters, with the imminent college entrance examination. Focusing solely on my studies is of utmost importance. Tang Ning's visage bore no superfluous expressions when the class teacher entered and addressed her. Tang Ning, please come here. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning set her pen down and approached the teacher, inquiring, Teacher, is there something you need? The approval for your study abroad application has been granted. With your academic performance, you are exempt from the entrance examination and can be directly recommended. The prospect of studying abroad was a long-cherished dream for Tang Ning. Her heart leapt with joy momentarily, yet the image of Lu Yanchen flashed through her mind. Remembering that he had not sent a single message after returning to the Gu family, a sense of frustration welled up within her. After sharing meals and living together for months, his departure felt indifferent, devoid of even the most basic greetings. Thank you, teacher. I understand, Tang Ning replied. Go ahead. I have faith in you, the teacher encouraged. Tang Ning nodded, aware that there remained much preparation to be done for her overseas studies. She intended to tackle each task diligently. Although she was exempt from the entrance examination, she still yearned to sit in the examination hall and experience the thrill of taking the test. She wished to discover the heights her hard work could attain. Before long, the day of the examination arrived. Inside the examination hall, Tang Ning wrote furiously. As she reached the final mathematics problem, the image of Lu Yanchen resurfaced in her mind. He had once predicted the questions for her, noted in that very booklet. To her astonishment, the problem indeed resembled those he had foretold. Regrettably, Lu Yanqing did not accompany her during the college entrance examination. Tang Ning's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she swiftly began to grasp the problem-solving approach. Upon the conclusion of the exam, a multitude of students surged through the school gates. As Tang Ning stepped outside, she cast a glance at the sky and suddenly realized the vastness of her future. During the post-examination banquet, the students of Class A gathered in a private dining room. Zhao Qian exclaimed, Ning Ning, did you know that Su Yuru has given birth? It had been over 8 months since Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru were expelled last year. Throughout those 8 months, they had been diligently preparing for the exam, while Su Yuru had focused on nurturing her pregnancy. It is indeed a cruel twist of fate. What she endured in her past life is now being borne by Su Yuru. We have extended invitations to Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru, for they were once our classmates in Class A. There will certainly be a spectacle to behold. The students of Class A, being amiable, recognized the appropriateness of inviting Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru. However, their primary intention was to witness the unfolding drama. Tang Ning remained silent at the dining table. At this moment, Zhao Qian stood up, raising her glass high and declaring, let us toast to Ning Ning for her successful direct admission. We may not see her often in the future. Indeed. Let us congratulate our class monitor. A few others had already risen to offer a drink to Tang Ning. Just as she was about to lift her glass, Su Yuru's voice echoed from outside, is this the private room? Yes, please, come in, came the reply. The waiter opened the door, and in walked Lu Chizhou and Suyuru, both evidently dressed with care, their attire even bearing designer labels. Clinging to Lu Chizhou's arm, Suyuru's gesture lacked the intimacy of their school days, appearing more like a charade. With a smile, Suyuru greeted, "Hello, everyone, long time no see. Chizhou and I encountered some traffic on the way, hence our tardiness." Observing Suyuru, Wang Ting's countenance soured. Wang Ting's previous harassment by Suyuru, who had called her a hoodlum, had escalated to the attention of the head teacher, resulting in Suyuru and Lu Chizhou's expulsion. Wang Ting had initially been reluctant to attend today's gathering due to Suyuru's presence, but her curiosity to witness Suyuru's supposed misery had prevailed. Lu Chizhou remained taciturn, his expression impassive throughout, though his gaze held a complex emotion when it fell upon Tang Ning. In the intervening 8 months, Tang Ning had blossomed into a captivating woman. Adorned not in a school uniform but in an off-the-shoulder black gown, exuding an air of aloof elegance and nobility. "Come, everyone, let's take our seats. No need to stand here." Several classmates beckoned Lu Chizhou and Suyuru to join them. Beholding the sumptuous dishes arrayed on the table, Suyuru could scarcely restrain herself from reaching for a morsel. Tang Ning, observing Suyuru's demeanor, surmised that the past 8 months had been unkind to her. Moreover, Lu Chizhou, who had once been so solicitous of Suyuru, had not spared her a single glance since their arrival. It seemed that the couple's newfound poverty had engendered considerable friction. "Yuro, I heard you had a child, is that true?" a classmate inquired, eager to delve into the gossip. Suyuru's face flushed as she said, "Yes, he was just born recently, it's a boy." "Really? Congratulations." The words of praise echoed around, yet to Lu Chizhou's ears, they bore a different meaning. Ever since Suyuru's pregnancy, her demeanor had transformed entirely, and after giving birth, the household had become a cacophony of chaos. She incessantly urged him to seek employment, driving him to the brink of exasperation. To him, this child felt more like a burden than a blessing. As it happened, Tang Ning was set to leave for abroad in a few days. They decided to gather once more to celebrate Suyuru's new arrival and to wish Tang Ning success in her overseas endeavors. One of their classmates raised a glass, prompting others to stand and join in the toast. Upon hearing that Tang Ning was going abroad, Lu Chizhou was momentarily taken aback. And even Suyuru's eyes flickered with discomfort. Studying abroad, this had been her fervent aspiration. "Tang Ning, truly congratulations. We may have had our disagreements in the past, but I hope we can put that behind us and remain friends. I just gave birth, so I can't drink. I'll raise a glass of water instead to wish you success in your studies." Suyuru appeared sincere, yet Tang Ning's expression bore little trace of joy. As Suyuru took a sip of water, Tang Ning resolutely set her own glass down, having no intention of reconciling. Furthermore, the current Suyuru was no longer a person from her world. "Tang Ning, I wish you smooth sailing as well." Lu Chizhou lifted his wineglass and, without waiting for Suyuru to intervene, tilted his head back and drank deeply. The surrounding crowd caught the whiff of gossip in the air, yet Tang Ning remained silent. Seated nearby, Suyuru was already displeased by Lu Chizhou's earlier conversation with Tang Ning. She offered him a dish, but he showed no inclination to partake. "Chizhou, don't you adore beef? This is quite delectable," she insisted, placing food into his bowl. However, Lu Chizhou seemed to reach the pinnacle of impatience. He stood up and declared, "I'm heading to the restroom." With that, he exited the private room, leaving no face for Suyuru. Sensing the gazes of the onlookers, Suyuru managed a forced smile and remarked, "I shall also visit the restroom." Once she departed, the whispers began to circulate among the group. "Have these two had a quarrel?" "It certainly seems so. I observed that Lu seems particularly irritated with her." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Lu Chizhou strode swiftly towards the exit of the restaurant, while Suyuru hurried after him, calling out, "Chizhou, where are you going? Everyone is waiting inside." "I didn't wish to come at all," Lu Chizhou retorted, shaking off her hand with a chill in his voice. "Is it truly worthwhile to rent such clothing just to maintain appearances?" His outfit still bore its tags, as did Suyuru's, though hers were cleverly concealed, merely to uphold a facade in front of their classmates. Presently, they resided in a modest 50-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment, situated in the outskirts, where daily life proved to be a struggle. Lu Chizhou toiled for others, barely earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Yet, Suyuru spontaneously expended 1,000 on renting attire. What necessity compelled her attendance at this reunion? They and the erudite individuals within were no longer denizens of the same sphere. You dare raise your voice at me? Why did you proactively engage Tang Ning in conversation earlier? Does she still hold sway over your affections? Desist from such notions. She is the scion of the Tang lineage, poised to embark on overseas studies. You are now bereft of status. Only I would deign to have you. Should you persist in exchanging amorous glances with her, I shall strangle your progeny and then extinguish my own existence. Su Yuro's words were replete with menace. Over the past 8 months, Lu Chizhou had endured Su Yuro's incessant threats. He had heard such pronouncements ad nauseum. Then proceed to strangle him, if you so desire. Lu Chizhou was loath to acknowledge Su Yuro. He and Su Yuro had conceived a child out of wedlock, and they had not even procured a marriage certificate. This child was, in essence, an unregistered individual. Even were he to part ways with Su Yuro at this juncture, there would be no repercussions. Upon hearing Lu Chizhou utter those words, Su Yuro's countenance instantly soured. Swiftly thereafter, Lu Chizhou divested himself of the expensive suit coat he was wearing and exited the restaurant. Not far off, Tang Ning, leaning against the wall, listened to the altercation between the two in the restaurant lobby, and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even a cherished ideal, once attained, could metamorphose into a mere annoyance. At this moment, Su Yuro, within the hall, wiped away her tears and turned to walk back into the private room. Upon witnessing Su Wai's solitary return, the assembly inquired with curiosity, where is Lu Chizhou? Ah. He departed prematurely due to pressing matters, Su Yu responded with a strained smile, adding, the children at home require her assistance. Before her words could fully dissipate, Su Yu's cellular device emitted a sudden chime. A fleeting shadow of dismay crossed her countenance as she beheld the caller ID, prompting her to promptly terminate the connection. Yet, the device persisted in its auditory summons. A nearby classmate queried, why do you not answer the call? Su Yu offered a forced smile, stammering, I shall. Su Yu acceded to the call, whereupon Lu's mother's voice resounded, where have you absented yourself? Are you cognizant that the child requires sustenance? Return forthwith. The strident timbre of Lu's mother's pronouncement permeated the confines of the private chamber, precipitating an atmosphere of palpable unease as those present exchanged furtive glances. Su Yu, in turn, swiftly severed the connection, her visage betraying profound discomposure. One among them essayed to offer solace, but Su Yu had already risen with alacrity, declaring, my apologies. Pressing matters at home necessitate my departure. Su Yu had initially attended with the intent of flaunting her enviable circumstances before her peers, yet, contrary to her aspirations, she had inadvertently subjected herself to a series of mortifying displays. Tang Ning's entrance coincided with Su Yu's hasty retreat. Within the chamber, a chorus of conjecture arose, centered upon Su Yu's domestic plight. Everyone is cognizant of the fact that Lu Chizhou's mother is a formidable figure within their social circles, notorious for her acrimony and past mistreatment of Lu Yanchen. With such a mother-in-law, the prospect of a felicitous life for Su Wai appears bleak, prompting many to shake their heads in resignation. Tang Ning, reflecting upon her own past tribulations, recognized the parallel between her previous suffering and Su Wai's current plight, deeming it a form of karmic retribution. The following morning, Tang Ning prepared to depart from the Tang residence, en route to an international flight. As she emerged from her home, she noticed Lu Chizhou huddled in a nearby corner. His countenance was gaunt, his eyes filled with profound remorse, suggesting he had spent the entire night wandering alone. Observing his state, Tang Ning furrowed her brow. As she was about to enter her vehicle, Lu Chizhou abruptly approached. Seizing her hand and pleading, Ning, I am filled with regret. My love for Su Wai was not genuine. Can you ever find it in your heart to forgive me? His eyes conveyed a deep, almost intoxicating affection, as if Tang Ning were the true love of his life. The Lu Chizhou who had professed unwavering love for Su Wai 8 months prior had undergone a transformation. Tang Ning disengaged Lu Chizhou's grip on her wrist, while security personnel intervened to restrain him. Some vagrant. Take a look at yourself. Do not dare touch our young mistress. In their eyes, Lu Chizhou was now nothing more than a wretched figure. Tang Ning did not even spare him a glance as she entered her car. Witnessing her resolute departure, Lu Chizhou was overcome with heartache. He lamented his decision not to marry Tang Ning in the first place. Su Yuru's previous image before him was nothing but a facade. Recently, he has been contemplating Tang Ning. If he had married Tang Ning back then, would his life be different now? Uncle Zhang glanced at Tang Ning, who was desperately wiping her arms in the back seat, and could not help but ask, "Miss, do you think young Master Lu is serious this time?" "Serious? What does it matter? Lu Chizhou is utterly unworthy of me, Tang Ning." Tang Ning's expression remained impassive. Uncle Zhang pondered this as well. Now, Tang Ning had gone abroad for her studies, while the Lu family had fallen into disarray. It was said that Lu Chizhou lived in a cramped 50-square-meter room with his wife and mother, barely scraping by on a little over 3,000 a month, a life of hardship. Such a person is simply unworthy of their esteemed miss. Tang Ning glanced at the vast sky outside. In this lifetime, she finally broke free from the past. However, Lu Chizhou, do not think that this is the end. Your tragic existence has merely begun. 5 years later, at the airport in Lincheng. After disembarking from the plane, Tang Ning was escorted by bodyguards towards the airport exit, where the media awaited with flashlights and cameras aimed directly at her. "Miss Tang, could you please comment on the rumors regarding young Master Ching? With your return to the country, are you planning to pursue a career in the domestic entertainment industry? We heard you have resigned from your overseas agency. Is it because you are returning to marry young Master Ching? Please respond, Miss Tang." The cacophony of reporters nearly overwhelmed her senses. Tang Ning hurriedly dove into her car, feeling as though she had just battled the outside world. "Uncle Zhang. Drive." "Yes, miss." Uncle Zhang swiftly brushed aside the journalists trailing behind him. It was only then that Tang Ning removed her sunglasses. Uncle Zhang inquired, "Mr. Tang and his wife have prepared a feast at home, eagerly awaiting your return. Tell my parents I won't be dining with them tonight. I have a gathering with classmates to attend." "I shall make amends with them tomorrow," Tang Ning replied, glancing at her phone to check the messages from her class group. After 5 years, the group had indeed stirred with activity. Perhaps it was due to her return from abroad, having stirred quite a commotion in Lincheng, prompting everyone to want to join in the excitement. "Where shall we head now, miss?" Uncle Zhang asked. To the Lincheng Grand Hotel, she decided. That was where they had held their last reunion 5 years ago. "Very well," Uncle Zhang affirmed, driving towards the Lincheng Grand Hotel. Upon her arrival, Tang Ning instantly became the center of attention among passers-by. Her striking beauty was matched only by her alluring figure and exceptional aura. "Isn't that the Tang Ning we've been hearing about in entertainment news lately? I heard she is returning home ahead of her wedding to her boyfriend abroad. My goodness, she is absolutely stunning." Several bystanders discreetly captured her image with their phones. As Tang Ning stepped out of the car, she spotted Zhao Qian, who stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing her. "Tang Ning? Is that really you?" After 5 years, Tang Ning had blossomed into not just a breathtaking beauty but also possessed an innate charm that captivated all, evoking endless imagination with her every movement. On this particular day, Tang Ning donned a pair of exceptionally short denim shorts, complemented only by a delicate white tank top, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Today, Tang Ning exuded even more charm than she did 5 years ago, her physique having improved remarkably. "It's me," Tang Ning remarked, glancing around before inquiring, "Where are the others?" "They're all waiting for you inside," Zhao Qian exclaimed urgently, tugging at Tang Ning. "You have no idea, nobody has touched their chopsticks until you arrive. Moreover, a significant figure is here today, one you would never expect." "What significant figure?" Zhao Qian pulled Tang Ning towards the door of the private room. As the door swung open, Tang Ning was greeted by the sight of her classmates from Class A, gathered together in celebration. Her gaze quickly fell upon Lu Chizhou. "Tang Ning has arrived. Quickly, take a seat." The classmates warmly urged her to sit down. "Our class monitor has become incredibly beautiful. Who would have thought that our once chubby Tang Ning would transform into this? Indeed. I've heard that Tang Ning has gained some renown in the international entertainment scene. She has returned home to celebrate her engagement, let's all congratulate her." The room erupted in cheers as glasses were raised, but Tang Ning smiled and interjected. "The engagement is a mere fabrication, I am not getting engaged. My return is solely to pursue opportunities domestically." "What? No engagement? Qing Xiao is quite famous abroad as well. I read in the news that you two have met each other's families." Zhao Qian responded, clearly taken aback. Tang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Our families are simply on good terms." Chapter 68, The Reunion. 5 years later, the Tang family has numerous commercial affiliations. Her rapport with Qing Jishu was merely that of university classmates, further cemented by their family's collaborative ventures. Unbeknownst to her, the international media had spun increasingly outlandish tales, which, upon reaching domestic shores, had metamorphosed into rumors of her impending nuptials with Qing Jishu. "It matters not," a male classmate remarked. "With our class monitor possessing such captivating beauty, she need not fear spinsterhood." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian retorted with displeasure, "Your words are ill-considered. Do you presume that women are born solely for the purpose of marriage?" In response, the group jested, "Indeed, indeed. I apologize for my indiscretion. I shall atone with a drink." From the moment Tang Ning entered, she sensed a persistent gaze upon her. Feigning indifference, Tang Ning was acutely aware that the attention emanated from Lu Chizhou. After Lu Chizhou had observed her for a considerable duration, an individual beside him inquired, "By the way, Tang Ning, you and President Lu were childhood sweethearts, practically inseparable. Have you maintained any contact in recent years?" Everyone conveniently disregarded the past unpleasantries, choosing instead to recall Tang Ning and Lu Chizhou's idyllic childhood, which was punctuated by numerous escapades. Lu Chizhou had matured significantly in the intervening 5 years, now exuding an air of composure. Adorned in a tailored suit, his countenance was stern, mirroring Tang Ning's past recollections of him. Over the course of half a decade, Tang Ning had not anticipated Lu Chizhou's capacity to rebound, not only re-establishing the Lu Corporation but also amassing considerable wealth. It would appear that Lu Chizhou, in addition to possessing good fortune, also possesses a modicum of intelligence. With a gentle smile, Tang Ning remarked, "The academic workload over there is quite demanding, hence the lack of communication." Noticing her demeanor, Lu Chizhou discerned that Tang Ning was disinclined to engage in further conversation. The classmate who had been assisting Lu Chizhou earlier, perceiving Tang Ning's lack of interest, refrained from interjecting. A momentary lull descended upon the atmosphere. "Shall we raise a toast, then?" "Indeed. A toast." In an effort to dispel the awkwardness, the group became more animated. Tang Ning, without reservation, rose to join in the toast. "Tang Ning, your bond with President Lu must be exceptional, having grown up together. You two should certainly share a toast." A classmate chimed in from the side, though Tang Ning appeared reluctant. Zhao Qian, aware of the past hurt Lu Chizhou had inflicted upon Tang Ning for the sake of Su Wai, interjected, "By the way, President Lu, where is? I haven't seen her accompany you. You've been married for 5 or 6 years now, haven't you? Why not bring your child for us to see? I even prepared a red envelope for the little one." The mention of Lu Chizhou's child prompted several female classmates to join the conversation. Class A was the preeminent class at Lin City High School, and its alumni generally enjoyed smooth and successful lives, each holding a significant position within their respective circles. For instance, Zhao Qian now held a high-ranking position at a real estate conglomerate. None of those present feared causing offense, not only because of their influential backgrounds but also because of their respectable occupations. Just as Lu Chizhou was about to speak, Su Wai's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. "We've arrived." Su Wai's mellifluous voice resonated through the room as she pushed open the door, a 5-year-old boy holding her hand. The chubby little boy bore a resemblance to Lu Chizhou. Upon seeing him, Tang Ning's eyes dimmed momentarily. In her past life, her Shanner had been equally adorable. Yet, her Shanner could never return. "Chizhou, I was entertaining guests at home earlier, which delayed my arrival," Su Yuru remarked, adorned in an opulent gown, her long, straight hair cascading down to her waist. The pearls she wore were of considerable value, presenting her as a quintessential socialite. "Why are you here?" Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, especially since Su Yuru had brought the child along. "Today is a class reunion, naturally, I had to come," Su Yuru replied, gesturing for a waiter to bring a children's chair, taking her seat before anyone could respond. The guests sensed her haughty demeanor, and a tinge of dissatisfaction brewed within them. Tang Ning had long understood Su Yuru's character, her actions came as no surprise. Now that the Lu family had regained its stature, Su Yuru, as Mrs. Lu, naturally believed herself superior to the others. Little did she realize that, despite the Lu family's resurgence, they were hardly elevated above the assembled guests, each of whom possessed substantial fortunes awaiting inheritance. No one would regard Su Yuru, a woman who ascended through a man, with any esteem. Tang Ning remained silent. But at that moment, Lu Jia pointed at her, inquiring, "Mom, who is she?" "This is your Aunt Tang, say hello to Auntie," Su Yuru said. however. Lu Jia suddenly grew upset, hurling the cup of water in his hand towards Tang Ning. The clatter of shattering glass pierced the silence of the private room. Lu Jia. What do you think you're doing? Lu Chizhou exclaimed, rising to reprimand the boy. Had Zhao Qian not acted swiftly, the beverage would have been splashed across Tang Ning. Suyuro quickly embraced Lu Jia, pleading, Chizhou, he's just a child, don't be harsh with him. Then, turning to Tang Ning, she said, Tang Ning, I apologize. Ajay is young and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him. Tang Ning frowned, clearly displeased. Lu Jia then cried out, I loathe this woman. She stole Daddy away. This woman deserves to die. Lu Jia's words caused a collective gasp. Such sentiments would not originate from a child unless prompted by an adult. Suyuro, however, smirked inwardly, finding no fault in the outburst. For the past 5 years, Lu Chizhou had been haunted by thoughts of Tang Ning, even striving to earn more money in hopes of pursuing her. Her intention in bringing Lu Jia along was to deliver a blow to Tang Ning's composure. Lu Chizhou's face darkened. He struck Lu Jia across the face, demanding, who permitted you to speak like that? Go home this instant. Never having been struck before. Lu Jia burst into tears. Suyuro, astonished that Lu Chizhou would strike the child for Tang Ning's sake, retorted angrily, Lu Chizhou. Is it truly necessary? These were merely childish words. How could you strike him? Indeed, Mr. Lu, it is best to refrain from striking the child, let us discuss this matter privately. At the reunion, voices chimed in to mediate, acknowledging that physical action is inappropriate. However, Zhao Qian interjected, asserting, the child is in need of discipline. What sort of language is that? Suyuro, I must say, you are far too indulgent of your son. What if that beverage had indeed been spilled upon Tang Ning? Jia is young and impetuous, I have already conveyed our apologies on his behalf. Tang Ning, surely you harbor no resentment, do you? Chapter 69, Tang Ning voluntarily offers Lu Chizhou her contact information. All eyes were fixed on Tang Ning, awaiting her response. Suyuro's query was a blatant attempt to impose a moral obligation upon Tang Ning. Should Tang Ning express her displeasure at this juncture, she would inevitably be perceived as petty and resentful. I am rather concerned, this garment is a recent import from abroad, quite costly. And any defilement thereof might cause considerable expense for Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Tang Ning was adorned in a limited edition novelty, exclusively available overseas, rendering its acquisition within the country exceedingly arduous. Suyuro retorted, it is merely a garment, even if soiled, it can be laundered and worn anew. Before Suyuro could complete her utterance, Zhao Qian, who was standing nearby, interjected, laundered and worn anew? Suyuro, do you mistake this for your child's diaper? The cleansing of this garment, if soiled, would prove exceedingly troublesome. But it was not soiled, was it? Tang Ning, after your sojourn abroad for several years, how have you become so overly scrupulous? Suyuro's words, though seemingly innocuous, were nonetheless profoundly disquieting. Lu Chizhou's expression darkened as he tugged at Suyuro's arm, pulling her outside the door, and whispered harshly, go home this instant. Stop causing a scene here. Having been high school classmates 5 years ago, Suyuro's current antics, laced with hidden barbs, left him utterly embarrassed in front of their peers. Suyuro broke free from Lu Chizhou's grasp, her brow furrowed in evident displeasure. I invited you to dinner at home today, yet you adamantly refused, only to come here. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to see Tang Ning, don't you? What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Regretting not getting engaged to Tang Ning back then? Her words pierced Lu Chizhou's heart like daggers. Indeed, he regretted it. Every single day after marrying Suyuro had been a reminder of that regret. Had he been with Tang Ning, the Lu family would not have faced such hardships thereafter, nor would he have to endure the constant scorn and accusations from this madwoman. Suyuro. Daddy. Let's go home. Lu Jia tugged at Lu Chizhou's sleeve, attempting to calm him down, but Lu Chizhou only felt more irritable. For years, Suyuro had been using their child to manipulate him, and he had had enough. He shook off Lu Jia's hand, pointing a finger at Suyuro with an unmistakable tone of threat and disdain. You will go home right now, or you can forget about your position as Mrs. Lu. At his words, Suyuro's face fell. Lu Chizhou then turned and strode back to the private room. On Suyuro's face, a sinister expression emerged as she forcefully pushed open the door to the private room. A smile then graced her features, and she audaciously seated herself beside Lu Chizhou. seemingly unfazed by his threats. I apologize, the child was thoughtless just now. Tang Ning, I toast to you. With that, Suyuru extended her glass toward Tang Ning, who accepted it but refrained from drinking. After Suyuru finished her drink, Tang Ning placed her glass down as well. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. And Zhao Qian whispered, Ning Ning, perhaps we should leave? To which Tang Ning replied with a slight smile, leave? Wouldn't that deprive us of the spectacle? If Suyuru relished flaunting her identity as Mrs. Lu, then let her do so to her heart's content. It wouldn't suffice to merely drink with Mrs. Lu. Mr. Lu, I also offer you a toast. Tang Ning suddenly turned her gaze toward Lu Chizhou, momentarily catching him off guard. The onlookers wore expressions filled with intrigue. For who among them was unaware that Tang Ning had pursued Lu Chizhou during their high school days? Although that chapter had concluded tumultuously, the years had revealed Lu Chizhou's lingering interest in Tang Ning, his gaze having scarcely strayed from her at the dinner table. Observing this, Suyuru's countenance darkened slightly. Lu Chizhou slowly raised his glass before her and remarked, Mrs. Lu, you wouldn't feel jealous, would you? We are all classmates, a toast can surely mend past grievances. With Tang Ning's clever retort, the smile on Suyuru's face faltered. Tang Ning, I toast to you. Lu Chizhou stood and downed the contents of his glass. Everyone could discern the profound affection in Lu Chizhou's words, which was tantamount to dragging Suyuru's dignity as Mrs. Lu through the mud. As Lu Chizhou was about to retake his seat, Tang Ning interjected, I've always been curious about the genesis of Mr. Lu's success. Perhaps we could exchange contact information. The Tang family would be keen to collaborate with you on future projects. Upon hearing Tang Ning's proposition to connect, Lu Chizhou promptly retrieved his phone, saying, Indeed. I'll add you. Lu. Suyuru attempted to speak, but constrained by her pride, she remained silent, helplessly watching Tang Ning add Lu Chizhou on WeChat. Suyuru bit her lip as Tang Ning remarked, Oh, Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu are such an affectionate couple, even his background features Mrs. Lu and their child. It seems their life together is blissfully happy. Despite her words, Tang Ning was acutely aware that Lu Chizhou was not one to showcase his wife and children on social media, especially given the acrimonious state of their relationship. It was likely that Suyuru had coerced him into changing it, solely to broadcast to others that Lu Chizhou was a married man with a family. Predictably, the mention of this did not elicit joy from Lu Chizhou. Instead, he quickly pocketed his phone, evidently reluctant to dwell on the matter. Mr. Lu. It has been quite some time since you last visited the Tang residence, has it not? Would you care to join me for a visit this evening? Another wave of solicitations came from Tang Ning, and this time, Suyuru could no longer tolerate it, promptly stating, That won't be necessary. Chizhou and I have other engagements this evening. Is that so? That is indeed a pity. Tang Ning feigned regret as he shook his head. Zhao Qian, standing beside him, reveled in Suyuru's discomfiture, thinking, Suyuru deserves it. After the dinner, everyone had imbibed some wine. Lu Chizhou's gaze toward Tang Ning grew increasingly fervent, especially after Tang Ning had proposed that he visit the Tang family. Lu Chizhou's heart was filled with a profound desire to go. However, Suyuru was present. Suyuru also noticed the way Lu Chizhou was looking at Tang Ning, and her face darkened. When she saw Lu Jia eating beside her, a ruthless thought crossed her mind, and she immediately reached out and pinched Lu Jia's thigh. Instantly, Lu Jia cried out in pain. Upon seeing this, Suyuru quickly said, Xiao Bao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Everyone turned to look at Lu Jia, who was crying intensely, his small face flushed red. Lu Chizhou was already in a vexed mood, and when he saw Lu Jia crying, he knew it was another one of Suyuru's tricks. Why is the child crying so intensely? Should we take him to the hospital to have him examined? Suyuru looked at everyone apologetically and said, Our Xiao Bao is just like this, I apologize for causing everyone concern. He'll be fine after resting at home for a while. With that, Suyuru glanced at Lu Chizhou beside her and suggested, Chizhou, perhaps we should depart for now and invite everyone to our abode another day? Seeing this, Lu Chizhou, naturally, couldn't undermine Suyuru's wishes in front of everyone. He feigned ignorance and nodded, saying, Let's go. I'll summon a car. Suyuru was visibly pleased that Lu Chizhou agreed to leave. Zhao Qian immediately discerned Suyuru's petty scheme but was astonished that a mother could be so callous towards her own child. Ning Ning. Shall we also take our leave? Zhao Qian's interest in staying abruptly vanished. Tang Ning nodded in agreement. The gathering dispersed in disarray, devoid of any joy of reunion. Suyuro had thoroughly disrupted the class reunion. Inside the Lu residence, Suyuro, upon alighting from the car, declared with a grimace, "Delete Tang Ning. Delete her now." Confronted with such an unreasonable demand, Lu Chizhou's patience reached its limit. "Have you not caused enough commotion? Have I not caused enough commotion?" Suyuro retorted. "Lu Chizhou. Tang Ning's intentions in adding you are far from innocent. She is well aware of your marital status. Yet she brazenly attempts to seduce you in my presence. Do not forget, you have a wife. You have a child. Delete her this instant." Suyuro lunged forward to seize Lu Chizhou's phone. This time, fueled by alcohol, Lu Chizhou forcefully pushed Suyuro away, exclaiming, "Get away from me." Seeing Suyuro collapse onto the living room sofa, Lu Jia rushed forward to embrace her, crying out, "Mommy. Daddy mustn't hit mommy." Gazing upon Lu Jia, Lu Chizhou felt his son had been corrupted by Suyuro. He abruptly pulled up Lu Jia's trouser leg, revealing a thigh mottled with bruises inflicted by Suyuro. "Suyuro, don't think I'm oblivious to your machinations. Lu Jia is your own flesh and blood. You can be so ruthless with him, I was clearly mistaken about you. Chizhou. I'm doing this for the sake of our relationship. Tang Ning is still pining for you, seeking to undermine what we have. Have you forgotten? I've been by your side these past years. It was me, not Tang Ning." Suyuro had shared a cramped apartment with Lu Chizhou, weathering his most challenging years. Now that he was the CEO of the Lu Group, she was determined to prevent anyone from stealing her position. Lu Chizhou retorted icily, "Silence. If it weren't for you, Tang Ning and I would never have parted ways. I've already done more than enough for you. The position of Mrs. Lu is the greatest favor I can bestow upon you. Don't presume anything further." Hearing Lu Chizhou's callous words, Suyuro's face paled instantly. At that moment, Lu's mother descended the stairs, her expression one of exasperation. "What's all this commotion again? Every night since you married, it's been nothing but arguing. Can't I have a moment's peace? Mother. It's all Lu Chizhou's fault. Do you know that he was flirting with Tang Ning at the dinner table today? And they even exchanged contact information. I am Mrs. Lu, doesn't he care about my reputation at all?" In a frenzy, Suyuro clamored, resembling a woman unhinged. Hearing this, Mother Lu scoffed, remarking, "It was you who doggedly pursued my son. Had it not been for you, he would have been with Tang Ning long ago. And our Lu family would not have endured so many years of hardship. You deserve all of this. Mother. How can you say such things? Do not forget. Lu Chizhou and I are married. Lu Jia is your grandson. I have sacrificed so much for this family. I will not allow anyone to threaten my position." Suyuro's cries gave Mother Lu a headache, and she massaged her temples, saying, "What is it for a man to have one or two women outside? Besides, our Chizhou is so outstanding, it is only natural for Tang Ning to reconsider. You should examine yourself and see if you are worthy of my son. You. Both of you." Suyuro looked at Mother Lu and then at Lu Chizhou, who had no intention of defending her, her face becoming extremely unsightly. "In any case, do not think of letting Tang Ning enter this household. I will never allow it." Suyuro turned and took Lu Jia upstairs. Lu Chizhou grew increasingly irritable. How could he have married such a mentally unstable woman? "Chizhou. Tell your mother, is there any possibility between you and Tang Ning?" Mother Lu had long been fed up with Suyuro. Now that the Lu family had returned to its peak, this circle was very sensitive to those scandalous news. And she did not want others to say that their Lu family had a commoner who dropped out of high school as a wife. Only someone of Tang Ning's stature deserves to be paired with her son. I am at a loss. In any case, I have had my fill of Suyuro. For over 5 years, Suyuro has relentlessly sought to control him, and whenever he interacts with any woman, she is consumed by suspicion. A stark contrast to the Suyuro from their high school days. Perhaps, from the very beginning, his association with Suyuro was a grave misstep. Do not fret. If you have truly grown weary of Suyuro, my dear, I shall support you. I will find a way to facilitate your divorce. Have you not re-established contact with Tang Ning? You must exert yourself to bring Tang Ning into your home. Only the daughter of the Tang family is worthy of our Lu family." The joy was evident on Lu's mother's face, and even Lu Chizhou entertained fantasies. If he could marry Tang Ning, he would willingly forsake everything he currently possesses. Meanwhile, Tang Ning returned to the Tang residence, massaging his sore shoulders. Little did he know that upon stepping through the door, he was greeted by a cacophony of celebratory fireworks. Surprise! Tang Ning was taken aback. Only to see Qing Jishu igniting the fireworks, his handsome face, capable of captivating countless young women, now adorned with a carefree smile. Well? Are you surprised? Did it catch you off guard? Qing Jishu possessed striking almond-shaped eyes, his beauty rivaling that of women, making him a sought-after figure among international students. Their friendship blossomed abroad from a chance encounter, quickly evolving into an unbreakable bond. Tang Ning rubbed his temples and said, "What brings you to my home?" "Uncle and auntie invited me over as a guest, so here I am," replied Qing Jishu. "Are you really flying all the way from North America just because I invited you over?" Qing Jishu exclaimed dramatically, "I suffer from heartache in your absence. I cannot endure a single day without you." Chapter 71, Lu Chizhou arranges a meeting with Tang Ning. "Jishu, what are you both doing standing at the door? Hurry and come inside." Tang's mother had prepared a sumptuous dinner, which Qing Jishu had already nearly devoured. By the time Tang Ning returned, the servants had begun to clear the table. Compared to 5 years ago, Tang's mother showed little change. Save for a few strands of white hair that had begun to appear, while Tang's father had acquired some wrinkles and even a burgeoning beer belly. Having not visited home in years, Tang Ning felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing her parents aging. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. Now that you're back, go upstairs and take a nice bath to rest. You must be exhausted after such a long flight," Tang's mother said. Her pregnancy evident as she smiled at her rounded belly. In her previous life, her mother had not conceived a second time. Now, free from the troubles of the Lu family, she was to have a younger sibling. This thought brought a sense of joy to Tang Ning's heart. "Jishu, your Uncle Tang mentioned he wanted to play chess with you. Quickly, wash your hands and head upstairs to join him. I refuse to play chess with Uncle Tang. His skills are far too formidable, always leaving me utterly defeated. Please, let me off the hook today, since Ning has returned." The demeanor of Qing Jishu, seeking his grandfather's assistance, betrayed none of the nonchalance he exhibited at school. Observing Qing Jishu's expression, Father Tang spoke gravely, "No, today Ning is back. You must accompany me for a game of chess." Qing Jishu cast a pleading glance at Tang Ning, who promptly crossed her arms and declared, "Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm off to take a shower." Watching Tang Ning dash up the stairs, Qing Jishu muttered under his breath, "Heartless." Upstairs, Qing Jishu, holding a white chess piece, was at a loss as to where to place it when Father Tang suddenly inquired, "Jishu, what do you think of my daughter Ning?" "Tang Ning? Quite fine." Qing Jishu's mind was preoccupied with the game, and he replied, "Tang Ning is intelligent and capable. A decent mahjong player, her only flaw is her sharp intellect. Have you considered pursuing a romantic relationship with our Ning?" At this, Qing Jishu's chess piece slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. A relationship with Tang Ning? His lips trembled as he stammered, "Uncle Tang. Is there something wrong with Tang Ning? Is it possible she cannot find a suitor? Please, tell me the truth, I can accept it. I will certainly encourage Tang Ning to seek treatment and embrace life with optimism." "What nonsense." Father Tang waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. "Go on. Don't cause a commotion here. It's getting late, you should return home and rest." Upon hearing this, Qing Jishu swiftly darted out of Tang Fu's room as if granted a special reprieve. On the second floor, Tang Ning emerged from her chamber clad in a nightgown, only to collide unexpectedly with the frantic Qing Jishu. Seizing her wrist, Qing Jishu exclaimed, "This is serious." Tang Ning, glancing at her wrist held captive, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it?" "Your father intends to betroth you to me." Tang Ning regarded Qing Jishu as though he were a simpleton. Qing Jishu, with a concerned expression, continued, "I must be exceedingly remarkable. Although we have maintained a friendship over the years, it may lead to misunderstandings. I believe we should keep our distance, or what shall we do if your father truly arranges our marriage?" "Qing Jishu, has your mind been caught in a door?" Tang Ning, utterly perplexed, shrugged off Qing Jishu's grip. Just as she prepared to retreat to her room, giving him the cold shoulder, Qing Jishu suddenly interjected. "Gu Yanqing has returned to Linqing. Aren't you going to see him?" Upon hearing the name Gu Yanqing, a wave of disorientation washed over Tang Ning. 5 years ago, he was not known as Gu Yanqing. I do not wish to see him, she replied coldly, turning back to her bed. Gazing at the large teddy bear resting on her bed, Tang Ning fell silent. 5 years had passed, she wondered how Gu Yanqing had changed. Had he fared well in the Gu family? At that moment, her phone suddenly buzzed. Picking it up from the bedside, she glanced at the screen and saw a message from Lu Chizhou. It was now 11 o'clock at night when Lu Chizhou sent a simple message, "Are you there?" Tang Ning opened Lu Chizhou's profile picture and noticed that the background had been changed, replacing the photographs of Su Yuru and her child. A cold smile escaped Tang Ning's lips. Lu Chizhou, oh Lu Chizhou. In the past life, you insisted on marrying Su Yuru. Even going so far as to sacrifice your own children to confine her in a mental institution. Now, having fulfilled your wish by marrying the woman you desired at the most suitable age, how can you still harbor regrets? Tang Ning chose not to reply, yet Lu Chizhou, undeterred, sent another message with an address. The location was the Nightshade Bar in the city center. Lu Chizhou continued, "I'm at table 38. Would you care to join me for a drink?" At this hour and at such a venue, the invitation to share a drink with a lady was unmistakably clear. Tang Ning was taken aback by Lu Chizhou's blatant approach. She closed her phone and promptly searched for the contact number of the Nightshade Bar. After dialing a string of numbers, the call was quickly answered. "Hello, Nightshade Bar." "Hello, could you please check if there are any guests at table 38? The owner glanced towards table 38 and replied, "There is a gentleman there." "Is he your friend?" "Yes, I'm unable to go over. So I would like to ask if he has had too much to drink." "It seems he has had a bit too much." "In that case, I'll provide you with a phone number, please have someone else take him home." Tang Ning relayed Su Yuru's phone number to the owner before hanging up. She recalled how, in her past life, Lu Chizhou often sought solace in alcohol, repeatedly calling Su Yuru in attempts to win her back. During their marriage, she and Lu Chizhou lost count of the times they had clandestine meetings. "Lu Chizhou, if you are so fond of Su Yurua, you ought to be together for eternity." Meanwhile, Su Yurua had received a call from the bar owner, and in a fit of rage, she hurled her phone away. Witnessing Su Yurua's intention to leave at such a late hour, Lu's mother questioned her with discontent, "What are you planning to do at this hour?" Su Yurua retorted with a cold smile, "What else could I possibly do? I am here to retrieve your beloved son from the bar." Unfazed, Lu's mother replied, "Chizhou is merely attending a social gathering at the bar. Don't you think you lack the demeanor of a devoted wife?" Chapter 72, Su Yurua searches for Lu Chizhou at the bar. A social gathering? What kind of gathering occurs at such an hour? The owner explicitly stated that it was a woman who instructed him to call me. I must see who has the audacity to seduce Chizhou, a married man. With that, Su Yurua seized her car keys and promptly exited the house. Observing Su Yurua's tempestuous demeanor, Lu's mother felt even more discontent. What kind of woman had Lu Chizhou brought home? Regret was no longer an option. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the bar, Su Yurua found Lu Chizhou inebriated and sprawled across table 38. Anger surged within her, and as she approached him with quick strides, Lu Chizhou suddenly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, you finally came. I knew you would come to see me." Ning Ning. Lu Chizhou's words caused Su Yuru's expression to change dramatically in an instant. She forcefully shook off Lu Chizhou and hurled the wine bottle on the table directly to the ground. "Lu Chizhou, you better see clearly. Understand who I truly am." Su Yuru's voice jolted Lu Chizhou back to his senses. The surrounding guests were all watching Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru. Fueled by drunken rage, Lu Chizhou rose angrily, pointing at Su Yuru, and shouted, "Who allowed you to come here? Get out. Leave." Su Yuru was taken aback by Lu Chizhou's ferocity. Ignoring her pride, she demanded, "Where is Tang Ning? Where have you hidden her? Hand her over. I want to ask her why she is seducing you." Su Yuru continued to search for Tang Ning, oblivious to the darkening expression on Lu Chizhou's face. "If it weren't for you, I would have married Tang Ning long ago. It's all because of you." In a fit of anger, Lu Chizhou shoved Su Yuru, causing her to fall to the ground. The surrounding guests quickly distanced themselves. Su Yuru immediately got back up, fuming. "Lu Chizhou, if it weren't for me being by your side all these years, would you have your current status? I am your wife. If you want to find Tang Ning, go ahead. She is now a big star, and what are you? Can you even compare to a finger of Qingji Shu? Qing Zhishu, the scion of the Qing family, had been studying abroad in recent years and was thriving, having already taken control of a significant part of the Qing family at such a young age. And what about Lu Chizhou? He was merely riding on a stroke of luck. It was only by relinquishing his pride and imploring the erstwhile collaborators of the Lu family that Lu Chizhou managed to secure opportunities. Were it not for the Lu family's prior connections, could Lu Chizhou have revitalized the Lu family? A mere fantasy. Silence. Lu Chizhou's fury was ignited by Su Yuro's words. He feigned to strike her, but when his hand was upon her face, he found himself unable to follow through. To strike a woman was not the act of a gentleman. Moreover, he had never laid a hand on Su Yuro in all these years. Su Yuro coldly stated, "I shall not permit Tang Ning to seize all that is mine." Never. If you desire to see Tang Ning, very well. Then have Tang Ning bring you home. I shall observe whether she comes in search of you. Having spoken thus, Su Yuro seized her car keys and departed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou slumped despondently onto the sofa. He could not comprehend why Tang Ning did not come to see him. It was clear that Tang Ning had been so fond of him. The following morning, during her morning run, Tang Ning espied Lu Chizhou sitting outside the Tang residence in a state of dejection. Lu Chizhou seized Tang Ning's ankle and implored, "Why? Why did you not come to see me?" Lu Chizhou reeked of alcohol, causing Tang Ning to frown in displeasure. The odor was exceedingly repulsive. Yet Tang Ning stifled her disgust and responded, "I believe I contacted your employer last night to have Su Yuro escort you home, did I not?" Lu Chizhou's eyes were filled with affection as he grasped Tang Ning's arm, beseeching, "Ning, I acknowledge my transgressions. Can you forgive me?" Observing the ostensibly affectionate gaze in Lu Chizhou's eyes, Tang Ning offered a wry smile. It occurred to her that Lu Chizhou had likely employed similar rhetoric in his attempts to salvage his relationship with Su Yuro. Tang Ning remarked, "Lu Chizhou, I implore you to awaken from your reverie. You possess a wife and offspring, a liaison between us is untenable." With that, Tang Ning endeavored to depart, but Lu Chizhou, in his haste, intercepted her path, exclaiming, "If only you would return to my side, none of that would present an obstacle." Upon hearing Lu Chizhou's preposterous pronouncements, Tang Ning was abruptly reminded of her past self, forsaken and abandoned, along with her children. Tang Ning inquired, "Lu Chizhou, are you implying that, for my sake, you would willingly divorce Su Yuro and even disown your own son? Provided you consent to return to my embrace, entrust the resolution of these matters to me." Lu Chizhou's eyes conveyed unwavering resolve. Over the past 5 years, he had been consumed by remorse, lamenting his failure to choose Tang Ning initially. He and Tang Ning had been childhood sweethearts, and he harbored no animosity towards her. Moreover, he comprehended the fragility and sensitivity of her inner self. However, in his youthful impetuosity, he was often swayed by a rebellious spirit. The more Lu's mother sought to have him marry Tang Ning, the more he felt that Tang Ning was unworthy of him. Yet, with the passage of 5 years, he had come to realize that the individual he genuinely cherished was never Su Yuro. Su Yuro was merely a tool that allowed him to evade his mother's control. "Lu Chizhou, Su Yuro and Lu Jia are your wife and child, and I hope you can live together well. Otherwise, I would not have asked the boss to call Su Yuro yesterday." Assuming a semblance of regret, Ning Tang delicately patted the back of Zhou Luqi's hand, seemingly without intention. As anticipated, Zhou Luqi promptly clasped Ning Tang's hand, embracing her with fervor, exclaiming, "Ning, I am cognizant that your actions are motivated by my best interests. And I am aware that you still harbor affection for me. I desire no one else, my sole longing is to be with you." Zhou Luqi inhaled deeply, savoring Ning Tang's exquisite fragrance. With a furrowed brow, Ning Tang was poised to forcefully push Zhou Luqi away when Ji Suqing unexpectedly materialized. Ji Suqing forcefully separated Zhou Luqi, subsequently delivering a blow to the left side of Zhou Luqi's face, uttering coldly, "In broad daylight, CEO Lu, please exercise discretion." Ji Suqing protectively shielded Ning Tang behind him. Despite his outwardly carefree demeanor, Ji Suqing possessed formidable combat skills. During his time abroad, he had frequently assisted Ning Tang in resolving undesirable romantic entanglements, executing this procedure with practiced ease. "Ji Suqing?" Zhou Luqi's gaze narrowed menacingly. Witnessing Ning Tang and Ji Suqing standing together, he experienced a profound sense of consternation. During yesterday's dinner, Ning Tang vehemently asserted that there was no connection between her and Ji Suqing, yet now Ji Suqing was residing in Ning Tang's residence. Chapter 73, Lu Chizhou and I, whom do you choose? Zhou Luqi cast a glance at Ning Tang, then at Jisoo Qing, inquiring. You two have been together for quite some time, haven't you? I failed to perceive the relevance of this to CEO Lu, Jisoo Qing retorted. As he spoke, Jisoo Qing brazenly embraced Ning Tang's shoulders in Zhou Luqi's presence. Ning Tang, glancing downward at Jisoo Qing's arm draped over her, subtly shifted, prompting Jisoo Qing to retract his hand. In essence, my rapport with Ning Ning undoubtedly surpasses that of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. It would behoove you to exercise discretion while within the Tang household, lest you find yourself unceremoniously ejected. Ning Ning and I have known each other since childhood. Surely your acquaintance with Tang Ning spans a mere 5 years? On what grounds do you assert a superior connection to Ning Ning? My opinion, of course, holds no sway. It is Ning Ning's sentiment that truly matters. Qing Jisoo turned towards Tang Ning and posed, Tang Ning, tell us, whom do you favor, me or Lu Chizhou? Qing Jisoo's query was incisive. Tang Ning promptly entwined her arm with Qing Jisoo's, declaring, naturally, I choose Qing Jisoo. After all, our esteemed Mr. Lu is already married, is he not? Tang Ning deliberately uttered these words to provoke Lu Chizhou, who, as expected, betrayed a fleeting pang of anguish. Were we not to embark on our morning run together? Let us proceed. Tang Ning's gaze was filled with mirth as she regarded Qing Jisoo, who graciously obliged by escorting her on their run. As they departed, he did not neglect to address Lu Chizhou, Mr. Lu, Ning Ning and I shall take our leave. We must endeavor to remain in contact. Tang Ning tugged at Qing Jisoo, urging him to hasten their departure. Qing Jisoo ceased his conversation with Lu Chizhou. And once they had rounded the corner, Tang Ning released Qing Jisoo, remarking, did you not profess a disinclination towards running? Why the sudden enthusiasm? I perceived you were being harassed by Lu Chizhou, and thus I selflessly descended to assist you. How do you repay such benevolence? Then I extend my sincerest gratitude. Dear young Master Qing. She had initially intended to offer Lu Chizhou a modicum of encouragement to gauge the extent of his willingness to sacrifice for her. However, Qing Jisoo's unexpected appearance disrupted her scheme, though it inadvertently instilled a sense of urgency in Lu Chizhou, a felicitous outcome in its own right. Qing Jisoo remarked. By the way, your birthday is in a couple of days. Uncle and Aunt Tang are hosting a birthday banquet for you at a 5-star hotel. You should consider yourself fortunate. How is it that I'm unaware of this? She inquired. You retired early last night. And your aunt and uncle didn't have the chance to inform you. You haven't returned to the country in 5 years. So this is an opportune moment to introduce you to the affluent young men and women of our Lin City. You'll inevitably interact with them in the future. Tang Ning harbored little enthusiasm for social engagements, but recognizing the inevitability of future interactions with these individuals, she nodded and acquiesced, very well, I understand. Observing Tang Ning's lack of excitement, Qing Jisoo playfully tugged at her lips and entreated, cheer up a bit. You're the guest of honor the day after tomorrow. The guest of honor mustn't wear such a solemn expression. Tang Ning feigned a smile and responded, thank you, young Master Qing. Our Ning Ning is a celebrated star. She must be impeccably dressed on her birthday and meticulously mindful of her words and actions. Qing Jisoo continued to prattle on incessantly. Tang Ning covered her ears and interjected, all right, I understand. I still have my morning run to attend to, I must cut this short. As Tang Ning spoke, she dashed off, leaving Qing Jisoo to call out from behind, Tang Ning. You must adorn yourself exquisitely the day after tomorrow. You mustn't replicate your habit of attending class in your pajamas as you did in school. At this moment, Tang Ning had donned her headphones. Naturally, on her birthday, she would adorn herself beautifully, for such a rare occasion as her birthday banquet deserved it, especially since she intended to invite numerous old friends, including Lu Chizhou and Suyuru. Tang Ning had not forgotten the humiliation that Lu Chizhou had inflicted upon her in her past life. She vividly recalled an incident during Suyuru's birthday celebration, when Lu Chizhou had attended in splendid attire and danced hand in hand with Suyuru. Everyone knew that they had not returned to the hotel that night. Meanwhile, she, as his wife, had foolishly awaited his return at home. She resolved that Lu Chizhou and Suyuru must endure the same torment, to truly comprehend the anguish of betrayal and mockery inflicted by a spouse. Early in the morning, Lu Chizhou returned to the Lu residence, where Suyuru had spent the night in the living room without rest. Upon seeing Lu Chizhou, she immediately accused him, demanding to know where he had been after drinking excessively the previous night. Suyuru's accusatory tone irked Lu Chizhou. causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure as he retorted, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Lu Chizhou. Do not forget that I am your wife. It is one thing for you not to return home late at night, but to be gallivanting outside. Who knows if you have found another woman?" In response to Suyuru's hoarse accusations, Lu Chizhou impatiently tore off his necktie and replied, "Suyuru, must you interrogate me every single day? If I truly had another woman, would you still be able to sit comfortably in the position of Mrs. Lu?" Upon hearing this, Suyuru could not help but let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Have you forgotten whose name you cried out while holding my hand last night? You actually shouted for Tang Ning. Lu Chizhou, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You are yearning for Tang Ning, aren't you? But Tang Ning may not even have eyes for you. It is no longer 5 years ago. Tang Ning is certainly not the chubby girl she once was. Now, she is not only a major celebrity but also quite close to the young master of the Qing family." Rising from her seat, Suyuru forcefully poked Lu Chizhou in the chest and declared, "You, Lu Chizhou, can have only me, Suyuru, as your wife. Are you finished?" Irritated, Lu Chizhou pushed Suyuru away. Her face was marred with resentment as she exclaimed, "Lu Chizhou, if you dare seek out Tang Ning, I will leave with Lu Jia at once. I will ensure that you, Lu Chizhou, have no son." "Very well, then be quick to leave," Lu Chizhou replied impatiently, casting a disdainful glance at Suyuru. "You always resort to using the child as a bargaining chip, Suyuru, you truly disgust me." With that, Lu Chizhou turned and ascended the stairs, not sparing her a single glance. Suyuru had never experienced such treatment from Lu Chizhou before. Even prior to Tang Ning's return, their disputes had merely revolved around mundane matters of daily life. Yet today, Lu Chizhou seemed to permit her to leave with their son without a care. Tang Ning, it was all because of this Tang Ning. Suyuru clenched her fists. She would never allow anyone to usurp her position as Mrs. Lu. Never. Chapter 74, Lu Chizhou ousted Suyurus from the company at midday. Tang Ning received a friend request from Suyuru. Previously, during high school, Tang Ning and Suyuru had a falling out, resulting in a severance of contact. Now, Suyuru's proactive initiation of contact suggests she was spurred by yesterday's events. Tang Ning accepted the friend request and, in turn, granted access to her moments. Meanwhile, Suyuru, noticing Tang Ning's silence after accepting the request, curiously explored Tang Ning's moments. She discovered a plethora of posts from the past 5 years, predominantly showcasing accolades earned abroad. Moreover, there were pictures of Tang Ning in swimwear, flaunting a sultry figure. The thought that Lu Chizhou, being friends with Tang Ning, must have seen these photos ignited a surge of ire within Suyuru. That Tang Ning is clearly posting these photos to seduce Lu Chizhou. She fumed inwardly, suppressing her anger. Suyuru messaged Tang Ning, "Ning, would you be available for coffee later? I'd like to treat you. I know a CAF with an exceptional afternoon tea. We could chat." Tang Ning, reclining on a sofa chair in her room, observed the message without replying. Suyuru persisted, I know a shop has a very good afternoon tea. We can chat together." Suyuru continued, "No worries, we can schedule it for when you're free." Tang Ning, raising an eyebrow, responded, "Apologies, I'm occupied." Receiving Tang Ning's rejection, Suyuru frowned in displeasure, quickly replying, "It's all right, we can arrange it for another time when you're available." Suyuru had been eagerly awaiting a reply from Tang Ning. Yet it seemed that Tang Ning had no intention of acknowledging her. Growing increasingly impatient, Suyuru pondered the rudeness of this behavior, especially considering Tang Ning's status as a prominent star. Aware of Suyuru's proud nature, Tang Ning knew that if she chose to ignore her, the latter would spiral into a whirlwind of unfounded thoughts. Consequently, Tang Ning selected the most captivating photo from her album, one where she donned a sultry outfit on the beach. She crafted a post for her social media, stating, "It's wonderful to have someone to watch the sea with at dawn." After sharing this, she set her phone aside. Last night, Lu Chizhou had not returned home, and Suyuru was undoubtedly aware of it. By posting this, Tang Ning intended to let Suyuru stew in her own thoughts. Indeed, upon seeing the post, Suyuru felt a surge of fury. Someone is watching the sea at dawn? She fumed. Lu Chizhou had been absent the previous night, and had been vocally calling out for Tang Ning. Who else could it possibly be? Infuriated, Suyuru flung her phone aside. As she played the role of a dutiful housewife in the Lu household, she had spent the night seething, only to discover that Lu Chizhou had gone to the seaside with Tang Ning. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Without hesitation, she rose from her seat and drove straight to the Lu Corporation. Inside the Lu Corporation, Lu Chizhou was in a meeting with his secretary when he noticed Su Yuru entering the office, prompting him to frown. "What do you want this time? Did you not consider knocking before entering?" His female secretary, standing nearby, remarked, "Mr. Lu, I will take my leave now." "Very well," he replied. Lu Chizhou nodded his assent. Just as the female secretary was about to depart, Su Yuru suddenly seized her wrist. Startled, the secretary inquired, "Madam, where did Director Lu go last night?" Upon hearing Su Yuro's query, the secretary immediately surmised that Su Yuro harbored suspicions of an illicit affair between herself and Lu Chizhou in the office. With a furrowed brow, the secretary responded, "Madam, I attend only to my designated duties. What Director Lu does after work is his private affair, and I cannot intrude upon it." "Su Yuro, what ails you now?" Lu Chizhou, his face darkening, addressed the secretary, "You may leave." "Yes, Director Lu." The secretary promptly withdrew, evidently displeased by Su Yuro's earlier insinuation. She was merely a secretary employed at Lu Corporation. Yet Su Yuro had regarded her with the gaze one reserves for a seductress. It was an affront to her dignity as a secretary. "I observed that this secretary is quite comely, with a beautiful face, long legs, and a fine figure. Lu Chizhou, you certainly have a discerning eye for selecting your secretaries." Su Yuro's words dripped with jealousy. Lu Chizhou, his brow deeply furrowed, retorted, "This pertains to company matters and is of no concern to you." "Very well. Then I shall ask you directly, did you seek out Tang Ning last night?" Faced with Su Yuro's persistent interrogation, Lu Chizhou grew increasingly agitated. Seeing that Lu Chizhou remained silent, Su Yuro pressed on, "Did you and Tang Ning go to the seaside together last night?" "The seaside? What absurdities are you uttering? Is it not so? I saw Tang Ning's post on social media today. It was someone to accompany her in watching the sea. Who else could it be but you?" Seizing upon the slightest clue, Su Yuro clung to it tenaciously. With a look of vexation, Lu Chizhou rose to his feet and declared, "Su Yuro, have I been too indulgent with you? I demand that you leave at once. Do not disrupt my work, or I shall send you packing back home." "Lu Chizhou, do you dare to deny what you've done? Can you honestly say that you didn't seek out Tang Ning yesterday? Do you have a wife and children? Or have you forgotten? What you're doing is an affair. Do you think I won't ruin your career?" Su Yuro, resembling a shrew, berated and castigated Lu Chizhou. Reaching the end of his tether, Lu Chizhou immediately contacted the security office, stating, "Dispatch someone to my office immediately." Seeing that Lu Chizhou was serious, Su Yuro promptly exclaimed, "Lu Chizhou, I am your wife, and you would have security remove me? Su Yuro, I might tolerate your tantrums at home. But where are we? This is the company. If you wish to quarrel, do so at home. Do not disrupt my work here." "Disrupt your work?" "More like disrupt your pursuit of women." The clamor between Su Yuro and Lu Chizhou grew louder, with their dispute audible throughout the company. Observing the gazes of those lingering outside the office, Lu Chizhou felt utterly humiliated. With a somber countenance, Lu Chizhou stated, "Su Yuro, is it your intention to let the entire company know that I married a shrew? What? Afraid of me causing a scene? I want them all to know that you, Lu Chizhou, are having an affair. Let's see how you can continue as the president of the Lu Corporation with any semblance of dignity." At that moment, the security guard had entered, and Lu Chizhou had long since lost both patience and affection for Su Yuru. He casually waved his hand and commanded, "Take her away." "Yes, President Lu." Soon, the security guard seized Su Yuru by both arms. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuru began to scream hysterically within the company, "Lu Chizhou, do you dare to expel me? For Tang Ning, you would treat me this way." Lu Chizhou. Chapter 75, Lu Chizhou visits a nightclub for women. The incident of Su Yuru causing a scene in Lu Chizhou's office quickly spread throughout Lu's corporation. In this circle, secrets are few and far between. Tang Ning soon heard of the commotion from Qingjishu. It was said that the uproar was quite significant, with Su Yuru shouting at the entrance of Lu's corporation, attracting a crowd of onlookers, many of whom recorded videos and shared them online. The image of Lu Chizhou and Su Yuru as a loving couple over the years had been irreparably tarnished. Tang Ning was not surprised, after 5 years of marriage. Where was the harmony? It was merely a facade for outsiders, as the dissatisfaction between them had long been buried in their hearts. Just in time, my birthday is approaching. And my father is likely to host a grand banquet. Previously, Tang Ning had shown little interest in birthday gatherings, but Qing Zhishu, sitting across from her, inquired. Weren't you indifferent to it? What do you plan to do? Qing Zhishu, having been Tang Ning's close friend for 5 years, could instantly discern any ill intentions she harbored. I believe, articulated, that considering Lu Chizhou's current position as the president of the Lu Corporation, and despite any previous discord, the bonds of our shared upbringing remain. Thus, an invitation extended to Lu Chizhou would be appropriate. Perplexed yet astounded, responded, extend an invitation to Lu Chizhou? Is this not the same individual whose mere presence previously induced nausea? Has this ailment been remedied? Are you no longer afflicted by emesis? With a subtle smile, declared. Fear not, for I shall avail myself of antiemetics. Observing's carefree demeanor, could not help but marvel. He discerned immediately that harbored ulterior motives. It seemed that Lu Chizhou was destined for misfortune. Simultaneously, upon returning to the Lu residence, Lu Chizhou cast a glance at, who was seated on the sofa, exuding the aura of a forlorn widow. Irritation welled within him. As Lu Chizhou turned to depart, promptly exclaimed, Halt! Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow. Advanced, brandishing the invitation in her hand, and proclaimed, an invitation from. Behold! Upon hearing that the invitation originated from, Lu Chizhou instinctively reached for it, but denied him this opportunity, tearing the invitation asunder. In response, Lu Chizhou's countenance darkened. He exclaimed, What have you done? Lu Chizhou, she retorted, today, in the presence of your entire company. You expelled me, rendering me a figure of ridicule. I shall not permit you to engage in any clandestine liaisons with. I forewarn you, on the occasion of forthcoming birthday. You shall not venture forth. Lunatic. Disinclined to engage with Su Yuro, Lu Chizhou gathered the remnants of the torn invitation from the floor and departed from his residence. Chizhou. Why must he leave so soon after returning? Lu's mother descended the stairs, having overheard the preceding altercation. Su Yuro, she remarked with vexation, Chizhou is your husband. It is one thing to cause a scene at the company, but why drive your husband away? Mother. It is your son who remains infatuated with Tang Ning. Despite having a wife and child, he still seeks another woman. If he wishes to leave, so be it. Let him try never returning to the Lu household. What are you saying, woman? This is my son's home. Where else should my son return if not here? Lu's mother watched Su Yuro ascend the stairs, her anger peaked. What manner of wife have we acquired? This is simply unbearable. Concurrently, Lu Chizhou drove to a nightclub. Since assuming the mantle of CEO of the Lu Corporation, Lu Chizhou had been inundated with social engagements, cultivating a coterie of dubious acquaintances within the nightclub milieu. Seated alone in a private room, Lu Chizhou imbibed his liquor in sullen silence. A playboy beside him inquired, Mr. Lu, is there some domestic discord troubling you? The mere mention of his home stirred unease within Lu Chizhou. No, he curtly replied. Lu Chizhou ignited a cigarette, his countenance etched with worry. He lamented his past decision to sever his engagement with Tang Ning for the sake of Su Yuro, whom he now deemed a madwoman. Brother. Have you quarreled with your wife? A playboy nearby offered, women are easily appeased with a bit of coaxing. Lu Chizhou remained silent. Coax Su Yuro? Had he not already exhausted that avenue? When they first got together, Su Yuro was a gentle and obedient girlfriend. However, her temperament became increasingly eccentric. Especially during the tumultuous period following the bankruptcy of the Lu family, when he felt that Su Yuro had transformed into an entirely different person. Initially, during her pregnancy, everything seemed fine, but after 2 or 3 months, as it became apparent that the Lu family's situation showed no signs of improvement, Su Yuro contemplated secretly terminating her pregnancy multiple times, only to have her plans thwarted by him. After a full 10 months, when the child was born, Su Yuro incessantly chastised him for his inadequacies, nitpicking even the smallest matters. It was always he who had to placate her. She behaved like a queen, while he, as her husband, could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. Now, he finally understood that Su Yuro was indeed motivated by the wealth of his family. Just as his mother had warned him. Mr. Lu, do not be upset, we have plenty of beautiful ladies here to lift your spirits, someone suggested. implying that the individuals in this private room were not of respectable character. Lu Chizhou had little interest in such matters, although he no longer harbored affection for Su Yuru. He had no intention of engaging in infidelity during their marriage. Yet, the other party did not afford him the opportunity to refuse. Summoning a group of women who soon entered the room. Among them were sultry vixens and innocent maidens, each face radiating youth and beauty far surpassing that of Su Yuru. It seemed someone in the room had whistled suggestively, causing several of the women to flush before they eagerly settled beside him. In the past, during social gatherings, he would also have attractive women serving drinks, and he did not object to it. Nevertheless, he felt no attraction towards these women. However, his gaze was swiftly drawn to the captivating woman seated beside him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Tang Ning. "Mr. Lu, allow me to pour you a drink." The woman's voice was alluring, yet distinctly different from Tang Ning's, carrying an air of worldliness. Lu Chizhou averted his eyes. The woman's figure was voluptuous, and she intentionally brushed against his arm as she poured the wine. Having abstained from intimacy with Su Yuru for some time, Lu Chizhou found himself struggling to maintain his composure under the influence of alcohol. Discerning Lu Chizhou's interest in the woman, the attentive subordinates eagerly plied them with drinks. As the evening progressed, the woman leaned languidly against Lu Chizhou, softly inquiring, "Mr. Lu, will you be returning home tonight?" With the private room now deserted, Lu Chizhou was well aware of the woman's intentions. In their social circle, men who remained chaste after marriage were a rarity. Previously, Lu Chizhou had exercised restraint for the sake of Su Yuru. Now, however, he felt a growing desire to transgress. Chapter 76, Su Yuru catches her husband in the act. Just as the woman leaned in closer, the door to the private room was abruptly thrust open. Tang Ning stood in the doorway, casting a glance at Lu Chizhou and the woman within. With a hint of apology, she remarked, "My apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong room." With that, Tang Ning moved to close the door and depart. Upon recognizing Tang Ning, Lu Chizhou's mind instantly cleared. "Tang Ning." Lu Chizhou forcefully pushed the woman away and rushed out of the room. "Ning Ning." Startled, Lu Chizhou hastened after Tang Ning, intercepting her in the corridor. He seized her arm, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, listen to me. It's not as you perceived." She initiated it. Tang Ning glanced pointedly at the hand clasping her arm and retorted, "Mr. Lu. I don't believe we're on such familiar terms." She gestured for him to release her. Realizing his impropriety, Lu Chizhou relinquished his grip, anxiously stammering, "Ning Ning. I was merely fulfilling a social obligation. I'm unaware of her motives." "Rest assured, Mr. Lu," Tang Ning responded with polite detachment. "I shall maintain discretion and refrain from informing Mrs. Lu." Lu Chizhou yearned to elucidate, yet, confronted with Tang Ning's demeanor, the words faltered in his throat. "If there's nothing further, Mr. Lu, I shall take my leave," Tang Ning stated. As she turned to depart, Lu Chizhou, emboldened by intoxication, embraced her, confessing, "Ning Ning. You are the object of my affections. I am consumed with regret. Could we possibly rekindle our relationship?" Lu Chizhou had often pondered whether marrying Tang Ning would have altered their fate. For 5 years, he had been tormented by remorse, lamenting his failure to marry her sooner and his decision to forsake their union for Su Yuru. Repulsed by his embrace, Tang Ning, remaining composed, retorted frigidly, "Lu Chizhou. You're inebriated." Lu Chizhou still tightly embraced Tang Ning, saying, "Ning Ning, I realize now that I was wrong in the past, and I truly regret it. If given another chance, I would surely propose to you and love you for the rest of my life." Listening to these nauseating declarations, Tang Ning felt an urge to retch. Fortunately, her objective had been achieved. In the next moment, Su Yuru forcefully pulled Lu Chizhou away and slapped him across the face. "Lu Chizhou. You scoundrel." The slap jolted Lu Chizhou back to reality. And as he regained his senses, he realized that Su Yuru had appeared behind him without him noticing. The words he had just spoken to Tang Ning had been overheard by Su Yuru. "Yuru, how come?" Lu Chizhou was clearly taken aback by Su Yuru's unexpected presence. Tang Ning interjected, "Today, Mrs. Lu invited me for afternoon tea. I had little time. So I chose this place for the evening, not anticipating to coincidentally encounter Mr. Lu." Tang Ning explained like an outsider, as it was evident to everyone that Lu Chizhou had taken the initiative to embrace her. Even if Su Yuru wished to express her anger towards Tang Ning, there was no justification for it. Passers-by in the corridor observed the scene unfold, and Lu Chizhou felt utterly humiliated. What was there to discuss at home? Why cause a scene here? Home? You still think of going home? Repeat what you just said. Suyuru exclaimed in a fit of hysteria, pounding her fists against Lu Chizhou's chest. Watching this farcical spectacle, Tang Ning deliberately remarked, since Mrs. Lu wishes to address family matters, I shall not intrude. Please. Resolve your issues at your leisure. As she spoke, Tang Ning proceeded towards the exit of the nightclub. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chizhou instinctively attempted to pursue her, only to be restrained by Suyuru's grasp. Lu Chizhou. Suyuru exclaimed, you must elucidate matters to me today. Suyuru was evidently preventing Lu Chizhou from leaving. Lu Chizhou cast a glance at Suyuru, then at Tang Ning's departing figure. And in a fit of pique, he flung off Suyuru's arm. He pointed at Suyuru and coldly stated, you shall return home immediately. Cease bothering me here. Lu Chizhou's roar momentarily stunned Suyuru. It was clearly Lu Chizhou who had erred. Why was she being asked to leave? Suyuru still intended to persist, but Lu Chizhou had already instructed the nightclub's security to escort Suyuru out. Given Lu Chizhou's status as a premium member of the nightclub, Suyuru was swiftly ejected for causing a disturbance. Outside the nightclub, Tang Ning had already entered Qing Zix's vehicle. Qing Zixu winked at Tang Ning and remarked, well? Is my business acumen satisfactory? Indeed, it is commendable. You were immediately aware of Lu Chizhou's presence here, otherwise, I would have missed this spectacle. Qing Zixu returned to the country annually and had numerous close companions domestically. Someone within the nightclub had spotted Lu Chizhou and promptly informed Qing Zixu, even divulging the number of Lu Chizhou's private room. It was then that she arranged to meet Suyuru at the nightclub. After witnessing today's events, it was evident that the affection between Lu Chizhou and Suyuru had long since fractured. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they will invariably take root and sprout, ultimately spiraling out of control. Within the nightclub, Lu Chizhou, feeling irritable, returned to his private room, only to find a beautiful woman still seated on the sofa, unwavering in her pursuit. President Lu. Her voice was seductive, and as he gazed into her eyes, which shimmered with a hint of longing, Lu Chizhou tugged at his tie and leaned forward, lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Indeed, her eyes bore a resemblance to Tang Ning's, though Tang Ning would never exhibit such affectation or speak in such a coy manner. Tonight, you shall accompany me, he declared, pulling the alluring woman into his embrace. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, finding a young, handsome, and affluent man like Lu Chizhou in this establishment was indeed fortuitous. She immediately wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning against him languidly, and said, President Lu, I am entirely at your service. Outside the nightclub, Qing Zixu sat in the car, inquiring, are we ready to leave? Can't we go yet? Just a moment longer, Tang Ning replied, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Moments ago, Suyuru had stormed out in anger, and if her assumptions were correct, given Lu Chizhou's temperament, he would seek to reclaim his lost pride elsewhere. As expected, Lu Chizhou soon emerged from the club, his arm around a stunningly attractive woman. Tang Ning let out a cold laugh, it was as she had anticipated. In her previous life, Lu Chizhou had strayed multiple times during his marriage. Professing his love for Suyuru while his actions revealed a different truth, he readily accepted any woman who approached him. Tang Ning retrieved her phone and snapped several pictures of Lu Chizhou, ultimately opting to record a video. As she gazed at the scene on her phone of Lu Chizhou embracing a beautiful woman as they entered a car, Tang Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. This could indeed be quite intriguing. Chapter 77, Lu Chizhou's scandalous news within the Lu Corporation. Several employees began to murmur amongst themselves early in the morning. As Lu Chizhou stepped through the company entrance, those employees promptly returned to their respective workstations. Observing this peculiar behavior, Lu Chizhou furrowed his brow slightly. His female secretary approached him, presenting her resignation. Mr. Lu, I am here to resign. This is my letter of resignation. Resign? Do you comprehend what you are saying? Lu Chizhou replied, his expression stern. Withdraw this resignation, and I shall pretend I have not seen it. I'm sorry, but I no longer wish to be a secretary for someone who betrays their family. What did you say? Without further elaboration, the secretary clutched her cardboard box and departed. Lu Chizhou remained bewildered by the unfolding events until, after her exit, he turned to the few female employees who had been casting him peculiar glances. Speak. What on earth is happening? Seeing Lu Chizhou approach with a darkened expression, the employees felt a wave of trepidation. "Mr. Lu, we merely saw the news." "News? What news?" As Lu Chizhou noted the fear etched on their faces, a sudden recollection of the previous night's events dawned upon him. Seizing one of the phones, Lu Chizhou was confronted with an article detailing his recent escapade. The accompanying photograph depicted him in a compromising position, intimately embracing a woman outside a nightclub late at night before entering a vehicle. The clarity of the image left no room for doubt. The man in the photograph was undeniably him. A pallor washed over Lu Chizhou's face as he grappled with the realization that he was being deliberately targeted. In recent times, Lu's corporation had benefited from the positive attention garnered by Lu Chizhou's handsome visage. However, this revelation of marital infidelity, coupled with his public display of affection with a woman of the night, threatened to erode that goodwill. The timing of the news, coinciding with heightened online discourse surrounding Lu Chizhou, served only to exacerbate the situation, thrusting him into the eye of the storm. "Mr. Lu, this could be a fabrication." "Please don't be concerned," stammered one of the employees, though the irrefutable evidence of the photograph circulating online belied their words. With a countenance as dark as thunder, Lu Chizhou hurled the phone back to the employee, his voice laced with frigidity. "Cease this idle chatter during working hours. Everyone will work overtime today." Silence descended upon the room as the employees recoiled from Lu Chizhou's outburst. Meanwhile, Su Yuru sought solace after her unpleasant encounter with Lu Chizhou the previous night. She had arranged a mahjong gathering with several affluent women at her residence, adorned in opulent jewelry. Su Yuru was a prominent figure in the high society circles, owing to Lu's corporation's burgeoning success in recent years. Having stood by Lu Chizhou during his family's decline and subsequent rise, coupled with her adeptness at concealing her true nature, she had cultivated a thriving presence within this exclusive sphere. As the clock ticked, the three affluent women had already convened within the Lu residence's mahjong room. Su Yuru donned an elegant white lace gown, gracefully accentuating her slender figure. One of the affluent ladies gazed at Su Yuru and remarked, "Oh dear, did Mrs. Lu not sleep well last night?" Indeed, due to matters concerning Lu Chizhou, Su Yuru had found it difficult to rest. Yet, in the presence of these individuals, she maintained her composure and shyly responded, "I didn't sleep particularly well, but I am accustomed to it." Her expression and tone were easily misinterpreted. A lady in her 30s commented, "Mr. Lu is young and accomplished, with youth comes boundless energy. How enviable for Mrs. Lu, after so many years of marriage, to still share such a passionate bond with Mr. Lu." Upon hearing such remarks, Su Yuru felt a flush creep to her cheeks. Across from her, a striking young woman in her mid-20s, who had always been at odds with Su Yuru, casually remarked while shuffling cards, "Not sleeping well doesn't necessarily mean being troubled by Mr. Lu. Perhaps there are other matters weighing on your mind. Isn't that right, Mrs. Lu?" This hit too close to home, causing Su Yuru's smile to fade somewhat. Miss Jiang had a penchant for sharp remarks. Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu were clearly affectionate. So why was she indulging in envy? Mrs. Wang, standing nearby, came to Su Yuru's defense. Recognizing the Lu family as esteemed reputation in their circle, no one would wish to offend Mrs. Lu. Yet, there was Jiang Shui, the foolish one. Relying on her youth and looks, she had become someone else's mistress and, unable to win over Lu Chizhou, resorted to opposing Su Yuru at every turn. In this game of mahjong, the one most looked down upon is Jiang Shui. However, due to the financial backing she receives, they occasionally invite her to maintain their connections. At this moment, Su Yuru retorts, "After all, Miss Jiang prefers mature gentlemen. While such seasoned men may possess charm, they do not always have the vitality to match. Thus, Miss Jiang is unaware of the predicament I find myself in." Su Yuru's words are veiled in subtlety. Jiang Shui is merely a woman who clings to older men. What physical vigor could those elderly gentlemen possibly have? It seems unlikely they could satisfy Jiang Shui, which is why she deliberately provokes her here. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shui would have already shown her displeasure upon hearing such remarks, but today she pointedly remarked, "What they say holds some truth, does it not? Wasn't President Lu absent from home last night? I dare say Mrs. Lu likely spent a restless night, vexed." Upon hearing Jiang Shui's knowledge of Lu Chizhou's absence, Su Yuru's expression darkens, yet she feigns composure and inquires, "Miss Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Shui continues, "Hasn't Mrs. Lu seen this morning's news? Last night, President Lu was seen leaving a nightclub with a young lady. I can assure you, she is certainly younger than you, and her figure is quite alluring. Men, after all, are creatures of such nature. After 5 years of marriage, is it not expected that one might stray? Mrs. Lu, you ought to be cautious. Upon hearing that it had made the news, Suyuru could no longer maintain her smile. She immediately picked up her phone, where she discovered images of Lu Chizhou embracing a voluptuous woman as they exited the nightclub. Not only were there photographs, but also videos. Instantly, the atmosphere within the mahjong parlor seemed to solidify. Noticing the precarious situation, the two ladies present rose in unison, excusing themselves. Dearest Mrs. Lu, I've just recalled a pressing matter at home, we must take our leave. Indeed, my husband awaits my return. The two hastily departed. Suyuro clenched her fists, while Jiang Shui rose, elegantly adjusting her flowing tresses. Her crimson lips curved into a subtle smile as she remarked, I had always believed Mr. Lu to be a paragon of virtue, incapable of infidelity, causing me a period of lament. It now appears that an opportunity presents itself. Mrs. Lu, you must vigilantly guard your husband, lest I abscond with him. Suyuro's complexion had turned ashen. How could Lu Chizhou seek the company of other women? How dare he? Chapter 78, Tang Ning's birthday gala. I say, Tang Ning, you are truly something. Qing Jisoo exclaimed. This news has already ascended to the zenith of the trending charts. Tang Ning, presently occupied with selecting a gown for her birthday celebration within a boutique, deliberated. I find this champagne-hued dress rather appealing. What are your thoughts? I am attempting to apprise you of Lu Chizhou's scandal, yet you are preoccupied with attire? Qing Jisoo expressed his exasperation. Tang Ning held the dress before her, evaluating its silhouette. This champagne one is indeed exquisite. I'll take it. Very well, Miss Tang. The sales associate proceeded to package the selected gown. Frankly, are you endeavoring to instigate a marital dissolution between Lu Chizhou and his wife? Could it be that you still harbor lingering affections for Lu Chizhou? Lingering affections? Tang Ning offered a mirthless smile. For the past 5 years, she had indeed been haunted by thoughts of Lu Chizhou. However, her preoccupation revolved around orchestrating a scenario where Lu Chizhou and Suyuro would experience the same anguish of losing their family and offspring that she had once endured. You're overthinking it, Tang Ning remarked. Let's settle the bill. Consider it your birthday gift to me this year. You truly know how to save me money. Qing Jisoo quipped as he proceeded to the cashier to swipe Tang Ning's card. Simultaneously, a playboy sauntered into the boutique, his arm draped around a woman. His gaze immediately fell upon Tang Ning, and he approached her with a jesting tone. Well, if it isn't the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Drawn by the voice, Tang Ning turned her gaze to find a handsome young man in casual attire embracing a scantily clad young woman in hot pants. Tang Ning furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, and you are? Tang Ning, you don't recognize me? Zhou Wenhan was taken aback that Tang Ning had forgotten him. He scoffed and retorted, you rejected me 3 years ago when you were abroad. I see that things aren't going so well for you now. I hear you're marrying that peacock from the Qing family? TSK, how utterly debasing. To marry a bastard from the Qing family. Upon hearing Zhou Wenhan's words, Tang Ning's gaze turned icy. The sultry woman beside Zhou Wenhan leaned languidly against him and chimed in, Zhou, is this the Miss Tang who rejected you before? How come she doesn't even have anyone to accompany her? I've heard that the young master of the Qing family has quite a few women around him. Several of my girlfriends have slept with Master Qing. Miss Tang, you certainly aren't picky. Listening to Zhou Wenhan and his girlfriend's deliberate provocation, Tang Ning chuckled, oh. I remember now, Zhou Xiao, right? During my time studying abroad, there was someone who incessantly pursued me, employing all sorts of underhanded tactics. From ambushing me to writing love letters. Despite my repeated rejections, he remained undeterred until Qing Jisoo finally taught him a lesson with a good thrashing. After which he finally retreated. So, what's this? Have you not yet learned from the lesson of losing a tooth? Do you wish to try again? You. Zhou Wenhan's expression darkened, Tang Ning. Don't be so smug here. Who doesn't know that Qing Jisoo is the illegitimate child of the Qing family? If you intend to marry him for the Qing family fortune, I advise you to give up on that notion. Everyone knows the Qing family sent Qing Jisoo abroad to rid themselves of this burden. Yet here you are, pursuing him so eagerly. My affairs and Qing Jisoo's have nothing to do with you. I recall your Zhou family struggling to even rank in line to associate with the Qings in this city. What right do you have to look down upon Qing? I am in a good mood today and do not wish to bicker with you. But should you dare to speak so brazenly and insult Qing again, I will ensure you lose all your teeth, rendering you unable to utter a single word. Tang Ning was aware that Qing would be returning shortly and understood his concern regarding his status within the Qing family. Regardless of the Qing family's attitude towards Qing to the outside world, he was merely the illegitimate child born of an affair. She did not wish to escalate matters here, nor did she want Zhou Wenhan to expose Qing wounds. As Tang Ning was about to depart, Zhou Wenhan, undeterred, deliberately remarked, "Tang Ning, your staunch defense of Qing is it not because he, like Lu Yanchen of yesteryear, is also of illegitimate birth? I've heard tell that you once took Lu Yanchen under your wing, but to what avail?" He turned his back on the Tang family, returning to the Gu family to assume the mantle of heir. Over the years, there has been scant interaction with your family. A testament to the ingratitude of these baseborn wretches. Before Zhou Wenhan could complete his invective, a sudden, resounding slap landed squarely upon his countenance. Stunned, he realized the blow had been delivered by Tang Ning. Her gaze was glacial, piercing, and tinged with a hint of ferocity. "Dare to utter another word and face the consequences. You dare strike me?" Zhou Wenhan, unaccustomed to physical assault at the hands of a woman, was incensed. As he prepared to retaliate, Qing swiftly drew Tang Ning behind him, scoffing, "Well, if it isn't young Master Zhou? The same who was once left toothless and groveling after an encounter with me. Do you find yourself lacking in dental deficiencies that you dare parade before our Miss Tang?" The sight of Qing rekindled the memory of his lost tooth abroad, transforming his fury into resentment. Seizing his companion, he hurled a threat at Tang Ning and Qing. "You'll rue this day." With that, Zhou Wenhan dragged his girlfriend away. Qing responded with a whistle, "I await with bated breath." Tang Ning glanced at Qing and said, "It would be wise to limit your interactions with such individuals. The Zhou family is no longer what it was 3 years ago, they now hold a certain standing in this city. Am I afraid of him? The Zhou family isn't even worthy of carrying our Qing family's shoes." Qing, ever the supportive brother, patted Tang Ning on the shoulder and remarked, "What a good brother. To think you would come to my aid in a crucial moment, I am truly touched. You've already gifted me something. Aiding you in return is but a trifling matter. Let us depart, for there is an exciting spectacle to behold tomorrow." With that, Qing and Tang Ning exited the clothing store, walking in tandem. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenhan seethed with frustration, pounding the steering wheel as he reflected on the situation. This Qing. Why is he everywhere I go? "Zhou Xiao, please don't be upset." His girlfriend attempted to console him, only to be brusquely pushed away. "Leave me alone." He had long coveted Tang Ning, and now that he had finally encountered her, he was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away easily. Just then, Zhou Wenhan's phone rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he answered with impatience, "Mom, what is it?" "Wenhan, tomorrow you must accompany me to a birthday banquet. Prepare yourself well, aim to make a favorable impression on the daughter of the Tang family." The daughter of the Tang family? Indeed. With Tang Ning back in the country, our Zhou family seeks to ascend to greater heights, and we cannot do so without the Tang family's assistance. You must conduct yourself impeccably and leave a good impression on Miss Tang. Chapter 79, Tang Ning's Birthday Banquet to Smash. In the bedroom of the Lu family, Suyuru was in a frenzy, wreaking havoc throughout the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Mrs. Lu swiftly made her way to the bedroom of Suyuru and Lu Chizhou. There, she found Suyuru in a frenzy, wreaking havoc throughout the room, with expensive cosmetics and jewelry strewn across the floor. "Oh dear heavens! What are you up to now? Is this not enough chaos after all these days? What is going on with you? There hasn't been a moment of peace." Mrs. Lu exclaimed, her irritation mounting as she struggled to comprehend the source of Suyuru's fury. Suyuru stepped closer, brandishing her phone and exclaimed angrily, "Mother, look at this. This is your beloved son. Do you see what he has been doing out there? He is seeking women in nightclubs. He has made me lose face in front of those ladies. You're useless. If you can't keep your husband, who can you blame? Which wealthy man in Lin City does not have a horde of mistresses? What is there to be angry about?" Mrs. Lu retorted impatiently. "Moreover, my son has treated you quite well. If it were someone else, they would have divorced you long ago for your madness. You should be grateful. You all." Suyuru felt a surge of anger and despair. Fine, if you are so heartless. I shall take Xiao Jia and leave. Divorce. Go ahead, divorce. But you cannot take Xiao Jia, he is the firstborn of the Lu family. Tonight, when Chizhou returns, I will tell him to divorce you, this madwoman. Mrs. Lu declared, showing no inclination to indulge Suyuru. Suyuru's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, for she understood the Lu family's capabilities. If the Lu family was determined to keep Xiao Jia, they could certainly devise a way to do so. Given her long-standing reliance on the Lu family. Where else could she possibly turn if Lu Chizhou were to forsake her for Tang Ning? Has she developed a reluctance to divorce? I would advise you to consider this with utmost clarity. There is a plethora of individuals who aspire to marry into our Chizhou's family. Many of whom possess greater youth and beauty than you. Your sole distinction lies in having borne a son for our Chizhou. Furthermore, you possess no exceptional qualities. Now that Ning Ning has returned to our homeland, you should relinquish your position. Upon hearing Lu's mother's pronouncements, Suyurus immediately retorted with indignation, you wish for me to divorce Lu Chizhou and cede my position to Tang Ning? You are sorely mistaken. I shall inform you that the only mistress of the Lu family shall be none other than Suyuru. I have dedicated so much to your Lu family. And now you seek to cast me aside? That shall never transpire. With these words, Suyuru stormed out of the bedchamber, her countenance ablaze with fury. Observing Suyuru's volatile demeanor, Lu's mother grew increasingly impatient. She wondered why Chizhou was procrastinating and not expediting the divorce proceedings. As Lu's mother prepared to depart, her gaze fell upon a partially torn invitation card on the floor. Bending down, she retrieved the invitation and scrutinized it. To her surprise, it bore the inscription of Tang Ning's birthday. Indeed, tomorrow marked Ning Ning's natal day. Lu's mother was overjoyed. Tang Ning's invitation to Chizhou clearly indicated that she still harbored affections for their Chizhou. This was indeed felicitous. Once they had dispensed with Suyuru and welcomed Tang Ning into the family, the Lu family would ascend to even greater heights. In her excitement, Lu's mother promptly dialed Lu Chizhou's telephone number. After a brief interval, Lu Chizhou's impatient voice resounded from the other end, what is it that you require of me? Son. Is that how you address your mother? Hearing his mother's voice on the other end, Lu Chizhou's tone remained weary. Did Suyuru send you to call me? Suyuru? What are you talking about? I'm calling to remind you to prepare for Ning Ning's birthday banquet tomorrow. Lu's mother grew increasingly animated. As if she already foresaw the future prosperity and glory of the Lu family. The invitation has been torn up by Suyuru. Torn up? What does that matter? With our family's relationship with the Tangs, do we even need an invitation to attend a birthday banquet? Don't worry, I'll take care of this. You just make sure to bring a gift and win Ning Ning back. Do you hear me? Lu Chizhou, hearing his mother's words in the office, was stirred. If he could truly regain Ning Ning's favor, he would divorce Suyuru without hesitation. That afternoon, Tang Ning was chauffeured to the new Lu family residence in the Lu family's private car. Tang Ning merely smiled as she gazed upon the even more opulent Lu family villa than before. It seemed the Lu family was indeed thriving now. Ning Ning. You finally arrived. Auntie has missed you terribly in these 5 years. Lu's mother rushed to Tang Ning, completely forgetting that Tang Ning had bought the Lu family villa 5 years prior. Auntie Lu, it's been 5 years. What brings you to suddenly seek me out? Although Tang Ning wore a smile, there was no mirth in her eyes. Auntie was just thinking that tomorrow is your birthday, but the invitation cards were accidentally misplaced by the housekeeper. So, I was hoping you could provide 2 more. So that Chizhou and I can attend your birthday celebration no matter what. As they entered the Lu residence, Lu's mother, clasping Tang Ning's hand, led the way. The living room was immaculate, as if freshly tidied. The opulence of the Lu household appeared undiminished from previous times. It seems that you and Mr. Lu have fared well over the years, Tang Ning remarked, which puts my mind at ease. Lu's mother guided Tang Ning to a seat on the sofa, sighing as she began. We've had our share of unpleasantness between our families in the past, but I know you're a kind-hearted child, and I don't hold it against you. Hearing Lu's mother absolve her, Tang Ning inwardly chuckled, but outwardly nodded in agreement, saying, it eases my heart to know you understand my predicament. Ever since Chizhou married that madwoman, Suyuru, his days have been a living hell. He's been regretting it for years, wishing he had heeded my words and become engaged to you sooner. Lu's mother, keenly observing Tang Ning's countenance, continued when Tang Ning remained silent, Ning Ning, do you still harbor any feelings for our Chizhou? Mr. Lu is a man of remarkable talent. I imagine he has no shortage of admirers in Lin City. I even saw a news report this morning suggesting that Mr. Lu has found a new love interest. Before Tang Ning could finish, Lu's mother interjected, "That's just tabloid nonsense. There's no truth to it. Our Chizhou would never frequent such disreputable places. Nor would he ever lay a hand on those kinds of women. His heart is set on you. In fact, if you simply give the word, I'll have Chizhou divorce Su Yuro immediately." As Tang Ning displayed a look of difficulty, Lu's mother recognized her own abruptness and said, "There is no rush regarding this matter. After all, you have just returned to the country. Rest assured, Chizhou's heart is entirely with you. Should you choose to marry him, Chizhou will bestow upon you the grandest wedding, and I shall treat you as my own daughter." Chapter 80, Tang Ning's Birthday Banquet. Tang Ning had encountered similar sentiments in her previous life. She was taken aback by Lu's mother's audacity. After the Lu family's auction 5 years prior, it was astonishing that she would still approach her, urging her to marry Lu Chizhou. At that moment, Tang Ning's gaze fell upon the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Lu residence, where she noticed Su Yuro had returned. Deliberately, she remarked, "Aunt Lu, it seems that Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu share a harmonious relationship. To suggest a divorce might not be prudent." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Perfectly audible for Su Yuro, who had just reached the foyer. Su Yuro immediately concealed herself in the corner, attentively eavesdropping on their conversation. Lu's mother scoffed and retorted, "She is merely a gold digger. Had it not been for her pregnancy and the need for a household registration for Shao Jia, I would never have permitted Chizhou to marry her. Ultimately, she is just the daughter of a driver, uncouth and of only high school education. And not even considered beautiful. How can she possibly compare to you?" Listening to her mother-in-law speak of her in such a manner, Su Yuro clenched her fists. Tang Ning merely smiled faintly. She had heard these words in her previous life as well, though at that time, Lu's mother had not voiced them in such a way. In her previous life, she was married to Lu Chizhou for 20 years. Finally, Lu Chizhou pursued the widowed Su Yuro, who had amassed considerable wealth and was a renowned socialite abroad. Not only was she well preserved, but she also held a respectable job, and most importantly, she inherited her deceased husband's entire estate. At that time, Lu's mother disdainfully remarked to her, who was already a mere shadow of her former self, "You are nothing but a burden. Had it not been for the wealth and influence of the Tang family, do you think Chizhou would have chosen you? Look at Su Yuro, she is gentle, virtuous, and dignified. Have you even looked in the mirror? With just a high school diploma, you dare to aspire to be my son's wife?" To her astonishment, in this new life, she found herself once again subjected to such scornful words from Lu's mother. However, the one now despised by Lu's mother was Su Yuro. Tang Ning interjected, "Auntie, please refrain from such remarks. After all, she bore a son for the Lu family. If it weren't for that son, I would have long urged Chizhou to cast her out. However, now that you, Ning, have returned, if you truly wish to start anew with our Chizhou, I shall have him entrust little Jia to your care. You will become little Jia's mother. He is still young. As long as you treat him well, he will grow to regard you as his own mother." Upon hearing this, Su Yuro, who had been lurking in the corner, could no longer contain herself. She burst forth, her face aflame with anger, declaring, "Bah! Little Jia is my son. You shall not take my child from me. What are you doing back here? Causing a scene in front of guests? Hurry up and go." Lu's mother's expression darkened. The last person she wished to see was the shrew. With a disdainful glare, Su Yuro scoffed at Tang Ning, "So, all along you've coveted Chizhou, haven't you? Let me tell you this. Chizhou is my husband, and Xiajia is my son. You'll never take them away from me. Su Yuro, what madness has seized you? Get upstairs this instant." "It appears my timing is inopportune," Tang Ning remarked, rising to her feet. She offered a smile to Madame Lu, saying, "Auntie Lu, perhaps we should reconvene tomorrow. As for the invitation, it's quite unnecessary, we're all family here. Your presence is all that's required, no one will impede your entry." As Tang Ning turned to depart, Su Yuro, relentless, seized Tang Ning's arm, demanding, "Tang Ning, clarify yourself. What do you mean by family? What were you plotting just now? Speak." Su Yuro clutched Tang Ning with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Lu Chizhou, having just returned, witnessed the scene. He promptly intervened. extricating Tang Ning from Suyuro's grasp with a rebuke. Enough. Suyuro, thrown off balance, stumbled onto the sofa. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Lu Chizhou inquired anxiously. His gaze fixed on Tang Ning, concerned for her well-being. Tang Ning, observing the apprehension in Lu Chizhou's eyes, shook her head, assuring him, I'm fine. From the sofa. Suyuro watched Lu Chizhou and Tang Ning locked in a mutual gaze. Incensed, she lunged forward, seizing Tang Ning's wrist once more, exclaiming, Tang Ning. You dare to seduce Chizhou right before my eyes. You are utterly shameless. Enough. Lu Chizhou glared furiously at Suyuro, exclaiming, all you do is question everything. Have you had enough of this? I'm causing a scene? Lu Chizhou. Last night you were out with another woman. And I haven't even settled the score with you yet. I went to the office and you didn't show up, I called but you ignored me. Then I heard that Tang Ning went to your home, and you rushed back so eagerly. Are you still pining for Tang Ning? In the face of Suyuru's hysteria, Lu Chizhou responded coldly, so what if I am? If it weren't for you, Tang Ning and I would have been married long ago. How dare you stand there and accuse me? You. Suyuru, in a fit of rage, lunged at Lu Chizhou, striking and kicking him. Tang Ning observed the unfolding drama with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lu Chizhou. This is your long-desired marriage and the woman you wished to marry. It seems that even if you have achieved it, it is nothing to boast about. Tang Ning remarked. You two can sort out your domestic matters at your own pace. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without casting a glance at Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning departed. Lu's mother, anxious, pushed Lu Chizhou forward, urging, what are you standing there for? Go after her. After what? Don't you have a wife? Suyuru blocked Lu Chizhou's exit. He looked at the woman throwing a tantrum before him and said with irritation, Suyuru. You are truly unbearable right now. Lu Chizhou. You must clarify this for me. What is the status of your relationship with Tang Ning? Did you not leave the nightclub with her in your arms yesterday? Speak. In the news photograph, the woman possessed a captivating figure and bore a striking resemblance to Tang Ning. However, her attire differed from that evening. Yet, presently, Suyuro was too preoccupied to dwell on such details, as she unleashed her resentment upon Lu Chizhou. Indeed, Lu Chizhou was in the wrong for seeking out other women. Initially, Lu Chizhou harbored some remorse towards Suyuro that day. However, upon recalling Suyuro's shrewish behavior in front of Tang Ning, his previous guilt vanished entirely. He seized Suyuro's neck, his gaze filled with ferocity, and warned, Suyuro, I caution you to meddle less in my affairs. Should I discover you provoking Tang Ning again, I shall not spare you. Gasping for air, Suyuro was on the verge of suffocation. Throughout their years together, even during their most heated arguments, Lu Chizhou had never laid a hand on her. Yet, this time, for Tang Ning. Help me. Chapter 81, Tang Ning's birthday banquet. Upon hearing Suyuro's cries for help, Lu Chizhou released her. 5 years had eroded all affection he once held for Suyuro. If he could divorce her with money, he would gladly do so. Suyuro watched Lu Chizhou rush out to find Tang Ning, her heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was she who had spent the past 5 years with Lu Chizhou. Now that Lu Chizhou had finally achieved success, she would not allow Tang Ning to reap the rewards of her efforts. Outside the Lu residence, Lu Chizhou saw Tang Ning about to enter a car. He immediately rushed forward to stop her, exclaiming, Ning Ning. Don't leave. Tang Ning intentionally slowed her pace, wagering that Lu Chizhou would surely catch up to her. At this moment, Lu Chizhou gazed at her with a face full of remorse and said, I'm sorry, did I scare you just now? Tang Ning shook her head and replied, I'm fine. It's just that what Aunt Lu said might lead you to misunderstand. Please clarify things with her. Those were my sincere feelings. Lu Chizhou looked earnestly at Tang Ning and confessed, I was unsure how to express my feelings to you, which is why I asked my mother to assist me. Over the past 5 years, I have finally come to understand that the person I love most is you, Ning Ning. I realize I was wrong. I do not expect you to forgive me immediately, I only hope you can grant me a chance to pursue you. Seeing the deep affection in Lu Chizhou's eyes, Tang Ning merely offered a faint smile. In the past, Lu Chizhou had loved Suyuro to the extent of forsaking his identity as the heir of the Lu family. Yet, within just 5 years, he had become utterly weary of her. His profound feelings seemed rather cheap. Lu Zong, I believe my presence has become an impediment to your relationship with Yu Rou. I think it would be best for us not to interact anymore. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I have already accepted Aunt Lu's invitation for you both to come. To spare Aunt Lu's feelings and prevent Yu Rou from overthinking, please bring her along, Tang Ning said, adopting the gentle tone that Yu Rou used 5 years ago. Her words were laden with consideration for Lu Chizhou. However, the more she spoke in this manner, the more it pained him. After uttering these words, Tang Ning entered the car. Her previous words ostensibly aimed to sever ties, yet were delivered in a manner that suggested reluctance, thereby inadvertently offering hope and opportunity. In their past lives, Yu Rou employed this tactic to ensnare Lu Chizhou, who, in turn, became deeply infatuated with her. Yu Rou's feigned affection was remarkably convincing. After her husband's demise, she mourned daily while possessing his wealth, prompting Lu Chizhou to rush to her side with sympathy. Her artful resistance only heightened his desire. Ultimately, their alliance led to Lu Chizhou's profound love for her. So much so that he murdered Tang Ning and their children for her sake. The mere thought of this fills Tang Ning with anguish. Had Lu Chizhou expressed his desire to be with Yu Rou and sought a divorce, she would have taken her children and fled, avoiding any entanglement. Instead, Lu Chizhou insisted on her death within the Lu family and orchestrated the ruin of her family, leaving them destitute. Such an ungrateful and heartless wretch. In this life, she will not show mercy. She will reclaim everything she lost in her previous life from Lu Chizhou. The following evening, the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Hotel was bustling with activity. Upon learning of the Tang family's daughter's return and her birthday banquet, prominent businesses in Lin City brought their unmarried sons, hoping to forge a marital alliance with the Tangs. Outside the banquet hall, several young ladies scrutinized Qing Jisoo, who stood near the entrance. He was attired in a white suit, his tie loosely knotted, exuding a casual yet indolent air. In this rarely seen city, few noble scions rival the striking appearance of Qing Jisoo, prompting numerous wealthy young ladies to gather curiously and inquire, "Who is he? Why have we not encountered him before?" "Qing Jisoo, you are unaware? He has been studying abroad for several years, returning infrequently. It is said he has gained considerable fame among international students. Rumor has it that Qing Jisoo is to be engaged to the daughter of the Tang family, though the truth of this remains uncertain. It is undoubtedly true. Word has it that the Qing family has already presented a betrothal gift to the Tang family. Tang Ning's return to the country to pursue her star-studded career is reportedly to fulfill her role as the future mistress of the Qing family." As the surrounding chatter surged, Tang Ning made her entrance into the hotel, adorned in a resplendent golden fishtail gown and perched upon 10-centimeter stilettos. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her enchanting eyes, accentuated by a charming beauty mark, exuded an irresistible allure. Previously, whispers of her beauty had circulated in the city, but her studies abroad had prevented anyone from witnessing her radiance firsthand. Now, as the crowd beheld Tang Ning's exquisite visage, they could not help but be astonished. Such a stunning beauty, a scion of a prestigious family, destined for a stellar career, she seemed to possess an abundance of advantages. Why the delay? Qing Jisoo had been waiting by the entrance to the banquet hall for quite some time. Tang Ning replied, "It takes a bit longer for a girl to prepare." "I appreciate your patience, Qing Xiao. That is all that matters." Qing Jisoo graciously extended his hand, linking arms with Tang Ning as they entered the banquet hall together. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone else faded into insignificance before the pair. "Alas, it appears there is little hope for my foolish son," one onlooker lamented. "I overheard whispers suggesting the imminent announcement of an engagement by the Tang family." "Is that so?" Tang Ning remarked, overhearing the chatter. "Am I to be engaged to you? Then? This is news to me." "I'm equally unaware," Qing Jisoo responded, perplexed. "The tabloid journalists in this city certainly have a penchant for fabrication." Just then, Qing Jisoo noticed a well-dressed woman leading a young man in their direction. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Zhou Wenhan, the audacious fellow from the previous day. "Miss Tang! Miss Tang!" Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, hurrying Zhou Wenhan forward. She then composed herself and addressed Tang Ning. "Miss Tang, this is my son, Wenhan. Do you recall him?" Amidst the throng of guests, Tang Ning maintained a perpetual smile. She acknowledged them with a nod, saying, "Young Master Zhou, of course I remember. We met at the boutique yesterday. If I recall correctly, you were accompanied by your girlfriend, were you not?" Tang Ning deliberately brought up Zhou Wenhan's girlfriend. Mrs. Zhou hastily interjected, "Oh, a girlfriend? Miss Tang, you misunderstand. My son, Wenhan, has always harbored a deep affection for you. How could he possibly have a girlfriend? The young lady with Wenhan yesterday was merely a distant cousin." As she spoke, Mrs. Zhou nudged Zhou Wenhan. "See? It's all your fault for not clarifying things with Miss Tang. Now she's gotten the wrong impression." Chapter 82, Tang Ning's Birthday Banquet. Madame Zhou. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not isn't of paramount importance. Ning won't choose to be with young Master Zhou, and besides, the Zhou and Tang families don't seem to have such a close relationship. Qing Jishu didn't mince words, showing no regard for the other party's feelings. Madame Zhou wasn't offended but retorted, "I see that the Qing and Tang families have quite a good rapport. However, young Master Qing isn't Madame Cheng's biological son after all. And Miss Tang's status is perhaps beyond young Master Cheng's reach." Seeing Madame Zhou bring up Qing Jishu's background, Tang Ning's gaze instantly turned cold. "Madame Zhou. Qing Jishu is a dear friend of mine. My parents regard him as their own son. When you speak such words, please consider the consequences." Noticing Tang Ning's displeasure, Madame Zhou hastily apologized, "It's all my fault, I'm talking nonsense. Young Master Qing is Miss Tang's friend, I shouldn't have spoken rashly. Today is Miss Tang's birthday. I hope you won't mind." Zhou Wenhan, witnessing his mother humbling herself before Tang Ning, was immediately displeased. However, being in Tang Ning's territory, Zhou Wenhan didn't dare to escalate the situation. Soon, Madame Zhou tactfully pulled Zhou Wenhan away in haste. This Tang Ning, always defending that bastard from the Qing family. One can only wonder what she's thinking. Madame Zhou was seething with indignation, and Zhou Wenhan was equally displeased. "Our Zhou family is not to be trifled with, mother. There is no need for us to act so subserviently. Just watch me, I will ensure that the Tang family begs to marry Tang Ning to me." Zhou Wenhan, a notorious libertine in this circle, was well versed in dealing with recalcitrant women, employing a myriad of tactics at his disposal. Before long, he found himself outside the banquet hall, where a few of his associates, who had been stationed at the entrance, rushed forward upon his arrival. One of them, a young man with bleached hair, exclaimed, "Young Master Zhou, I have seen Miss Tang, she is truly exquisite. Once you have her, it would be said that one could die under the peony blossoms yet remain a debonair ghost. Enough of your prattle. Where is the item I requested?" Zhou Wenhan demanded. At this, the young man eagerly handed over a package, saying, "This is potent. With this, there's no way that the Tang heiress will not submit." Upon seeing the vial in his hand, Zhou Wenhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He clapped the young man on the shoulder and declared, "If this succeeds, you shall be well rewarded." "Thank you, young Master Zhou." With the vial in hand, Zhou Wenhan strode back towards the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Lu Chizhou and his mother had also alighted from their vehicle, accompanied by Su Yuro, who had donned her most resplendent gown, appearing akin to a lady of opulence. However, Su Yuro's features lacked the grandeur typically associated with such elegance, resembling more of a modest beauty. Adorned with an abundance of jewels, she inadvertently exuded an air of vulgarity. "Today, during Ning Ning's birthday celebration, you must behave yourself. If you provoke the Tang family, I cannot guarantee your safety," her mother cautioned sternly. "Are you defending Tang Ning because you fear I might embarrass her?" Su Wai scoffed. "Tang Ning is nothing more than a mistress who seduces married men. If she dares to do it, why would she fear my words?" Silence. Cast a cold glance at Su Wai, retorting, "Ning Ning is magnanimous and doesn't wish to argue with you. Were it not for her request to invite you, do you think I would have summoned you here? Why waste words with such a woman? If not for the sake of her being's mother, our family would have long since banished her." With that, pulled away. Abandoned behind. Su Wai resentfully clutched her dress and hastened to catch up, nearly stumbling in her pursuit. Within the banquet hall, S gaze was immediately drawn to Tang Ning, who stood out prominently amidst the crowd. Adorned in a flowing, gold-gilded gown, she exuded an enchanting aura. Witnessing this, Su Wai's eyes betrayed undisguised envy. For she realized that not only but also every man in the banquet hall was captivated by Tang Ning's presence. "Has arrived," whispered to Tang Ning, having spotted Tang Ning, anticipating his early arrival, raised an eyebrow upon seeing and Su Wai by his side. The expected guests had finally arrived. Approached Tang Ning with a smile, her eyes appraising her from head to toe. Tang Ning had blossomed into a woman of captivating beauty. her demeanor and the backing of the Tang family making her an object of desire. She has always believed that only such women are worthy of becoming a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Ning Ning, you look truly splendid today. At first glance, Lu Chizhou was utterly captivated by Tang Ning. After uttering this compliment, Su Yuru stepped forward, affectionately taking Tang Ning's hand, and said, Ning Ning, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. You aren't upset with me, are you? How could I be? You were simply overwhelmed with anger yesterday. Who could withstand such a situation? Indeed, you are now a prominent star in the entertainment industry. Although you once harbored feelings for Chizhou, how could you ever think of pursuing a married man? Please disregard what my mother said yesterday. Those were merely the ramblings arising from our familial discord. Mother, wouldn't you agree? Su Yuru directed the question toward Lu's mother. Though Lu's mother wished to express otherwise, she could not openly declare her desire for a different daughter-in-law in such a setting. Noticing the displeasure on Lu's mother's face, Su Yuru continued, Chizhou has long been known in Linqing as an exemplary man, treating both me and our child with utmost kindness. Mother, I recognize that I upset you yesterday, and I wish to take this opportunity to apologize. From the outset, Su Yuru had elevated her voice, aware that her mother-in-law valued reputation above all. As anticipated, in order to avoid any speculation regarding her son's wavering affections, Lu's mother forced a smile and replied, every family has its own challenges. How could I genuinely harbor anger towards you? It is merely, as long as you are not angry, that is what matters. Su Yuru seized the moment, not allowing Lu's mother to continue speaking. Mother Lu originally intended to voice her disapproval of Su Yuru and Lu Chizhou's compatibility, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Yuru. Ning Ning, I truly appreciate your invitation to your birthday celebration. Chizhou and I shall not intrude upon your guests, she declared, intertwining her arm with Lu Chizhou's as a proclamation of her claim. Tang Ning discerned Lu Chizhou's instinctive desire to withdraw his hand. Yet he was compelled to maintain an appearance of propriety due to Su Yuru's earlier remarks. After all, Lu Chizhou had recently been embroiled in infidelity rumors, and he could not afford to let anyone catch wind of discord between him and his wife. Chapter 83, Gu Yanqing has returned. Observing Su Yuru leading Lu Chizhou away, Mother Lu quietly approached and said, Ning Ning, do not overthink, our Chizhou's heart belongs solely to you. Before Mother Lu could finish her statement, Su Yuru halted and raised her voice towards her mother-in-law. Mother, we are heading over there now. A group of affluent ladies were already greeting Mother Lu, who could only maintain a facade as she walked over with Su Yuru. Once the three members of the Lu family had departed, Qing Zixi returned, exclaiming, I've never encountered such shamelessness. They are even more audacious than the Zhou family. Indeed, desiring both reputation and affection, what a rare combination in this world. Tang Ning had long been aware of the Lu family's true nature. Even if Mother Lu harbored disdain for Su Yuru, she had to uphold appearances. For Su Yuru remained Madame Lu, the wife of Lu Chizhou. Miss, your champagne. A waiter presented the champagne before Tang Ning. Nonchalantly, Ms. Tang accepted the champagne, instinctively taking a delicate sip. However, the moment the champagne graced her palate, she discerned something amiss. What's the matter? Is it that time of the month? Mr. Qing inquired. Get lost. Ms. Tang retorted, her gaze fixed upon the champagne glass in her hand, subtly scanning the surroundings until she spotted Mr. Zhou, who had been conspicuously observing her. What is it? Is your champagne unpalatable? Mr. Qing feigned an attempt to seize the champagne from Ms. Tang's grasp, but before his fingers could graze the glass, a collective gasp reverberated from the entrance of the banquet hall. Isn't that Mr. Gu, the magnate from High City? What brings him here? I heard the Tang family once took in Mr. Gu for a time. Surely, he's here to celebrate Ms. Tang's birthday. Nonsense. Mr. Gu is already betrothed. Why would he come to celebrate the Tang heiress's birthday? Wouldn't he fear Ms. Ji's jealousy? The surrounding individuals chattered, speculating about the purpose of Mr. Gu's arrival. Only Ms. Tang remained rooted to the spot, the title Mr. Gu sounding foreign to her ears. Nearly 6 years had elapsed since she last saw Mr. Gu. The mention of Mr. Gu's betrothal stirred a pang of melancholy within her. After all, she and Mr. Gu had once shared meals and a roof. Yet he hadn't even extended an invitation to his engagement. It was indeed inconsiderate. But in retrospect, over the past 6 years, they had exchanged no greetings. As if they were strangers. Given Mr. Gu's present status, how could he possibly have any association with her? In the brief moments of silence that enveloped Tang Ning, Gu Yanchen had already entered the banquet hall. Clad in a sleek black suit and polished shoes, he adorned himself with gold-rimmed glasses. His demeanor a blend of indifference and subtle elegance. His narrow eyes, imbued with an icy detachment, conveyed a sense of aloofness that kept others at bay. Standing tall, he appeared even more imposing than he did 6 years prior, exuding an air of maturity and composure, yet perpetually radiating a disconcerting sense of distance. The guests were taken aback by Gu Yanchen's striking appearance and commanding presence, while not far away. Lu's mother observed the transformed Gu Yanchen with an added flicker of anger. How could he be here? What an ill omen. From the moment Gu Yanchen was acknowledged as a scion of the Gu family, Lu's mother had firmly believed that his mother lacked propriety. Convinced that she had entangled herself with numerous influential figures, ultimately leaving Gu Yanchen to be associated with their family. Even now, after Gu Yanchen had been reclaimed by the Gu family, Lu's mother remained convinced that he carried the taint of inferiority in his blood, harboring a deep disdain for both him and his mother. To put it plainly, Gu Yanchen was still an illegitimate child. Had it not been for the Gu family's lack of heirs, they would never have brought such a bastard into their esteemed lineage. At this moment, it seemed Gu Yanchen had come with intentions directed towards Tang Ning. Su Yuru deliberately remarked, back in school, Gu Yanchen and Tang Ning were quite the couple. Although he was taken away by the Gu family later, their feelings might still linger. Perhaps he has returned to rekindle their romance. Upon hearing Su Yuru's words, Lu Chizhou's expression darkened, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He could scarcely forget how, during their time at school, Gu Yanchen had consistently defended Tang Ning. It was evident to everyone that Gu Yanchen treated Tang Ning differently. What if Tang Ning softened and accepted him if Gu Yanchen genuinely sought to rekindle their relationship? Ning. Is that Gu Yanchen? Qing Jishu patted Tang Ning beside her, inquiring with undisguised curiosity. Your taste was quite discerning back then. This man is far superior to Lu Chizhou. Tang Ning remained silent. Gu Yanchen, why had he come at this moment? There had been no contact between them in the past 6 years. Just as Qing Jishu anticipated that Gu Yanchen would immediately approach Tang Ning, they observed him heading towards Tang Ning's parents, without so much as a glance in her direction. Seeing this, Tang Ning merely offered a wry smile. Indeed, he was now the head of the Gu Corporation, with a fiancée. It was unlikely he had come to celebrate her birthday. It was probably to discuss cooperation with the Tang family and maintain connections in Lin City. Damn it. This Gu Yanchen. I was just praising him. All my praise was for naught. I thought Gu Yanchen was better than Lu Chizhou. But it seems that all the children raised in the Lu family are equally flawed. Alright, Gu Yanchen and I have long since lost contact. It's normal for him not to seek me out. On the contrary, if he were to approach me, I wouldn't know what to say. Tang Ning lost interest. Taking advantage of the fact that those around her were not paying attention, she beckoned a waiter and ordered another glass of champagne. Then, placing her current glass on the tray as well, she said something to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, Tang Ning finished the champagne in her hand in one gulp. Not far away, Zhou Wenhan observed Tang Ning downing the champagne with great excitement. This meant that tonight, Tang Ning would undoubtedly become his woman. He was eager to see how she would maintain her facade of aloofness. At that moment, as Tang Ning walked past Lu Chizhou, she lightly brushed her fingers against his hand. Although it was merely a fleeting touch, it was enough to stir Lu Chizhou's heart. Su Yuru was already displeased by Tang Ning's proximity to Lu Chizhou. She furrowed her brow and declared, Lu Chizhou, you can only stay by my side tonight, nowhere else. Lu Chizhou, with evident irritation, replied, I'm just stepping out for a smoke, I'll be back shortly. Upon seeing Lu Chizhou disregard her words, Su Yuru was about to unleash her frustration, but was promptly detained by an approaching socialite, leaving her to glare resentfully at Lu Chizhou's retreating figure. Outside the hotel, a gentle night breeze wafted as Tang Ning sat casually by the fountain. Indeed, Lu Chizhou followed her outside. Upon noticing Tang Ning alone by the fountain, he swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It's chilly tonight, why are you sitting here by yourself? He inquired. Tang Ning's cheeks flushed slightly as she touched her warm face and replied, perhaps. I overindulged in alcohol and needed some fresh air. Lu Chizhou felt a pang of concern and said, Today is your birthday, if you don't wish to drink, I will drink in your stead. Tang Ning smiled warmly at Lu Chizhou. At that moment, Lu Chizhou was unexpectedly reminded of his childhood, when he frequented the Tang residence. And little Tang Ning would smile at him in just this way. For a fleeting moment, Lu Chizhou felt a sense of disorientation. Tang Ning, having already noticed Su Ro following them, stood up and suggested, "It's rather chilly out here, perhaps we should head back inside. It wouldn't do to be seen." "Very well," Lu Chizhou acquiesced. However, just as they were about to leave, Tang Ning suddenly lost her footing and stumbled forward. With remarkable alacrity, Lu Chizhou immediately caught Tang Ning in his arms, anxiously inquiring, "Ning Ning, are you all right? Did you have too much to drink? Shall I escort you home?" "I'm fine. I just felt a bit dizzy for a moment," Tang Ning replied, gently massaging her temples. Meanwhile, Su Ro, concealed in the shadows, had clenched her fists in anger. "President Lu, I'm not feeling quite well, I think I'll retire to my room upstairs," Tang Ning announced. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Lu Chizhou nodded and offered, "I'll escort you." Tang Ning did not object. Lu Chizhou then accompanied Tang Ning, supporting her as they made their way back inside the hotel. Su Ro resisted the urge to confront Tang Ning, maintaining a tight grip on her fists as she trailed closely behind. On the second floor of the hotel, Lu Chizhou escorted Tang Ning to her suite. As the Tang family had reserved the entire venue, the hotel rooms were readily available for the guests. Noticing Lu Chizhou's intention to assist her inside, Tang Ning halted at the doorway. She smiled at Lu Chizhou and said, "President Lu, this is far enough. Ro is still waiting for you downstairs, don't let her misunderstand." The room was dimly lit, and Lu Chizhou gazed at Tang Ning's flushed cheeks. Coupled with the effects of the alcohol he had consumed that evening, the atmosphere rendered him somewhat unable to restrain himself. Lu Chizhou stepped closer, saying, "Ning Ning, I merely wish to ascertain your well-being, I harbor no ulterior motives. Surely, I have safely arrived at my destination. Mr. Lu, perhaps you should return to accompany Mrs. Lu. Given Ro's temperament, if you do not go to her, she may misconstrue the situation," Tang Ning replied gently, though she did not firmly close the door. She felt a warmth coursing through her body, likely a result of the champagne's effects beginning to take hold. In her previous life, Lu Chizhou had shown little interest in her, and Lu's mother had gone to great lengths to expedite their having children, even procuring certain substances. Tang Ning recalled the taste of that concoction mingled with wine, and given Zhou Wenhan's earlier behavior in the banquet hall, she concluded that he had indeed tampered with the champagne. Although she had consumed only a small sip, it had nonetheless affected her. Clearly, Zhou Wenhan was determined to marry her. With this realization, she decided to fully exploit the effects of the drug. "Ning Ning, I have much more to say to you in private," Lu Chizhou continued, gently pushing Tang Ning into the room and closing the door behind them. Observing this, Tang Ning feigned fear and exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, let us discuss this another time, you should leave." "Ning Ning, I genuinely regret my past actions. I truly have feelings for you. What Su Ro stated today was not a reflection of my true sentiments. I hope you can find it in your heart to accept me once more." "Ning Ning." Lu Chizhou embraced Tang Ning tightly. Despite her inner revulsion, Tang Ning refrained from forcefully pushing him away. Indeed, Lu Chizhou mistakenly believed that she still harbored feelings for him, and he lifted her effortlessly, intending to carry her to the bed for a kiss. "Ning Ning, shall we reunite?" he professed, as he attempted to remove her dress. However, the fishtail gown proved too intricate to unfasten. Having consumed alcohol and feeling impatient, Lu Chizhou resorted to tearing at her clothing. Upon hearing the sound of fabric ripping, Tang Ning cried out in desperation, "Mr. Lu, please, stop. You have a wife, this is unacceptable. Help. Someone, please." She shouted with all her might. Yet Lu Chizhou persisted in his relentless pursuit. In that moment, Tang Ning struggled to reach the alarm button on the wall, and as her finger pressed it, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. A figure entered, forcefully dragging Lu Chizhou off the bed. Just as Lu Chizhou attempted to rise, several bodyguards restrained him. Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback, for she witnessed an unprecedented expression of anger on Gu Yanqing's typically frosty visage. Initially, she had intended to activate the button to summon hotel staff, never anticipating Gu Yanqing's sudden arrival. Before Tang Ning could articulate her thoughts, Gu Yanqing removed his suit jacket and enveloped her within its folds. At that moment, Tang Ning's cheeks still bore the flush of embarrassment. Gu Yanqing reached out to touch her forehead, quickly realizing something amiss. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What have you consumed?" Before Tang Ning could utter a word, Lu Chizhou's voice echoed from beyond the doorway, "Gu Yanqing. How dare you seize me? Release me at once." Lu Chizhou vociferously protested. Yet he found himself entirely at Gu Yanqing's mercy. The commotion swiftly reached the ears of those on the ground floor, prompting many to crane their necks, curious about the disturbance emanating from the second story. Gu Yanqing stated frigidly, "Escort Mr. Lu downstairs and deliver him into the care of Uncle Tang." "Yes, Mr. Gu." Several bodyguards seized Lu Chizhou and dragged him downstairs. Gu Yanqing's gaze then settled upon Tang Ning. "Are you capable of walking?" Tang Ning nodded listlessly. Gu Yanqing, without further ado, draped his suit jacket more securely around Tang Ning's shoulders. Below, upon beholding the multitude of people in the hall, Lu Chizhou's countenance underwent an immediate transformation, his earlier arrogance evaporating entirely. Lu's mother, witnessing her son bound, rushed forward, exclaiming anxiously, "What are you doing? Why are you seizing my son? Release him this instant." "Mr. Lu attempted to force himself upon Miss Tang. Does this rationale meet with Mrs. Lu's approval?" Gu Yanqing and Tang Ning descended the stairs in succession. The assembled guests, observing Tang Ning draped in Gu Yanqing's jacket and her disheveled hair, instantly comprehended the situation. "What?" Tang's father's expression darkened, and Tang's mother immediately turned her gaze upon Tang Ning. Tang Ning, appearing aggrieved, threw herself into her parents' embrace, weeping and exclaiming, "Mother, father, I no longer wish to live." Chapter 85, Lu Chizhou expelled from the banquet hall. Tang Ning's lamentation conveyed the impression of profound suffering. The crowd observed the farce unfolding before them, their gazes fixated on Lu Chizhou. At that moment, Lu Chizhou regained his composure and promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Tang, Aunt Tang. Please allow me to explain." "Who is your Uncle Tang? What is there to explain?" Mr. Tang retorted, his face a mask of fury. "Your Lu family may have reaped considerable profits recently, but that does not entitle you to bully my daughter." Mr. Tang continued. "I cannot believe my daughter once advocated for you, inviting you to her birthday celebration, and encouraging me to consider you for future projects. Yet, after 5 years, your Lu family reveals such a sordid nature. Uncle Tang, I am sincere in my feelings for Ning Ning. Are you still here, speaking nonsense? Who in lynching does not know that you, Lu Chizhou, are already married with children? Is this your idea of making my daughter feel uncomfortable?" "Mrs. Tang shouted towards the hotel security, "Throw Lu Chizhou out. The Tang family shall never collaborate with the Lu family again. I will not permit Lu Chizhou to set foot on my family's territory ever again." Upon hearing this, the security swiftly approached to escort Lu Chizhou away. Observing this, Mrs. Lu hurried forward, pushing through the security personnel, and said, "Brother Tang, this is all a misunderstanding. Our two families have shared such a good relationship. And I am aware that Chizhou has feelings for Ning Ning. I believe this is merely a matter of mutual affection. Perhaps the girl is just a little shy." However, as soon as these words escaped her lips, Mrs. Tang's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my daughter is pursuing your son?" "I did not say such a thing. It is merely that Ning has cherished her affection for our Chizhou since childhood. After sharing a few drinks together, it is only natural that certain circumstances arise. Mrs. Lu seeks to exacerbate this matter, and Tang Ning cannot help but smirk inwardly, astonished that after 5 years, Mrs. Lu remains so contemptible. At this moment, Gu Yanqing suddenly chuckled lightly and remarked, "Miss Tang is the daughter of the Tang family, a master's degree holder, and remains unmarried, relying on her exceptional talents to thrive as a leading actress in the entertainment industry. However, Mr. Lu, I truly cannot fathom what remarkable qualities he possesses. I have heard that Mr. Lu did not graduate high school and only holds a junior high school diploma. Not only is he married, but he also has children. In comparison, the Lu family does not quite measure up to the esteemed Tang family, does it? How does Mrs. Lu dare to utter such words? You." Mrs. Lu glared at Gu Yanqing, her anger boiling, yet she forced herself to restrain it. After all, Gu Yanqing had brought many people with him today. It was said that the Gu family could navigate both the legitimate and illicit realms in Haiqing. To provoke the Gu family would surely yield no favorable outcome. Tang's father spoke coldly, "Not only do you insult my daughter, but you also seek to tarnish her reputation. This is utterly outrageous. Remove them at once. Several security guards restrained even Mrs. Lu, who was taken aback that the Tang family would show them such disregard in a public setting. She began to throw a tantrum, exclaiming, "We and Chizhou have been wronged. You cannot treat us this way. Let go of me. Release me." Lu Chizhou fixed his gaze intently on Tang Ning, expecting her to speak up for him, only to find that she completely ignored him. In that moment in the room, it was he who had acted impulsively. However, at the outset, Tang Ning had no intention of resisting. He could not fathom that Tang Ning would remain indifferent to their expulsion. Yet, until Lu Chizhou and his mother were driven out, Tang Ning remained silent. "Ning Ning, are you all right? Are you frightened?" Tang's father inquired with genuine concern, to which Tang Ning gently shook her head and replied, "It was my own carelessness, but I cannot quite grasp why. I feel somewhat unwell." "Unwell? How could that be?" In response to Tang's father's bewilderment, Gu Yanqing interjected, "Miss Tang is exhibiting signs of fever. It appears she has been drugged." Upon hearing that his precious daughter had been drugged, both parents' expressions darkened instantaneously. "How could Lu Chizhou resort to such vile actions against my daughter?" Tang's father seethed with indignation. The gathered guests absorbed this shocking revelation. Consequently, Lu Chizhou had surely incurred the Tang family's ire. It seems that any future collaboration with the Lu family must be reconsidered. Gu Yanqing remarked coolly, "Uncle Tang. Given Miss Tang's current condition, it would be best for her to return home and rest." "Indeed. I shall escort Ning Ning home at once," Tang's father declared, preparing to lead Tang Ning away, but she interjected, "Father, there are so many guests today, you still need to entertain them. Nothing is more important than my beloved daughter." Tang's father wished to argue further, yet Tang Ning turned to Gu Yanqing and said, "I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Gu, for your timely assistance today. Might I impose upon you to escort me home as well?" Both Tang's father and mother were momentarily taken aback by Tang Ning's unexpected request. As Qing Zhixiu, who originally intended to voluntarily escort Tang Ning home, witnessed the scene before her, she instantly grasped Tang Ning's intentions. She desired to spend time alone with Gu Yanqing. Tang's father failed to comprehend this implication, and it was Tang's mother who stepped forward, stating, "Could you trouble Yanqing to take Ning Ning home? Both your Uncle Tang and I are indeed unable to leave at this moment." "It's no trouble at all, in fact. I was planning to stay at Uncle Tang's house today." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback. How was it possible that Gu Yanqing would be staying at their home without her knowledge? Meanwhile, in the suite on the second floor, Zhou Wenhan was forcefully restraining the woman beneath him, completely oblivious to the commotion downstairs. "Damn it. You dared to be arrogant with me. Now, look who's in my grasp. Tang Ning, your day has come." Zhou Wenhan treated the woman beneath him with a sense of vindictive pleasure. And the one who found herself at his mercy was none other than Su Yurua. Dazed and confused, Su Yurua had followed Lu Chizhou and Tang Ning to the second floor but had unwittingly lost track of them. As she searched for a room, she was suddenly yanked inside by Zhou Wenhan. His robust physique combined with the aromatic ambience of the room soon left her feeling lightheaded and disoriented. Upon hearing Zhou Wenhan mention Tang Ning, Su Yurua snapped back to reality, "I am not Tang Ning. Let go of me. Let go." However, Zhou Wenhan paid no heed to the woman's pleas. He had completely lost his sanity, driven by an overwhelming desire to vent his frustrations, possibly exacerbated by the heavy scent in the room. In the interim, silence permeated the car as Tang Ning and Gu Yanqian rode together. Eventually, Gu Yanqian broke the quietude, inquiring in a deep voice, "Who administered the drug?" "It was Zhou Wenhan." "You didn't consume much." "I merely took a sip. I instructed the server to pass the remainder to Zhou Wenhan." Chapter 86, Gu Yanqian's engagement. The drug's potency was rather intense. Zhou Wenhan, having ingested the drink, would likely endure a day of discomfort. The atmosphere within the vehicle reverted to a frigid state. The two individuals sat in the back, as awkward as if they were complete strangers. "I heard you're engaged," Tang Ning stated, clearing her throat. "I've also heard of the Ji family. I understand Miss Ji is gentle and magnanimous, as well as erudite and comely. The two of you seem well suited." "Indeed," Gu Yanqian responded with a mere acknowledgement, tacitly confirming his engagement to the Ji family's daughter. Tang Ning feigned nonchalance, remarking, "You're quite inconsiderate. At the very least, we were once classmates." You transferred schools without a word, and you're getting engaged without a word. Over these past 5 years, not even a greeting. When you marry, don't expect a gift from me. There's no need for you to give one, Gu Yanchen replied in a placid tone. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning felt a pang of bitterness. That's right, what kind of friends go over 5 years without contact? Perhaps, in Gu Yanchen's estimation, she wasn't even worthy of attending the wedding between the Gu and Ji families. Soon after, the car came to a halt in front of the Tang residence. Tang Ning and Gu Yanqing arrived at the Tang residence, with the housekeeper opening the grand door. Upon recognizing them, a look of surprise crossed her face. Miss, is that not young Master Lu? How did you both return together? Noticing that the housekeeper still referred to Gu Yanqing as young Master Lu, Tang Ning responded, Auntie. Yanqing is now the heir to the Gu family and is no longer the second young master of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper quickly apologized. I am truly sorry, Mr. Gu, it was not my intention. It's quite all right, Gu Yanqing replied. His gaze fixed on the furnishings and decor of the Tang residence. Nearly 6 years had elapsed, yet everything remained unchanged. Today, Mr. Gu will be staying at our home. Auntie, please prepare a room, Tang Ning instructed. The housekeeper hesitated, but the room where Mr. Gu used to stay is now occupied by young Master Qing. Should we not prepare a different room for Mr. Gu? A moment of silence enveloped the two before Tang Ning spoke again. Any room will suffice, I believe Mr. Gu would not mind. With that, she led Gu Yanqing upstairs. Throughout this time, he remained silent. However, upon reaching the spot where he once resided, Gu Yanqing halted. Noticing his pause, Tang Ning remarked, Qing Jishu has recently returned from abroad and has taken a liking to your room, staying there for a couple of days. Nevertheless, everything inside remains unchanged. If you wish to stay here, I can have Auntie prepare it for you. Qing Jishu is quite adaptable to any accommodation. No need. I am fine with any arrangement, he replied. Subsequently, Gu Yanqing proceeded to the adjacent chamber. The Tang residence boasted numerous rooms, and Tang Ning, upon observing Gu Yanqing's departure, returned to her own quarters. She had previously contemplated the possibility of encountering Gu Yanqing one day. Yet she had not anticipated that their rapport would deteriorate to such an extent. Tang Ning merely shook her head and offered a faint smile. Indeed, in her previous existence, she and Gu Yanqing had shared little interaction. In this life, she could not expect Gu Yanqing to regard her favorably merely because she had rescued him, could she? Tang Ning reclined upon her bed, remaining sleepless throughout the night. Before the break of dawn on the following day, Su Yuro cautiously returned to the Lu household. However, as Su Yuro opened the door, she was met with Lu's mother seated in the drawing room, wearing a look of acrimonious severity, who inquired, Why have you returned at such a late hour? Su Yuro felt a pang of guilt, yet she dared not express it, stating instead, last night, I inadvertently consumed a bit too much alcohol, and thus I slumbered in a suite on the second floor. Su Yuro fabricated the story. Yet Lu's mother harbored no suspicion, as her mind was preoccupied with another matter. Lu's mother took a deep breath and declared, Enough, spare me the details. Are you aware of the extent of the grievances that Chizhou endured yesterday? And yet, you were sound asleep in a hotel? How can you be so unconcerned? Confronted with Lu's mother's censure, Su Yuro did not attempt to defend herself this time. Instead, Su Yuro proactively inquired, Chizhou, what grievances did he endure? What grievances could he have endured? Why, he was falsely accused of attempting to violate Tang Ning. Upon the mention of this matter, Lu's mother became incensed. Upon hearing Lu Chizhou's alleged misconduct towards Tang Ning, Su Yuro's complexion immediately shifted. What? Chizhou actually assaulted Tang Ning? Did you hear that clearly? It is slander. Slander. Lu's mother slammed her hand on the table, fuming, this is clearly a case of mutual affection. How could Tang Ning betray us like this and accuse our Chizhou of assaulting her? Our Chizhou is the president of the Lu Corporation, handsome and desirable. Many women admire him. How could he possibly resort to such desperate measures as assaulting Tang Ning? It's infuriating. Especially with that little wretch, Gu Yanqing, who has now risen to power within the Gu family and has become quite formidable. Mother, I must say, if it were me, I would also suspect Lu Chizhou of wanting to assault Tang Ning. Upon hearing Su Yuro voice such sentiments, Lu's mother became even more enraged. What did you just say? You dare to suspect your husband of wanting to assault someone else? Have you lost your mind? My son is exceptionally talented, what woman could he not have? Why would he need to target Tang Ning? Suyuro retorted with a cold smile, your son may be talented, but he is also a husband and a father. Even if Tang Ning were to take the initiative, if Lu Chizhou did not desire it, nothing would happen. How can you, as his wife, speak so disparagingly of your husband? Lu's mother was poised to reprimand Suyuro when Lu Chizhou descended the stairs. His gaze landing on Suyuro without inquiring why she had not returned home the previous night. As he made his way towards the door, Lu's mother hurriedly asked, son, where are you going? To work. Lu Chizhou didn't even spare a glance for Suyuro. After uttering those two words, he departed from the house. Witnessing Lu Chizhou's indifferent demeanor, Suyuro felt a suffocating sensation within her. During their earlier days together, Lu Chizhou would shower her with endless declarations of love and was utterly compliant to her wishes. However, ever since she bore their child, Lu Jia, the warmth of their relationship had evidently waned, with the instances of them sharing the same bed dwindling to a mere handful. With Tang Ning's return, Lu Chizhou seemed wholly captivated by her. Suyuro bit her lip, realizing she could no longer allow this to continue, otherwise Lu Chizhou would inevitably be lured away by Tang Ning. It seemed imperative for her to devise a plan. That very day, Suyuro personally visited a lingerie store at the mall, intent on selecting several new pieces. The frequency of their intimate encounters had diminished post-marriage. And while Lu Chizhou had always relished such playful diversions, her focus had shifted after the arrival of their child. This time, she was determined to win back Lu Chizhou's heart. In the mall, Zhao Qian nudged Tang Ning beside her, inquiring, Ning Ning, isn't that Suyuro over there? What do you suppose she's purchasing? Zhao Qian's excitement was palpable, as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Tang Ning also turned her attention to the direction Zhao Qian indicated. There, Suyuro was selecting a red lace nightgown, a garment typically associated with romantic enticement between couples. Zhao Qian remarked, I noticed Lu Chizhou's cold demeanor towards Suyuro during the last alumni gathering. I never imagined it would escalate to the point where she felt the need to buy such intimate apparel. Tang Ning smiled faintly and said, let's go take a look. All right. Zhao Qian tugged at Tang Ning and pretended to stroll into the lingerie store. The moment Suyuro raised her eyes, she spotted Tang Ning and promptly set down the sleepwear she was holding. Zhao Qian deliberately remarked, what a coincidence. Madame Lu is here buying lingerie as well? I'm just browsing, Suyuro replied, anxious that the two might notice the lingerie in her hands. She had always proclaimed to others how adored she was by Lu Chizhou, how meticulously he cared for her. If word got out that Lu Chizhou had long since lost interest in her, how could she hold her head high? Just browsing? Oh, this sleepwear is quite lovely, but... Zhao Qian raised her eyebrows suggestively. Suyuro merely retorted, Chizhou likes me in red sleepwear. Zhao Qian, you're not married yet. You wouldn't understand the nuances of marital intimacy. Dismissing her concerns, Suyuro handed the sleepwear to the sales associate and said, I would like to check out. Of course, madam, the associate replied, stepping away. As soon as the associate was out of earshot, Zhao Qian said, I may not grasp the intricacies of marital intimacy. But I do know that just a few days ago, Lu Chizhou was seen with another woman. After we classmates learned of it, we even contemplated giving him a good scolding. Zhao Qian's words hinted at the deterioration of Lu Chizhou and Suyuru's marriage. Yet, Suyuru remained unfazed, asserting, that's merely a false rumor. How could you believe such things? Chizhou and I have always had a strong bond. As she spoke, Suyuru cast a glance at Tang Ning and remarked, even if we occasionally bicker, in a couple of days we will reconcile as before. It is utterly impossible for outsiders to meddle in our marriage. Suyuru's words were clearly directed at Tang Ning. With a smile, Tang Ning responded, then Mrs. Lu must keep a vigilant watch over her husband and ensure he does not engage in any indiscretions. I can overlook what transpired yesterday. But should such incidents occur in the future, our Tang family will not let it go lightly. I have heard about last night's events as well. Yet I believe it was merely a drunken escapade in Chizhou. While I regret any distress it may have caused you, I hope you will not hold it against me. At that moment, the sales assistant presented Suyuru with her packaged clothing. Just as Suyuru prepared to depart, Tang Ning unexpectedly interjected, oh, by the way, I recall Mrs. Lu arriving with Mr. Lu yesterday. How is it that I did not see Mrs. Lu when she left? Upon hearing this, Suyuru felt a pang of guilt and hastily offered a vague excuse, I had drunk too much last night and left early. Is that so? However, it seemed Mrs. Lu arrived in the same vehicle as Mr. Lu. If she left prematurely, then who escorted her home? This matter has nothing to do with Miss Tang, does it? Regardless, the Lu and Tang families are not currently on speaking terms. I hope Miss Tang will refrain from appearing in Chizhou in the future. A man with a wife and children would certainly not entertain any affection for you. With that, Su Yuru turned and exited the lingerie store. Zhao Qian expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "What an attitude. It's evident that her own spouse is unable to restrain his carnal desires, yet she dares to distort the truth here. Our Ning Ning would never deign to cast a glance at your husband." As Tang Ning watched Su Yuro's hurried departure, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Judging from Su Yuro's reaction just now, it was clear that Su Yuro was fabricating a falsehood. Last night, Su Yuro had not left the hotel at all. "Qian, something has come up, and I need to head back. I'll have the driver escort you back as well." "Where are you off to?" "I seem to recall leaving something behind at the banquet last night. I'm going to retrieve it." "Alright, then we'll connect later." Tang Ning nodded. After having the driver see Zhao Qian off, she hailed a taxi to the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon seeing Tang Ning's arrival, the manager of the Four Seasons Hotel promptly stepped forward to greet her. "Miss Tang, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming? I would have arranged for someone to pick you up. I'm merely here to retrieve an item, there's no need for such formality." "Have you lost something?" "I'll have someone search for it right away." "No need, I can handle it myself." Tang Ning said with some difficulty. "However, I need to borrow the hotel surveillance room." "Ah? The surveillance room? What's wrong? Is it not possible?" "It's not that it's not possible, it's just that President Gu also misplaced something last night. And he's currently in the surveillance room." Hearing that Gu Yanchen was in the surveillance room, Tang Ning paused, taken aback. Gu Yanchen lost something? What could be so important that it required Gu Yanchen to come in person? "It's alright, I'll go take a look." With that, Tang Ning proceeded towards the surveillance room. Two sentinels in sable attire stood guard at the monitor room's entrance. Upon discerning Tang Ning, they promptly intercepted her, stating, "Regrettably, Mr. Gu is presently occupied. We must request that you await his availability, madam." Undaunted by their obstruction, Tang Ning addressed the room directly. "Gu Yanqing, it is I, Tang Ning." Presently, Gu Yanqing unlatched the portal, his gaze falling upon Tang Ning, who was adorned in an ecru frock. "Pray, enter," he beckoned. Tang Ning proceeded into the chamber where surveillance footage from the preceding evening's banquet hall and the adjacent corridor played on loop. Gu Yanqing manipulated the controls, his eyes fixed on the screen. As the moment of Lu Chizhou escorting her upstairs approached, Tang Ning interjected, "Mr. Gu, has something been misplaced?" "Indeed. Might I inquire as to its nature?" "An engagement ring." Upon hearing these words, Tang Ning's heart sank. "So, something has indeed been lost?" Gu Yanqing inquired. "Does Miss Tang seek something in particular?" I seem to have misplaced an earring and thought to retrace my steps." At that juncture, Tang Ning espied Su Yuro's furtive movements on the monitor, as she shadowed them both. Presently, Su Yuro was depicted scouring the corridor for their whereabouts. Ultimately, she passed by a half-closed door and was drawn into the room by an unseen hand. "Hold!" Tang Ning exclaimed, lunging forward to halt the recording. In doing so, her fingers brushed against those of Gu Yanqing, who recoiled instantly, preserving the distance between them. The atmosphere congealed. Looking at Gu Yanqing's withdrawn hand, Tang Ning murmured, "I was just observing something." Chapter 88, Hotel Surveillance Footage. Gu Yanqing responded in a deep voice, stepping aside slightly. The surveillance room was not particularly spacious. Tang Ning quickly rewound the footage and, as expected, saw Su Wai being pulled into a room by a man's hand. Su Wai remained inside for several hours, only emerging furtively late into the night. Compared to when she entered, her attire was slightly disheveled, indicating a struggle. "Finished watching?" Gu Yanqing's voice came from the side. "Just a moment longer." Tang Ning retrieved her phone and recorded the scene just played. Gu Yanqing stated, "You weren't looking for earrings, but something else, weren't you?" "President Gu is here to find the engagement ring, I won't intrude any further." Tang Ning did not answer Gu Yanqing but turned to leave. However, in the next moment, Gu Yanqing said, "Last night, you knew all along that Zhou Wenhan was the one who drugged you, yet you still went along with it. leading Lu Chizhou upstairs. Weren't you afraid something might actually happen to you? The Four Seasons Hotel has excellent security measures. If I were truly in danger, their staff would have intervened immediately. Besides, I genuinely didn't do it on purpose last night. Seeing Tang Ning deliberately concealing the truth, Gu Yanchen did not expose her but said calmly, "You may leave." Oh. Tang Ning acquiesced and stepped out of the surveillance room, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the fingers that had just brushed against Gu Yancheng's. His hasty withdrawal suggested he wished to sever any connection with her, didn't he it? It appeared that Gu Yancheng truly harbored deep affections for Miss Ji. His urgency to retrieve even a lost ring, coupled with his resolute avoidance of physical contact with any woman other than Miss Ji, painted him as quite the exemplary gentleman. As she pondered this, Tang Ning exited the Four Seasons Hotel. Before long, Gu Yancheng emerged from the surveillance room, his tone indifferent as he stated, "Find a way to sabotage the Zhou family's projects. Within a month, I do not wish to hear their name in Lin City again." "Mr. Gu. May I ask why?" "He has provoked me," Gu Yancheng replied curtly, then departed from the Four Seasons Hotel. That evening, upon returning home, Tang Ning was greeted by her parents, who had prepared a sumptuous feast. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Mom, Dad, my birthday has already passed. What occasion warrants such a lavish spread?" "Yancheng will be back soon, we must celebrate properly," her mother replied. At the mention of Gu Yancheng's imminent return, Tang Ning's smile faltered, her thoughts racing. Gu Yancheng was returning? Hadn't he said he was merely staying temporarily? Until when will he be residing here? She asked, but before her parents could respond, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper went to answer it, and Qing Jishu, having changed into slippers, strode confidently towards Tang Ning, exclaiming, "What's the occasion? This feast is extravagant. Hasten to wash your hands, shortly, when Yanchen returns, we shall commence our meal." Mrs. Tang cheerfully busied herself with the preparation of the tableware. Tang Ning turned to Qing Jishu and inquired, "What brings you here?" "What do you mean, what brings me here? Haven't I been residing here for the past few days?" Qing Jishu replied, gazing at Tang Ning with a puzzled expression. "You mustn't have been bullied yesterday to the point of losing your senses, have you? Cease your rambling, recently, Gu Yanchen has been staying at home, so behave yourself. He occupies his space, and I mine." Qing Jishu dismissed her concerns, taking a seat without hesitation, while Mr. and Mrs. Tang treated him as if he were their own son. Witnessing this, Tang Ning could only facepalm. This dinner was proving utterly unappetizing. Ding dong, the doorbell rang once more, causing Tang Ning's back to stiffen. As expected, Gu Yanchen entered. Upon seeing him, Mrs. Tang's delight was palpable. "Yanchen, come, it's time to eat." "Thank you, Aunt Tang." Gu Yanchen replied, taking a seat opposite Qing Jishu, who amiably beckoned Tang Ning to sit beside him. Tang Ning could hardly muster a smile, not in the least. As Mrs. Tang served Gu Yanchen with various dishes, she remarked, "Yanchen, since you've come to lynching this time, do stay a few more days. Your Uncle Tang has been eager to play chess with you." "Indeed. Every time Uncle Tang plays, he annihilates me completely. With you here, Gu, you can take my place in playing chess with Uncle Tang, I cannot manage it at all." Qing Jishu, unperturbed, seamlessly engaged with Gu Yanchen. Tang Ning felt a lump in her throat, sat on pins and needles, and felt as if thorns were pricking her back. She had never eaten a dinner so cautiously. Gu Yanchen remarked, "My chess skills are not as good as Uncle Tang's, but it doesn't hurt to play a game. You two rascals. The two of you combined couldn't beat me." Overjoyed, Tang's father became somewhat uninhibited after drinking a glass of white wine. Tang Ning nearly choked while drinking her beverage. And Qing Jishu considerately prepared a tissue for her, saying, "What's wrong with you? How can you choke on water?" Tang Ning acutely noticed Gu Yanchen glancing at the two of them. For some reason, Tang Ning suddenly felt a little guilty. She snatched the tissue from Qing Jishu's hand and said, "I can do it myself. What's there to be shy about? Back in school, you weren't so shy when you asked me to buy sanitary napkins and deliver them to the women's restroom." Pfft. Tang Ning sprayed out a mouthful of beverage. Seeing this, Tang's mother patted Qing Jishu's arm and said, "You child. What nonsense are you talking about at the dinner table?" "Auntie Tang. I'm not talking nonsense. If I hadn't been protecting Tang Ning these past few years abroad, she might have been abducted by some young man. I'm a great hero. Tang Ning couldn't bear to listen to Qing Jishu's boasting any longer. She quickly put food in Qing Jishu's bowl, saying, "Say less. Just eat." Qing Jishu wanted to continue speaking, but Tang Ning stuffed a chicken leg into Qing Jishu's mouth. Qing Jishu mumbled for a long time, unable to say a word, and could only gnaw on the chicken leg in his hand. To shift the conversation, Tang's mother turned to Gu Yanqing and inquired, "Yanqing, I've heard that you are engaged. When do you plan to marry?" "The wedding date has yet to be determined, but it should not be too far off," Gu Yanqing replied in a tone devoid of enthusiasm, as if he had little to say on the matter. Tang's mother nodded, remarking, "It is indeed wise to settle down early. I have heard that Miss Ji is well educated and possesses beauty. When the time comes for your wedding, do remember to send us an invitation." Gu Yanqing remained silent, his gaze drifting towards Tang Ning. Feeling utterly devoid of appetite, Tang Ning set down her chopsticks and declared, "Mom, I'm full." Chapter 89, Gu Yanqing teaches her to manage the company. Tang Ning turned to ascend the stairs, and upon noticing this, Qing Jishu wiped her mouth and followed closely behind, not forgetting to call out as she left, "Uncle Tang, Aunt Tang, I'm also full." Tang's mother, observing this, could not help but chide, "What are these two children up to?" Gu Yanqing glanced at the retreating figures of Qing Jishu and Tang Ning, his expression darkening slightly. "Tang Ning! Tang Ning!" Qing Jishu trailed after Tang Ning, asking, "Why are you running so fast?" Tang Ning shot a glare at Qing Jishu, retorting, "Isn't it because of your earlier nonsensical chatter? Can't you keep your mouth shut for once?" "What did I say? Wasn't everything I mentioned the truth?" Qing Jishu began, only to suddenly realize something. "You wouldn't have feelings for Gu Yanqing, would you?" "Me? Have feelings for Gu Yanqing? Isn't that the case? The moment you heard about his engagement, you rushed upstairs, clearly feeling guilty." Tang Ning was rendered speechless. Qing Jishu clapped Tang Ning on the shoulder in a brotherly fashion, remarking, "There are plenty of fish in the sea, why pine after one flower? Gu Yanqing is handsome and well off, but he's already taken. With your looks and family background, Miss Tang, you can have any man you desire. There's no need to fixate on one." "I appreciate the consolation," Tang Ning retorted, swatting away Qing Jishu's hand. "However, my focus now is on my career. Not finding a man." Having suffered a setback in her previous life, she was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Who says a woman must marry? She could live a fulfilling life on her own. Speaking of career endeavors, are you really planning to make a splash in the domestic scene, becoming a top-tier actress? Mr. Chung, I'm abandoning my established celebrity resources abroad to start anew as an actress in China. Wouldn't you say I'm out of my mind? Then what kind of career are you pursuing? Don't tell me you're planning to inherit the Tang family fortune. Uncle Tang isn't dead yet. Don't you dare curse my father." Tang Ning retorted, slapping Qing Jishu on the back of the head. "In any case, you must keep my decision to not pursue acting a secret. If you breathe a word of it to my parents, I'll strangle you." Tang Ning feigned ferocity, but it held no sway over Qing Jishu. All right. I won't say a word. I promise." The following morning, Tang Ning was summoned before her parents. Her father, wearing a stern expression, inquired, "Qing Jishu says you're giving up on being a celebrity. What's going on? Dearest Ning, has someone been mistreating you? Please confide in your parents." Observing the anxious expressions of her parents, Tang Ning glanced at Qing Jishu, who was standing nearby. Qing Jishu, looking rather sheepish, demurred, "Don't look at me like that. I only have your best interests at heart." Having achieved widespread fame and stardom abroad within a mere year, Tang Ning had become a household name. Indeed, had she continued her trajectory overseas, she would have undoubtedly ascended to the echelons of international acclaim. Yet, to everyone's surprise, she chose to return to her homeland. Had she opted to rebuild her career domestically, it would have been understandable, given her innate talent. However, Tang Ning abruptly declared her intention to retire from the entertainment industry altogether, a decision that naturally caused her parents considerable concern for her future. Realizing that she could no longer conceal her true intentions, Tang Ning finally explained, "Father, Mother, I simply find the life of an entertainer to be excessively taxing. I would much rather dedicate myself to learning the intricacies of corporate management. After all, my studies abroad were focused on finance and economics, which would enable me to assist you both." Upon hearing Tang Ning's explanation, her parents' expression softened somewhat. Her father remarked, "If you truly find it burdensome, my dear, then by all means, relinquish your career as an entertainer. Our family is not wanting for resources, we can certainly provide for you. Even if you choose not to work for the rest of your days." Her mother added, "Nevertheless, my dear, it is important for a young woman to have her own pursuits. If you genuinely aspire to learn the art of corporate management, we can arrange for Yanchen to mentor you." Upon hearing the suggestion of being mentored by Gu Yanchen, Tang Ning vehemently objected, exclaiming, "No. There's no need to trouble President Gu. It's no trouble at all." From behind, Gu Yanchen's composed voice resonated. Tang Ning turned to find that Gu Yanchen had appeared behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. "It's merely a trifle of corporate governance," asserted Gu Yanchen, taking it upon himself. "Rest assured, Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang, I am more than capable of instructing her." Tang Ning was taken aback. Just yesterday, Gu Yanchen seemed reluctant to engage with her. What prompted this sudden willingness to tutor her in corporate management? Tang's mother nodded, expressing her relief, with Yanchen guiding Ning. "Your uncle and I can set our minds at ease." In the afternoon, Tang Ning accompanied Gu Yanchen to Gu Corporation's branch in Lin City. During the ride, Tang Ning remained silent until Gu Yanchen remarked, "I've reviewed your accomplishments abroad, they are quite impressive." "Thank you for your commendation, President Gu," she responded. "What is your motivation for wanting to manage the company?" he inquired. If he recalled correctly, Tang Ning was thriving overseas, and returning home promised a bright future. Yet, she had forsaken that shortcut. "My field of study is financial economics, and I have a keen interest in corporate management," she explained. Gu Yanchen remained silent, clearly unconvinced by her response. However, he refrained from further questioning and instead stated, "Your theoretical knowledge is commendable, but practical experience is necessary. Today, I'm simply taking you to the company for observation. If you encounter any difficulties, I will provide guidance." Tang Ning nodded in agreement, "Very well." Upon their arrival at Gu Corporation, Tang Ning observed the employees eagerly awaiting Gu Yanchen's arrival at the company entrance. The leading manager hastened forward, exclaiming, "President Gu, we are deeply honored by your visit. All employees are present and awaiting your instructions." With a furrowed brow, Mr. Gu voiced his displeasure, his aide chiming in, "Didn't Mr. Gu stipulate that this inspection should be devoid of ostentation?" Observing Mr. Gu's genuine displeasure, the manager's countenance shifted dramatically. He was poised to offer an explanation, but Mr. Gu interjected, "Suffice it to say, let it not be repeated." Upon hearing this, the manager wiped the beads of perspiration from his temples. He had presumed that Mr. Gu's words were merely perfunctory, given the predilection of leaders for grand displays. The manager, now in close pursuit of Mr. Gu, promptly dismissed the welcoming staff at the entrance. Within the confines of Gu's corporation, employees bustled about, engrossed in their respective tasks. Several female employees couldn't resist casting furtive glances at Mr. Gu. Captivated by his striking looks and impeccable lineage, a quintessential domineering CEO. Such a man was bound to stir the hearts of many a woman. Wasn't it said that Mr. Gu was inspecting today? Who was that woman accompanying him? Concealed behind sunglasses, it's difficult to discern her identity. However, with such a striking figure, could she be Mr. Gu's paramour? Ah? Wasn't it rumored that Mr. Gu was already engaged? Chapter 90, Lu Chizhou's promise to Tang Ning. The surreptitious whispers of the group soon reached Tang Ning's ears. She cleared her throat softly, issuing a subtle warning to the employees. At this proximity, she could overhear their gossip. Could Mr. Gu be oblivious? What manner of employees had Gu's branch recruited? Recent graduates? Perhaps? All of you, return to your workstations. Who authorized idle chatter here? The manager promptly rebuked the female employees, directing them to return to their workstations. At that juncture, a voice reverberated from within the conference room, proclaiming dissatisfaction. Recognizing the familiar timbre, Tang Ning's gaze swiftly gravitated towards the conference room. "Who is in there?" Tang Ning inquired. The manager elucidated, "This is President Lu of the Lu Corporation. They previously collaborated with our company on a project and are here today for work inspection." Lu Chizhou in partnership with Gu Corporation? It was plausible, considering the Gu Corporation in Lincheng was merely a branch. It wasn't inconceivable that Lu Chizhou would commission them for a project. Soon after, Lu Chizhou's voice echoed from the conference room once more. Is this the proposal your Gu Corporation has devised? Spare me the jest. President Lu, we sincerely apologize. We can revise it, came the reply. There's no need. Your work is fundamentally unusable. Settle the compensation as per the contract. Upon hearing the commotion within, Tang Ning chuckled, remarking, it seems President Lu possesses quite the temper. The sounds emanating from the conference room were audible even to her outside, let alone to others. It was apparent that Lu Chizhou was venting his spleen on Gu Corporation due to the birthday gala. Suddenly, the resounding crash of a door being thrust open heralded Lu Chizhou's exit from the conference room. Upon raising his head, Lu Chizhou's countenance betrayed a moment of astonishment as his eyes met Tang Ning's, standing beside Gu Yanchen. Ning Ning? He uttered. Upon encountering Tang Ning, Lu Chizhou scarcely had time to revel in joy before he heard Gu Yanqing's indifferent voice, since Mr. Lu is dissatisfied with our Gu family's project. Perhaps it is best to seek opportunities elsewhere. Henceforth, collaboration with our Gu family is unnecessary. Upon hearing Gu Yanqing's words, Lu Chizhou let out a derisive laugh and replied. Your Gu family's capability in handling projects is rather unimpressive. I merely spoke the truth, there is no need for you, Mr. Gu, to be offended. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two men became palpably tense. Tang Ning interjected, Yanqing is right. If Mr. Lu is unhappy with the collaboration, it would be best for both parties to cease working together. Isn't that so, Yanqing? Witnessing the closeness between Tang Ning and Gu Yanqing, Lu Chizhou's expression darkened instantly. Gu Yanqing merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Ning's hand that clung to his arm before he commanded in a low tone, see Mr. Lu out. Yes, Mr. Gu. The manager promptly approached Lu Chizhou and said, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Although the manager's tone remained courteous, it was evident to all that he was being shown the door. Lu Chizhou, who typically valued his reputation, found his countenance growing increasingly grim at this realization. Gu Yanqing. Do not become too self-satisfied. With that, Lu Chizhou turned on his heel and departed. Once Lu Chizhou had left, Gu Yanqing withdrew the hand that Tang Ning had previously entwined with his. Tang Ning glanced down and said, I didn't mean to. Didn't he mean to? Or did you intend to? Gu Yanqing's expression remained frosty as he replied, if your aim was to provoke jealousy in Lu Chizhou, it was entirely unnecessary. Having spoken, Mr. Gu proceeded towards his office. Ms. Tang hastily followed, stating, my intentions were not to incite jealousy in Mr. Lu, I simply. Ms. Tang, your explanations are unnecessary. Mr. Gu responded, his countenance suggesting a detachment as if their acquaintance was non-existent, merely an aversion to being exploited as a mere pawn. As evening approached, Ms. Tang discreetly departed during Mr. Gu's meeting. Mr. Gu was no longer the same as he was 5 years ago, and he would not favor Ms. Tang indefinitely. Ms. Tang did not intend to remain an encumbrance by Mr. Gu's side any longer. Outside the Gu Corporation, Ms. Tang noticed Mr. Lu's car parked by the entrance. She furrowed her brow slightly, and as she was about to leave, Mr. Lu emerged from the vehicle and headed straight for Ms. Tang. Ning Ning. Please, wait. Mr. Lu. Is there something you require? Ms. Tang's tone was frigid. Mr. Lu promptly stepped forward, saying, I am aware that you are still displeased about what occurred that evening. I was genuinely inebriated that night, I was overcome by my emotions. Mr. Lu, there is no need for explanations, I am aware of everything, Ms. Tang said. Feigning a sigh. I understand that you had a quarrel with Ms. Yu and were upset, which is why you said those things to me. I do not blame you, however, I hope you understand that I am not that kind of frivolous girl, nor do I wish to be a homewrecker. I believe it would be best if we ceased all contact. Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou, as if glimpsing a beacon of hope, avowed, Ning Ning, you are not some interloper. I realize now that you are the one I truly cherish. It was youthful folly that blinded me before. Grant me another chance, Ning Ning, a span of time. And I shall resolve the affairs of my household. Then, I shall formally seek your hand in marriage from the Tang family. Observing Lu Chizhou's hands clasped tightly around hers, a wave of revulsion washed over Tang Ning. Yet, she suppressed her loathing and uttered, in that case, there is something I hesitate to mention. Speak, Lu Chizhou implored. His gaze fixed intently on Tang Ning. Tang Ning continued, I left something at the hotel that night. When I reviewed the surveillance footage today, it seemed that Y was also on the second floor. She. Tang Ning paused, as if reluctant to continue. Lu Chizhou interjected. She told me she had too much to drink that night and went to the second floor to rest. Is there something amiss? Lu Chizhou's suspicion was palpable. Tang Ning, however, refrained from direct disclosure. Instead, she demurred, perhaps it was a misperception on my part. I would not wish to impinge upon the affections between you and your wife. Until you have settled your domestic affairs, I would prefer that our meetings be infrequent. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Lu Chizhou acceded. Seeing that Tang Ning was on the verge of accepting him, he embraced her with elation, exclaiming, Ning Ning, this time, I shall ensure that you are not disappointed. Listening to Lu Chizhou's revolting words, Tang Ning frowned, wishing she could push the man away, but she couldn't make her disgust so obvious. Soon, Lu Chizhou released Tang Ning, saying, Ning Ning, wait for me, I'll go back and explain everything to her. Give me some time, and I'll definitely propose marriage to the Tang family. Tang Ning maintained her smile, neither nodding nor responding. But soon, Tang Ning's smile faded because she saw that Gu Yanchen had appeared behind Lu Chizhou at some point. Chapter 91, Finding Male Models for Tang Ning. Upon seeing Gu Yanchen, Tang Ning almost immediately withdrew her hand. Lu Chizhou also turned around. After seeing Gu Yanchen, his expression turned cold, and then he said to Tang Ning, Ning Ning, wait for me. I will definitely marry you. Lu Chizhou's eyes showed a hint of hostility towards Gu Yanchen. As a man, he clearly knew Gu Yanchen's thoughts. Seeing Lu Chizhou leave, Tang Ning frowned and said, President Gu, weren't you in a meeting just now? It concluded, Gu Yanchen replied. Gu Yanchen glanced at Tang Ning and said, Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang entrusted you to me. Today, I must ensure your safety. Get in the car, I'll take you home. Gu Yanchen's tone left no room for refusal. Before Tang Ning could respond, Gu Yanchen opened the car door, signaling Tang Ning to get in. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Tang Ning had no choice but to get into the car. At the same time, the people in Gu's conference room looked at each other. Secretary Wang, should this meeting proceed or not? Ms. Wang remained stationary. The meeting had been abruptly adjourned midway when President Gu hastily departed. She was uncertain whether the meeting would resume. To ascertain President Gu's intentions, Ms. Wang retrieved her mobile phone and dialed Gu Yanchen's number. Inside the vehicle, Gu Yanchen's phone displayed an incoming call from Ms. Wang. He merely glanced at it peripherally before dismissing the call. Upon observing this, Tang Ning remarked, President Gu, is there a matter of importance at the company? Perhaps you should answer it, in case it is urgent. It can be disregarded. In the subsequent moment, Gu Yanchen deactivated his phone. Tang Ning sensed that Gu Yanchen was harboring some suppressed vexation, though she couldn't discern the cause. It was truly perplexing. Gu Yanchen, noticing Tang Ning's silence in the passenger seat, stated, Ms. Tang's choice of a partner is her prerogative. However, should that individual be Lu Chizhou? I surmise that Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang would disapprove. My choice of Lu Chizhou? I trust my hearing is still intact. Tang Ning realized that Gu Yanchen had erroneously concluded that she was enamored with Lu Chizhou. She had deliberately enticed Lu Chizhou, offering him a semblance of hope, which prompted his utterances. Her intention was to observe Lu Chizhou's disruption of his own domestic tranquility, but she hadn't anticipated that Gu Yanchen would overhear everything and misinterpret it. Rest assured, I would scarcely set my sights on a married man. Then those preceding remarks are of no concern to President Gu. Tang Ning's indifferent demeanor prompted a momentary silence from Gu Yanchen, who eventually remarked, My sole intention is to spare Aunt Tang any distress. She is my mother, and naturally, I would never wish to cause her any sorrow. Tang Ning responded, It is rather Gu, that after 5 years of silence, you would acknowledge the Tang family's past benevolence, which fills me with trepidation. In truth, these past 5 years. Gu Yanchen's words were cut short as a gust of wind swept through. Observing this, Tang Ning raised the car window, restoring tranquility within the vehicle, yet Gu Yanchen remained silent. Tang Ning inquired, What were you saying? Nothing of consequence. I merely hope that Miss Tang exercises prudence in selecting a spouse. Rest assured, I am content to remain unmarried for life. Shortly thereafter, the car arrived at the Tang residence. Tang Ning alighted from the vehicle and proceeded directly into the house without waiting for Gu Yanchen. A message from Zhao Qian reminded Tang Ning of an engagement scheduled for the evening. As she turned to leave once more, she collided with Gu Yanchen. Instinctively, Gu Yanchen steadied Tang Ning by her shoulders, asking, "Did you leave something in the car?" "No, there is a gathering I must attend." Tang Ning explained. "Kindly inform my parents, Gu, that I have departed." Without waiting for Gu Yanchen's response, Tang Ning hastened toward the entrance. Tang's mother, having heard the doors opening, pushed it ajar only to find Gu Yanchen. She inquired, "Where is Ning Ning? I thought I heard her voice just now." "She has gone out." "The child. What could she be doing out so late?" "She mentioned a gathering." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Tang nodded, yet a trace of concern lingered on her face. Their Ning Ning had always been a well-behaved girl, rarely venturing out after nightfall. She wondered what kind of gathering it could be. Mrs. Tang remarked, "It's too risky for a girl to be out alone. I'll give her a call and remind her to have Uncle Jean pick her up when she returns." "Aunt Tang." "Miss Tang is no longer a child. If it gets too late, I'll go and fetch her myself." "That would be a great help. Though it's too much trouble for you." "No trouble at all." Mrs. Tang shook her head and said, "You've visited us every year for the past 5 years. But Ning Ning hasn't been home during that time. You two have grown apart. Aunt Tang, it's my duty to visit you." Mrs. Tang's eyes welled up as she tenderly stroked Gu Yanchen's head, saying, "Good child, you've endured so much these past 5 years. Meanwhile, inside the bar, Tang Ning alighted from the vehicle and hurried towards the location Zhao Qian had sent. She found Zhao Qian seated on the sofa in a private room, with 10 handsome men of varying styles standing before her. Upon seeing Tang Ning, Zhao Qian eagerly waved, "Ning Ning. Ning Ning, come over here." Tang Ning approached Zhao Qian, casting a questioning glance at the 10 men before her, and asked, "These are the ones you found?" "Exactly as you requested, all more handsome than Lu Chizhou. And they're young and full of energy, with every type you could want, the abstinent type, the domineering CEO type, the sunny boy, the gentle type, the aloof type, you name it, we've got it." Zhao Qian meticulously selected these handsome individuals, each possessing considerable prowess. Just by observing their gazes, Tang Ning discerned that they were seasoned players in the realm of romance. Such men, with a mere glance, could easily evoke a sense of allure. "You aren't suggesting male models, are you?" "Indeed," Zhao Qian replied, "it is exceedingly challenging to find a man more attractive than Lu Chizhou, so I had to explore alternative avenues." Tang Ning face-bombed. She shouldn't have entrusted this daunting task to Zhao Qian. "Enough, this does not concern you any longer, you may all leave." Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, the handsome men looked somewhat aggrieved. "Sister, have we done something wrong? Did we not perform adequately?" One by one, they gazed at Tang Ning with a mournful expression, akin to wronged wives. Even Tang Ning, who was not easily swayed by beauty, felt a twinge of guilt. "I will pay you as promised, now please leave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian inquired, "Surely, you cannot be dissatisfied, dear sister? I sought a man who could instill a sense of crisis in Lu Chizhou, yet these selections would only lead Lu Chizhou to perceive my taste as lacking." Chapter 92, Tang Ning had too much to drink. Having navigated the nightlife scene for several years, Lu Chizhou had encountered all manner of individuals. With these few handsome men before him, he could easily ascertain their professions. If Lu Chizhou were to think she had taken a liking to a gigolo, he would only view her as diminishing her worth, likely resulting in the opposite effect. Then, having spent the money, wouldn't it be too unjust not to engage in some activity? Zhao Qian had long coveted the pulchritude of several comely gentlemen. Tang Ning said, "Then revel at your leisure, I shall settle the bill." "Nay. Such a propitious occasion. Let us partake together," Zhao Qian exclaimed, impetuously drawing Tang Ning onto the divan. Addressing the handsome men, she declared, "Tonight, the entire affair is on my tab. To placate my sister is your paramount objective." "Nay. Pray. Cease your demurrals, you virtuous maiden. Indulge in a night of unbridled revelry," Zhao Qian entreated. As she spoke, several of the youths ensconced themselves beside Tang Ning, vying for her attention and proffering libations. The visages of the handsome men caused Tang Ning to become lightheaded, and before she realized it, she had imbibed 2 glasses. Meanwhile, Gu Yanchen was driving through the thoroughfares of the city center. In this epoch, few establishments remained open, save for exclusive clubs, karaoke parlors, and bars. As he drove, Gu Yanchen surveyed the bars still in operation and activated his mobile device, initiating a call to Secretary Wang. Ascertain for me which karaoke parlor or bar Tang Ning has graced with her presence. Very well, esteemed Director Gu. The conference. Before Secretary Wang could complete his utterance, Gu Yanchen terminated the call. 10 minutes hence, Secretary Wang dispatched Gu Yanchen a location. He had queried the proprietors of all the upscale clubs and bars in the city center, employing Tang Ning's likeness, and ultimately discovered that Tang Ning was ensconced within a private room at the Nightfall Bar. Gu Yanchen steered his vehicle toward the Nightfall Bar. After a brief interlude, Secretary Wang transmitted another missive. Esteemed Director Gu, the proprietor reports that Miss Tang and a companion have engaged the services of 10 male models in a private chamber, from which they have not emerged for a full hour. Upon arriving at the nightclub, Gu Yancheng's expression turned icy. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and upon reaching the entrance, he swiftly exited his car and strode inside. The owner had been waiting at the door and, upon seeing Gu Yancheng's presence, approached him, saying, "Sir, the person you seek is in room 312. A young lady just exited, but there is still one inside. No need for you to accompany me." Gu Yancheng hastened towards the private room. As he arrived at room 312, the pulsating beats of a lively DJ track resonated from within. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of several male models dancing, and seated on the couch was none other than the slightly inebriated Tang Ning. Upon noticing Gu Yancheng, she appeared momentarily dazed, and as she attempted to rise, she lost her balance and nearly fell. One of the young men immediately stepped forward to assist her. But upon witnessing this, Gu Yancheng cast a cold glare at the model, commanding in a chilling tone, "Let go." Startled by Gu Yancheng's imposing demeanor, the young man hastily released his hold, allowing Gu Yancheng to step forward and support Tang Ning. Leaning against his chest, Tang Ning exerted great effort to lift her gaze. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she slurred, "Why does this duck look so much like that scoundrel Gu Yancheng? Who poured this drink down your throat?" Gu Yancheng's tone was frigid and somewhat menacing, rendering the nearby male model speechless. At that moment, Zhao Qian, who had just returned from the restroom after a bout of vomiting, entered and immediately pointed at Gu Yancheng, exclaiming, "You audacious one! Do you have any idea who you are holding? Release her at once." Zhao Qian was about to intervene when she saw Gu Yanchen turn around. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned. "Good heavens, am I intoxicated? Why am I seeing Gu Yanchen? Leave." Gu Yanchen's gaze was murderous. Zhao Qian immediately regained her senses and hastily ushered the male models out of the room, making sure to close the door behind them as they left. Tang Ning, having consumed alcohol rapidly, felt a churning in her stomach. She pushed away Gu Yanchen and began to vomit into a bucket. Ugh! Observing Tang Ning's condition, Gu Yanchen's face darkened, but he gently patted her back, assisting her in rinsing her mouth and wiping her face. Tang Ning embraced Gu Yanchen, leaning wearily against his shoulder, a gesture that caused him to stiffen. "What? Were you not properly trained on how to attend to guests? How would you like me to attend to you? Just let me lean on you for a moment." Tang Ning mumbled, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Although she had only been back in the country for a few days, she was already on the verge of exhaustion. Seeing this, Gu Yanchen swept Tang Ning into his arms and whispered, "Tang Ning, if you ever dare to drink this much again, just see what happens." Tang Ning nestled in Gu Yanchen's embrace and quickly fell asleep. In the car, Gu Yanchen placed Tang Ning in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. However, she seemed to have lost her balance, tilting her head to rest on his shoulder. Gu Yanchen, with a sigh of resignation, gently pushed her head back, saying, "Just sleep properly." Gu Yanchen. Tang Ning murmured softly, "You are a scoundrel." Gu Yanchen gazed at Tang Ning's serene profile as she slumbered, falling into a pensive silence. Indeed, he was a scoundrel. A scoundrel to the extent that, even when faced with Tang Ning once more, he couldn't help but entertain illicit desires. Within the Tang household, Gu Yanchen deliberately waited until Tang's parents were fast asleep before carrying Tang Ning back to her room. If Tang's parents were to discover that Tang Ning had been out drinking late at night, they would undoubtedly be displeased. As Gu Yanchen pushed open the door, he was immediately met with the sight of Tang Ning's room, which was almost identical to how it had been 6 years prior. On the bed sat the large bear doll that he had gifted her. Gu Yanchen gently placed Tang Ning on the bed, and as he gazed at her sleeping face, he felt an instinctive urge to caress her cheek. However, the hand he reached out with was quickly withdrawn. Gu Yanchen went to the restroom. using makeup remover to cleanse Tang Ning's face, carefully removing her makeup. Tang Ning was even more slender than she had been 6 years ago, her face having shed the last vestiges of its youthful innocence. Gu Yanchen sat beside her, watching over Tang Ning for quite some time. At the doorway, Qing Jishu suddenly spoke. Gu Yanchen, shouldn't you be going? Hearing Qing Jishu's voice, Gu Yanchen turned around. Qing Jishu, who had appeared at the door at some point, said, "Don't forget, you have a fiancé." These words caused Gu Yanchen's body to stiffen momentarily. "You're overthinking it." After uttering these words, Gu Yanchen promptly left Tang Ning's room. Qing Jishu cast a deep gaze at Tang Ning, who was lying drunk on the bed, his eyes darkening. "If you truly harbor affection for Tang Ning, you should break off your engagement with that woman from the Ji family." Chapter 93, The Zhou family's proposal. "This is none of your concern." S tone was indifferent as he turned and retreated to his chambers. The following morning, groggily opened her eyes, only to find sitting beside her, propping up his head as he slumbered. Ah! Startled, jolting upright. Equally surprised, leaped up and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You scared me half to death. Why are you in my room? You were intoxicated last night, don't you recall?" I felt a throbbing in her head. The events of yesterday were not entirely forgotten, merely fragmented. I only remember seeking out. We both imbibed a bit too much, and my memory becomes hazy after that. Raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You don't even remember how you returned last night? Did you bring me back?" "I am not so capable as to know your whereabouts." Stated. "Last night, escorted you back. I trust nothing scandalous transpired between the two of you, lest we find ourselves in dire straits." Paused, taken aback. She hadn't expected to be the one to bring her back, but soon realized the implications of his words and asked, "What do you mean by scandalous? And why would we be in trouble?" "The matter that incites both divine and human outrage is your involvement with a man who has a fiancée." Qing Jishu gestured. And upon witnessing this gesture, Tang Ning's expression darkened. Qing Jishu continued, "The trouble arises because I inquired of Gu Yanqing last night, and he certainly has no intention of annulling his engagement." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning found it rather tedious and replied, "Why would he annul his engagement when everything is perfectly well? Your question was unnecessary. I'm not doing this for you, you know. What if you genuinely have feelings for Gu Yanqing and he reciprocates? An annulment would benefit both of you. What is the connection? It's merely a year spent together in childhood. Am I truly so infatuated with him? What nonsense." As she spoke, Tang Ning tossed aside the blanket and rose from the bed. Having indulged in too much fake alcohol the previous night, she was suffering from a severe headache that morning. She made her way to the bathroom to wash her face, while Qing Jishu remarked, "Tang Ning, can't you engage your brain for a moment? If Gu Yanqing didn't like you, why would he seek you out last night? In such a vast city with countless bars. I saw him leave for over 2 hours before returning. If you were merely a stranger to him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find you." Tang Ning, indifferent, wiped her face and replied, "Gu Yanqing is simply being kind, as he promised my parents he would bring me back. If you don't believe me, just ask my parents today, and you'll find out." Qing Jishu, initially ready to scold her, could only muster, "You truly are a dense-headed fool, a romantic simpleton." Having spoken, Qing Jishu turned to depart from Tang Ning's chamber. Tang Ning interjected, "Hold on a moment." "What is it?" he queried. "What's the situation with the Zhou family?" she asked. "As you suggested, I had someone keep a discreet eye on them. Zhou Wenhan and Madame Zhou have been acting quite audaciously these past few days. It's as if they've won the lottery, utterly ecstatic and rather unhinged." "Indeed?" Tang Ning frowned, perplexed. Did Zhou Wenhan not realize that the person he was sleeping with was Suyuro? Why was he being so flamboyant? "What are you pondering?" Qing Jishu inquired. "You're not still pining for Lu Chizhou, are you?" "I'm not pining for Lu Chizhou," Tang Ning retorted. "I'm merely curious as to how long this marriage between Lu Chizhou and Suyuro will endure. In their previous life, her marriage with Lu Chizhou was merely a facade, while Suyuro and Lu Chizhou were engaging in clandestine affairs from early on. There were even times when she had to willingly vacate her own home to accommodate Lu Chizhou and Suyuro's love nest. At that time, Suyuro would feign reluctance to break up other people's families, but she continually pressed Lu Chizhou to choose between them. In the end, Lu Chizhou's choice resulted in her and her children meeting a tragic demise, followed by his marriage to Suyuro. In this life, she intended to exact some measure of justice for herself and allow Suyuro to experience the bitterness of being manipulated. At that moment, the doorbell of the Tang residence chimed. The nanny answered the door, only to be greeted by two unfamiliar faces. "May I help you?" she inquired. Madame Zhou and Zhou Wenhan entered with beaming countenances, acting as if they were perfectly at home. The housekeeper intended to stop the two individuals, but their swift movements had already led them into the opulent residence of the Tang family. As Mrs. Zhou beheld the lavish surroundings of the Tang household, a broad smile graced her face. This family was undoubtedly affluent, the decor and layout were truly exquisite. Mrs. Zhou gazed greedily at the interior, as if she were on the verge of claiming it as her own. "Mrs. Zhou? What brings you here?" In response to the commotion, Mrs. Tang descended the staircase, only to find Mrs. Zhou and her son, Zhou Wenhan, standing in the center of the living room with an array of large red gift boxes. Witnessing this scene only deepened Mrs. Tang's perplexity. Her impressions of these two individuals from the birthday celebration of Tang Ning had not been favorable. What could possibly motivate their visit? Mother-in-law. Upon hearing Mrs. Zhou address her thus, Mrs. Tang momentarily struggled to comprehend. "Pardon, what did you call me?" "Mother-in-law." Mrs. Zhou replied with a smile. "Ning Ning has yet to mention anything to you, has she? This girl can be quite shy. What is the meaning of this?" "Mother-in-law?" Mrs. Tang's displeasure was evident. Just then, Qing Jishu and Tang Ning also made their way downstairs. Upon spotting Tang Ning, Zhou Wenhan's eyes sparkled momentarily, while Tang Ning furrowed her brow. "Mrs. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, is there a particular reason for your visit to the Tang household?" The Tang family and the Zhou family had always maintained a distance, and upon seeing Tang Ning, Mrs. Zhou immediately took her hand, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, look at this child. She has blossomed into such a graceful and charming young lady." "Madame Zhou, why have you come here?" Tang Ning withdrew her hand, her brow furrowed, revealing her displeasure without reservation. Madame Zhou felt she might have been somewhat abrupt, yet she dismissed it lightly, saying, "Foolish child, we are here, of course, to propose marriage." Upon hearing the mention of a marriage proposal, Tang's mother laughed in anger. "What proposal? Madame Zhou, have you misunderstood something? We have no intention of marrying Ning Ning off just yet." Madame Zhou smiled and replied, "However, this young lady is already considered part of our Zhou family. Failing to formally propose would reflect poorly on us." "What?" Tang's mother immediately turned her gaze to Tang Ning, who retorted, "Madame Zhou, what do you mean by coming to my family early in the morning to tarnish my reputation?" Chapter 94, The Ruin of the Zhou Family. Ning Ning. "I understand that young ladies can be shy, but you should not turn your back on your acquaintances," Madame Zhou stated. "Just the day before yesterday, on the evening of your birthday celebration, you and my son Wenhan have already crossed that line. Surely you do not intend to deny it." "Madame Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tang's mother would not permit anyone to speak ill of her daughter. Yet, Madame Zhou continued unabashedly, "Madame Tang, this matter has already transpired. It cannot be denied. My son Wenhan sincerely wishes to marry Ning Ning, and these two children are genuinely fond of each other. It would be gracious of you to support their union." Listening to Madame Zhou's shameless words, Qing Jishu interjected, "Madame Zhou, if you are to slander, at least do so with a more plausible accusation. What manner of character does Zhou Wenhan possess? Is there anyone in Lingqing unaware of his reputation? With such a disposition, how could he ever be deemed worthy of Tang Ning?" "Qing Jishu, what utterances are these? What sort of character does my son embody? You must elucidate." Lady Zhou is notoriously indulgent towards her son, unable to tolerate any disparagement of his character. Qing Jishu scoffed, remarking, "You are well aware of your son's true nature. And even if Zhou Wenhan were given to us freely, we would not accept him for Tang Ning." "Qing Jishu, your envy of my son's connection with Tang Ning is evident. I assure you, the one whom Tang Ning favors is my son, and she shall marry him." Lady Zhou displayed an utter lack of reason. Lady Tang then turned to Tang Ning, instructing, "Ning Ning, please clarify the situation with them." Upon hearing this, Tang Ning addressed Lady Zhou, stating, "Lady Zhou, I have had no significant interaction with Zhou Xiao, let alone feelings of affection. The notion that an intimate relationship was forged at a birthday banquet is utterly preposterous. There must be some misunderstanding. Tang Ning, how can you so easily disavow our connection? That night, we clearly. Before Zhou Wenhan could finish, Tang Ning interjected, Zhou Xiao, on the evening of the birthday banquet. Lu Chizhou attempted to act inappropriately towards me, an incident witnessed by all present. Subsequently, I departed the banquet hall with my family. How could anything transpire between us? It seems you may have mistaken someone. Nonsense. I could not possibly be mistaken. He witnessed you consuming that drink with his own eyes. There is no room for error. Qing Jishi remarked, you must be mistaken. That night, numerous witnesses observed Lu Chizhou attempting to act improperly towards Tang Ning. They were in the hotel on the second floor. Could it be that Tang Ning possesses the art of duplicity, allowing her to seek you out? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenhan's expression darkened. However, Mrs. Zhou persisted, Miss Tang. If you harbor no affection for my son, you may express it candidly. Nonetheless, the fact remains that you and he engaged in a relationship. Why deny it? My son, Wenhan, harbors a sincere affection for you. Your behavior is rather disheartening. Mrs. Zhou, there were numerous guests present that evening. If you doubt my word, you may inquire with others. My daughter could never have had any relations with your son. Observing that Lady Tang echoed her sentiments, Mrs. Zhou's countenance soured as well. She cast a glance at Zhou Wenhan and demanded, why are you silent? Speak up. Was it or was it not Tang Ning who shared a connection with you that night? Zhou Wenhan found himself at a loss for words. He had felt somewhat unwell that night, his head spinning. He recalled the woman who had entered, seemingly exclaiming that she was not Tang Ning while in bed. But he had dismissed it at the time. Could it be he truly had mistaken her for someone else? If that were the case, then who was the woman from that night? Speak up. Mrs. Zhou was becoming increasingly agitated, yet Zhou Wenhan stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. It seemed that he was indeed aware of his misidentification, was he not? Upon witnessing Zhou Wenhan's reaction, Madame Zhou's countenance immediately fell. You wretched boy. She attempted to unleash a torrent of invectives, yet at that moment, words eluded her. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, clarity would suffice. She should also take back the items she brought, for the Tang family could not afford such gifts. As Tang's mother had issued an eviction order, Madame Zhou could only grit her teeth, dragging her disappointing son out of the Tang residence. That Zhou Wenhan truly had a deranged mind. To come to a seeking misfortune so early in the morning. Qing Jishu displayed no concealment of her disdain for Zhou Wenhan. The moment Tang Ning turned around, she spotted Gu Yanqing standing behind her, his brows furrowed, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet Tang Ning had already passed him and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Madame Zhou was pulling Zhou Wenhan out of the Tang household, her fury boiling over. What is the matter with you? You were so confident, claiming you had spent the night with Tang Ning, which is why I brought you here. And what was the outcome? You've made a complete fool of yourself. Tell me. Who did you actually spend that night with? Speak. How would I know? It was pitch dark. I thought it was Tang Ning, but who could have known? The incorrigible wretch. Madame Zhou glared at Zhou Wenhan with exasperation. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing it was her husband calling, she instantly softened her tone. Darling, what is it? On the other end, her husband was raging ineffectively, and as Madame Zhou listened to his words, her complexion grew increasingly pale, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Zhou Wenhan swiftly supported Madame Zhou, inquiring, Mother, what is the matter? Have we offended someone? What? Madame Zhou anxiously pulled Zhou Wenhan homeward. Alas, their residence was already in disarray. Mr. Zhou sat despondently at home. Upon seeing Madame Zhou and Zhou Wenhan's return, he delivered a forceful slap across Zhou Wenhan's face. You scoundrel. Look at the mess you've created. Father. Why did you strike me? Husband. Why would you hit our son? It is all your coddling that has produced this imbecile. He dared to drug a Tang family's daughter. Does he have no regard for his own life? Mr. Zhou, still enraged, kicked Zhou Wenhan, exclaiming, because of your foolish actions, I have thoroughly offended the Gu Corporation. Now, our company is ruined. Are you pleased? Upon hearing that the company was lost, Zhou Wenhan's face paled. Was it Gu Yanqing? Who else could it be? How could I have spawned such a prodigal son? Why would the Gu family target us? He is overreaching. I will seek an explanation from Gu Yanqing. Hearing his son's delirious words, Mr. Zhou nearly fainted from rage. You? You dare seek an explanation from him? I am telling you, behave yourself. I will implore Mr. Gu. And perhaps there will still be a chance for survival. Zhou Wenhan's face drained of color. Plead with Gu Yanqing? He could never do that. Yet. He was determined to discover who had thwarted his plans that night. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence. Today, Lu Chizhou returned home earlier than usual. Only to find Su Yuro clad in an apron, greeting him with a beaming smile as she approached to help him remove his shoes. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chizhou instinctively withdrew his foot, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What scheme are you concocting this time?" Chizhou. I acknowledge my past faults. Always embroiling us in arguments without just cause. I now recognize my errors and have prepared a feast consisting of your favorite dishes. Hoping you might find it in your heart to forgive me and not hold my misdeeds against me. Su Yuro's expression was one of poignant vulnerability. Typically, this face would evoke deep compassion in Lu Chizhou. Regardless of her transgressions, he would invariably forgive her. Yet, confronted with her current demeanor, he felt only irritation. He removed his shoes himself, responding coldly, "At least you are aware of your unreasonable antics. I have come to realize my mistakes. We have been together for 6 years and have a child now. For the sake of Shao Jia, I hope we can live harmoniously as husband and wife." Su Yuro's tone was imbued with sincerity, and as Lu Chizhou observed her, an inkling of guilt stirred within him, for he had intended to discuss divorce with her today. Had she shown signs of capitulation sooner, their situation might not have escalated to such a stalemate. Chizhou, I know you love me, and I love you too. Otherwise, I would not have devoted myself to you so steadfastly over the years. I do not wish for our relationship to fracture because of Tang Ning. Enough. Lu Chizhou took a deep breath and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are still Jia's mother. I will not harm you, but our relationship has reached its conclusion." Upon hearing Lu Chizhou's words, Su Yuru's complexion turned pale. "Chizhou, what do you mean by that?" she exclaimed. "After all, we were once husband and wife. As long as you are willing to divorce, I will share some of the assets with you. However, the child belongs to the Lu family. And I cannot allow you to take him away." Chizhou. Su Yuru was taken aback by Lu Chizhou's statement. She stood up, her face ashen. "Shao Jia is my child. I cannot give him to you. If you have returned today to discuss divorce, I absolutely refuse to agree." She continued, "Over the years, you have spent a considerable amount of my money, and I have never been stingy with you. You've already profited enough. I advise you to pursue the divorce. There is no longer any affection between us, and there is no need for us to prolong this any further." With that, Lu Chizhou set down his chopsticks and turned to return to his room. Observing this, Su Yuru trembled uncontrollably. Lu Jia, hearing the commotion, rushed downstairs. Upon seeing his mother's distressed expression, he hurriedly approached her. "Mom." "Shao Jia." Su Yuru embraced Lu Jia, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. "Shao Jia. You wouldn't want to lose your mother, would you?" Lu Jia nodded. Su Yuru then said, "From now on, you will listen to your mother, correct?" Lu Jia responded. Shao Jia will always listen to his mother. Upon hearing this, Su Yuru smiled, "That's my good child." As twilight descended, Su Yuru entered the chamber. Within the boudoir, Lu Chizhou was preparing for slumber. Su Yuru donned the provocative crimson lingerie acquired during the day and presented herself before Lu Chizhou. Yet, with but a fleeting glance, Lu Chizhou remarked, "It is late, let us retire." Su Yuru bit her lip and ascended the bed. She embraced Lu Chizhou, pressing her form intimately against his, and murmured, "Chizhou, the words you spoke during the day, I can disregard as if unheard. I shall attribute them to a fit of pique. Surely, you recall the myriad moments we have shared over the years." Lu Chizhou remained silent, yet his countenance betrayed a growing impatience. Su Yuru was wont to invoke their past. A past wherein he had not known a moment's tranquility. Oblivious to Lu Chizhou's disposition, she continued, "You once pledged to love none but me for all of eternity. You have not forgotten, have you?" Seeing Lu Chizhou's silence, Su Yuru leaned in and kissed his cheek. However, Lu Chizhou rebuffed her advances, his tone frigid, stating, "I am weary, let us sleep." With these words, Lu Chizhou turned his back to her. Su Yuru's complexion soured. In times past, Lu Chizhou would be overcome with ardor when embracing her. Yet now, adorned as she was, Lu Chizhou evinced no reaction. Recalling that their last intimacy had occurred 3 months prior, Suyuro's thoughts drifted to that evening, when she had been abed with another man. A wave of discontent washed over her. The following morning, Suyuru feigned deep slumber, deliberately arranging herself in the most alluring posture, awaiting Lu Chizhou's awakening. Indeed, when Lu Chizhou finally opened his eyes, he beheld Suyuru nearly laid bare before him. However, he displayed little interest. Ever since his encounter with a woman at the nightclub, he had come to realize the prowess of women from the outside world, rendering Suyuru insignificant in comparison. Her figure resembled that of a mere skeletal frame, devoid of allure. At that moment, Lu Chizhou's thoughts were consumed entirely by Tang Ning. Upon witnessing Lu Chizhou rise and leave the room, Suyuru quickly opened her eyes and called out towards the doorway, "Chizhou. Why are you up so early today?" "I have matters at the company," Lu Chizhou replied curtly before heading to freshen up. Observing his departing silhouette, Suyuru clenched the bed sheets, her expression darkening further. Throughout their time together, Lu Chizhou had never treated her with such cold indifference. In the living room, Lu's mother cast a scrutinizing glance at Suyuru and remarked, "You rise later than your husband, what does that signify? Shouldn't you be preparing breakfast?" Faced with her mother-in-law's urging, Suyuru could only endure and set about making breakfast for the family. After all, she could not afford to let Lu Chizhou abandon her, for now she had to serve this household. Soon, Suyuru noticed Lu Chizhou's phone ringing on the table, the caller ID displaying Tang Ning's name. Upon seeing the call from Tang Ning, Suyuru could no longer contain herself, recalling Lu Chizhou's attitude towards her that day. She swiftly approached and seized Lu Chizhou's phone, terminating Tang Ning's call. Emerging from the restroom, Lu Chizhou witnessed this scene, his expression darkening instantly. He hastily took the phone back, exclaiming in anger, "What have you done?" Chapter 96, Company T is Tang Ning's enterprise. Tang Ning is fully aware that you are married, yet she still dares to call you. Is this not an act of folly? I merely ended her call, I haven't even sought her out yet. Silence. Lu Chizhou was exceedingly agitated by Suyuru's words. He promptly retrieved his phone to dial Tang Ning, but she did not answer. Anxiously, Lu Chizhou remarked, "If anything were to happen to Ning Ning, I will hold you accountable." What could possibly happen? She is merely trying to entice you with a phone call. Be quiet. Lu Chizhou glanced at the untouched spread of food before him, lacking any appetite. His sole desire was to reach Tang Ning immediately. As he turned to leave without a backward glance, Suyuru, in frustration, stomped her foot and declared, "Lu Chizhou, if you walk out today, do not think of returning." Lu Chizhou dismissed her entirely, stepping outside and repeatedly attempting to contact Tang Ning. At this juncture, Tang Ning was at her residence, her gaze fixed on her mobile phone. The screen illuminated Lu Chizhou's incoming call. A sardonic smile graced Tang Ning's lips as she regarded the display. Her earlier call had been a mere contingency. Should Lu Chizhou decline the call, it would unequivocally signify that Suyuru had intercepted and terminated it. After 3 attempts from Lu Chizhou, Tang Ning answered the call. "Ning Ning, has something befallen you?" Lu Chizhou's voice was laced with urgency. "No, why do you ask? Why the sudden call? Weren't you the one who called me earlier?" "Indeed? It must have been an inadvertent misdial. My apologies." Tang Ning's tone was sincere, which, paradoxically, brought a sense of relief to Lu Chizhou. "It's of no consequence. As long as you are unharmed." Tang Ning remained silent, prompting Lu Chizhou to inquire, "Are you available today? I would like to invite you to a meal. Have we not agreed to minimize contact? Or have your domestic affairs been resolved?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou hesitated, yet he confessed, I simply long for you immensely." Tang Ning remained indifferent to Lu Chizhou's cloying words. "I encountered Yu at the mall the other day. I observed her purchasing new sleepwear. I had surmised that your relationship was flourishing." Lu Chizhou, upon hearing Tang Ning's words, immediately thought of the provocative red negligee Suyuru had recently acquired. He surmised that Tang Ning had misinterpreted the situation and promptly clarified. "I was unaware of this matter. Had I known, I would have certainly." "It's quite all right, there's no need for explanations. I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell." As she spoke, Tang Ning hung up the phone, a cold smile crossing her lips as she stared at the device in her hand. Lu Chizhou. It seems that Suyuru means little to you after all. After setting her phone down, she lifted her gaze, only to find Gu Yanqing standing at the doorway. Composing herself, Tang Ning inquired, "What brings you here?" Auntie asked you to come down for dinner. I understand, Tang Ning replied, deliberately avoiding Gu Yanqing's gaze. That night, she had indulged in too much drink, and Qing Jishu had mentioned that it was Gu Yanqing who had escorted her back. Under the influence, she had been prone to rambling or disregarding decorum entirely. To evade any potential embarrassment, she feigned a desire to leave. Suddenly, Gu Yanqing interjected. Were you just on the phone with Lu Chizhou? And what of it? It hardly concerns you, does it, Mr. Gu? Tang Ning retorted. Recalling how Gu Yanqing had not reached out to her in 5 years, likely dismissing her entirely. Yet now, he seemed intent on meddling in her affairs. It does not concern me, but I merely wished to offer a friendly reminder. I need no such reminder from you, Mr. Gu. I am fully aware of the company I keep. With that, Tang Ning proceeded to descend the stairs. Noticing Tang Ning had not come down with Gu Yanqing, Tang's mother inquired, why didn't T Yanqing come down with you? He probably isn't hungry, Tang Ning replied just as Gu Yanqing appeared at the top of the staircase. Seeing him descend, Tang's mother asked, Yanqing, aren't you hungry? Not really. Do eat a little. No need. I have matters to attend to at the company, and I will be moving out tomorrow. Upon hearing that Gu Yanchen was moving away, Tang Ning paused mid-bite. Qing Jishu, intrigued, inquired, I heard you've purchased the largest estate in Lincheng. Is that true or merely a rumor? It is indeed true, you are welcome to visit any time. Gu Yanchen replied. I will certainly take you up on that invitation. Qing Jishu responded eagerly. While Gu Yanchen had only intended his words as a polite gesture, Qing Jishu, disinterested in such formalities, took them to heart. As Gu Yanchen stepped outside, Tang Ning resumed her meal, but Qing Jishu leaned in and whispered. How is it going with the person Zhao Qian found for you? What do you think? You saw it for yourself the other day. While they may lack skills in other areas, they certainly excel at pouring drinks. If it truly proves insufficient, don't hesitate to call upon me. You? Tang Ning raised an eyebrow at Qing Jishu. He was undeniably handsome, having previously caused misunderstandings with Lu Chizhou. However, the notion of feigning intimacy with Qing Jishu in Lu Chizhou's presence felt rather awkward. Let us not, I fear I might break into laughter. What's there to fear? I understand. Lu Chizhou embarrassed you in high school, and you hold a grudge against him. As for Su Yurua, she snatched your fiancé away from you. You cannot stand their happiness. You wish for Lu Chizhou to realize his feelings for you, and to achieve that, you must provoke him, otherwise. How can you ignite a man's competitive spirit? Seeing Qing Jishu's expression, Tang Ning suddenly chuckled. You seem quite perceptive. Indeed. Qing Jishu patted his chest confidently. Rest assured. I shall take care of this matter and ensure your satisfaction. Tang's mother emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of fruit, and gazed at Qing Jishu with a hint of confusion. What is that package on you? What are you two conspiring about? Nothing, Mom. I'm just stepping out for a bit, no need to save dinner for me tonight. With a sigh of resignation, Tang's mother replied, all right, I understand. You both go have fun. Tang Ning pulled Qing Jishu out the door. As Qing Jishu took the wheel, he glanced at Tang Ning beside him and remarked. I wonder if your parents would be astonished to learn that you've returned to the country to run a business. Enough with the small talk. Let's head to the company. Got it. Qing Jishu pressed the accelerator to the floor, and soon they arrived at a sizable company in the city center, marked by a prominent logo. At the company entrance, a secretary stood guard, and upon seeing Tang Ning and Qing Jishu alight from the car, she promptly approached them. Mr. Tang, your office has been prepared. Understood, Tang Ning replied as she guided Qing Jishu into tea company. To Qing Jishu's utter astonishment, the tea company, which had surged to prominence in Lin City over the past 2 years, was, in fact, Tang Ning's enterprise. Is this for real, Tang Ning? How come I had no idea you were running such a substantial company in Lin City? Qing Jishu exclaimed. Having frequently heard family members discuss the rising star that was tea company, which had secured its foothold in just 3 short years. The enterprises in which this company has invested have all successfully emerged, transforming into publicly listed companies. Over the past 3 years, the real estate projects funded by Company T have yielded substantial profits, with their market value skyrocketing from an initial 10 million to several billion. Hush. You are the first to know. Tang Ning made a gesture for silence. Qing Zhishu, noticing Tang Ning's modest demeanor, remarked. No wonder you mentioned wanting to resign from the entertainment industry. It seems you've risen from the ranks of the oppressed to become your own boss. What is so great about being an employee? I much prefer the autonomy of being an entrepreneur. Moreover, her initial foray into the entertainment sector overseas was merely a means to secure necessary funds. After amassing wealth during those years, she promptly established her own company. Though her business has consistently flourished in lynching, she has not returned home, merely choosing not to visit. Qing Zhishu. Had it not been for your earlier indiscretions before my parents, I wouldn't have planned to share this with you so soon. Please. Never suggest to my parents that I should continue my pursuits in the domestic entertainment industry. Seeing Tang Ning's sincere expression, Qing Zhishu nodded earnestly. Now that you are the behind-the-scenes magnate of Company T, I assure you, I will keep your secret. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I am grateful for your discretion. Ms. Tang, secretarially announced, leading Tang Ning and Qing Zhishu into the office. In the office, secretarially presented all the company's recent documents to be processed in front of Tang Ning, and said, President Tang, these are all the materials you requested. The Lu family's stock market situation has been very unstable recently, especially after the previous scandal involving Lu Chizhou. Many people have a negative perception of the Lu family and an aversion to the Lu family's corporate brands. Therefore, as per your instructions, I have managed to win over those investors who invested in Lu's, and they have expressed their willingness to cooperate with our tea company. Understood, you may leave. As soon as Secretary Li left, Tang Ning placed the documents in front of Qing Zhishu and said, Would you like to take a look? Let's see. Who's afraid of whom? Qing Zhishu opened the documents, which were all the recent net income statements of tea company. Qing Zhishu, who studied finance abroad, knew very well what this report meant. Your tea company has encroached upon so many of Lu's interests? Many of the project contents on this are all snatched from Lu's. It can be said that the reason why Lu's can survive now is all because Tang Ning gave what was left over to Lu Chizhou. To put it bluntly, it's charity. Don't look at how flamboyant Lu Chizhou is outside, but he himself knows that he is just picking up the scraps. If it weren't for me giving up this part of the investors, his Lu's would not have been able to survive until now. You are planning to dangle him? Qing Zhishu quickly understood Tang Ning's idea. If you keep a person under your feet all the time, that person will become numb and gradually adapt to the status quo. To elevate him to the zenith, only to witness his descent into ignominy, constitutes a truly formidable retribution. Furthermore, to emulate Tang Ning's approach of bestowing hope upon Lu Chizhou, only to dash it away in the subsequent instant, is an act of profound cruelty. Tang Ning remarked with equanimity. My intention is to allow him to believe that everything is within his grasp, before delivering a devastating blow. Observing Tang Ning's demeanor, Qing Zhishu couldn't help but inquire. Do you harbor such animosity towards Lu Chizhou? How could she not? Qing Zhishu was unaware of the trials she had endured in her previous existence, which led her to perceive her actions as merciless. Yet, in her past life, had not Lu Chizhou inflicted a form of cruelty upon her and the Tang family? In the intervening 5 years, upon encountering Lu Chizhou once more, she had initially hoped for a transformation, only to discover that he remained unchanged. The same fickle man as before. Moreover, his mother remained as acrimonious as ever. Having been granted a second chance by Providence, she was determined to ensure that they would not prosper. Qing Zhishu, I have consistently maintained the confidentiality of T Corporation's affairs, divulging them only to you. Even within the company, only a select few senior executives are privy to my identity. I implore you not to disclose this information, lest our friendship be irrevocably severed. You're playing a dangerous game? Rest assured, I shall not divulge it, I shall maintain absolute secrecy. Upon hearing Qing Zhishu's assurance, Tang Ning smiled. The most joyous event in her life was her rebirth, and even more so, the fact that her parents were still alive and that she had a steadfast friend like Qing Zhishu to share her journey. At that moment, Secretary Li knocked on the door. Tang Ning responded, Enter. Secretary Li entered, and Tang Ning inquired, What is it? Ms. Tang, Lu Chizhou has arrived again. This month. Lu Chizhou has visited 3 times, each occasion met with Tang Ning's deliberate avoidance. This time, Lu Chizhou approached with an air of determination, as if to suggest that he would not leave until she emerged. Tang Ning accessed the surveillance footage on her computer, confirming that Lu Chizhou was indeed waiting in the reception area on the 1st floor. President Tang, we acted too hastily this time, causing the Lu family to lose their most significant business partner. With Lu Chizhou's arrival, he is likely here to cause trouble. Perhaps we should devise a way to decline his visit? No, let him wait. After an hour has passed, he will naturally depart. But, considering he is the president of the Lu Corporation, might this approach be unwise? At present, I occupy the superior position while he is beneath me. If he desires my attention, he must wait. Even if I humiliate him, he has no recourse against me. Understood, President Tang. Secretary Li departed. Qing Zhishu observed the surveillance footage and remarked, "You truly are ruthless. Given Lu Chizhou's temperament, making him wait for an hour, aren't you concerned he might retaliate against your company?" "I am not the least bit concerned, for he lacks the capability to do so," Tang Ning replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Chizhou anxiously awaited, having consumed his 6th cup of tea. Glancing at the time, he noted that over half an hour had elapsed. Soon, his impatience surged, and he approached the conference room door, inquiring, "Is your boss coming or not?" In the hall, all staff members turned their gaze towards Lu Chizhou. Secretary Li approached at that moment, stating, "Mr. Lu, I apologize profusely, but our chairman is currently in a meeting and unable to receive visitors." Upon hearing this, Lu Chizhou scoffed, unable to receive visitors, or unwilling to face them? Chapter 98, Lu Chizhou suffers humiliation and departs. Lu's mother delivers herself as a sacrifice. For the past few years, T Corporation has consistently challenged Lu's group, with both companies undertaking identical projects. In each instance, T Corporation preemptively acquired the projects Lu's group intended to pursue. Consequently, T Corporation commanded 70% of the market share, with other companies holding 20%. While Lu's group was relegated to a mere 10%. Real estate was an industry he had identified first. Yet he was perplexed as to how T Corporation consistently managed to precede him. This time, T Corporation directly seized their largest partner. And he was determined to ascertain the intentions of the owner behind T Corporation. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but our chairman is indeed occupied. Perhaps you could reschedule your visit for another day?" Having waited for an hour, Lu Chizhou's dismissal was tantamount to a public affront. His countenance had darkened considerably, and veins pulsed at his temples as he retorted, "Very well, you shall rue this day. The time will come when you implore me for leniency." Lu Chizhou stormed out of the company, while Tang Ning, observing the scene via surveillance, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lu Chizhou's words were audacious. Considering the current state of Lu's group, which was merely subsisting on projects she had deigned to bestow upon them. In her previous life, she devoted 2 decades of relentless effort to the Lu family, relying on the Tang family's support for Lu Chizhou throughout those years. Thus, she was thoroughly acquainted with Lu Chizhou's business aspirations. Predicting his investment intentions was scarcely a challenge. Over the past 3 years, she consistently made decisions a step ahead of him, ensuring that Lu Chizhou remained perpetually overshadowed by T Company. Now, her desire to crush Lu Chizhou felt as effortless as squashing an ant. At this moment, within the Lu company, Lu's mother had prepared dinner to deliver to Lu Chizhou's office. Lu Chizhou's new secretary, Lucy, a stunning blonde with captivating blue eyes, approached with a smile upon seeing Lu's mother. "Mrs. Lu, Mr. Lu hasn't returned yet. Would you like to sit down for a moment?" What could Chizhou possibly be doing in the middle of the day? Is he entertaining someone? I believe he went to T Company to demand an explanation. "That company that has been opposing my son all along?" Lu's mother inquired. "Yes," Lucy nodded. Lu's mother expressed her displeasure. "What is the reason this time?" "Our largest business partner has been poached by T Company, which is why Mr. Lu has gone to seek an explanation." Such audacity. Lu's mother furrowed her brow. She had previously heard Lu Chizhou mention that the elusive owner behind T Company had repeatedly refused to show their face, showing no regard for the Lu family's dignity. And now, they had audaciously stolen their most significant business partner. This was an outright affront. "Come, I must see who this owner of T Company is." Speaking of their reputation in Lin City, the Lu family has held a notable standing for several decades. In the time of Lu Chizhou's father, many sought to curry favor with them. Now, however, a newly established company dares to regard the Lu family with such disdain. With that, Lu's mother instructed the driver to head to T Company. Upon arrival at the reception of tea company, the receptionist, noticing the presence of a woman in her 50s, approached politely and inquired, "Madam, whom may I assist you in finding?" "I seek your boss," she replied. "An appointment is required to meet our boss, may I ask?" "Your company doesn't seem particularly large, does it? Is an appointment truly necessary for a mere meeting?" Lu's mother deliberately raised her voice, ensuring those around her could hear. The receptionist, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "I apologize, madam, but our company is a publicly listed entity, and our boss is quite busy. Without an appointment, there is no time available for a meeting." "What? Is she putting on such airs? Who does she think she is? Let me inform you. I am the mother of the president of the Lu family, and I have experienced more in life than your boss has consumed in salt. Today, you shall summon her. I intend to inquire why the owner of tea company shows such a lack of decorum. A newcomer in our Lin city, does she not understand the importance of humility? The Lu family is not to be trifled with." Lu's mother's words instantly rendered the atmosphere uncomfortable. At that moment, Tang Ning was preparing to leave the company with Qingji when, upon stepping out of the elevator, she caught sight of Lu's mother, strutting with an air of superiority in the lobby. The receptionists were at a loss, unsure how to handle Madame Lu, and the staff exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Ning had overheard Madame Lu's words, realizing she had fallen prey to rumors, believing her to be an outsider who had come to start a business in Lin City. Completely unaware of her true identity, Qingji inquired, "What should we do? This old woman is blocking the company entrance, will we even be able to leave?" He added, "I never imagined she would embarrass herself to this extent." Tang Ning instructed the secretary, "Li, please escort her out. Ensure it is done publicly, with security escorting her away, without showing her any deference. If you can politely humiliate her, even better." Secretary Li, a highly educated individual, was adept at delivering insults without using vulgar language. He promptly approached Madame Lu, who, upon seeing a man in a suit and tie, mistook him for the owner of Tea Corporation. She sneered, "Are you the owner behind Tea Corporation? The one who has been opposing my son?" "Madam, this is our Secretary Li." Upon realizing that the man before her was merely a secretary, Madame Lu scoffed, "I knew Tea Corporation wasn't anything special, even the secretary's suit is mediocre. I bet this company can't even afford to pay you 10,000 a month. Someone as capable as you deserves better. I'll offer you 10,000 a month to work at Lu Corporation, I'll make sure my son treats you well." Upon hearing this, Secretary Li could not help but chuckle. He remarked, "I have long heard that the treatment at the Lu Corporation is rather poor, but I never expected the monthly salary to be merely 10,000. After speaking, Secretary Li turned his gaze towards Lucy, who stood beside Mrs. Lu, and said, "You look familiar, you must be the new secretary at Lu Corporation. I have seen your qualifications, and they are commendable. Here, we do not measure by monthly salary but by annual income. A typical secretarial position here offers an annual salary of 200,000. If you are interested, you might consider applying." At this, Lucy felt a flicker of temptation. Who wouldn't wish to join Company T if they possessed the capability? Within Company T, senior secretaries like Secretary Li earn well over several 100,000 annually. Noticing Lucy's intrigue, Mrs. Lu's countenance grew tense. "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to poach our talent from Lu Corporation?" Chapter 99, The Lu Family's Hidden Intentions. Mrs. Lu's loud outburst had already attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. They had previously heard rumors about Lu Corporation's president, Lu Chizhou, having a mother of questionable repute. And today they were witnessing her firsthand. I wouldn't call it poaching. If we at Company T desired, I dare say Lu Corporation would already be eliminated from the ranks in Lin City. Did your son not plead to meet our boss for a project? Surely President Lu has not failed to inform you of this? After all, our boss is somewhat of a benefactor to your Lu Corporation. Your raucous behavior here is quite unbecoming. Before you engage in such antics, perhaps you should reflect upon your own standing." With that, Secretary Li signaled to the security personnel at the entrance. The guards approached and restrained Mrs. Lu by her arms. Upon witnessing the scene, Madame Lu was immediately thrown into disarray, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Such impudence! I'm here to see your proprietor. Our proprietor does not extend a welcome to Madame Lu. Furthermore, Lu Corporation is no longer welcome here." Should Lu Corporation's representatives continue to instigate disturbances, our proprietor will no longer deign to offer Lu Corporation a lifeline, Secretary Li declared. Turning to the security personnel, she commanded. Escort these individuals off the premises and ensure they are never permitted to set foot within T Corporation again. Yes, ma'am. The security personnel responded. As the security personnel moved to seize Madame Lu, she desperately clutched at Lucy, imploring, quickly. Contact Chizhou and have him come and discipline them. Lucy cast a glance at Secretary Li before her, then at Madame Lu, ultimately deciding to side with Secretary Li. After all, securing a position at T Corporation was an unparalleled honor. She stated, Madame Lu, I must tender my apologies, but I have resolved to resign. I shall no longer be employed by Lu Corporation. What? Madame Lu exclaimed, taken aback that Chizhou's secretary was such a turncoat. She erupted in a tirade. You vile harlot. Chizhou hired you as his secretary at great expense, yet you dare betray him. Betray Lu Corporation. You are an ungrateful, worthless woman. A discerning bird chooses its perch wisely, Madame Lu. I am merely considering my future prospects. Who in this city could possibly decline an invitation from T Corporation? You and your dim-witted son may cling to Lu Corporation, but I shall not remain in your company. Having concluded her statement, Lucy flashed a saccharine smile at Secretary Li, attempting to ingratiate herself with him. Now that I've resigned from Lu's, she began, her tone ingratiating, my invitation earlier was sincere. Ms. Lucy, he replied. You may proceed to the Human Resources Department for an interview. An interview? Lucy inquired tentatively. Is it merely a formality? Secretary Li offered a measured smile. Our company maintains rigorous standards for recruitment. However, our employer may not be favorably disposed toward the kind of fickle behavior you exhibited earlier. What are you implying? Lucy's countenance darkened perceptibly. The implication, Secretary Li stated, is that you will not be joining T Corporation. His expression remained devoid of remorse. A fact that only exacerbated Lucy's dismay. But I resigned from Lu's for the express purpose of joining your company. She protested. You gave me your word. Ms. Lucy, Secretary Li interjected, permit me to clarify. I merely suggested you try your luck, I made no promises. It appears you have labored under a misapprehension. You. Both of you. Lucy's complexion had reached its nadir. Having betrayed Lu's, a return was now unthinkable. Having resolved the situation in the lobby, Secretary Li approached Tang Ning and Qing Jishu. Qing Jishu gave Secretary Li a thumbs up and said, Hi, as expected of someone chosen by Tang Ning, such a man. Secretary Li merely acknowledged the gesture with a smile before turning to Tang Ning.